Lin Mo opened her eyes to find herself in the 11th year after her demise. In her final moments, she discovered that this world was but a narrative, and her three younger brothers were all antagonists. The second brother, a ruthless CEO adorned with Buddhist prayer beads, harbored feelings for the female protagonist and opposed the male lead. The third brother, a controversial and flamboyant celebrity, frequently targeted the male lead in various reality shows. The youngest brother was a notorious school bully, neglecting his studies to engage in fights, ultimately injuring the male lead's scholarly sibling, leading him to hospitalization. All three brothers met tragic ends. As for Lin Mo, she was the male lead's unattainable first love, who had perished in high school. Her existence merely a catalyst for misunderstandings between the protagonists. Lin Mo offered a smile more bitter than death itself, and set out to guide her villainous brothers one by one. At a corporate gathering, the cold-hearted CEO was once again fiddling with his prayer beads, proclaiming he had matters to attend to when a girl approached, snatching the beads from him and berating him for his obsession with romance. To everyone's astonishment, the CEO not only remained unfazed but also relinquished his seat for her. In the school, a girl was seen tugging on the ear of the notorious bully, who, typically fierce and aggressive, was now meek and smiling. The entire school was left in shock during a live broadcast of a reality show. The self-absorbed celebrity was seen bustling about, serving tea to a girl, completely indifferent to others. The entire internet was astonished. Lin Mo needed to sleep in a familiar room. Yet her former villa was now occupied by her arch-nemesis, Xie Guanyan. Despite his composed demeanor, he remained cold and distant towards her, refusing to sell her a room. With relentless determination, she finally persuaded him to rent a room to her. However, one day, Lin Mo inadvertently stumbled into her rival's study, only to discover an entire wall adorned with her photographs. Chapter 001. The 11th year after death. At the age of 18, Lin Mo met her demise. While driving over an elevated bridge, her brakes failed inexplicably. In a desperate attempt to avoid colliding with innocent bystanders, she swerved violently. The car crashed through the guardrail and plunged into the river below. As the water engulfed her vehicle, she drifted into unconsciousness and dreamt that her existence was merely a tale, where her three brothers were villains. The second brother, the ruthless CEO, faced a downfall after opposing the male lead. The third brother, the controversial celebrity, succumbed to depression and ultimately took his own life due to online harassment. The youngest brother, the school bully, spent his days fighting and ended up in prison after injuring the male lead's brother. As for herself, she was the male lead's early lost love, existing solely to incite misunderstandings between the protagonists. Upon realizing this, Lin Mo was filled with a surge of indignation. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing before a grand shopping mall. The enormous billboard declared 2025, Year of the Snake, Fortune Awaits. It dawned on her that she had been reborn, yet she had traversed to the 11th year posthumously, right at the climax of a story. Hastily, she entered the mall and sought out the restroom to examine her reflection. The girl in the mirror bore the same exquisite and beautiful visage, clad in the black dress she had chosen for a date all those years ago. Lin Mo's heart swirled with a cacophony of emotions. She had crossed over 11 years into the future, yet she remained 18 years old. With no money and no phone, she felt the suffocating sensation of being entwined by a serpent in this year of the snake. Turning on the faucet, the icy water enveloped her fingers, and Lin Mo resigned herself to reality. One of her most admirable traits was her positive mindset. When her parents unexpectedly passed away, leaving her with three younger brothers, the youngest of whom was merely 2 years old, she swiftly came to terms with her circumstances. After turning off the tap, Lin Mo reached for a tissue beneath the mirror to dry her hands. At that moment, two girls clad in white shirts and black skirts entered, clearly colleagues, arm in arm, seeking a momentary escape in the restroom. Have you heard? The mall is closing in half an hour, and they're starting to clear out the customers. Indeed. It seems the CEO is coming and wants to reserve the place. This piece of gossip intrigued Lin Mo, her ears pricking up with interest. It was rather unusual for a mall to suddenly evict patrons. Truly, life imitated fiction. The CEO was always portrayed as so unassuming yet rather foolish. It must be that Li Huanyu is coming to shop. The CEO doesn't want her to be disturbed by passers-by. I saw on Douyin that the CEO invested in a film for her. How delightful. I bet Guangdi is regretting it now. Their on-screen couple was all the rage. I can't wait to see the drama unfold. The chatter of the two girls made Lin Mo smile inwardly. Wasn't Li Huanyu the protagonist of this very novel? And if Guangdi was mentioned, it could only refer to the male lead, Gu Jingchuan. Thus, this seemingly simple-minded CEO must be her second brother. She had initially intended to seek out her brother, and now it seemed fortune favored her. It would require no effort at all. However, she did wish to first inquire about a loan to purchase something. She turned to the excited salesgirls and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a Seven Wolves specialty store in this mall?" Only then did the two salesgirls notice the young woman in the restroom, her delicate features strikingly beautiful, surpassing many television actresses. One of the salesgirls, who had an eye for beauty, was momentarily taken aback. The other enthusiastically replied, "Yes, it's on the second floor. Are you planning to buy something for your father?" Lin Mo chuckled. "No, I'm buying it to draw someone in." The two salesgirls were momentarily speechless. Lin Mo had observed the mall before. Its decor was quite elegant. It was midday, the peak time for foot traffic. To clear out the customers would undoubtedly result in significant losses throughout the afternoon. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Such actions would tarnish the mall's reputation in the eyes of its patrons. If one were enjoying a meal and suddenly ushered out, why would they ever return? No wonder her second brother's business was floundering with such practices. Bankruptcy was inevitable. At 18, her brother had been only 15, in his last year of middle school, excelling academically and demonstrating keen business acumen. Back then, he had earned tens of thousands by reselling game consoles, even purchasing her a small fragrance pouch. Their parents had owned a real estate company before their untimely demise, which made his ownership of the mall unsurprising. What was baffling, however, was how it seemed his brain had been devoured by a zombie. As Lin Mo exited the restroom under the astonished gazes of the salesgirls, she encountered a security guard approaching her. "Sorry, miss, but the mall will not be operating this afternoon. Please exit promptly." Lin Mo politely inquired, "Could you please contact your manager for me?" As the president had arrived, the mall manager would undoubtedly grant her an audience. The security guard, uncertain of the intentions of this enchanting lady, was accustomed to various customers seeking the manager's assistance daily. "All right, I will reach out for you," he replied, retrieving his phone and dialing the manager's number. The manager answered promptly. "What's the matter?" The guard conveyed, "There is a young lady on the first floor of the mall wishing to speak with you, though I am unaware of her purpose." The manager responded, "I am too busy to attend to her today. Ask her to return tomorrow." The guard turned to Lin Mo. "The manager is unavailable." Lin Mo offered a polite smile. "May I have your phone? I would like to speak with the manager directly." Meanwhile, Manager Zhao was engaged in conversation with a commanding figure seated in the office's executive chair, who was casually threading prayer beads. Just as he was about to end the call, a melodious yet slightly irritable voice resonated from the receiver. "Manager, hello. Are you with Xie? Please have him take the call." Manager Zhao felt a jolt of surprise. Who is this? She was quite courteous, yet she dared to address the esteemed Mr. Shen by his full name. Could she be one of Shen's admirers? With his handsome looks, youthfulness, and considerable wealth, not to mention his renown as a prominent figure in Beijing, it was no wonder he attracted many women. However, given the significance of the president, Manager Zhao did not wish to make any unilateral decisions. He muted the call and respectfully asked Mr. Shen, "There is a young lady on the first floor of the mall requesting to speak with you. Shall I connect her?" Expecting a refusal from the president, he was taken aback when Shen Yihan extended his hand almost without hesitation. Manager Zhao unmuted the call and cautiously handed his phone to the president. Shen Yihan took the phone and succinctly inquired, "Who are you?"
"What do you want?"
Lin Mo replied, "I am your sister. I came to." Shen Yihan's gaze instantly chilled, cutting her off with a sharp, "Get lost." The temperature in the office seemed to plummet by several degrees. Manager Zhao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly sent a text to the security guard. "Please remove this woman promptly." The man in the executive chair was strikingly handsome, clad in a tailored black suit, his aura now radiating an icy intensity. Despite his trepidation, Manager Zhao mustered the courage to say, "Mr. Shen, please calm down. I have instructed the security to handle it." He did not catch the entirety of the conversation on the other end, but it was evident that the woman was persistently pursuing the president. Everyone knew that the president had eyes for Li Guanyan, the illustrious celebrity. It was absurd for these women to pursue someone without recognizing their own standing. Truly foolish. Shen Yihan was taken aback by someone impersonating his sister. He fidgeted with the prayer beads, suppressing the rising irritation within him, and picked up his phone. Opening a pinned conversation, he sent a message. "They're already clearing the area. Let me know when you arrive, and I will come down to meet you." He had not received a reply to his previous message, which had inquired if she had set off. However, given her recent busy schedule with film promotions, it was reasonable for her responses to be delayed. A hint of tenderness surfaced in the otherwise cold demeanor of the president as he thought of her. Manager Zhao recognized that he was indeed conversing with Li Guanyan. "Mr. Shen, I recently watched Miss Li's latest film, and it was truly magnificent." I've already taken my family to see it 3 or 4 times. Shin Ihan lifted his head, a faint smile breaking through his typically impassive demeanor. Is that so? Manager Zhao nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. I'm planning to encourage all the staff at the mall to watch such an extraordinary film. Shin Ihan's expression softened considerably as he sipped his tea. Very well, the company will cover the expenses. Manager Zhao beamed with delight, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, and promptly refilled Shin Ihan's cup. Xingshan Plaza is a shopping center owned by the Xingshan Group, with 8 locations in the northern part of the capital and over 100 nationwide. Having a rare opportunity to meet the president, he aimed to cultivate enough goodwill to secure a promotion to regional manager in the next quarter. However, the assistant standing nearby was exasperated by the president's seemingly indifferent attitude. The meeting, which was progressing smoothly, abruptly ceased due to Miss Li's desire to shop for clothes. Although they could have waited until the mall was cleared, the president insisted on waiting. Her phone was inundated with messages regarding the matters to be discussed in the meeting. The challenge was that with a sycophant present, she couldn't inquire about work-related issues. The assistant felt increasingly unwelcome in her position. Manager Zhao continued with a smile. Mr. Shin, the brand that Miss Li endorses. Manager Zhao, please step outside and oversee the clearing of the mall. The assistant interjected, unable to contain herself. Manager Zhao shot her a displeased glance. Assistant Jiang, rest assured, I will handle this task with utmost diligence. Shin Ihan absent-mindedly fiddled with his prayer beads, casting a cold glance at the assistant before turning his attention back to Manager Zhao. Please continue. The assistant fell silent, feeling stifled. The mention of Miss Li seemed to trigger an inexplicable lapse in the president's intellect. Manager Zhao internally scoffed, puzzled by how this assistant had attained her position, lacking any perceptiveness, and being female to boot. Yet, displaying high emotional intelligence, he concealed his irritation and continued, the brand that Miss Li endorses is located in our mall. However, he barely got the words out before a loud creak interrupted. The door to the manager's office swung open. All 3 turned their heads to see a young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with a security guard hot on her heels. Manager Zhao's expression darkened. Who allowed you to enter? Get out. Security, hurry up and escort her out. The assistant remained silent, as she recognized the girl's face as somewhat familiar. Shin Ihan also said nothing, his mind blank and frozen in place, until the girl angrily approached, grabbing his ear. Shin Ihan, it seems you've gotten a bit too brazen. Chapter 002. We each have our own views. The manager's office was spacious, yet the atmosphere felt almost suffocating. Shin Ihan struggled to breathe. His expression one of shock as he gazed at the girl gripping his ear. She was strikingly beautiful, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled when she smiled. However, when angered, those eyes seemed to blaze with fire, instilling an instinctual fear within him, just as it did now. Yet, the fear was eclipsed by disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Manager Zhao was equally breathless, his eyes wide as saucers. This woman possessed audacity beyond measure. Daring to tug at the president's ear. Who did she think she was? Let go of our president. Manager Zhao shouted, reaching out to forcefully pull Lin Mo away. Yet, his hand was intercepted by another, a voice from above chillingly cold. Get out. Manager Zhao, incredulous, pointed at himself. Me? Get out? Really? The assistant nearly burst into laughter. Pulling him away. What else could it be? Hurry up. She understood that the president needed to converse with this girl privately. If she was not mistaken, this girl was the president's sister. Having interned at Xingshan since her junior year, she had ascended from a mere assistant to a capable aide over the past 4 years. Once, when the president was intoxicated, she had escorted him home. Pointing at a photograph on the bedside table, he had said, his eyes glistening, "This is my sister. Isn't she beautiful? But she passed away long ago." Thus, the current situation was exceedingly bizarre, yet she refrained from probing further. The security guard, having rushed over, was astounded. How could the manager be the one thrown out? What an inversion of authority! The office door slammed shut, and the pain in Shin Ihan's ear was acutely felt. His eyes began to glisten with tears as he choked out, "Sister? My sister, who's been gone for 11 years, has suddenly reappeared. Is this real?" The voice he had just heard sounded somewhat familiar, but he dismissed it. No one would believe that someone presumed dead for 11 years could return. Lin Mo released Shin Ihan's ear and boldly seated herself in the president's chair, her first command being to treat her brother like a servant.
Pour ma glace of water.
I'm parched from running. After Shin Ihan had hung up, Lin Mo had no choice but to ask the security guard where the manager's office was located. hesitant to divulge information for fear of inciting trouble. The guard refused to answer. Thus, she searched each floor, pursued by the guard, but it was evident that her stamina surpassed his. She eventually found the manager's office on the top floor. In the presence of the formidable Xie Guanyan, a figure known for his ruthless demeanor in the business circles of Beijing, hearing Lin Mo's request triggered an instinctual response within him. He immediately went to fetch her a glass of water. Though they bore different surnames, Lin Mo taking her mother's name, they were indeed full-blooded siblings, sharing the same father and mother. Noticing the sweat beading on her forehead, Xie Guanyan instinctively picked up a file from his desk to fan her, despite the air conditioning in the office. Lin Mo took a hearty gulp from the glass, setting it down before declaring, "By the way, immediately cease all operations. Reopen the doors for business." Tears shimmered in Xie Guanyan's cold eyes as he whispered, "Sister, is it really you?" Lin Mo delivered a sharp slap to him, urging, "Do as I say." After enduring a significant shock, Xie Guanyan confirmed, this was indeed his sister. She had returned. She was not dead. Overwhelmed by an immense surge of excitement, he scarcely had the capacity to contemplate anything else. Rising to his feet, he approached the door, opened it, and glanced at Manager Zhao, who was outside, halting the clearance and resuming operations. Before Manager Zhao could clearly discern Xie Guanyan's face, the door was shut once more. He blinked, turning to his assistant, Assistant Jiang. "I believe I just saw President Shen's eyes were red." The assistant's expression turned grave. "You're mistaken. Quickly notify to cease the clearance." Manager Zhao, momentarily perplexed about the girl's relationship to the president, promptly sent a message in the group chat and used the intercom to alert all security personnel. "Sister, are you saying you crossed over from 11 years ago?" Xie Guanyan queried in astonishment while continuing to fan Lin Mo. The black Buddhist beads adorning his slender, powerful wrist swayed gently. Lin Mo felt that this was difficult to conceal. 11 years had passed, yet she looked exactly as she had at the time of her death. So she could only speak the truth. "Yes, did you not notice that the clothes I am wearing are the same as those from the day I died?" Xie Guanyan examined her closely, his gaze dimming slightly. Those are the clothes you prepared to wear on your date with Gu Jingchuan." He would forever remember that day. She had tried on numerous dresses at home, asking him which one looked better. Unable to accept the notion of his sister dating, he had flippantly remarked, "None of them look good." His sister had slapped him, and he had obediently replied that the black dress was indeed lovely. It was because Gu Jingchuan had invited her out that she had driven, leading to her tragic demise. Thus, for all these years, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Jingchuan. Upon the mention of the male protagonist, Gu Jingchuan, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Back in high school, she had been the belle of the school, attracting many admirers. Gu Jingchuan had pursued her since the first year of high school. Initially, she held little affection for the carefree scion of a wealthy family. However, after 3 years of his relentless pursuit and some events that shifted her perspective, she began to enjoy meals and conversations with him. After the college entrance examination, he organized a grand confession with many classmates present. During that declaration, she agreed to date him. The day of the car accident was meant to be her first date with him. To say she was deeply enamored with Gu Jingchuan would be an overstatement. She merely thought it would be harmless to try dating now that they had graduated. The last 2 years of high school had been a relentless battle for her, as she remained intensely focused on her studies, fearing that someone might snatch away her position as the top student. From her dreams, she learned about Gu Jingchuan entering the entertainment industry, surrounded by incessant rumors. It was only upon meeting the female protagonist that he began to mend his ways. They collaborated on a television drama that became a tremendous hit, and they truly fell for each other. However, the female protagonist inadvertently learned from one of the male protagonist's friends that a girl he had liked in high school had died. She asked him, "Between me and that girl, whom do you love more?" After a brief hesitation, the male protagonist's indecisiveness led to her anger and the proposition of a breakup. Being a wealthy heir now transformed into a beloved film emperor, he deemed her reaction unreasonable and initially refrained from comforting her. In a bid to provoke him, the female protagonist deliberately draws closer to Xie Guanyan, who harbors affections for her, even going so far as to film a movie he has invested in. Upon discovering these developments, the male lead descends into a frenzy, pleading for reconciliation, while the female lead maintains her composure. Ultimately, her connection with the second brother is merely a facet of her relationship with the male lead. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, let us indulge in lunch. "For I am famished," Lin Mo suggested. Xie Guanyan observed Lin Mo's troubled expression, furrowing his brows. Is her distress a result of her awareness of Gu Jingchuan's character? Gu Jingchuan is currently quite popular, and a mere inquiry would reveal his myriad scandals within the entertainment industry, with a succession of girlfriends. Undoubtedly, Lin Mo's heart bears the weight of sorrow, for in her heart, Gu Jingchuan remains her boyfriend. Shen Yihan, feeling somewhat agitated, refrained from further discussion about Gu Jingchuan and stood up, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Without hesitation, Lin Mo replied, "Hot pot." Shen Yihan followed Lin Mo out of the office. The usually aloof and indifferent CEO appearing almost like a youthful attendant behind a girl who seemed to be merely 17 or 18. Perhaps this was the influence of bloodline. The assistant stifled a laugh internally, maintaining a serious facade as she approached Mr. Shen. She then turned to Lin Mo, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Mr. Shen's assistant. Jiang Tang, you may call me Assistant Jiang." Clad in professional attire, Jiang Tang possessed a tall stature, striking looks, and an air of cool elegance. Lin Mo was quite taken with this type of beauty, her eyes brightening as she smiled. "Hello, Sister Jiang."
I am Lin Montag Shen Yihan pauset.
Glancing at his 18-year-old sister, and then at Jiang Tang, who was a year his junior. Noticing Shen Yihan's slightly dark expression, Jiang Tang, despite her fondness for Lin Mo, maintained professionalism and said, "You may call me Assistant Jiang." Lin Mo was aware that Jiang Tang had been by Shen Yihan's side for a long time, remaining steadfast even during his bankruptcy. Jiang Tang must certainly know some of her circumstances. She boldly declared, "It's all right. From now on, we shall each refer to each other as sister. He calls me sister, and I call you sister." Jiang Tang, Shen Yihan. While Shen Yihan had reservations, he dared not voice them. His long fingers idly fiddled with the prayer beads on his wrist as he decided to head to lunch. Manager Zhao had already been discreetly dismissed by Jiang Tang, as the CEO's personal affairs were best kept from prying eyes. "You both go ahead. I shall wait here," Jiang Tang said. Lin Mo grasped Jiang Tang's hand, insisting, "Let us all dine together. 3 is a lively number." Jiang Tang momentarily froze, glancing at Shen Yihan, who showed no objections. Jiang Tang was his most trusted aide, and there was no need for suspicion. Together, Shen Yihan affirmed. With the bustling crowd still present in the marketplace, Lin Mo felt reassured. One should never cross paths unfavorably with money. They entered a well-known hot pot establishment, and just as the 3 settled in, Shen Yihan's phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Li Huanyu. "Brother Yihan, I've arrived. But there are so many people. Haven't they cleared the venue yet?" Chapter 003, Just a Minor Matter. Reading this message, Shen Yihan was reminded of his purpose for visiting the mall today. The sudden reappearance of his sister, who had passed away 11 years ago, had clouded his mind. Let him completely forget Li Huanyu. He furrowed his brow, his left fingertips unconsciously toying with the black prayer beads on his right wrist. Jiang Tang understood Shen Yihan. The frown combined with the movement of the beads indicated deep contemplation. She too heard the notification sound. Shen Yihan had set a special alert for Li Huanyu. Seated in the same row, she could easily glance at the messages from Li Huanyu. Was the CEO pondering how to inform his sister that he had urgent matters to attend to? Even in the absence of a cleared venue, they could still explore other places. This was the first time Li Huanyu had expressed a desire to shop with the CEO, a rare opportunity indeed. The gluttonous Lin Mo was preoccupied with ordering, oblivious to the subtle stirrings around her. Once she finished ordering, she inquired, "Shen Yihan, what would you like to eat?" Shen Yihan looked up but had yet to respond. Jiang Tang interjected, "Allow me to order. The CEO is busy." "Busy with what?" Lin Mo asked. Shen Yihan shook his head, his fingers typing on the phone. "There's no cleared venue today. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you shopping." Perhaps next time. His sister had just returned. He would wait for another opportunity to discuss Li Huanyu with her. Huanyu was so endearing that his sister would surely take a liking to her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Tang's eyes. This was the first time the CEO had not left immediately due to Li Huanyu. How wonderful! He was a sister's boy. There was hope. Meanwhile, Li Huanyu, sitting in the van, was equally astonished. Just moments ago, Shen Yihan had sent her several messages inquiring about her arrival. How could he suddenly say this? She had already arranged for paparazzi to capture her shopping with him. When Gu Jingchuan saw the revelations of Shen Yihan reserving the venue for her, he would undoubtedly be furious. Although he now regretted his actions and was seeking reconciliation, she was not so easily appeased. She intended to ensure Gu Jingchuan learned a lasting lesson this time. After some contemplation, she replied to Shen Yihan, Brother Ihan, are you upset? I fell asleep in the car and didn't see your messages. It was not my intention to ignore you. The little cat feels wronged. The special alert sound was rather prolonged, ringing twice in succession. Lin Mo finally took notice and directly asked, "Who is messaging you?" The hot pot ingredients arrived swiftly. Shen Ihan had ordered Lin Mo as favorite beef tripe, leaving him with no time to check his messages. He casually replied, "It's nothing, don't mind it. Let us see if this tripe is tender." Jiang Tang nearly gasped in disbelief. She had never witnessed the CEO serving food to others, let alone ignoring Li Huanyu's messages.
What are you looking at?
Is there food on my face? Shen Ihan glanced at Jiang Tang. You can cook for yourself. Jiang Tang's mouth twitched slightly. Understood, CEO. This marked her first experience dining with the CEO at a hot pot restaurant. For years, he had been preoccupied with work, and aside from attending banquets, meals were merely a hasty affair. The steam from the hot pot curled around the black prayer beads on Shen Ihan's wrist, adding a touch of warmth to his demeanor. Jiang Tang had witnessed the Starshine Group transform from a nearly bankrupt real estate company into the multifaceted conglomerate it was today, all within a mere 4 years. Back then, the real estate company was still under the management of the CEO's uncle. His methods were ruthless, and he decisively sent his uncle to prison without a trace of compassion. The business world likened him to a stern Yama. Jiang Tang had always held this belief, as he consistently exuded an air of gloom. However, when faced with a woman he cherished, he transformed into an entirely different persona, one of extreme exuberance. It was only now that she glimpsed his tender side. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a response from Shen Ihan, Li Huanyu's expression grew increasingly grim. The paparazzi had already called to urge her assistant. Shen Ihan was merely a desperate admirer, and yet he acted so pretentiously. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she turned to her assistant. "Let us go. Tell the paparazzi to leave. How dare he stand me up?" Yet, she still sent another message to Shen Ihan on WeChat. "I'm leaving, Brother Ihan. You're busy, so I won't disturb you." This time, he responded promptly, "I'm not angry, just a bit occupied. Transfer 100,000.
I'm sorry, Huanyu.
I'll accompany you next time." Upon reading these 3 messages, Li Huanyu snorted in disdain and chose to ignore them. Was 100,000 meant to placate her? She would not accept it. The more she refused, the more Shen Ihan would transfer, as this was his usual tactic. She would assess his sincerity before deciding whether to engage with him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, witnessing Shen Ihan's sudden transfer of 100,000, felt a wave of dismay. Why not spend that on something worthwhile, like gold? Taking a deep breath, she thought, "You can't kill your own brother." Arigato, Fei Yang. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Mo smiled at Shen Ihan. What did that mean? Shen Ihan was perplexed. Lin Mo wanted to save face for him in front of his assistant, so she said little and strode ahead. She should have borrowed some money from the security guard to buy some 7 wolves. Shen Ihan glanced at Jiang Tang, puzzled by her meaning. The omnipotent assistant Jiang Tang scratched her nose. "I'm not quite sure. All I know is that Fei Yang likes Mei Yang, but Mei Yang favors Xie Guanyan." Shen Ihan's expression was icy. "So?" Jiang Tang smiled. "So she probably called you a desperate admirer." After saying this, she dared not meet Shen Ihan's gaze and hurried to catch up with Lin Mo, exclaiming, "Xiao Mo, wait for me." Shen Ihan thought, this misunderstanding is quite significant. How could he possibly be a desperate admirer? Lin Mo, adhering to the belief that if she didn't spend her brother's money, the heroine would purchase the latest and most expensive mobile phone at the mall. She then browsed through high-end stores until the 3 of them could hardly carry their shopping bags. Only then did Lin Mo's mood begin to improve. Unbeknownst to her, the paparazzi called over by Li Huanyu were preparing to leave when they discovered Shen Ihan shopping with another girl, instantly captivated. The camera clicked incessantly, capturing every moment. Shen Ihan had always garnered substantial attention online, being both handsome and wealthy. His ruthless demeanor, coupled with his penchant for wearing prayer beads, earned him the moniker Buddha of the capital. Recently, he had been embroiled in a scandal with the popular young star Li Huanyu, generating tremendous buzz. The paparazzi had initially come to capture sweet moments between him and Li Huanyu. However, seasoned paparazzi are well aware that pure sweetness pales in comparison to the allure of scandal. The scion of the capital's elite has cast aside his delicate flower in favor of a new flame, and the wealth that has descended upon him is staggering. Disguised as a mall janitor, the paparazzi are beside themselves with excitement. Yet, due to Shun Yihan's proximity to the girl, accompanied by a personal assistant, the shots taken from the left and right failed to capture her face, revealing only a profile and a back view. Nevertheless, by 7 o'clock that evening, the images had made their way online, igniting a social media frenzy. Shun Yihan spotted shopping with a mysterious beauty, spending millions. The past connection between Shun Yihan and Li Huanyu has now become a mere memory, as the elite scion revels in his new romance. Inside a moving custom gray Rolls-Royce, Jin Yang glanced at his phone, smirking as he turned to his boss, Mr. Xie. It seems that Shun Yihan is embroiled in yet another scandal. He has been utterly captivated by women lately. Should we reconsider our investment in Xing Shan Group? Their quarterly financial report shows a downward trend. He wondered what had captured his boss's interest in Xing Shan Group. Since Shun Yihan ascended to prominence, he had consistently invested to expand his business empire. The man seated on the right side of the car, clad in a pristine white suit, possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage adorned with silver-framed glasses. He appeared almost ethereal, untouched by the world's impurities, exuding an air of unattainable elegance.
Yet,
a small brown mole on his nose added a hint of earthly charm as the flickering streetlights outside cast shadows across his face, enhancing his allure. Seemingly fatigued, he removed his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and languidly inquired, "Which starlet is it this time?" Jin Yang shook his head, tapping on the photo to enlarge it. The online commentary was sparse, and the paparazzi had failed to capture a frontal shot. But the side profile and silhouette suggested an extraordinary beauty. Xie Guanyan, holding his glasses in one hand, casually glanced at Jin Yang's phone screen. The image displayed three figures: the tall Shun Yihan, his hand adorned with prayer beads, clutching 5 shopping bags. Beside him stood his tall and coolly elegant assistant, also burdened with several bags. Yet, Xie Guanyan's gaze immediately locked onto the girl in the middle, her profile barely visible. Her long hair cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders, and her exquisite side view resembled that of a porcelain doll. Despite the absence of any identifiable features, a single glance rendered the world around him inconsequential. His breath hitched, and he could only hear the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, Jin Yang's phone was snatched from his hand. He turned in surprise to see his boss, and the next moment, his pupils widened in shock. He had never witnessed the typically composed and aloof Xie Guanyan display such an impassioned and fervent gaze. Chapter 004. Why is the villa being sold? After spending lavishly and enjoying dinner, Lin Mo and her companions returned to Shun Yihan's residence. On the way, Jiang Tang seized the opportunity to discuss work-related matters with Shun Yihan. Lin Mo curiously gazed out the window at the transformed landscape of Jingbei. 11 years had passed, and the changes were so significant that she barely recognized many places. Having always been somewhat directionally challenged, she stood in front of the villa as the car came to a halt. Lin Mo furrowed her brow. Have you completely transformed the villa at home? The previous villa had a garden and a grand fountain at the entrance. Now, the villa stands solitary, resembling a silent giant. Shun Yihan unloaded items from the car, his voice somewhat heavy. No, this is my newly purchased villa. Lin Mo pondered, realizing that her second brother is now a domineering CEO. What about the previous villa? Is it now occupied by the third brother? No, that villa has already been sold. Shun Yihan's expression darkened. Speaking of other matters, I will call the third brother later to inform him of your return. As the villa door opened, it revealed the expected minimalist, cold aesthetic. There was little furniture. The space felt vast and solemn. Is the third brother currently in Jingbei?
Lin Montag inquired.
Shun Yihan placed the items in the living room.
No.
He is currently abroad on a concert tour.
Lin Montag blinked.
Then please do not inform him of my return, lest he abandon his concert and rush back. We can discuss it when he returns. He is already a controversial artist. If this happens, he will lose fans even faster. Shun Yihan did not insist. When they were children, all 3 brothers vied for their sister's attention. The third brother was the most vivacious, always managing to make their sister smile.
Now,
with only him as her servant, he could truly shine. All right, I understand. How did the family villa get sold? Lin Mo flopped onto the sofa, returning to the previous topic. The dream she had was only a vague recollection. She was unaware of many details in the novel. Jiang Tang timely picked up a ringing phone. Mr. Shun, I need to step out for a call. Shun Yihan nodded, seated himself on the sofa, and began to fiddle with his prayer beads. After you left, my uncle seized control of the family business. When it was on the brink of collapse due to mismanagement, he approached me, pleading for my assistance in managing the company. At that time, the company had no funds and was deeply in debt. I was left with no choice. Sister, I am sorry. Xie Guanyan looked up at Lin Mo, guilt evident in his eyes, his heart aching. It was my failure to protect her home. Their parents had passed away unexpectedly when Lin Mo was only 14. At that time, the uncle arrived with a large group, intending to evict them from the villa. It was Lin Mo who wielded a mop, soaked in excrement just removed by the third brother, and drove them away. The uncle always brought people. Yet Lin Mo always had a strategy to deal with them until they no longer dared to return. The same was true for the company. The uncle sought to rise to power. A teenage girl negotiating with a group of shareholders averaging in their 40s. No one knew what she said to them. But the shareholders were convinced by her and appointed her to manage the company. Although the company's performance could not compare to when their parents were alive, it still surpassed similar companies at the time. However, everything changed after Lin Mo's tragic accident. He failed to preserve anything. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as she gently patted Xie Guanyan's shoulder. You speak nonsense. You have done remarkably well. Although we sold the family villa, this new one is still quite spacious. For her, 11 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for her second brother, those 11 years had been filled with countless experiences. Feeling the weight on his shoulders and gazing into the familiar, shimmering smile in his sister's peach blossom eyes, Xie Guanyan lowered his head. He felt utterly inadequate, so very lacking. The warmth in his eyes surged. A solitary tear fell upon the leather sofa, contrasting with the light above. Discreetly, Xie Guanyan wiped away that tear with his finger. Rest early, sister. If you need anything, let Jiang Tang fetch it. Tomorrow, have Jiang Tang take you to get your ID. Here's my card. Feel free to use it. He handed over a black gold card. And Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. Wealth is coming. That's the brilliant younger brother of a domineering CEO. With money, everything becomes manageable. Lin Mo was unaware of the specific events of the past years, but she learned from a dream that her fourth brother had gone missing during childhood.
Now.
He was in his senior year of high school, engaged in fights and neglecting his studies. He had even injured the male protagonist's scholarly younger brother, resulting in hospitalization, and ultimately ended up in prison. The details eluded her, yet Lin Mo felt she could track down her fourth brother through the male protagonist's academic sibling. She noticed Xie Guanyan's subtle gestures, aware of the guilt he harbored. Standing, she reached out to touch Xie Guanyan's hair, but found it stiff from hairspray. Xie Guanyan raised his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. He had styled his hair specially to meet Li Huanyu today. Lin Mo feigned nonchalance, retracting her hand behind her back. Do not be disheartened. On the way back, I stumbled upon news regarding the incident from years ago that led to our fourth brother's disappearance. This is not your fault. Your sister has returned. She will surely find him. Keep your worries at bay. Xie Guanyan felt a peculiar sense of trust in Lin Mo's radiant eyes. His sister could indeed bring their fourth brother back, just as she had once assured them. With her presence, no one could bully them. His gloom began to dissipate naturally. He nodded obediently. All right. Lin Mo, with 5,000 yuan worth of sleepwear and lingerie purchased solely by Jiang Tang, headed to the bathroom for a shower. It had been nearly 11 years since her last wash, leaving her drenched in sweat. Jiang Tang, who had been monitoring the situation within the villa, entered the room. Before recalling the CEO's sister's name, Jiang Tang had struggled to remember. However, the name Lin Mo triggered a cascade of memories. In 2014, she was just 14, in her second year of junior high. Setting her sights on Jingbei No. 1 High School for her high school entrance exams, she was particularly attentive to its affairs. That year, the top scorer in the Jingbei College entrance examination hailed from Jingbei No. 1, named Lin Mo, who was admitted to Tsinghua University. Lin Mo was already quite famous, a combination of beauty and intellect, initially set for direct admission to Tsinghua but had graciously declined, allowing another student to take her place. This story spread widely. Even more talked about was her rivalry with the school as heartthrob, as they vied for the top rank in every examination. While students at other schools might have romanticized the notion of a school beauty and heartthrob, at Jingbei No. 1, the entire school remained silent, merely placing bets on whether the school beauty or the heartthrob would emerge as the top scorer this time. The school beauty and the school prince met, their gazes devoid of any romantic affection, replaced solely by a fierce desire to outdo one another. As the final examination of high school, the college entrance examination attracted countless bets, even drawing in participants from the broader society. The school had explicitly forbidden such activities. Yet rumors suggested that even the teachers could not resist a clandestine wager. Ultimately, the school beauty triumphed narrowly, outscoring the school prince by a single point. The prince, unsurprisingly, ranked second in the city and was subsequently admitted to Tsinghua University. Many anticipated that this rivalry would persist throughout their university years. However, an unexpected uproar gripped Jingbei during the summer break. The news broke that Lin Mo, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, had crashed her car through the guardrail of an overpass and plunged into the river below. The Jingbei police spent an entire month searching for her, recovering only the vehicle. With no sign of her body, given the tumultuous waters at that time, survival seemed impossible. A month later, the police declared Lin Mo deceased, prompting Tsinghua to issue a formal obituary expressing their sorrow. She was deeply mourned, feeling that fate had cruelly deprived the world of a talent. On the day of her declaration of death, the overpass was adorned with chrysanthemums, as many gathered to pay their respects. Little did they know that Lin Mo was, in fact, alive. Jiang Tang found herself intrigued by the unfolding events. Lin Mo appeared unchanged, both in appearance and intellect, as if she were still the same girl from years past. She re-emerged in solitude, with nothing to her name. Yet Jiang Tang was acutely aware that their relationship did not extend to discussing such matters. Her inquiries felt somewhat intrusive. Regardless, the important thing was that she had returned. "Mr. Shen, I will assist Lin Mo with making her bed," Jiang Tang offered. The villa frequently employed a maid, as Shin Yihan rarely spent time at home, thus lacking a housekeeper. Shin Yihan raised his gaze, twirling the beads of his prayer bracelet. "No need. You should head home early. I'll take care of it." Jiang Tang was taken aback. "Mr. Shen, you can make a bed?" Shin Yihan shot her a sidelong glance. "Am I not a bed-making expert? I used to make my sister's bed." A hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Jiang Tang smiled. "That is quite impressive." The villa boasted numerous guest rooms. Yet Shin Yihan directly offered the master bedroom to Lin Mo, replacing the bedding with a brand new set, while he retreated to a guest room. Lin Mo, unperturbed, took a shower and lay on the bed, using her phone to research the changes that had occurred in society over the past 11 years. In truth, not much had transformed, save for a greater emphasis on digitalization and the rise of short videos and live streaming. Growing weary from her research, she scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon trending news featuring herself and Shin Yihan. Typically, the CEO seldom indulged in entertainment news. Such notifications were usually relayed by assistants and secretaries. Lin Mo squinted her charming eyes and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Tang using Shin Yihan's secondary account, as she lacked an ID and could not register her own WeChat for the time being. As the clock struck 11, Lin Mo felt no inclination to sleep and continued to engage with her phone. This continued until the early hours of the morning, finally inducing a sense of drowsiness, prompting her to close her eyes. 30 minutes later, she opened them again and turned over in bed. An hour later, she shifted positions once more. 2 hours later, she found herself on the floor, having crawled out of bed to sleep. 3 hours later, she gazed at the ceiling with eyes as bright as lanterns. Oh no! Her sleep disorder had struck again. Unlike her previous residence, she simply could not fall asleep here. This affliction had persisted for quite some time, causing her to commute daily during high school, with a driver taking her home each evening. Helpless, at 4 in the morning, Lin Mo found herself scrolling through short videos once more. Through some algorithm, she stumbled upon numerous promotional clips asserting that Shin Yihan was the Buddha of the capital circle. Feeling a bit parched, she ventured out for a glass of water, only to suddenly hear Shin Yihan's phone ringing from the adjacent guest room. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could it be? Was the Buddha of the capital circle waking up at 4 in the morning? However, it did not seem to be an alarm. She heard a hoarse hello emanating from the guest room. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who would be calling the Buddha of the capital circle at such an hour. Chapter 005, Sleep Disorder. Lin Mo was not the only one struggling to slumber that night. Li Huanyu was also tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. She had seen Shin Yihan trending online. Initially, she thought his urgent matters involved significant company affairs. To her dismay, it turned out that his urgent matters referred to accompanying another woman on a shopping spree. No wonder she had not received that substantial sum of 100,000, nor had he transferred any more money. He had indeed found someone new, but how could that be? He had always seemed so fond of her. Ultimately, she could no longer resist and sent Shin Yihan a WeChat message. "Brother Yihan, are you out shopping with someone else today?" Upon receiving her message, Shin Yihan did not respond, as he had already fallen asleep. Shin Ihan had always enjoyed a good quality of sleep. He could drift off without a care.
Yet.
The ringing phone at 4 in the morning jolted him awake. Turning over in bed, he reached for his mobile phone resting on the bedside table. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Shin Ihan had a habit of answering calls from unknown numbers, as his own contact details had been listed in a missing person announcement long ago. However, due to an influx of nuisance calls, he had since switched to Jiang Tang's number. Jiang Tang had also received an overwhelming number of such calls and had changed their contact several times over the past 2 years. If any useful information came through, it would be verified and then relayed back to Shin Ihan. Nevertheless, his number remained unchanged. It was possible that someone had come across the old announcement and decided to call. Sitting upright in bed, Shin Ihan pressed the button to answer the call. His voice slightly hoarse as he uttered, "Hello." There was a brief silence before a deep, emotionless male voice replied, "I'm looking for Lin Mo. Is she there?" Shin Ihan frowned. "Who are you? What business do you have with Lin Mo? She just returned. Who would be looking for her at such an ungodly hour?" Beep, beep,
Beep.
the caller hung up without further explanation. Shin Ihan, perplexed, attempted to call back, but the other end did not pick up. In the darkness, his expression turned grave, and his sleepiness dissipated considerably. He opened WeChat to check his messages, only then noticing the text from Li Huanyu. He furrowed his brow. Had Huanyu seen him shopping with his sister? That should not be the case. Had he seen it, he should have sent a message to inquire at that moment, rather than at the late hour of past midnight. Shin Ihan harbored other speculations and opened the trending topics, only to comprehend the situation. It turned out a paparazzo had captured the moment. Typically, he would not peruse Weibo or watch short videos. Any news regarding him would be compiled and relayed to him by Jiang Tang. Why hadn't she mentioned it today? Had she not seen it? At such a late hour, it was impossible to ask Jiang Tang. Shin Ihan's thoughts drifted back to the recent phone call. He idly toyed with the black Buddhist beads on his wrist. Could it have been an acquaintance of his sister recognizing her on the trending list, prompting the call? But why at 4 in the morning? And why was the call unanswered? It couldn't possibly be Gu Jingchuan, could it? Gu Jingchuan had pursued his sister for 3 years. It was entirely feasible for him to recognize her from a profile or a silhouette. This man was not only fickle but also exploited Huanyu for publicity, certainly not a commendable character. It was likely that his sister still harbored feelings for him. So, he must prevent Gu Jingchuan from contacting her again. Shin Ihan felt a throbbing in his brow and promptly blocked the number that had just called. He intended to reply to Li Huanyu but reconsidered, fearing that she might be asleep and that his late message could disturb her rest. Shin Ihan chose not to respond, set his phone aside, and drifted back to sleep. Lin Mo, though curious about who had called her younger brother in the dead of night, refrained from eavesdropping on others' phone conversations. She went to the living room for a glass of water instead of returning to her room, since sleep eluded her. She ascended to the second-floor balcony, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the sky. The tranquility of the northern Beijing at 4 in the morning was akin to a slumbering dragon. The sky was overcast, with low visibility, obscuring her view of the car parked by the roadside outside the villa. Within the vehicle, a predatory gaze was fixated upon her. The air was cool, tinged with a faint metallic scent, and a sudden pain surged through her palm. Yet, the handsome man's features radiated excitement. Veins throbbed at his temples, not in an unsightly manner, but rather with an alluring, otherworldly beauty. Lin Mo had truly returned. This was no dream. Upon seeing that profile photograph, Xie Guanyan immediately instructed his assistant to exit the vehicle and drove himself to Shin Ihan's residence. As Shin Ihan's investor, acquiring his address was not a challenge. The villa's gates were firmly shut, obscuring the interior from view, which left him in a state of anxious agitation. Rationality and emotion wrestled within him. Logic told him he was mistaken. Lin Mo had been dead for 11 years. Yet, his heart insisted that the woman in the photograph was indeed Lin Mo. Shin Ihan was her brother, so it was entirely reasonable for him to accompany her shopping.
But how could that be?
How could someone presumed dead for 11 years suddenly reappear? This inner turmoil tormented him, rendering him nearly despondent. He yearned for confirmation but found no viable means. He could not storm into Shin Ihan's villa. He feared startling Lin Mo and was also apprehensive about the possibility of being mistaken yet again, leading to further disappointment. Over the past 11 years, he had countless times mistaken others for Lin Mo, chasing after anyone who bore the slightest resemblance, sometimes traveling great distances. The body had never been recovered. She could very well be alive, living anywhere in this world. Disappointment has visited me far too many times, and my heart has endured its share of pain. Thus, I lingered hesitantly at the entrance until just now, when he discovered Shin Ihan's number and dialed it. The call confirmed it. Lin Mo was indeed present. Had Lin Mo been absent, inquiring about her from Shin Ihan would have elicited nothing but scorn. Perhaps he would have called me delusional or claimed that Lin Mo had long since passed away. Instead, he instinctively asked who I was and what business I had with Lin Mo. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Xie Guanyan. However, upon ending the call and casting his gaze back toward the villa, a faint silhouette appeared on the second-floor balcony. It felt as though something had gripped his chest, nearly causing him to burst. The visage that had haunted his dreams countless times now loomed not far from him, within a mere 50 meters. A surge of immense excitement threatened to engulf him. It was only when he sliced his palm with a small knife from the car that the pain jolted him back to reality, assuring him that this was no dream. It was indeed real. In the shadows, a refined man wearing silver-framed glasses fixated his fervent gaze on the second-floor balcony of the villa, meticulously sketching the girl's likeness in his mind. Even as her figure vanished from view, his eyes remained glued to the villa, pondering the possibility that she might emerge once more. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and the handsome man's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that she was suffering from a sleep disorder? Poor Shanshan. Another thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to adjust his glasses with a single finger, the corners of his mouth curving into an exquisite smile. Sister, what is the story behind those dark circles under your eyes? Early in the morning, Shin Ihan was almost startled by Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat at the dining table, consuming the breakfast that Jiang Tang had brought over. Her voice weary as she explained that she had been unable to sleep the previous night and had only dozed off briefly at 5 in the morning. At that moment, Shin Ihan recalled Lin Mo's sleep issues and took a seat at the table. How about we purchase a bed similar to the one we had back then? Lin Mo shook her head. That won't help. It's primarily a matter of familiarity. Do you know who bought our villa? You should reach out to that buyer and see if they would consider selling it. Shin Ihan replied, I'm not sure. It may have changed hands several times. The memories tied to that villa were too weighty for Shin Ihan to dwell on. Jiang Tang interjected, I'll look into it today. Lin Mo affectionately leaned against Jiang Tang's shoulder. Thank you, Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed slightly. Initially, she had assumed that a school flower and academic prodigy would maintain a certain distance, but Lin Mo's bright and vivacious personality was utterly charming. She peeled an egg for Lin Mo before updating her on Shin Ihan's agenda for the day. After listening, Shin Ihan inquired, Are you aware of the incident on Weibo yesterday? Jiang Tang glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, her expression cold as she regarded Shin Ihan. The matter on Weibo was something I instructed Jiang Tang not to concern herself with. Chapter 006. This place does not allow sleep. Upon noticing Lin Mo's demeanor, Shin Ihan felt a pang of unease. His sister rarely assumed a serious tone, but when she did, it was quite intimidating. He fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand. Sister, do you know about my situation with Huanyu? Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically. In today's digital age, is it really so hard to comprehend? Out of the 10 videos I scroll through on Douyin, 7 discuss you and Li Huanyu, while the remaining 3 focus on her relationship with Gu Jingchuan. Shin Ihan inwardly marveled at his sister's adaptability. She truly deserved her title as a sister. He then replied, Huanyu and Gu Jingchuan's relationship is merely a publicity stunt, orchestrated by Gu Jingchuan himself. Their connection is fabricated. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Is that what Li Huanyu told you? No wonder that foolish brother of mine is willing to be her loyal admirer. Shin Ihan nodded gravely. Indeed, Gu Jingchuan has always been a notorious playboy with questionable morals. Lin Mo tilted her head thoughtfully. Do you think it's possible that Li Huanyu and he were genuinely involved? Shin Ihan shook his head vehemently, his tone resolute. Absolutely not. Do not heed the fabrications of those marketing accounts. Lin Mo understood her younger brother's steadfast nature. Once he formed a conviction, it was nearly impossible to sway him with mere words. She smiled. All right then, Wang Baochuan woke up this morning to find her ranking had plummeted. Shin Ihan frowned.
What do you mean by that?
Lin Mo took a sip of milk. It's nothing. Regardless, you must refrain from acting recklessly as you did yesterday. Have you considered the financial and reputational losses incurred from your impulsive actions? Shin Ihan absorbed Lin Mo's words as easily as one drinks water. It was ingrained in him. I understand. It won't happen again. Lin Mo tapped her fingers on the table. Did Li Huanyu send you a message on WeChat last night? Shen Yihan replied.
She did.
Let me see. Lin Mo extended her hand. Without hesitation, Shen Yihan handed over his phone. Believing there was no aspect of his life that his sister could not know, Lin Mo refrained from allowing Jiang Tang to manage trending topics, intending to gauge Li Huanyu's reactions and methods. Her delicate fingers glided across the phone screen, scrolling through the chat history. The most frequent mention was Big Brother Yihan, portraying Li Huanyu as innocent and obedient, yet her demeanor oscillated between closeness and distance, skillfully maintaining boundaries. Last night, she had sent a message. Big Brother Yihan, are you out shopping with someone else today? Shen Yihan had replied in the morning, that's my sister. Don't overthink it, Huanyu. The other party had not responded. Lin Mo found it perplexing that a paparazzo happened to be present at the mall yesterday. If that photographer had been tailing Li Huanyu, why hadn't she entered the mall? How could the photographer have captured her and Shen Yihan shopping together? It was plausible that the paparazzo had been summoned by Li Huanyu, waiting in the mall in advance. Though Li Huanyu did not enter, the photographer had spotted Shen Yihan with her. Shen Yihan himself had a following. It would have been a missed opportunity not to capture him. Perhaps Li Huanyu aimed to use this revelation to provoke Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mo's elegantly curled lashes cast a captivating shadow over her eyelids as she tapped the table twice more. Since yesterday's attempt had failed, it was likely that there would be another opportunity. Lin Mo set Shen Yihan's phone down. Do you have feelings for Li Huanyu? Shen Yihan pondered for a moment. Yes. I met her at a dinner party. She is a genuinely kind-hearted and self-sufficient girl. Lin Mo inquired further. What makes you perceive her as such? Shen Yihan reminisced about that dinner gathering where many sought to curry favor with him by toasting, yet she remained indifferent, indicating her aversion to taking shortcuts. Lin Mo understood this all too well. It was a rather cliché method to attract the attention of a domineering CEO. After perusing their chat history, she too found her to be a commendable young woman. It appeared that last night's trending topic had left her disheartened. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to reserve a restaurant this evening to extend an apology to her. Shen Yihan's dark eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Sister? You don't oppose my relationship with Huanyu? Lin Mo shrugged. As long as you do not neglect your pursuits for profit, I have no objections. A man must embrace love at some point. A radiant smile graced Shen Yihan's lips, rendering his handsome visage even more striking. Jiang Tang, please take care of this matter. Lin Mo had arranged for her identification card to be processed in the morning and now awaited Jiang Tang's update at home. She marveled at Jiang Tang's prowess, assisting Shen Yihan not only with professional affairs but also with various personal matters. A salary of $1 million was certainly well-deserved. Lin Mo had two requests for her. The first was to provide her with the address of the restaurant Shen Yihan had reserved for the evening. The second was to help ascertain which high school Gu Jingchuan's younger brother attended. By 6 o'clock that evening, Jiang Tang replied. Gu Jingchuan's younger brother is named Gu Jingzhou and attends Jingbei No. 1 high school. The restaurant reserved for tonight is called Honey Words, and the CEO has scheduled with Miss Li at 7:30. Xiao Mo, will you be coming tonight? Lin Mo couldn't help but admire Jiang Tang's efficiency. The name of the restaurant, Honey Words, suggested a meticulous selection process. She responded, Thank you, Sister Jiang Tang, but I want to be attending this evening. Jiang Tang promptly replied, All right, by the way, I found out that the current resident of your family's villa is named Xie Guanyan. Upon seeing the name Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo's charming eyes narrowed slightly. She nearly forgot about this long-standing rival from her past. It was surprising to discover that the villa was now in his possession. It must be said, their destinies seemed intertwined. She wondered how he was faring these days. Presumably quite well. Exiting WeChat, Lin Mo opened her browser and typed in the name Xie Guanyan. His strikingly handsome face soon appeared on her screen, still adorned with silver-rimmed glasses and that captivating brown mole on his nose. He had shed the youthful naivety from their school days, exuding an air of elegant nobility. Delving into his profile, she was astounded to discover that he was now the head of the largest investment firm in Asia. His acumen had transformed a tech company into a formidable force, with his influence lurking behind nearly every lucrative enterprise in the market. Lin Mo was not overly surprised. Xie Guanyan had often eclipsed her as the top student in their class. With such intellect, success was inevitable. At 29, Xie Guanyan was worth billions, while she found herself at 18, still adrift in mediocrity. Lin Mo chuckled bitterly, pondering if melancholy was indeed a gift. Yet after all these years, perhaps he no longer harbored such animosity towards her. A quaint villa surely holds little significance for him. It is likely to be sold to her, is it not? Lin Mo remained uncertain, yet did not dwell on it further. Matters must be addressed one at a time. First, she would capture the paparazzi. Later, she would venture to the villa to inquire with Xie Guanyan about his willingness to part with the property. At 7:30 in the evening, at the entrance of the Miyu restaurant, the paparazzo was crouched in the greenery, displaying a toothy grin. Initially, he intended to take photographs from within his vehicle, but Li Huanyu insisted that the images taken inside were too blurry. She desired high-definition captures. Thus, he had to conceal himself among the foliage. Yesterday, Shen Yihan was rumored to have sought new romantic interests, and today he was seen on a sweet date with Li Huanyu, rekindling old flames. This was bound to make headlines. Gaining attention was as easy as pie. Upon seeing a black Bentley come to a stop, Shen Yihan emerged, clad in a sleek black suit and adorned with prayer beads. Just as the paparazzo prepared to snap a photo, a hand lightly patted his shoulder.
Hey.
This is no place to doze off. Chapter 007. Have we altered the path of unfeeling? Startled, the paparazzo nearly dropped his camera. Turning, he beheld a girl donned with a mask and a duckbill cap, also wielding a camera. A fellow paparazzo? He furrowed his brow and inquired. The girl flashed a smile. Indeed, brother. Make some room for me to hide. It was a rarity to encounter female paparazzi. He was more accustomed to female fans. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him, and he replied, no way, find another place to hide. The girl frowned and scrutinized him for a moment. You're not also here at Li Huanyu's behest, are you? Taken aback, the paparazzo exclaimed, what? You were summoned by Li Huanyu too? How could she call two paparazzi? The girl crouched down, her eyes sparkling. You were the one who captured yesterday's scene at the mall, right? I regret leaving. The paparazzo was further astonished. You were there too? What on earth does Li Huanyu intend? If both paparazzi had captured the same scene, it would no longer be an exclusive scoop. The girl's eyes narrowed playfully. As long as there's money to be made, it's all good. How much did Li Huanyu pay you today? Irritated, the paparazzo retorted. 30,000. This was merely a portion of the fee. The subsequent traffic would be even more lucrative. The girl's eyes widened, then she responded, oh. The paparazzo noticed her expression, squinting slightly. Oh. What does that mean? How much did Li Huanyu pay you? With a chuckle, the girl replied, I can assure you. It's more than what you received. You're outmatched. Men cannot abide being told they are inadequate. Incensed, he stood up. Did Li Huanyu tell you I'm inadequate? The girl shrugged. Well, I received 100,000. Feeling insulted, the paparazzo caught sight of Li Huanyu exiting the van and stormed over in a huff. Lin Mo, having accomplished her task, took out her phone to send Shen Yihan a WeChat message. Come to the entrance quickly. There's a surprise. This was a highly popular upscale restaurant. After disembarking, Li Huanyu glanced around, noting only a few cars parked at the entrance. A satisfied smile graced her lips. The exclusivity felt splendid. Her high heels clicked gracefully against the ground as she advanced, the evening breeze lifting her long hair. She subtly raised her chin, knowing this angle would capture her most exquisite photograph. The paparazzo must have already arrived. She had worried for nothing last night. It turned out that was Shen Yihan's sister. It cannot possibly be a biological sister, for he has never mentioned her. Yet she is acutely aware of Shen Yihan's profound affection for her. Suddenly, a figure darted forth, startling Li Huanyu.
Who are you?
The paparazzo, exasperated, raised his camera, declaring, I am one of the paparazzi you summoned today. Why am I receiving a mere 30,000 while others get 100,000?
Li Huanyu furoret her dericate biraz.
What are you talking about? My assistant would never summon two paparazzi. The paparazzo, indignant, retorted, you can't deny it after I've encountered you. That female paparazzo was right there. Where did she go? He glanced back, only to find that there was no one in the greenery. However, at the entrance of the restaurant stood a tall figure, exuding an imposing aura. Li Huanyu quickly spotted him, her heart racing, and shot a glare at the paparazzo before hastily making her way towards Shen Yihan. Brother Yihan, why are you out here? Shen Yihan stood there, his expression dark and brooding. As she approached, Li Huanyu sensed a disconcerting shift in his demeanor and whispered, Brother Yihan. That was just someone asking for directions, I don't know them. Shen Yihan had come out upon receiving a message from Lin Mo. Upon his arrival, he observed Li Huanyu conversing with a man clad in a baseball cap and wielding a camera. This attire was familiar to him, paparazzi. Though he was not part of the entertainment industry, he had recently experienced its trappings, frequently being photographed by paparazzi. He initially believed they were tailing Li Huanyu, only to realize she had summoned them herself. Without uttering a word, Xie Guanyan fixed his cold gaze upon Li Huanyu, his wrist adorned with black Buddhist beads contrasting against the entrance-s illumination. Li Huanyu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, her scalp tingling. Brother Ihan, I. The conversation with the paparazzo had likely been overheard by him. What a coincidence. Her emotions stirred. Li Huanyu bit her lip, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Ihan, I confess, I did call the paparazzi. I merely sought a bit of attention. It would aid me in securing better scripts. I took advantage of you. Brother Ihan, I am truly sorry. She was merely an ambitious young woman. The icy demeanor surrounding Xie Guanyan softened somewhat. Just as he was about to speak, his phone buzzed in his hand. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from his sister. She just wanted to provoke Gu Jingchuan. Is she still nearby? Xie Guanyan looked around but saw no one, until he tilted his head back and noticed a fair face peeking from the crooked tree at the entrance. Xie Guanyan's lips twitched, then he lowered his head to reply. Sister, surely not. Lin Mo rolled her eyes from the tree. One must admit, Li Huanyu was indeed strikingly beautiful. Dressed in a white gown, her slender and delicate figure evoked a strong protective instinct. Xie Guanyan sent another message. Why are you nearby? Lin Mo, unable to admit she had come specifically, replied, I was just out for a stroll. I'm leaving now, goodbye. The infatuation of love-struck individuals is not easily corrected. Lin Mo was honest. Xie Guanyan frowned. Leaving? Join us for a meal.
Lin Mo replied.
Do I look like a third wheel? I have other matters to attend to. Xie Guanyan, what is it? Lin Mo, I'm going to check on that villa. I now know who the owner is, and I will inquire if it's for sale. Xie Guanyan, I will accompany you. Li Huanyu's tears threatened to cascade like the Huangguashu waterfall, yet she realized that no one was paying attention to her performance. Xie Guanyan remained engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Who could possibly be on there? She leaned in for a closer look and discovered a contact with the username Understanding Life through 4 marriages. Li Huanyu felt utterly speechless, wiped her tears, and gently called out, Ihan Gij. Xie Guanyan lifted his gaze to meet Li Huanyu's eyes, saying, I understand. Let us leave it at this for today. I have something to attend to. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice faltering. What? You have something else to do? Xie Guanyan frowned slightly. Li Huanyu swallowed hard and clarified, what I meant was, Ihan Gij, aren't you going to have dinner? Skipping dinner is bad for your stomach. Xie Guanyan recognized Li Huanyu's concern. A fleeting smile softened his indifferent expression. If you're hungry, go eat. I am not. The matter regarding his sister's sleep needed resolution swiftly. Xie Guanyan turned to depart, as though resolved to a certain determination. Li Huanyu stood frozen in place, and not far off, the paparazzi were equally astonished. Previously, Xie Guanyan had shown considerable interest in Li Huanyu. Had the young master of the capital recently adopted a heartless demeanor? Chapter 008. The Art of Pretense. How does this look? Xie Guanyan inquired of his assistant, Jin Yang. Jin Yang numbly glanced at it. This one is fine too. Good heavens, this marks the 25th white suit. As a straightforward man, he truly could not discern the differences among these 25 white suits. The same went for the glasses. They were either silver or gold, with designs that were remarkably similar. Moreover, there was no significant occasion tonight. What on earth was the boss doing? He had already showered 5 times. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The workday is over. Xie Guanyan issued the dismissal. The workers, upon hearing the words off work, felt as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. Jin Yang felt no attachment whatsoever, grabbed his bag, and departed. All right, Xiezong. See you tomorrow. The entire villa complex fell silent, and Xie Guanyan turned to examine his reflection in the mirror. He had shaved, groomed his brows, washed his hair, and donned new glasses. Very well, he appeared clean and immaculate. He contemplated taking another shower, as he had perspired slightly while changing. It would be undesirable if Lin Mo caught a whiff of it. However, glancing at his wrist, he noted the time. It was already 8 in the evening. Lin Mo could arrive at any moment. He had to remain prepared. Today, his assistant had informed him that Xie Guanyan's aide was investigating who currently resided in the villa. Just as he had surmised at dawn, her sleep disorder necessitated her presence in this house to find rest. Lin Mo might very well come to this villa today. Thus, Xie Guanyan had spent the entire day working from home, awaiting Lin Mo's arrival. This villa community was situated halfway up the mountain, and this was the first residence. Each time a car passed along the mountain road, Xie Guanyan would see it through the window of the cloakroom, and his heartbeat would quicken. At this moment, along the dimly lit mountain path, another vehicle's headlights pierced through the darkness, slowly approaching. Xie Guanyan felt his breath quicken involuntarily, reaching up to loosen his tie, only to tighten it again moments later. His long legs paced restlessly within the confines of the house, beads of sweat forming in his palms, trickling down to the wound on his hand from the previous night, sending a myriad of painful sensations coursing through him. Could it be Lin Mo arriving this time?
Could it?
Ding dong. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell of the villa. Xie Guanyan stood beside her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Is it confirmed to be Xie Guanyan? Sister, Lin Mo shrugged. I'm not certain. It's the message Jiang Tang sent me. Xie Guanyan twisted the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand, noting that this villa had significantly depreciated in value. Few people resided here, as the affluent had relocated. A figure of Xie Guanyan's stature ought not to dwell in such an antiquated villa. Although Xie Guanyan was not well acquainted with Xie Guanyan, he held a deep gratitude towards him. The success of Xingshan Group was inextricably linked to capital. He had attempted to invite Xie Guanyan to dine several times. Yet Xie Guanyan had always declined, suggesting instead that any issues be discussed with the project leader. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of successful companies he had invested in. If he were to dine with everyone, he would hardly have time to work. The last memory he had of Xie Guanyan was on the elevated bridge the day his sister was declared deceased. Many had gathered there that day, and he was among them. Xie Guanyan's slender, scholarly visage revealed no discernible emotion. He merely stood there, his gaze somewhat vacant. Xie Guanyan had heard whispers of the rivalry between Xie Guanyan and his sister. Perhaps there was a mutual understanding between them. Today, too, could be considered a reunion of longtime adversaries, and surely Xie Guanyan would be inclined to sell them this villa out of courtesy for their long absence. He could offer a higher price. The doorbell rang for quite some time without anyone answering. Lin Mo pressed it again. The villa's lights were illuminated. There should be someone at home. Ding dong. This time, footsteps were heard approaching from within. The door was opened by a middle-aged man resembling a butler. Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for? Lin Mo replied politely. Hello, I am seeking Xie Guanyan. Is he at home? The butler inquired. You are looking for a master. May I ask who you are? Lin Mo pondered briefly before responding. Just tell him I'm an old classmate. I need to see him urgently. Having not slept for a day and a night, Lin Mo's mind was somewhat foggy. The butler glanced at the two of them. Very well, I shall inform him. The door was closed once more. Lin Mo remarked disdainfully, Xie Guanyan is so pretentious now. Xie Guanyan's eyelids twitched slightly, choosing not to respond. There might be surveillance cameras at this entrance. What his sister had said might not necessarily be significant. He dared not speak carelessly, lest their next quarter's investment be jeopardized. At their current stage, business was akin to a snowball. It continuously required venture capital. Shortly after, the butler emerged again. Please. You may enter. Lin Mo and Xie Guanyan followed the butler inside. This was a villa boasting a garden of an acre. Though the garden lights were not particularly bright at night, nonetheless, it was evident that the homeowners had taken great care in its maintenance. A gentle breeze wafts through, carrying the fragrant essence of blossoms and greenery, soothing the soul. It must be said that this garden has been meticulously tended by Xie Guanyan. During Lin Mo's previous residence, the garden was exclusively adorned with fruit trees, as she had a fondness for fruits. She had even purchased a cherry tree, which bore crabapples the following year. In her second year, she bought another cherry tree, and once again, it yielded crabapples in the third year. Frustrated, she reported both vendors. The grand fountain at the entrance remains, its waters shimmering under the lights, creating a dreamlike beauty. Upon entering, Lin Mo felt an instant sense of relaxation, akin to returning home. After all, in her timeline, she had only left this villa 2 days prior. Navigating around the fountain, she stepped into the villa's living room. The butler announced, Sir, the guest has arrived. From the top of the staircase came a warm, melodious voice. Good. Lin Mo looked up towards the staircase. A striking man clad in a white suit descended, his prominent nose adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, resembling a celestial being that had fallen to earth, exuding an air of elegance and unattainability. His long legs gracefully carried him down, and the small mole on his nose danced with the play of light, vibrant and alluring. Hello, old classmate. May I inquire your name? His tone was languid and casual, yet naturally emanated the aura of someone in a position of authority. Gone was the slender, student-like demeanor of years past. However, his gaze was fixed upon Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan felt a moment of awkwardness, her lips twitching slightly. Mr. Xie, I am not your classmate, my sister is. It seemed the man had only just noticed the young girl beside him. He turned his attention, adjusting his glasses with a single finger.
Sister?
In the early morning light, clarity had eluded him, but now he saw that Lin Mo was as youthful as she had been at 18, her hairstyle, hair length, eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth unchanged. Shen Yihan chuckled softly, explaining, well, she merely appears young. She is indeed my sister. It was a necessity to present it this way. After all, one could hardly disclose that her sister had traversed time from 11 years ago. Lin Mo was equally taken aback that this rival had completely forgotten her. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. 11 years had passed, and this individual had led an extraordinarily remarkable life. Rising from nothing to become a billionaire, he could pen a novel of millions of words. Lin Mo had managed her expectations before arriving, so she did not find herself disappointed. Although her head ached, she approached him with a bright smile. Hello, my name is Lin Mo. You may not remember me, but surely you recall the college entrance examination of 2014? I was the top scorer, and you were second in the city. Xie Guanyan. Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. So it's you, my sister. With that remark, who could possibly forget? This might very well be one of the rare instances in Xie Guanyan's life where he had to concede second place. Yet, with this revelation, would Xie Guanyan agree to sell the villa? The usually impassive scion of the capital's elite had a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if afflicted by a sudden bout of spasms. As the memory surfaced, a glimmer of amusement danced in Xie Guanyan's eyes, softening the confusion within and masking the fervent obsession that threatened to spill over. Just as he was about to utter a phrase, the captivating young woman suddenly stumbled forward, collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 009. Who believes who is a fool? As the warm and delicate figure fell into his arms, Xie Guanyan found himself momentarily stunned, his mind a blank slate. It felt as though an electric shock coursed through him, rendering him motionless. He watched as the girl's face pressed against his chest, her body sliding downward. Just as he reached out, she was pulled away from him.
Shen Yihan stellt Lin Montag.
His brow furrowed. Sister, what's wrong? As she was straightened, Lin Mo's consciousness began to return. She shook her head and replied, I'm fine. I haven't slept in a day and a night. I'm just exhausted. Shen Yihan sighed in relief and turned to Xie Guanyan, saying, Mr. Xie, I apologize. My sister suffers from severe sleep disorders. She didn't sleep at all last night and accidentally collided with you just now. To an outsider, it could easily seem like a case of opportunistic deceit. Yet, Xie Guanyan truly embodied the noble gentleman of legend. With such a stunning beauty falling into his arms, he exhibited not a hint of reaction. Over the years, it had never been rumored that women frequented his side, and whispers in the Beijing North business circles suggested that he preferred men. Shen Yihan had been skeptical before, but now he found himself inclined to believe. Moreover, his sister had been adored during their high school days. To become rivals with her, Xie Guanyan must indeed have little interest in women. After a moment, Lin Mo realized the extent of her embarrassment, her face reddening like a monkey's backside. Stay upright, body. She lifted her head and forced a sheepish smile. Yes. I came here today to discuss this matter with you. The lingering sensation of electricity coursed through her body as Xie Guanyan turned away, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and suggested they sit down to talk. The living room featured a set of pure green leather sofas. Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
Xie Guanyan.
You actually didn't throw this sofa away. He settled onto the sofa, his long legs crossed, adjusting his clothing nonchalantly. It's still usable, he replied lazily. What's the matter? Lin Mo sat down on the familiar sofa, running her hand over its surface. It's well maintained. I had this set custom-made from France, at great expense. To her surprise, her longtime rival, despite his wealth of billions, maintained the admirable habit of frugality. She recalled that during high school, his family seemed less affluent. His uniform was always a faded white. The distance between them was now less than a meter. Xie Guanyan controlled his gaze and breathing, keeping his tone neutral. Was this villa previously yours?
Lin Montag nodded.
Yes, I came to discuss buying this villa back. You must have seen, I have dark circles under my eyes. I could pass for a panda at the zoo. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness an old classmate drop dead, would you? She pointed to the shadows beneath her eyes, her gaze clear yet tinged with fatigue. She did not wish to resort to moral coercion, but felt she had no choice. Previously, in high school, to save time, she had attempted to board, going 3 whole days without sleep. During class, she had fainted and was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Xie Guanyan had already noticed the faint shadows beneath her eyes, casting a glance before quickly diverting his gaze to the glass coffee table. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of selling this villa. Shin Yihan also took a seat beside them. With her elder sister and the true magnate by his side, he instinctively adopted a somewhat reserved demeanor. Sitting upright with both hands resting on his knees, the black Buddhist beads on his wrist dangling gently. At this moment he spoke, Mr. Xie, the price is negotiable. If we had other means, we would not trouble you in person. This villa is situated in a rather undesirable location, and very few people reside here now, lacking any liveliness. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shin Yihan, the president of Xingshan Group. We are currently developing a high-end villa area, which you may have heard of. I can reserve the position of the building king for you, which is larger than this villa, featuring a Sioux-style garden covering 10 acres. What do you think? Lin Mo glanced at her younger brother, silently giving him a thumbs up in her heart. At crucial moments, he proved to be quite competent. Whether it be money or property, there was bound to be something that Xie Guanyan would find satisfactory. The butler stood by, utterly astonished. The current market price for this villa was at most 200 million. He had heard of the newly developed high-end villas by Xingshan, which started at no less than 1 billion. Who would refuse such an offer? Apologies, but I have no intention of selling, Xie Guanyan replied gently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The butler inquired, what is the reason? Lin Mo leaned in to ask. The young girl, with her delicate complexion, leaned closer, her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating to behold. Xie Guanyan felt his throat dry, lifting the teacup from the table to sip. The sensual movement of his Adam's apple evident as he smiled lightly. The reason? What do you think? The handsome man's eyes were deep and crystalline, emotions concealed behind the lenses of his glasses. Lin Mo was taken aback, but soon understood. Her nemesis was asking for a reason he could not sell. Indeed, he was not short of money. For him now, money was merely a number, having little impact on his quality of life. This man remained unchanged from years past. He appeared cultured and gentle, yet was difficult to approach, inherently indifferent and aloof towards others. While she was unsure about others, she knew he had always been this way towards her. Every time they encountered each other at school, he would avert his gaze upon making eye contact, as if he despised her. It was understandable. There could only be one top student in the grade. Observing the girl's somewhat dazed expression, Xie Guanyan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, then adjusted his glasses with one hand, lowering his gaze. I have grown accustomed to living here and have no desire to relocate. Shin Yihan instinctively fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, his brow furrowing tightly. This was becoming troublesome. Some issues could not be resolved with money. He turned to his sister. Lin Mo felt overwhelmed as well. Xie Guanyan could have chosen not to provide a reason, yet he had deigned to offer one, and it was quite persuasive. If he had grown accustomed to living there, he would be reluctant to sell. Lin Mo, inherently proud, felt no sense of inferiority when facing her accomplished rival. She had approached the matter of repurchasing the house with a casual demeanor, as she was willing to offer more money. However, she now realized that this was not going to work. She was the one seeking a favor, and her stance needed to be lowered. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes subtly shifted as she moved a little closer to her sworn enemy and began to strike up a conversation.
Xie Guanyan.
I suspect you have completely forgotten who I am. I had a car accident years ago and have suddenly come back to life. Aren't you curious about how this happened? After all, it has been 11 years since we last met. It's certainly time to catch up before discussing business. Perhaps she was too eager. The fragrant aroma emanating from the young woman enveloped Xie Guanyan, causing his heart to race, his ears to flush, and his breath to quicken. This was the closest they had ever been in their lives. His gaze uncontrollably fell upon her delicate, rosy lips as they parted and closed, the hint of her pink tongue barely visible. He could not hear her words. Only one thought raced through his mind. I want to kiss her. A dark impulse surfaced, prompting Xie Guanyan to clench his fist, the sharpness of his fingertips digging into his palm, the pain snapping him back to reality. He averted his gaze and simply replied. The conversation required a reciprocal exchange, yet Lin Mo's question was met with his dispassionate response, as if he were saying, "Oh, I'm not particularly curious." Feeling awkward, Lin Mo rubbed her nose and continued, considering our history as old classmates, I want to deceive you. I have traveled through time from 11 years ago. Do you believe me? Shen Yihan's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected his sister to so casually reveal her time-traveling saga. He hadn't even told Jiang Tang. The butler standing nearby furrowed his brow, thinking that this girl was truly speaking nonsense. Who would believe such a tale? Whoever does is a fool. I do. Xie Guanyan replied with a gentle smile. The butler was taken aback. Chapter 010. The world is full of wonders. Lin Mo believed that revealing a few of her secrets might foster a sense of closeness. Moreover, such fantastical claims would likely be dismissed by most. She could prove her words, perhaps by mentioning that her appearance had not changed at all and that she still remembered many events from high school. If she could help Xie Guanyan reminisce about the past, perhaps he would soften. However, to her surprise, he responded unexpectedly, I believe you.
Now.
She suspected her sworn enemy was deliberately opposing her. With a smile, she continued, thus, I have a deep emotional attachment to this villa. As I was living here just 2 days ago, could you consider selling it to me? Out of regard for our past as classmates? The handsome man turned to face her, still embodying his gentle and refined demeanor.
No.
This boy was impervious to persuasion. Indeed, any talk of camaraderie was a mere fabrication. There was no goodwill between sworn enemies. Lin Mo found herself at a loss and resorted to her final tactic, pressing her hands together in a pleading gesture. Please. Xie Dashui. Xie Zong. Xie Dalao. Enemies are typically proud. She had never imagined herself bowing to Xie Guanyan. But now, under his roof, the charming young woman's eyes, brimming with hope, were utterly beguiling, and her endearing actions would soften anyone's heart. Xie Guanyan's heart raced, his hand, carelessly resting on the sofa, sank into the cushions. Just as he was about to nod, he forcibly controlled himself and shook his head instead. If he agrees to sell, he will no longer have a legitimate excuse to see her. Lin Mo collapsed onto the sofa, her fists pounding the air in frustration. I can't take this anymore. Xie Guanyan and Shen Yihan exchanged glances. Shen Yihan felt a slight urge to laugh, yet the situation was not appropriate for mirth. He reminded himself that his sister's issues remained unresolved. Adjusting the prayer beads on his wrist with his left hand, he cleared his throat. Sister, this was not her home. She needed to maintain her composure. Straightening up from the sofa, Lin Mo tidied her hair and took a deep breath.
Xie Guanyan.
Would you be so kind as to rent me a room? The one I used to stay in. This would be a temporary arrangement while she sought medical help for her sleep disorder. 11 years had passed. Surely, medical advancements had been made. The handsome man raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses to mask the excitement in his eyes. Rent you a room? Shen Yihan's dark eyes brightened at the thought. Considering the feasibility of the arrangement, he would be uneasy if his sister shared an apartment with another man. Yet Xie Guanyan's evident preference for men alleviated some of his concerns. To witness his sister plead in such a manner was unprecedented. He would gladly sacrifice anything for her if she asked. However, Xie Guanyan remained resolute, unwavering. Mr. Xie, I will communicate with the owner of the adjacent villa to purchase it. This way, my sister can stay home during the day. Until the purchase is finalized. I will pick her up daily, allowing her to only stay here at night without disturbing you. Seeing that Xie Guanyan did not immediately refuse, Lin Mo eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. I want to disrupt your normal life. You need not worry. If you have a girlfriend over, you can simply introduce me as your aunt. Disrupting his normal life? That was something he would welcome. Xie Guanyan lifted his gaze, concealing any darkness in his eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Very well. The butler was genuinely taken aback. He did not agree to sell the house but was amenable to renting it. Wasn't the gentleman known for his severe cleanliness? Their staff were not permitted to reside in this villa, preferring to rent their own accommodations. Upon hearing Xie Guanyan's agreement to rent, Lin Mo sprang up joyfully, revealing a glimpse of her delicate waist.
Great.
Let us settle this. You can discuss the rent with my brother. I'm off to sleep upstairs now. Lin Mo's head was spinning, and she felt she might collapse if she didn't rest soon. Without waiting for Xie Guanyan and Shen Yihan to respond, she dashed up the stairs, her long legs carrying her swiftly, her hair flowing behind her like a beautiful arc, perfuming the air with a hint of fragrance. Xie Guanyan inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. The butler quickly suggested, Mr. Xie, shall I guide her to the guest room? Xie Guanyan waved his hand dismissively. No need. She knows this place better than you do. She had lived in this villa for 18 years. In the vast living room, only Shen Yihan and Xie Guanyan remained. Shen Yihan swallowed hard, taking a sip of the water the butler had prepared, before speaking. Mr. Xie, thank you for your willingness to rent us a room. Would a monthly rent of 100,000 be acceptable to you? Xie Guanyan's expression was gentle as he adjusted his glasses with a single finger and smiled. Shen Yihan,
Is it?
there's no need for excessive gestures. A token of appreciation suffices. Managing your company effectively is far more valuable than a mere 100,000. Shen Yihan was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hand adorned with black prayer beads, he rubbed his nose and replied, Mr. Xie, your admonition is indeed correct. When conversing among intelligent individuals, brevity is key. This statement resonated with him, striking a chord. It seemed that his recent tabloid exploits had indeed garnered widespread attention, even reaching Mr. Xie. Investors are invariably attuned to the movements of the companies they fund. Otherwise, how would they discern whether to amplify or diminish their investments in the forthcoming quarter? Shen Yihan felt a sense of embarrassment akin to being caught daydreaming in class, his head nearly bowing in shame. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Xie Guanyan's voice, warm and soothing, broke through. If you have no further matters to attend to, you may take your leave. Shen Yihan raised his head, steeling himself to meet Xie Guanyan's gaze. Mr. Xie, I must implore you regarding my sister. I entrusted her to your care. You may have spoken in jest earlier, but she truly has traversed dimensions. The fantastical nature of his words faltered on his lips as he regarded Xie Guanyan's gentle yet unapproachable visage. His sister's heart was undeniably resilient.
Xie Guanyan,
With fingers as delicate as jade, lifted his teacup, his eyes flickering with interest. He genuinely believed. For there was no other explanation for why Lin Mo's appearance had remained unchanged, not even a hint of split ends in her hair. The wonders of the universe are boundless. Xie Guanyan chuckled softly. Indeed, it takes a strong capacity for acceptance to rise to prominence. Shen Yihan managed to smile but was reminded of another matter, stating, There is one more thing I wish to bring to your attention. Xie Guanyan regarded him.
What is it?
Shen Yihan deliberated before continuing. Before her journey across dimensions, my sister was in a relationship with Gu Jingchuan, the currently popular film star. Given her unexpected transition, she surely harbors feelings for him. If you happen to watch television, I kindly ask that you avoid Gu Jingchuan's dramas. Aware that a person of Mr. Xie's stature likely does not indulge in much television, Shen Yihan felt it prudent to issue this gentle precaution, hoping to mitigate any potential distress for his sister. The expression in Xie Guanyan's eyes darkened almost instantaneously, his fingers gripping the teacup, turning pale, the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. He lowered his gaze, and when he lifted it again, the warmth and civility had returned. Very well, I understand. Chapter 011. I shall inquire shortly. Lin Mo indulged in a deep, uninterrupted slumber, scarcely finding time to wash up. Upon awakening, she turned in bed and discovered the entire room shrouded in darkness, with not a shred of light seeping through. Drowsily, Lin Mo wondered if the room had been fitted with smart home technology that automatically closed the curtains upon sensing her slumber. With her alabaster arm emerging from beneath the covers, she groped for her phone. At long last, her fingers brushed against it at the pillow, its surface cool to the touch. Bringing it before her, she illuminated the screen, revealing the time. 16:01. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes widened, her mind snapping into clarity. Goodness, had she really slept until 4 in the afternoon of the following day? Several messages awaited her on WeChat. Jingchu and Fozu, the clothes I purchased yesterday have been delivered to the villa. If you need anything else, please have Jiang Tang procure it. I shall promptly acquire the villa next door. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. Mr. Xie is also my investor. He is quite a decent person and harbors no interest in women, so you need not worry about any ulterior motives towards you, dear sister. Upon awakening, Lin Mo was greeted with particularly exciting news, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Initially, she held no apprehensions regarding Xie Guanyan's intentions. On one hand, she trusted his character, and on the other, their mutual disdain ensured that neither held any romantic inclinations. Last night, when she had found herself in his presence, he had offered no assistance whatsoever. Xie Guanyan prefers men? Is that true? Elaborate. It was no wonder that there was no record of his romantic endeavors on the encyclopedia. Shen Yihan responded almost instantaneously, Sister. You have finally awakened. If you had not, I might have had to summon an ambulance. Lin Mo replied, Let us discuss matters of importance. Shen Yihan continued. This is merely speculation based on rumors and my observations from last night. I cannot be certain. I only mention it to put your mind at ease.
Lin Montag frownet.
It is inappropriate to conjecture about someone's sexual orientation without evidence. Shin Ihan acknowledged his error. Lin Mo declared, I shall inquire directly. Shin Ihan responded with confusion. Lin Mo deemed it entirely reasonable to be concerned about her rival's sexual orientation, especially since they were uncertain how long they would be cohabitating. It would be prudent to prepare herself for the possibility of him bringing a man home. She disregarded Shin Ihan further, placing her phone aside, scratching her tousled hair, and rising from her bed. With both hands, she drew open the curtains, allowing the bright sunlight to flood the room, instinctively shielding her eyes. After a few moments of adjustment, she gazed outside. The day was splendid, characterized by a canvas of blue skies and fluffy clouds. The garden was truly exquisite, adorned with a plethora of seasonal blooms. The vibrant magenta roses were particularly striking, with the gardener diligently tending to the branches. Stretching her arms overhead, she turned to survey her room. Exhausted the previous night, she had effortlessly located her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber almost instantly.
Now.
She observed that the room bore little change from her previous residence, immaculately clean, adorned in the French style she had once cherished. The bedding was a refreshing shade of green, fluffy and inviting. It appeared that Xie Guanyan had repurposed the room as a standard guest chamber. Stepping out of her room, she noticed that the door across the hall stood ajar, revealing a glimpse of a white figure. Lin Mo approached and knocked gently. Xie Guanyan, are you not at work today? This room, once a study, still served that purpose. The handsome man was clad in a tailored white shirt, showcasing his well-defined arms, as he focused intently on his computer, seemingly engaged in work. Upon hearing her voice, Xie Guanyan turned, his gentle gaze settling on the girl. His drowsy, peach blossom eyes were still heavy with sleep, and his long hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, a few stray strands amusingly standing upright, rendering him adorably charming. Despite having gazed at her all night, he found himself unable to quench his thirst for her presence. For 11 long years, no one knew how deeply he yearned for her. I finished work early today, he said with a warm smile. Lin Mo casually stepped inside, only to notice the faint dark circles under his eyes, indicating he had not rested well. I must say, his smile is truly captivating. The small brown mole on his high nose bridge glimmers with a blend of restraint and indulgence, strikingly beautiful. During high school, I did not notice it, as my focus was solely on my studies. Oh, where are the clothes my younger brother sent me? I wish to take a shower. Xie Guanyan gazed at her, his eyes serene. Your aunt must have neatly organized them in the closet. Lin Mo smiled as she spoke. How considerate of her aunt. By the way, do you prefer men or women? The subject shifted abruptly, and Xie Guanyan seemingly struggled to follow the girl's train of thought, furrowing his brow.
Lin Montag blinked.
It's nothing. I'm quite open-minded. I merely ask to prepare myself psychologically. If you were to bring a large man home, I wouldn't be taken aback. The girl was invariably candid and straightforward, a quality Xie Guanyan appreciated in her. Women, he adjusted his glasses and replied.
Lin Montag's curiosity piqued.
Then why haven't you dated in all these years? You're nearly 30. Xie Guanyan. There's no need to be so blunt. I simply haven't to encounter the right person, he said after a moment of silence. Lin Mo shrugged. Very well then. I shall go take a shower. After her refreshing bath, Lin Mo felt entirely rejuvenated. Upon retrieving her phone, she noticed a WeChat message from her younger brother. I've arrived at the villa. I'll take you out for dinner. Lin Mo replied, coming. Exiting her room, she spotted Xie Guanyan still working in the study. She peeked in to greet him. Xie Guanyan, my brother has come to pick me up for dinner. I'll be back later. Please remember to leave the door open for me. A hint of shadow passed over Xie Guanyan's gaze, yet he maintained his gentle demeanor. Add me on WeChat, and let me know when you return. Lin Mo stood at the doorway. Sure, please share your phone number. After adding him on WeChat, she waved her hand. I'm off. Watching the girl's figure fade away at the door, Xie Guanyan rose to his feet. Approaching the door, he discovered her silhouette had vanished down the staircase. He walked to the opposite room, where the door was ajar, and peered out the window. The girl's slender and graceful figure, with her long hair tied in a high ponytail, danced lightly in the breeze, vibrant and full of life. A man, dressed in a black suit and adorned with Buddhist beads, exited the car and opened the door. The girl stepped in. The Bentley smoothly embarked on its journey, gradually disappearing along the mountain road. Xie Guanyan, with his well-defined hands, raised them to close the curtains. With long strides, he moved to the door and shut it behind him. Retracing his steps, he removed his glasses from his nose, took off his suit jacket and shoes. With one hand, he lifted the duvet and lay down on the bed. His tall, elegant form sank into the mattress as he greedily inhaled the lingering fragrance of the girl on the pillow, closing his eyes, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering. It was only at that moment he felt the palpable reality of the girl he had longed for truly returning. How fragrant it was. Chapter 012, Fragrant. Following the completion of the movie promotion, Li Huanyu found herself with some free time. She ventured out to capture a series of casual photographs for her Weibo presence. Upon returning to the van, Li Huanyu opened her phone. She received several WeChat messages, yet none were from Shen Yihan. Last night, Shen Yihan departed without a word of explanation. She was infuriated but refrained from messaging him to inquire, waiting instead for him to reach out and apologize. Yet, no message came. It was as if Shen Yihan had evaporated into thin air. What could have transpired? Why did it seem as though his thoughts had strayed far from her? What had he been preoccupied with in recent days? As the president of a large corporation, she understood that Shen Yihan's schedule was undoubtedly demanding. However, even when he was exceedingly busy, he would typically send her numerous messages throughout the day. Whenever she needed him, he would promptly arrive or address her concerns. Li Huanyu, her delicate fingers gripping her phone, inhaled deeply and opened the chat interface with Shen Yihan. She typed, "Yihan Gij, do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." This was her first time taking the initiative to invite him, and she was certain he would accept. Just then, a message notification appeared. It was from Gu Jingchuan. "Baby, would you like to have dinner together tonight? I've made a reservation at your favorite restaurant." Li Huanyu smiled slightly, but chose not to respond. It was only after experiencing loss that one learns to cherish what they have. She wasn't even fully calmed down yet. The familiar sound of a long ringtone echoed. Just as Shen Yihan parked his car and stepped out, he glanced at his phone. His brow furrowed momentarily as he typed a reply. "Not tonight. I'm having dinner with my sister." Li Huanyu quickly responded, "That's fine. I can invite your sister to join us." Shen Yihan looked up at his sister emerging from the passenger seat, hesitating on whether to suggest that Huanyu join them for dinner. There seemed to be some misunderstanding between his sister and Huanyu. If they spent some time together, she would undoubtedly realize what a wonderful girl Huanyu truly was. They were at a large upscale shopping mall, with the car parked in the underground garage. Just as Shen Yihan was about to speak, he noticed his sister gazing intently at an advertisement. The man featured on the billboard was strikingly handsome, with slicked back hair and a charming smile, showing off a devil-may-care demeanor. Shen Yihan's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that Gu Jingchuan? The clothing brand was indeed endorsed by him, and even in the parking garage, his promotional image was visible. Shen Yihan watched as his sister frowned slightly, her expression darkening. He subconsciously fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist. Perhaps it was best not to invite Huanyu, as his sister had just experienced heartbreak. Bringing Huanyu along might only exacerbate her feelings. Moreover, although Huanyu's previous interactions with Gu Jingchuan had been fabricated, it still felt inappropriate. Without confiding in Lin Mo, he lowered his head and typed, "No need, I will treat you to dinner another time." Upon receiving the message, Li Huanyu's expression shifted dramatically, a spectrum of emotions flashing across her face. Shen Yihan had outright rejected her invitation. She gritted her teeth. Was it really about his sister? What was it about her that warranted such avoidance? She was incredibly eager to meet this sister in person. "Sister, the restaurant we agreed upon is accessible via the elevator over there." Shen Yihan tugged at Lin Mo, preventing her from continuing to gaze at the advertisement. Lin Mo shifted her gaze away from the billboard. After 11 years, Gu Jingchuan had changed significantly. He seemed more superficial, and his hair had thinned. She felt a twinge of regret for ever agreeing to date him. One day, without experiencing love, left Lin Mo with a lingering sense of regret. Sitting in the barbecue restaurant, her mood was rather gloomy, pondering whether anyone besides her younger brother would remember this incident. Shen Yihan was focused on grilling meat for her, his expression equally somber. Indeed, it seemed her sister still held affection for Gu Jingchuan. To divert her sister's attention, Shen Yihan asked, "Sister, have you inquired about Mr. Xie's sexual orientation?" It was evident that his sister was formidable. There were hardly a handful of individuals in the entirety of Jingbei daring enough to directly question Xie Guanyan about such matters. In any case, he certainly did not have the audacity to do so. Lin Mo stuffed a few large pieces of pork belly into her mouth after chewing on some lettuce, then replied, "I asked him, and he said he likes women." Shen Yihan was somewhat taken aback. Women? Countless women from the elite circles of Jingbei had pursued him, yet He remained unresponsive. Lin Mo, with fragrant grilled beef wrapped in lettuce, remarked that he claimed he had yet to meet the right one. Shin Ihan turned the beef tongue over, nodding in agreement. Indeed, someone of his stature must have exceedingly high standards, and few could match him. Sister, what do you think of him? Lin Mo furrowed her brow and promptly gave Shin Ihan a light smack on the head. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I pursue him? Spare me the nonsense. Shin Ihan was undoubtedly reluctant for his sister to embark on a romantic relationship, yet her infatuation with Gu Jingchuan was a dead end. The best way to forget a past love is to embrace a new one. Xie Guanyan was far superior to Gu Jingchuan. At the very least, he was a man of integrity. It's not about pursuing him. You could try to discover his merits. In essence, the goal was to shift her focus away from Gu Jingchuan. I'm too busy for that. I have many responsibilities. I'm preoccupied with finding my fourth brother and planning to retake my final year of high school to reapply to university and continue my studies. 11 years have passed, and Tsinghua University will certainly not recognize my previous scores. Retaking a year was not an issue. It was the perfect opportunity to guide her fourth brother onto the right path. Upon hearing this, Shen Ihan's expression darkened. His sister was unwilling to open her heart to someone new, opting instead to immerse herself in her work. Retaking the final year of high school was exhausting. And given that their family now had everything they needed, further studies seemed unnecessary. As he spoke, Shen Ihan placed a perfectly grilled tender beef tongue into Lin Mo's bowl. Lin Mo shook her head, insisting, I must study. I have my own life plans. Although this world resembled a novel, for those of them existing within it, it was a genuine life. With Xie Guanyan being so accomplished, could she afford to languish idly? She had initially applied to the finance program at Tsinghua University, but now Lin Mo contemplated reevaluating her options. People are products of their times, and with the changing era, her plans required adjustment. However, there was no rush. She could take her time to consider. The immediate priority was to locate her fourth brother and ascertain which school he was attending. The male protagonist's brother was at the first high school, but that did not necessarily imply her fourth brother was there as well. School bullies did not limit their fights to their own institutions. A visit to the first high school tomorrow would reveal the truth. Which high school do you wish to attend? I can arrange it for you. Shin Ihan did not elaborate further. Once his sister made a decision, no one could alter it. Perhaps numbing oneself was not the key. The crux was her desire to regain control over her life. At the tender age of 18, her journey was still long and full of possibilities. I will notify you. Lin Mo savored the tender beef tongue, narrowing her eyes in delight, intoxicated by the rich aroma. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will have Jiang Tang come to pick you up, Shen Ihan remarked. Ensuring the car was properly parked in front of the villa. Understood, Lin Mo replied, stepping out of the car with a large bag of snacks in hand, a treat from the Buddhist figure of the Jing circle. By the way, consider what I said. You might try to uncover some merits in Xie Guanyan, Shen Ihan continued. Juggling tasks while diverting attention is the most prudent approach. Lin Mo rolled her eyes at him. You're being a bit verbose, Buddhist figure of the Jing circle. Shin Ihan merely smiled and she opened her phone to send a WeChat message to Xie Guanyan. I'm back. Please open the door. It was already 11 o'clock, and Lin Mo wondered if Xie Guanyan had gone to sleep. After waiting a minute without a response, she resorted to a voice call. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered, a slightly hoarse voice emerging, Shan Shan. The man's voice was irresistibly charming, but Lin Mo was too astonished to notice. How do you know my nickname? Chapter 013. Rising at 5 to brew chicken soup. What a revelation. Lin Mo had always been enamored with shimmering objects, gold, diamonds, and the stars in the sky. Coupled with her striking beauty, she resembled a porcelain doll, and her delightful personality made her the center of attention wherever she went. Thus, her parents affectionately named her Shan Shan, a name known only to a select few, primarily her family. Her younger brothers rarely used the nickname, reserving it for their parents. Lin Mo could hardly recall the last time she had heard it. If calculated according to the present timeline, it had been 15 years. Hearing those two syllables made her heart skip a beat. How did Xie Guanyan know? Your nickname is Shan Shan? The clarity in the man's voice returned, exuding the refined warmth he was known for. Lin Mo furrowed her brows. Huh? Were you not calling me? Xie Guanyan, now sitting up in bed, restrained his hurried breaths while tidying the sheets. He had merely intended to bask in the essence of Shan Shan while lying down, only to succumb to slumber. He had not slept the previous night and had succumbed to fatigue once more. He felt wretched, as he had for years. In his drowsy state, when he received Shan Shan's call, He instinctively uttered her nickname, one he had kept hidden in his heart for over 20 years, never once spoken aloud in her presence. The pain from his fingers digging into the wound on his palm jolted him into a semblance of awareness. He should not be lying here. He was being utterly disrespectful. Moreover, she must never discover the dark thoughts he harbored, for that would surely frighten her. His mind raced as he concocted a response. I'm in a video conference. A subordinate's daughter is also named Shanshan, and I was greeting her. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. You're still working at this hour, Xie Laoma. Come open the door. She pondered how Xie Guanyan could know that nickname. It seemed illogical. Surely, it was not Shun Han who had mentioned it. The Buddhist figure of the Jing circle could be a bit tedious, yet he maintained his boundaries. So, that was the explanation. All right, I'll come over now. Xie Guanyan replied. What nickname? Standing nearby, Shun Han inquired with a hint of confusion. Lin Mo ended the call and shook her head, assuring him it was nothing. Merely a misunderstanding. She had thought that Xie Guanyan, during a video conference, was addressing her by her childhood nickname. Shun Han raised an eyebrow, casually turning the Buddhist beads on his wrist. What a coincidence. You and Xie Guanyan seem quite fated, he remarked. Lin Mo kicked him playfully, urging him to leave at once. A few moments later, the intricately carved door of the villa swung open, revealing a man clad in a white shirt. He wore his signature silver-framed glasses, the top button of his shirt fastened to the very top, exuding an air of refined restraint, reminiscent of the rarest flower atop a snow-capped mountain. Shun Han hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Xie, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I'll ensure to return my sister home earlier next time. Xie Guanyan's expression was gentle as he replied, It's quite all right. I have yet to retire for the night. Lin Mo, carrying snacks, entered the house but turned back to cast a warning glare at Shun Han, reminding him to be cautious on his way home. As the door closed slowly, the path from the entrance to the living room stretched out, requiring passage through the garden. Xie Guanyan followed closely behind her, his shadow enveloping her entirely. Lin Mo suddenly realized just how tall he was. How did you grow so tall? She asked, glancing back at him. Under the moonlight. The man's features were strikingly handsome, his deep-set eyes radiating a subtle, aloof charm. A small chestnut-colored mole on his nose added an alluring touch. Lin Mo found herself recalling Shun Han's words about recognizing Xie Guanyan's merits. In truth, she had already identified one. Xie Guanyan's striking appearance was captivating. His demeanor was so noble and pristine that even when he smiled, he still exuded an aura that kept others at arm's length, a tantalizing enigma that left her wondering what he would look like when truly moved. You are not short either. The man replied softly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin like a proud peacock. Of course, you must know I'm only 18 this year. I'm still growing. I can still get taller. Xie Guanyan's crystalline gaze remained fixed on her, shrouded in the dim moonlight. The garden, vibrant with blooming flowers, paled in comparison to her presence. Joyfully, Lin Mo entered the villa, placing the snacks in the living room. Mr. Xie, feel free to indulge in these snacks. No need to be polite with me. With that, she hurried up the stairs. Xie Guanyan watched her retreating figure, the light in his eyes dimming behind the lenses of his glasses, as he felt the sting of guilt pierce his heart for disrespecting her. He truly was a fool. After entering her room, Lin Mo took a shower and lay down on her bed. She suddenly noticed that the blanket was still warm. What kind of material is this blanket to retain heat so well? Not dwelling on it further, she played on her phone until sleep overtook her. The following morning, Lin Mo awoke relatively early, rising around 8. After freshening up, she descended to the first floor, where the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen caught her attention. She hurriedly rushed to the kitchen, only to find the tall man in an apron, stirring with a spoon in his exquisitely delicate hands. The black apron contrasted sharply with his white shirt, accentuating his narrow waist in a strikingly alluring manner. Lin Mo inexplicably felt a surge of desire as she glanced at the pot filled with golden chicken soup. In an instant, her mouth watered profusely, and she gently tapped Xie Guanyan's shoulder. Mr. Xie, is such a nourishing meal customary this early in the morning? Xie Guanyan's body stiffened momentarily before he turned to her, his voice cultured and melodious. The butler prepared the chicken soup yesterday. I intend to make chicken noodle soup. Lin Mo's charming peach blossom eyes arched into a delightful curve. I wonder if your tenant, Lin Mo, is worthy of a bowl of chicken noodle soup as well? For the sake of culinary delights, Lin Mo was unashamed. She adored chicken noodle soup, often receiving it from Gu Jingchuan during their senior year. Indeed, Xie Guanyan appeared quite accommodating, his exquisite glass-like eyes peering at her through his glasses. The butler, standing at the kitchen door, involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth. He certainly did not prepare any chicken soup yesterday. This was concocted by Xie Guanyan himself, who had risen at 5 that morning. A 5 o'clock rise to make soup was unheard of. It dawned upon him that his master had taken a liking to this young lady.
Oh.
Did you make this yourself? Is there no chef at home? Lin Mo watched as Xie Guanyan placed the noodles into the pot, with a butler already in place. How could there be no chef? The chef had matters to attend to this morning, Xie Guanyan replied gently. The butler's mouth twitched again. What matters? He had clearly been forced to take the entire morning off by Xie Guanyan. Early that morning, he had received a phone call from Chef Li, who was in tears, lamenting what he had done wrong to warrant being dismissed by the boss. It was known that the salary here was several times that of outside work, and the job itself was quite easy. Chef Li felt as though the sky was falling. After finishing a hearty bowl of chicken noodle soup, Lin Mo gave Xie Guanyan a thumbs up. Mr. Xie's culinary skills are indeed impressive. The taste is remarkably familiar. It was nearly identical to the chicken noodle soup Gu Jingchuan had brought her. Of course, being a wealthy second-generation individual, Gu Jingchuan would not have made it himself. It was prepared by the family chef. Chapter 014. He holds quite an affection for his alma mater. Jiang Tang sent a message, saying she had arrived at the entrance. Lin Mo returned the bowl to the kitchen and waved at Xie Guanyan. I'm off. Goodbye. Goodbye to you too, Uncle Butler. The young girl's smile was bright and lively, her voice pleasant to the ears. The butler momentarily froze, then revealed a motherly smile. Goodbye. Take care on your way. My goodness. This young lady is truly endearing. Once in the car, Jiang Tang handed her a lunchbox. President Shen had this breakfast prepared for you. Eat it on the way if you're hungry. Lin Mo shook her head. I've already eaten. Jiang Tang was taken aback. Where did you eat? Did you dine with Mr.
Xie?
In Jingbei, many who respected Xie Guanyan referred to him as Mr. Xie, for he was not only a prominent figure, but also deeply committed to philanthropy. His annual charitable donations ranked first nationwide, aiding numerous students in impoverished mountainous regions, and even constructing several temples. Xie Guanyan had his own charitable foundation, to which Shun Yihan contributed yearly. The Buddhist beads on his wrist were obtained from one of the temples built by Xie Guanyan. Yes, the soup was made by Mr. Xie himself, and it was quite delicious. Lin Mo did not hesitate to praise the culinary skills of her rival. A smile graced Jiang Tang's cool visage as she jested. If our classmates from the prestigious first high school were to discover that their sworn rivals, the school's Belle and Beau, reside in the same villa, with the latter preparing breakfast for the former, they would undoubtedly be astounded. One cannot deny the remarkable fate that binds these two. Lin Mo shook her head, clarifying, Xie Guanyan did not make it specifically for me. He merely prepared a bowl as an afterthought. A moment later, she inquired with curiosity, Sister Jiang Tang, are you aware of the connection between Xie Guanyan and me? Jiang Tang, one hand on the steering wheel, replied, indeed, you two were legendary figures back in your day. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo sighed, resting her head against the car seat in a dejected manner. Now, he is the only one left. I am not. The author of the novel truly portrayed her as akin to a character from a Japanese tale. Noticing the exquisite, vibrant girl's drooping brows, Jiang Tang's heart softened immensely. She reached out to gently pat Lin Mo's head and reassured her, there's no need to rush. You will eventually become a legendary figure in your own right. After all, it is quite remarkable to have traversed through time from 11 years ago. This was news she had learned from Shun Yihan the previous night, which had left her astounded. Shun Yihan had requested her to pick Lin Mo up today to visit Jing'e First High School, as she was to commence her high school journey. With that, Shun Yihan had revealed everything without reservation. Lin Mo nodded, clenching her fist. Let us go, Lu Xiaokue. Jiang Tang couldn't help but laugh heartily. As for whether Mr. Xie still considers you a rival, I cannot say, but it seems you still regard him as one. Lin Mo shrugged. He is the only one who challenged my position as the top student in high school. Before he transferred to the first high school, I was the undisputed number one. It is difficult not to see him as a rival. Though the gap between us has since widened immensely, one must always harbor dreams. Jiang Tang found herself increasingly fond of Lin Mo. She was the sole female science student to emerge as the top scorer in the college entrance examinations in Jingbei in nearly 2 decades. Her essence was remarkably strong. She never underestimated herself and inherently believed she was no less capable than anyone else. I believe in you, Jiang Tang said sincerely. At the entrance of Jingbei First High School, the familiar tree-lined path welcomed them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. Shen Yihan had already made arrangements with the school administration. Lin Mo and Jiang Tang entered the school without hindrance. 11 years had passed, yet the changes here were not substantial. A few new teaching buildings and a new sports field had been added.
An tang gì mác?
These buildings were all donated by Xie Guanyan, usually one each year. Lin Mo shielded her delicate white hand from the sun and gazed at the new teaching buildings, noticing inscriptions on the walls. These were donated in the name of his company, right? He seems quite attached to his alma mater. She was not particularly interested in this and, having seen enough tears, diverted her gaze to Jiang Tang. Do you know which class Gu Jingchuan's younger brother, Gu Jingzhou,
Is in?
Jiang Tang replied. He's in class 1, a top scholar with excellent grades, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the grade. Then let us go to class 1, Lin Mo suggested, unsure how to find her fourth brother through Gu Jingzhou. She could only give it a try. Her fourth brother, who had been lost in childhood and adopted, had changed his name. Otherwise, she could have simply searched for his original name, Shen Jianan. With so many high schools in Jingbei, it would be absurd to approach each one and ask them to summon their top scholars for her to meet. That would easily lead to being perceived as eccentric. Moreover, the term top scholar is rather nebulous, often romanticized in novels. For instance, if one were to inquire about who the school bully was during her time at number 1 high school, she would be at a loss. Each class harbors its fair share of mischievous students, yet she cannot discern who might be deemed the bully. As the two approached the entrance of class 1, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Young, spirited male high school students surged out like a stampede of wild buffalo upon hearing the bell. Jiang Tang instinctively positioned herself in front of Lin Mo, shielding her from potential collisions. At 25, Jiang Tang exudes a cool and intellectual aura. Accompanying a beautiful girl who appears to be of high school age in the corridor drew considerable attention. Lin Mo, however, was quite at ease in this atmosphere. To her, high school was merely a month ago. With her clear, sparkling eyes fixed on the emerging students, she boldly inquired, Is Gu Jingzhou here? I am looking for him. Oh wow, someone is searching for Gu Jingzhou. Is it yet another girl from another school confessing her feelings to him? Murmured a few onlookers. This girl is stunning. What merits does Gu Jingzhou possess to attract such beauty? A male voice called out, Gu Jingzhou, there's a girl looking for you. Gu Jingzhou, engrossed in his book, did not even glance up and curtly replied, Tell her to leave. I have no time to go out. His days were filled to the brim with busyness, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. The boy who called out gave Lin Mo an awkward smile, acknowledging Gu Jingzhou's demeanor. Don't be upset, beautiful. I'll coax him out. It was lamentable that a stunning girl like Lin Mo would be disregarded by Gu Jingzhou, a veritable school beauty at number 1 high school. Lin Mo stepped out from behind Jiang Tang, reassuringly stating, It's fine. I'll go in and find him. Jiang Tang, please wait for me outside.
An tang not dead?
As she received a phone call that required her attention. Lin Mo had once been in class 1 at number 1 high school, but the classroom before her now was not the one from her past. The boy who had shouted earlier followed her inside, his slightly plump figure eager to assist. He's sitting right over there, he pointed. Lin Mo walked over and took a seat at the empty desk in front of Gu Jingzhou. With her delicate, long fingers, she lightly tapped on his desk.
Hey.
Gu Jingzhou, with a hint of annoyance, lifted his gaze. What do you want? In the next moment he froze, his eyes widening slightly. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, her face as exquisite as a porcelain doll, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled. Moreover, she seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Gu Jingzhou bore a resemblance to his brother Gu Jingchuan, making him undeniably handsome. Lin Mo maintained a pleasant demeanor, smiling as she asked, I simply wish to inquire whether there have been any troublesome students causing you conflict recently, whether from your school or others. This seemed a reasonable query. It was evident that her younger brother's altercation resulting in Gu Jingzhou's hospitalization must relate to some conflict. It was unlikely that her brother would have assaulted him without provocation. Gu Jingzhou, puzzled by why this beautiful girl would ask such a question, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, not that I can recall. Lin Mo frowned, urging, Please think carefully. Gu Jingzhou contemplated once more. Then his eyes lit up. I know who you resemble. You look like my brother's girlfriend from high school. Lin Mo was left speechless. That is not what I meant for you to consider. No matter how she probed, Gu Jingzhou insisted he had not recently quarreled with anyone, claiming to have excellent relations with all. Lin Mo felt somewhat overwhelmed. Perhaps the narrative involving Gu Jingzhou and her younger brother had yet to unfold. Very well. Let us exchange WeChat. Should anyone disturb you, do inform me via WeChat. Upon acquiring Gu Jingzhou's WeChat, Lin Mo exited the classroom. Gu Jingzhou, gazing at Lin Mo's retreating figure, seized his phone to capture a photograph, which he subsequently sent to his elder brother. Brother, this girl resembles your high school girlfriend. Chapter 15. Special concern. As Jiang Tang ended her call, she noticed Lin Mo emerging from the classroom, attracting the attention of numerous students. The girl, casually sporting a high ponytail, walked gracefully amidst the gazes of her peers, her hair tips fluttering, exuding an effortless radiance, as if she were destined to shine so brightly. A somewhat chubby boy trailed behind her, his cheeks flushed. Summoning considerable courage, he inquired, "Beautiful girl, which school do you attend? May I add you on WeChat?" "My name is Zhang Shua." The surrounding classmates were taken aback. Is it now acceptable for someone to be so brazenly infatuated? Everyone knows this beauty has eyes for Gu Jingzhou. Where is the morality? What has become of the boundaries? Where does one scan for the WeChat QR code? Just as Lin Mo contemplated a polite refusal, recognizing that she might never encounter this boy again, Zhang Shua cheerfully whispered, "I can keep an eye on Gu Jingzhou for you, ensuring no one causes him any trouble." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although it felt morally ambiguous to exploit his offer, he had volunteered. She resolved to send him a token of appreciation later. "Very well," Lin Mo declared, retrieving her phone to display her WeChat QR code. Zhang Shua, brimming with excitement, nearly fumbled his device. He had never encountered a girl as stunning as Lin Mo, resembling a character materialized from an anime, utterly captivating him. He imagined that a person like her could easily cheer herself up by merely activating the front camera, unlike himself, who often found his spirits dampened by the same action. Yet, he was not merely a sycophant. He considered himself a true romantic warrior. Jiang Tang, holding her phone, furrowed her brow. She had heard about Lin Mo and Gu Jingzhou from Shenihan, who advised her not to mention Gu Jingzhou in Lin Mo's presence to spare her feelings. Previously, she had been puzzled by Lin Mo's interest in Gu Jingzhou's younger brother. Now, it became clear, she sought to approach Gu Jingzhou through a sibling, as the eminent actor was generally inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Perhaps first love is indeed unforgettable. Observing a group of whispering high schoolers claiming Lin Mo harbored feelings for Gu Jingzhou, she smiled internally. These high school students were on the first floor, while she occupied the second. As Lin Mo approached, Jiang Tang inquired, "Shall we continue exploring the school?" Lin Mo shook her head. "No, let us return." Two new contacts adorned her WeChat. Gu Jingzhou's profile picture featured him holding a basketball with youthful exuberance, while Zhang Shua's avatar showcased a charming Crayon Shinchan. Shortly thereafter, Crayon Shinchan sent a message. "Hello, I am Zhang Shua. What is your name?" Lin Mo replied with her name and promptly transferred him 1,000 yuan. "Please keep a close watch on Gu Jingzhou, especially regarding anyone who conflicts with him." Upon witnessing the transfer, Zhang Shua's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, how extraordinarily generous is this enchanting beauty. At this moment, he had shed the role of a pure-hearted warrior and had become the most devoted servant of the young lady. All right, I shall keep a vigilant eye on him." Lin Mo was making her way out of the school when a thought struck her, and with her delicate fingers, she typed a response to Zhang Shua on her phone. "By the way, is there a senior in your school known as a bully? If so, please send me a photograph. This could very well be a way to directly find out." Zhang Shua promptly replied, "I don't think there is, but I will ask around." Lin Mo responded, "Thanks a lot." Zhang Shua replied, "No need to mention it. It is what a loyal servant ought to do." Lin Mo chuckled, "Ha ha ha. The class bell has rung. Do pay attention in class." Upon seeing this message, Zhang Shua quickly put away his phone, placing both hands on the desk, sitting up straight. The young lady instructed him to focus on his studies, and he must comply. Once outside the school, Lin Mo entered a vehicle.
Jiang Tang inquired.
"Where would you like to go for some fun? I can take you. However, I fear I may not be able to accompany you for long, as I need to attend a corporate meeting. The position of assistant is fiercely competitive, and I do not wish to fall behind in my duties." While catering to Lin Mo would undoubtedly please the president, she still aspired to excel in her work. The recent call had been from her secretary, asking about her whereabouts, as she was expected at such an important meeting. Aware that she had already delayed Jiang Tang's work considerably, Lin Mo smiled and said, "I will accompany you back to the company. I have never visited Shenihan's office." She sensed that Jiang Tang was truly passionate about her work. The journey from Yizhong to the headquarters of Xingshan Group was not far, taking just over half an hour. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Mo beheld a towering structure, many stories high, its glass façade reflecting a kaleidoscope of sunlight. At the summit, the name Xingshan Group was emblazoned in resplendent golden letters, exuding grandeur. It was at this moment that Lin Mo felt a tangible sense of her second brother Xie as a domineering president. In the past, their family business had not been so expansive, merely renting a modest 5-story building within a park. Entering the company lobby, alongside Jiang Tang, the receptionist greeted with a warm smile. "Good day, Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang, with a cool demeanor, merely nodded. "And who might this be?" the receptionist inquired. Noticing the exquisite young lady accompanying Jiang Tang replied, "She is a relative of President Shen." The phrasing was subtly chosen, stating sister would have raised skepticism. The term relative conveyed both her identity and avoided any confusion. Upon hearing this designation, the receptionist would undoubtedly treat Lin Mo with greater respect and refrain from obstructing her entry in the future. Lin Mo admired Jiang Tang's quick wit. In the bustling lobby, individuals greeted Jiang Tang with utmost respect. Inside the exclusive elevator leading directly to the president's office, Lin Mo gazed at Jiang Tang with bright eyes. "Sister Jiang, you are truly impressive." Jiang Tang instinctively shook her head. "Not really." Lin Mo gazed into her eyes and earnestly remarked, "You are the president's assistant, a role that holds equivalent stature to that of a general manager within the company. At such a tender age, you have achieved remarkable success. You must possess confidence." Many had extolled Jiang Tang's capabilities, yet she had always felt she fell short of expectations. Growing up, her family had employed a rather oppressive form of education, to which she had grown accustomed. Now, as she looked into the youthful and sparkling eyes of the girl before her, an inexplicable surge of strength welled up within her. She smiled softly and affirmed, "Indeed, I am quite capable." This marked Jiang Tang's first moment of self-affirmation, and it felt delightfully liberating. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with mischief. "That's the spirit. Sing along with me. Sister is the queen. Radiate your confidence. Anyone who dares to complain shall face the consequences." Jiang Tang's lips twitched slightly at the exuberance. Perhaps not. The group meeting convened once a month, with all members of the management team in attendance. Those who were on business trips participated via video conference. As the meeting had already commenced, Jiang Tang needed to hurry along. "Let me escort you to Mr. Shen's office for a moment of respite." Lin Mo grasped Jiang Tang's arm. "Sister Jiang, may I listen in on your meeting? I've never witnessed a group meeting before. I am genuinely curious about how the second heir of the capital circle conducts such affairs." While it was clear that outsiders were not permitted entry into the meeting room, Jiang Tang was unable to refuse Lin Mo's earnest request. The girl, with her delicate features and captivating eyes, was simply enchanting. "Very well. You may enter through the back door and sit quietly." The expansive meeting room's back door creaked open, and a slender figure stealthily slipped inside, seeking an unoccupied seat before cautiously peering out. The room was vast, dominated by a long table filled to capacity with attendees. Others of lower rank occupied individual stools scattered around the periphery, resulting in a bustling assembly of over 100 individuals. Seated at the head of the long table was a strikingly handsome man clad in a black suit, exuding an air of authority and aloofness, while the black prayer beads adorning his wrist added an enigmatic touch. A slightly balding member of the management team was presenting a report, and the man listened impassively, occasionally lifting his gaze to assess the presenter with an imposing stare. He coolly interjected, incisively identifying the issues at hand. The balding manager nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement, fully comprehending the gravity of the comments. Lin Mo stifled a laugh, her eyes crinkling with delight. "I must say, the second heir truly embodies the essence of a domineering president. He has me enthralled." Regardless of the significance of any meeting, there are always those who indulge in distractions. Not long after Lin Mo settled in, she noticed two individuals at the same row leaning in close together, whispering in hushed tones as if sharing secrets. Bored, Lin Mo leaned slightly in their direction and strained to listen. "I heard that during the high-level meeting, the president left before it concluded. I wonder if he will do the same today." That was for Li Huanyu. "I heard he cleared out the entire Xingshan Square just to take her shopping." "How enviable. Can I please get a role in Li Huanyu's life script for just a couple of episodes?" Lin Mo frowned at the revelation. So, it was true that Xie Han had left the high-level meeting prematurely? Could he not have waited until the meeting's conclusion before embarking on a shopping excursion? Her fists clenched in frustration. Just then, at the forefront of the conference room, a familiar and particularly concerning ringtone echoed. Chapter 016. Halt. Almost instantaneously, silence enveloped the room, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. In the next moment, the occupants of the conference room exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, resembling spectators at a spectacle. Numerous individuals engaged in hushed whispers. The two who had been conversing moments ago clasped each other's hands in excitement, continuing their soft discussion. Li Huanyu has messaged the CEO again. How indulgent. Everyone else in the conference room had their phones on silent. Yet the CEO never silenced his own device, ensuring he remained available to receive messages from Li Huanyu at any moment. It appeared the CEO was about to leave the meeting yet again. Such a romantic. However, amidst the gossip, Lin Mo interjected with a more serious tone. Having heard rumors that several senior executives were contemplating resignations, the CEO seemed preoccupied with matters beyond company operations, with sensational news circulating. And last quarter's financial report was rather dismal. Setting work aside, let's indulge in some sweet gossip. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, her expression darkening. The signs of Xin Yihan's impending bankruptcy were unmistakable. Her clear, piercing gaze remained fixed on him. Jiang Tang had just settled into her seat behind Xin Yihan with her laptop when the ringtone sounded again. Her grip on the computer tightened. Surely, the CEO wouldn't leave once more? The bald executive reporting on work blinked, halting his presentation. Best not to disturb the CEO while he checks his messages. Xin Yihan sensed the atmosphere in the conference room shift and frowned. He had grown accustomed to his phone as volume being on, and today was no exception. He had resolved to tone down his demeanor, especially after Xie Guanyan's advice. Any issues arising within the company could jeopardize everything. Where would the funds for his sister's care come from? Upon noticing that Xin Yihan did not immediately check his phone, Lin Mo's expression slightly improved. One foolish act could be excused, but repeatedly? Otherwise, she would truly begin to question how Xin Yihan managed such a vast enterprise. Xin Yihan idly fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist, refraining from picking up his phone as he gazed towards the executives. Just as he was about to urge them to continue their report, the concerning ringtones sounded once more. Taking a deep breath, Xin Yihan resolved to ignore it. However, the next moment, a voice call rang out. Unable to resist, he realized that Li Huanyu had never initiated a voice call before. This time, it must be urgent. Without hesitation, he answered, his tone filled with concern. What's wrong? A weak voice, tinged with tears, responded from the other end. Yihan Gij. I've been hit by a car, boohoo, it hurts so much. Xin Yihan's expression turned grave immediately. Where are you? Send me your location. I'll come right away. The location was a somewhat obscure spot known for its photo opportunities. After hanging up, Li Huanyu, adorned in sunglasses and a hat, stood up from the ground and glanced at her assistant on the electric scooter. Hurry, move the scooter away. She knew Xin Yihan would rush over, heart aching for her. Unable to accept that he had suddenly ceased to care, she resorted to this drastic measure to test whether he still held her in regard. The assistant gently nudged her with the electric scooter, causing her to fall to the ground, her bare knee scraping against the pavement. When he arrived, she planned to claim that it was merely a delivery boy who had bumped into her. Feeling pity for the boy, she intended to let him go without further inquiry, thereby showcasing her kindness while simultaneously eliciting concern from Xin Yihan, a dual victory. The assistant, perched on the scooter, observed the slight abrasion on Li Huanyu's fair knee, scratching his nose in contemplation. By the time Xin would arrive, she should have healed, he thought. He found himself perplexed by Li Huanyu's recent behavior, as she had previously shown indifference toward Xin Yihan. Now, it seemed she had begun to employ an act. He harbored grave suspicions that Xin Yihan was receiving astute guidance on how to win her heart through a strategy of feigned aloofness. Astonishingly, Li Huanyu appeared to fall for the scheme, leaving the esteemed actor in a rather unfortunate position. Upon receiving Li Huanyu's location, Xin Yihan discerned that it was not far off. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist and addressed the assembly in the conference room, stating, I have matters to attend to. Please continue with the meeting. Secretary, kindly provide me with a summary of our discussions. The room echoed with nods of agreement, none daring to voice dissent. Several senior members of the conglomerate contemplated speaking up, but ultimately refrained. They had previously voiced their opinions in private, only to find them disregarded, resulting in unnecessary animosity. In a mere 4 years, He had transformed the company from loss to profit while expanding its reach, a feat only achievable by someone with extraordinary business acumen. Such individuals cannot tolerate challenges to their authority, particularly Shen Yihan, whose ruthless methods showed no leniency, even sending his own uncle to prison. Who would dare publicly criticize him? It would be akin to courting disaster. In this moment, silence seemed the wisest course. Jiang Tang hesitated, caught between speaking and remaining quiet, ultimately choosing silence. As everyone's gaze rested upon Shen Yihan, he was accustomed to such scrutiny. Yet today, an unexplainable pressure enveloped him, causing a slight chill to creep along the back of his neck. He instinctively fidgeted with the beads again, suppressing the unease that stirred within him. Just as he turned, phone in hand, ready to stride away, a clear and piercing voice rang out from behind him. Shen Yihan, stop. Chapter 017. What has caused her to change so? The sudden exclamation resonated throughout the conference room, capturing everyone's attention. In unison, they turned toward the source of the voice, discovering a strikingly beautiful young woman seated in the back row. Bewilderment spread among the attendees.
Who is she?
Why did they not recognize her? Most astonishing of all was her audacity to address the president by name. Surely, she would be thrown out. Hearts raced in apprehension for the girl. The two individuals who had just been in conversation with Shen Yihan gaped in disbelief. When had she even arrived? Which department did she belong to? How could she command the president to halt? It seemed utterly implausible. However, upon hearing that familiar yet icy tone, Shen Yihan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his feet rooted to the spot. Turning to face the striking girl in the back row, he noted the chill in her expression. A sense of dread washed over him, and his grip on his phone tightened, beads of sweat forming in his palm. When the girl smiles, her brilliance radiates like the sun, capable of melting snow and thawing ice. However, when her expression turns cold, it exudes an icy beauty that can send shivers down one's spine. The entire assembly was taken aback as they witnessed the president come to a halt. Subsequently, they observed the girl rise from the last row and make her way forward. A profound silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to utter a word. All eyes fixed upon her, as if even breathing was a luxury. With deliberate steps, she approached Shen Yihan, whose innate bloodline pressure sent chills racing down his back, filling him with dread and an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, maintaining his composure, he stood upright, his left hand instinctively fidgeting with the Buddhist beads adorning his right wrist. Lin Mo halted in front of him, her clear, penetrating gaze locked onto him. Noticing his head bowed, fiddling with the beads, too timid to meet her eyes, she frowned. In the next moment, she reached out and snatched the beads from his wrist. This action elicited a collective gasp from everyone in the conference room.
Goodness.
How dare she remove the Buddhist beads of the revered figure in the capital? The epitome of womanhood, the quintessential female. At that moment, Jiang Tang's pupils widened, anxious for Lin Mo. In such a grand setting, before all his subordinates, even if she were his sister, wouldn't President Shin be enraged? After all, men are creatures that place their pride above their very lives. Moreover, that string of beads had never left the president's side, even accompanying him to bed. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Shen Yihan not only refrained from anger, but also exhaled a sigh of relief. When Lin Mo's hand reached out, he had braced himself for a slap in front of all these witnesses. Even if she did strike him, he could do nothing but endure it. How trivial, then, that it was merely the beads that were taken. Holding the black beads in her palm, their icy touch calmed Lin Mo. She suppressed the impulse to transform into an octopus and unleash her fury upon Shen Yihan, merely scolding him, "Love-struck fool. Continue the meeting." Obeying Lin Mo was as effortless as sipping water. Shen Yihan returned to his place, noticing his sister still standing, and gestured toward a leather armchair, saying, "Please take a seat here. Secretary, bring me another chair." The entire assembly murmured in disbelief. Is this reasonable? Lin Mo shot Shen Yihan a glare, declaring, "I want to sit here. I'll be fine in the back. Those who occupy this position must possess capability and responsibility. Clearly, you are not suited to sit here today, so you shall stand during the meeting." Shen Yihan's lips twitched slightly, lowering his head like a chastised child. Understood. The audience remained incredulous, questioning, is this appropriate? All eyes in the conference room were now on Lin Mo, who, unfazed, adorned her delicate wrist with a string of black beads. Supporting herself on the table, she smiled at the assembly. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Mo, the sister of your president. There is no need for doubt. Although I may appear younger and more beautiful than him, I am indeed his sister. I would like to express my gratitude for your contributions to the company over the years. You all have undoubtedly recognized my brother's abilities, though some of his recent decisions have not been particularly wise. I kindly ask for your understanding. To express my gratitude for everyone's understanding, I shall allocate 2 million as a bonus to all employees of the company, hoping that in the future you will oversee his proper management of the firm. Should he act recklessly again, mark my words, I shall take matters into my own hands. Just a moment ago, everyone was in shock. The next moment, the conference room erupted with thunderous applause. This president's sister is indeed impressive. Although she may not appear to be an older sister by age, her commanding presence certainly suggests otherwise. Shen Yihan stood motionless, observing Lin Mo as she spoke. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to an 18-year-old maiden. She appeared mature, astute, and audacious. The lights of the conference room illuminated her, yet their radiance paled in comparison to her innate brilliance. Shen Yihan suddenly comprehended why, at the tender age of 14, his sister had been able to persuade the company as elders not to betray their uncle. She possessed a formidable force that commanded respect and belief. Yet, she was but 18, the age of innocence and romance. How had she transformed into such a person? After the tragic loss of their parents, she had to uphold the family. She refused to let her 3 younger brothers be bullied. She believed that as the elder sister, she ought to set an example, and thus compelled herself to become this formidable figure. In the days when their parents were alive, she was the cherished princess of the household, so pampered that even a glass of water had to be served to her. However, following their departure, she learned to wield a mop and soothe them to sleep in the depths of the night before taking a moment for herself to bathe and rest. Shen Yihan felt a sharp pang of regret in his heart, unconsciously clenching his fist. What was he doing? Despite being older than his sister, despite having matured, he should have been the one to care for her. Why did she still have to worry? He had been remiss. Her actions were consolidating his position. He was well aware of the recent discontent among the upper management, contemplating a departure, yet he had not found the time to address it. His sister had stepped in to assist him. Tears pricked at the corners of Shen Yihan's eyes. He longed to slap himself. What use was his presence if Li Huanyu had been struck by a car? He was no physician. Turning off his phone, Shen Yihan stood firm, embodying determination. Once the applause subsided, Lin Mo continued. By the way, the 2 million will, of course, come from our president's account. I have been so financially strained lately that the floor above reported me for the incessant clinking sounds coming from below. The room erupted with laughter once more. First addressing matters earnestly, and then lightening the atmosphere with humor, the attendees gazed at Lin Mo with sparkling eyes. What direction must one face to encounter such a beautiful and engaging sister? With a playful smile, Lin Mo said, "Please continue with your meeting. I shall not interrupt." Upon finishing her words, she descended from the front and took a seat at the back. Shen Yihan remained standing throughout the meeting. As each member of the management reported and discussed their work with utmost seriousness, all eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Mo. After all, the president's sister was known for her penchant for monetary rewards. The elders of the company struggled to regain their composure, exchanging bewildered glances. This girl was Shen Yihan's sister? They distinctly remembered that he had only one sister, who had tragically passed away in a car accident many years ago. Yet, why did this girl bear such a striking resemblance to the sister they had lost? Today, the aura of her speech is strikingly reminiscent of that 14-year-old girl from years past, sharing the same name. What could possibly be happening? Am I merely dreaming? One elder pinched the thigh of the elder beside him, prompting a pained grimace and a retaliatory kick. All right, now both elders are assured that this is not a dream. Chapter 018. She is a professional and seldom smiles. The sun is somewhat intense today, and Li Huanyu adjusts her hat to shield herself from its rays. For a tan would not be desirable. She glances at her phone to check the time. It has been half an hour since she sent the address to Shen Yihan. Yet he has yet to arrive. This location is not far from Xingshan Group, a mere 20-minute drive at most. Could it be that he is caught in traffic? With a hint of suspicion, Li Huanyu sends another message to Shen Yihan. Brother Yihan, are you stuck in traffic? 10 minutes pass. But there is still no reply from him. Li Huanyu furrows her brow, sending another message. Brother Yihan, have you arrived? Another 10 minutes elapse. Yet Shen Yihan remains silent. Her frown deepens, capable of squashing a fly. What is going on? He mentioned coming, but has vanished instead. Does Shen Yihan possess any integrity at all? Her assistant, wielding a small fan, directs a breeze towards her. noticing her change in demeanor. What's wrong? Is Shun Ihan not coming? Frustrated, Li Huanyu contemplates throwing her phone. He has disappeared and ignores her messages. The assistant is astonished. How could he not cherish such a splendid opportunity? Li Huanyu squints, suspecting that another woman holds his phone, preventing him from responding to her messages or even coming. Who is she? Is there another woman by his side? The knuckles of Li Huanyu's hand gripping the phone turn pale. It must be that woman captured in the previous photos. He claimed she was a sister, but I sense she is no true sister, perhaps a sister in a different sense. Certainly. She is a vixen. The assistant shares her indignation. What a cad Shinihan is. But perhaps it's for the best. You never liked him anyway. ISNT Guingdi always messaging you? Your closeness to him was initially to provoke Guingdi, and now that objective has been achieved. Li Huanyu grits her teeth. What do you mean let it go? I refuse to let it go. Shinihan was clearly mine from the start. What vixen dares to steal my man? I will not let her off easily. The assistant begins to understand her frustration. Li Huanyu is incensed. With her exceptional qualities. How could any man stand her up for another woman? It wounds her pride. But we don't even know this woman. What can we do? Li Huanyu ponders. At this hour, Shinihan is typically at the office. His inability to leave suggests that this woman is also at his company. If we go to his office, we're certain to find her. The assistant expresses concern, but Shun Ihan is also at the office. If we confront them, that woman will surely report to him. And who knows whose side he will take. Li Huanyu scoffs. Have you forgotten what I do? Besides, I have been in contact with Shun Ihan first. That woman is merely a mistress and should feel guilty. The assistant deemed it reasonable. That woman must be shameless, having already succumbed to the bed. Yet she could never compare to your beauty, and her acting skills are even less worthy of mention. Victory is assured. The two drove towards the Xing Shan group. During the journey, Li Huanyu felt her leg wound lacked sufficient dramatic flair, so she touched up her makeup. In the office of the president of Xing Shan group, Sister T. Shun Ihan offered Lin Mo a cup of the finest Longjing tea from the office, its fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Mo paid him no mind, languidly reclining in the executive chair while absorbed in her phone. The black Buddhist beads had been discarded on the desk, glinting in the light. Shun Ihan hesitated to pick them up and wear them on his wrist. This string of beads was obtained from the temple that Xie Guanyan constructed in Jingbei. At that time, he had just taken over a company on the brink of bankruptcy, besieged by myriad problems, burdened by immense pressure. Xie Guanyan was already quite renowned in Jingbei, known for his donations towards the temple's construction, attracting many CEOs seeking to pay their respects. He had taken a day to visit, yearning for a moment of tranquility. On that day, he knelt before the Buddha for an extended period. When he finally lifted his head, the temple's abbot stood before him. With hands clasped, the abbot said, Amitabha, what does the benefactor seek? He joined his hands in reverence. Responding sincerely, I seek the Buddha's blessing for my sister, that she may find happiness in the other world. Indeed, despite his numerous troubles, he had not sought the Buddha's assistance for himself. In that moment of supplication, his sole desire was for his sister's well-being, believing that the Buddha, being from that realm, could facilitate such matters. The abbot inquired, Is your sister no longer in this world? At this mention, his eyes brimmed with tears. Yes. She passed away in a car accident. The abbot replied, Benefactor, I perceive a connection between us. I possess a string of Buddhist beads. If your devotion is sincere, I can bless them and bestow them upon you. They shall protect your sister. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. That day, he knelt in the hall for an entire day. The abbot handed him the beads, saying, Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion be with you. Since then, he had worn the beads on his wrist without fail. Soon, he secured a significant investment, steering the company back on track, transforming losses into profits. With further capital inflows, the company expanded gradually. He had always believed that the beads had safeguarded him. By now, he had grown accustomed to wearing them, even feeling that his sister's spirit traversed back to him, owing some credit to the beads. I was wrong, sister. Seeing Lin Mo's silence, Shun Ihan disregarded the beads, his heart racing with anxiety. If you are angry, feel free to hit or kick me. Just please don't ignore me. Lin Mo remained unresponsive, pivoting in the chair to face Jiang Tang. Sister Jiang, I support you as the new president of the company. Do you have the confidence to take on this role? Jiang Tang, yes. Shun Ihan's brows furrowed, his gaze heavy upon Jiang Tang. She was a clever individual, even if she understood Lin Mo was jesting. Her response would be measured. Jiang Tang's heart raced as she uttered her affirmation. You must have confidence. This was what Lin Mo had instilled in her today. She certainly discerned that Lin Mo was jesting, yet deep down, she harbored such ambition. Lin Mo grinned widely and declared, well then, from now on, certain individuals may as well act as carefree overseers, taking their company shares and indulging in leisure wherever they please. Xin Yihan raised 4 fingers in a solemn vow, exclaiming, Sister, I shall henceforth devote myself to my work. I adore my job. I implore you, do not sideline me. A chuckle escaped Jiang Tang, who typically maintained her composure and rarely laughed. However, it was indeed amusing to hear the usually aloof and ruthless president utter such childish words, reminiscent of a primary school student. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed, casting a languid glance at Xin Yihan. Suddenly, Xin Yihan knelt in reverence, pleading for the emperor's grace. Long live the emperor! This time, Lin Mo could not contain herself, breaking into a broad smile reminiscent of her childhood games, where she would don a bedsheet as a royal and have her 3 younger brothers bow before her. Jiang Tang laughed so heartily that her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Seeing her sister smile, Xin Yihan finally relaxed, her expression softening. Lin Mo, feeling it unnecessary to remain angry with Xin Yihan, decided to show mercy for the sake of her health and said, You may rise. As Xin Yihan stood, she offered Lin Mo a cup of tea. Sister, have some tea. This one is particularly fragrant. Lin Mo, with an air of pride, accepted the cup and took a sip, confirming its exquisite quality. Xin Yihan turned to Jiang Tang, instructing, Jiang Tang, come with me. Jiang Tang's demeanor shifted instantly, feeling apprehensive. At the office door, Jiang Tang was tense, her expression grave. Xin Yihan looked down at her, asking, What troubles you? Weren't you just eager to be president? Jiang Tang bit her lip, hesitant to meet her gaze, murmuring, I. Xin Yihan's tone softened, I bear you no ill will. I rather admire those with ambition. I will consider promoting you to president of a branch office later. Jiang Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? President Xin? Do you think I would deceive you? First, I need you to assist me with a couple of tasks. A smile crept onto Jiang Tang's lips as she inquired, What tasks? Xin Yihan replied, First, fetch the prayer beads from my desk. Second, choose a few pieces of gold jewelry for my sister, and select a few attractive diamond pieces as well. Xin Yihan would never admit to her reluctance to retrieve the prayer beads. Upon re-entering the office, she stated, Sister, several senior executives are still waiting for me in the conference room. I must attend to them. Jiang Tang approached the desk, grasping the prayer beads.
Xiao Montak.
I have taken the prayer beads. Lin Mo nodded, casually commenting, These prayer beads possess quite a fine texture. Where were they acquired? Jiang Tang responded, They were not purchased. President Shen obtained them from a temple. Lin Mo dismissed the matter lightly, saying, Oh, you all go about your business. Do not mind me. The office was left with Lin Mo alone. She adjusted the boss's chair, intending to recline comfortably and watch a film. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly, and an angry female voice pierced the air. It was you who prevented Yi Han from coming to find me, wasn't it? Chapter 019. A kiss on hold. I must protect my sister. Li Huan's visit to Xingshan Group was not a first. Previously, Xin Yihan had brought her to the company, even registering her visage into the company system, allowing her access to the exclusive presidential elevator. Accompanied by her assistant, she arrived at the ground floor, where the receptionist immediately recognized her. The receptionist furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, Miss Li, what brings you here? Li Huanyu detected an unusual tone in the receptionist's voice. As a prominent celebrity, she was accustomed to eliciting excitement from ordinary staff members. Today, however, the atmosphere felt oddly different. It was evident that some woman had likely bribed someone within the company. Approaching with a frosty demeanor, Li Huanyu asked, Is President Shen in the office? The receptionist blinked. He should be. Li Huanyu lowered her sunglasses, casting a sidelong glance. Surely, I am not the only woman seeking President Shen today. The news of the president's sister distributing 2 million as bonuses to the entire company had spread like wildfire within mere minutes. Although the ordinary staff would receive only a modest sum, any gain, however small, was still a boon, especially as it was an unexpected windfall. Conversations regarding this event flourished in various groups, painting vivid scenarios of the situation. The president's sister had chastised the president for being infatuated, while he had not dared to utter a word, even relinquishing his seat for her. This indicated that the sister disapproved of the president's relationship with Li Huanyu. Li Huanyu stood in stark opposition to the sister. Indeed, the president's sister was the matriarch of them all. One was a stranger, while the other was the benevolent sister who hoped for the company's prosperity. If one were employed at this company, whom would they choose to align with? The answer was clear. They would side with the only sister. As the two women confronted each other, the tension in the air was palpable, though exhilarating. It was not what the receptionist wished to witness. Being a woman herself, she could perceive that Li Huanyu was quite formidable, and she feared that the sister might not prevail against her. Thus, she hesitated to answer the question of whether anyone else was searching for President Shen. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Miss Li, perhaps you should consider returning today?" Li Huanyu's expression darkened considerably. "Who are you to send me away?" she retorted, glaring fiercely at the receptionist. Adjusting her sunglasses upward, she strode towards the presidential elevator in her high heels. The receptionist dared only to offer verbal counsel, refraining from any physical obstruction. After all, she was but a minor figure, while both the sister and Li Huanyu were of celestial stature. She could only disseminate messages within the company gossip group. This group lacked leadership and was primarily anonymous, serving as a haven for onlookers. Emergency. It seems that since the president did not seek out Li Huanyu, she has come to the company. Sister in danger. The group erupted in commotion. Guojiao socks. Work paused. I'm off to protect the sister. Da Chong warm. Nature paused. I'm off to protect the sister. Weeds of the motherland. Kissing paused. I'm off to protect the sister. Guojiao socks. What strange elements have infiltrated? Kissing during work hours? I'll remember this. Wangzai little fist. Let us get serious. Report from the front lines. Where is Li Huanyu now? Receptionist. She has already entered the presidential elevator. As the numbness in her feet was met with a sudden jolt, she exclaimed, "The sky has fallen. There's nothing we can do." The balance was concealed from her, showing as 0. Indeed, we ordinary employees cannot access the president's floor. The weeds of the homeland murmured, "Quickly inform Assistant Jiang. She can intervene." The receptionist replied, "I just saw Assistant Jiang leave." Fragile Pineapple Heart urged, "Quickly notify her. There's a family emergency. She must return." The receptionist hastily sent a WeChat message to Assistant Jiang. "Assistant Jiang, Li Huanyu has arrived and has already gone to the president's office." Jiang Tang was en route to the nearest mall to purchase gold when she received this news and promptly turned around. Everyone in the company was now preoccupied with a single concern. With Li Huanyu present, if she were to act spoiled or weep before the president, could he possibly maintain his composure? The ancients proclaimed that a man cherishes beauty more than his kingdom. For the sake of allure, men would forsake even their realms, let alone a sister. The winds of the pillow whisper this truth. This was also Jiang Tang's worry. Though the likelihood was slim, she could not shake her unease. She could not allow Xiao and Mo to be bullied by anyone. With this thought, her grip on the steering wheel tightened, and she pressed the accelerator a bit harder. The exclusive elevator for the president was off-limits to ordinary employees, and it swiftly ascended to the 30th floor. Relying on her memory, Li Huanyu made her way to the office, pushing the door open. Upon seeing the vast office occupied solely by a woman reclining in the boss's chair, her anger surged forth. "You're the one preventing Ihan from coming to find me, aren't you?" Lin Mo straightened up, recognizing her and nodding unabashedly yes. Li Huanyu seethed with rage, stepping further inside. After scrutinizing Lin Mo, her ire intensified. She was extraordinarily beautiful, the kind whose distant perfection was even more striking up close. Without a trace of makeup, her face was a canvas of youthful collagen, appearing scarcely older than 17 or 18. How could Shen Ihan be so misleading? Taking a deep breath, Li Huanyu narrowed her eyes and demanded, "On what grounds do you prevent Ihan from seeking me? Do you realize you're a mistress?" Lin Mo's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, a smile of incredulity breaking across her face.
What did you call me?
Li Huanyu frowned. "Stop playing dumb. I advise you to withdraw voluntarily, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." Lin Mo tilted her head, intrigued. "And how do you plan to be unkind to me?" Removing her sunglasses, Li Huanyu approached the boss's chair, attempting to pull Lin Mo from her seat, but to no avail. Embarrassed for a moment, she stood beside the chair, looking down at Lin Mo. "You should know who I am. You should know how many fans I have. If I were to target you, I believe you'd understand the consequences." Lin Mo tilted her chin, blinking innocently. "Oh, so you intend to unleash your fans to cyberbully me?" Li Huanyu crossed her arms. I'm glad you understand. It would be wise for you to retreat while my temper has not yet flared. Lin Mo reclined back in the chair, feigning fear.
I am truly terrified.
Li Huanyu retorted, You hardly appear to be frightened. The scene was reminiscent of a collapsing sky being used as a blanket.
Liwanyu's brat kikanat.
Are you truly prepared to confront me directly? How long have you known Xie? I have known him for a full year. Lin Mo, who had been reclining leisurely, now sat up straight. Curiosity piqued. I find it quite fascinating. Aren't you fond of Gu Jingchuan? What is this charade? The protagonist's feelings for the male lead are unassailable, logically. Li Huanyu should not behave this way. Li Huanyu's expression shifted dramatically. How did this woman know about her affection for Gu Jingchuan? She pressed her hand against the desk, locking her gaze onto Lin Mo. This is my affair. It is none of your business. All you need to do is distance yourself from Xie. My bond with Ihan is beyond your comprehension. He invests in my films and is willing to sacrifice everything for me, even if you have already climbed into his bed.
He slapped.
Lin Mo stood up and struck Li Huanyu across the face. Li Huanyu stood frozen, the searing pain radiating from her cheek, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. You dare to hit me? At that moment, the office door swung open with a loud creak. Li Huanyu turned to see Xie. Her tears flowed even more freely, sobbing like a wilted flower, covering her face. Ihan, she hit me.
Woo-woo.
Chapter 20. Do not speak nonsense. The tall man in a black suit, adorned with a string of black prayer beads on his wrist, approached with measured steps, his expression darkening. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Huanyu's eyes as she limped towards Xie. This bold mistress dared to strike her. She was finished. There was no need for her to feign victimhood. She was genuinely wronged. Upon reaching Xie, she grasped his arm, leaning into his embrace, her sobs echoing softly. Hun, I sent you several messages, yet you did not respond. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came to the company to find you. Her assistant chimed in, Yes, Mr. Shin. Huanyu was hit by a car so severely that she did not even go to the hospital. She hurried here to find you. She was particularly anxious about you. Li Huanyu, with tear-filled eyes, continued, Upon arriving at your office, I inquired about your whereabouts, only to be met with a slap from her. Now my leg hurts so much, and my face too, woo-woo. The girl in the white dress appeared frail and pitiable, the mark of the slap stark against her skin, embodying the essence of a victim. Do not speak nonsense. A strong male voice resonated from the doorway. Both Li Huanyu and her assistant turned toward the entrance. 4 older individuals entered, 2 men and 2 women, all regarding Li Huanyu with grave expressions. These individuals were senior members of the company. They were eager to ascertain whether Lin Mo was indeed the Lin Mo who had passed away. After the meeting, they intended to ask Xie. Xie said little, merely affirming that his sister had not died but had returned. The 4 elders were overwhelmed with excitement, following Xie to meet Lin Mo. After more than a decade apart, they were eager to see her. They had not anticipated walking into such a farcical scene. Lin Mo had struck the woman Xie cherished, and she was now filing a complaint. The 4 elders feared that Xie, in a moment of impulsive passion, might bring harm to Lin Mo. The eldest among them admonished sternly. Li Huanyu noticed the aggressive stance of the group and instinctively shrank into Xie's embrace. I am not speaking nonsense, she protested. The elders hastily positioned themselves in front of the desk. One elder, a middle-aged woman with impeccably groomed hair, narrowed her eyes and retorted. If you claim you are not speaking nonsense, then that injury on your knee is surely a mere cosmetic fabrication. You cannot deceive me. In truth, it is not severe at all. Li Huanyu. Xie's eyes widened slightly in astonishment as he glanced at Li Huanyu's knee. The elder continued. Our little Mo would never strike someone without cause. Do not attempt to slander her. Another elder added, Xie, do not think to blame our little Mo. You would have to tread over the corpses of these 3 before you could dare to harm her. Just as the elder was about to nod in agreement, she hesitated, casting a disdainful glance at her companion. A malicious glint flickered in Li Huanyu's eyes. She truly wondered how this woman had managed to sway so many. However, it mattered not, as long as Xie stood by her side. She clung tighter to his arm, her eyes brimming with tears.
Broderiham, sobi-sobi.
Since everyone claims it is my fault, then it must be my fault, sob. It is indeed your fault. Xie withdrew his arm from her grasp, his tone icy. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in shock. Upon entering, Xie had merely intended to keep his promise to visit her. He had not gone, nor had he sent her message, a point where he acknowledged his fault. Thus, he had not rejected her grasp. Yet her numerous claims, especially that the wound on her knee was feigned, left him puzzled. Observing the four elders standing guard, Shin Ihan felt utterly helpless. With a flick of his left hand, he toyed with the prayer beads on his right wrist. What is the meaning of this? Do you truly believe I am the sort to discriminate between right and wrong? The four elders nodded in unison. Shin Ihan, my recent reputation indeed requires significant improvement. Little Mo, are you all right? The office door swung open once more, and Jiang Tang rushed in. She navigated around the elders to stand before Lin Mo, examining her closely. Li Huanyu did not harm you, did she? And neither did Mr. Shin? Li Huanyu, is she a ravenous wolf or a fierce tiger? Besides, she is the real victim, is she not? Shin Ihan's expression darkened further, resembling the bottom of a pot that had not seen water in a decade. What had he done to make everyone believe he would allow an outsider to harm his sister? Lin Mo blinked her doe-like eyes, momentarily confused, and shook her head. No.
Islapad Li Huanyu.
Jiang Tang's anxious heart settled. That is good. Li Huanyu, feeling dizzy with rage, momentarily forsook her image and shouted, Jiang Tang, what do you mean by that is good? Is it good that I was struck? She had long harbored disdain for this assistant and felt it was high time for Shin Ihan to dismiss her. Jiang Tang cast a cold glance at Li Huanyu. If little Mo struck you, perhaps you should reflect on your own behavior. Li Huanyu gritted her teeth, truly feeling aggrieved. So you all subscribe to the notion of victim blaming?
Do you?
Lin Mo stepped forward, her smile radiating warmth as she addressed the four elders. Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Song. Though she had spotted them during the meeting, she refrained from calling them out in such a formal setting. The eyes of the four elders sparkled with recognition, and in an instant, their noses tinged with emotion. Little Mo, you still remember Uncle Song? Oh, how we've missed you all these years, they exclaimed, tears welling in their eyes. Lin Mo beamed. Of course I remember. Uncle Li, you've become quite dashing. The elders, their sorrow transforming into laughter, adjusted their suits in an attempt to conceal their burgeoning bellies. Our little Mo's keen eye for detail remains sharp. One elder excitedly embraced Lin Mo, urging, come. Let Aunt Wang have a good look at you. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. As she spoke, her tears flowed unabated. It had been 11 long years. The little girl they had thought lost now stood before them, and who could contain their tears? These four had been among the first management team under Lin Mo's father, Shin Jian, watching over the Shin children as they grew. Their fondness for this eldest daughter was immeasurable. In those days, Shin Jian would occasionally bring his daughter to the office, and they would have gladly spirited her away in a sack. The little girl, a paragon of sweetness and intelligence, stirred their desires to raise a daughter to a fervent peak. Initially, there had been more than just these four following Shin Jian. Yet, as time passed, many pursued their own paths and departed. When Shin Jian unexpectedly passed away, the number of those who remained dwindled significantly, with only a few, mostly loyal to his brother. Shin Feng, staying. The company had been inherited from the previous generation, and Shin Jian had been viewed as a promising leader, serving as the president. Shin Feng, a man of little merit in his youth, gradually became arrogant as the company flourished under his brother's stewardship. He begrudged his brother's grip on power. Feeling stifled in his role as vice president, he began to form alliances within the company, plotting to seize a higher position. But while Shin Jian was alive, he was kept in check, unable to find an opportunity. Shin Jian's death brought Shin Feng closer than ever to the presidency. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Mo emerged. Determined not to let her father's hard-earned company fall into her uncle's hands, the 14-year-old convened a meeting of all the board members, many of whom attended merely to witness the spectacle of her audacity. To their astonishment, she exuded a commanding presence, presenting clear data that illustrated the financial losses incurred due to Shin Feng's poor decisions over the years. She unveiled the flaws in his character, demonstrating his unreliability through the lens of his personal life. In essence, she argued that Shin Feng was unfit for the role of company president. Her analysis was both logical and compelling, leaving many in awe. She concluded, I hope everyone will take this matter seriously and choose a capable individual to lead the company. Though I am still young, I will prove my worth through my accomplishments. I am indeed exceptional. She showcased her numerous accolades from competitions and her consistent position as the top student in her school, a status unassailable by her peers. While some shareholders, seasoned in the business world, might view her arguments as somewhat naive, there was no denying that she stood out among her contemporaries. Every word and action she took that day heralded a promising future for this remarkable young woman. Intelligent individuals often align themselves with a leader, primarily drawn to the leader's personal charisma and potential. Numerous board members were profoundly moved by the exceptional qualities and resilience of a young woman, promptly rising to express their support for Lin Mo, and soon, others followed suit. Shin Feng, seething with frustration, found himself powerless to mend the situation. He could hardly fathom that he could not surpass his elder brother, nor could he best his brother's teenage daughter. Chapter 021. Wonderful. There's hope. Lin Mo indeed did not disappoint. She consistently maintained the top rank in her class at the first high school. Occasionally, she would narrowly lose by a mere point or two. However, during the college entrance examination, she emerged as the top science student in Jingbei City. The employees of the company were immensely invigorated, filled with pride, experiencing a sense of achievement akin to that of watching their daughter blossom into maturity. Yet, calamity struck unexpectedly. She tragically perished in a car accident, echoing the unforeseen fate of her parents, leaving everyone astounded. Her death sent the morale of the company into a downward spiral, unable to escape Shin Feng's cunning schemes. As Shin Feng ascended, the company gradually descended into decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, with most employees departing. Only 4 founding members remained, clinging to their fond memories of the company. Shin Feng, possessing shares in the company, also desired its success. Thus he transferred the burdensome responsibilities onto Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan, possessing formidable abilities, revived the company, while Shen Feng faced imprisonment. Over the years, they felt a sense of joy, believing their perseverance had not been in vain. However, Shen Yihan's recent actions left them disheartened. With the Shen family nearly extinguished, the third son venturing into the entertainment industry, and the fourth son gone missing, they too contemplated leaving. Unexpectedly, after 11 years, Lin Mo returned, showcasing her extraordinary energy at the corporate conference. In that moment, they felt as if dawn had broken, invigorated with newfound strength, believing they could strive within the company for another 500 years. Witnessing this reunion, even the typically stoic Shen Yihan felt a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. Li Huanyu and her assistant exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Moreover, her own matters remained unresolved. For the first time, Li Huanyu, usually the center of attention, felt like a mere bystander, disregarded by those around her. Yet Lin Mo took notice. After a brief exchange with the 4 founding members, her clear, piercing gaze turned towards Li Huanyu. You just claimed we are all victims of the guilty victim narrative, did you not? Li Huanyu, facing Lin Mo alone, felt increasingly uncertain. Nevertheless, as an experienced actress accustomed to grand spectacles, she managed to suppress her anxiety. Isn't it true? You did strike me, did you not? This office belongs to Shin Yihan, devoid of surveillance cameras. She had long been aware of this, which is why she dared to utter such words. Without evidence, these individuals seemed to collectively side with Lin Mo and bully her. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, retrieving her phone and playing back the recording she had captured since Li Huanyu's entry. From her words, on what grounds do you prevent Yihan from seeking me? You are a mistress, do you not realize? Do not blame me for being impolite, and culminating with, even if you have already climbed into his bed. With a resounding clap, the scene concluded. Initially, the intention was merely to record a message for Shin Yihan, advising him to refrain from being so love-struck. However, it had now become public. The 4 elders, upon hearing the recording, turned their furious gazes towards Li Huanyu. One elder, visibly enraged, clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Do you hear that? Are you truly innocent? You indiscriminately hurl insults, threaten, and ultimately demean. Thankfully, Xiao Mo has a good temperament. Had it been me, I would have slapped you already." Another elder rolled up his sleeves, adding, "Were it not for my principles against striking women, I would be tempted to take action." Squinting, he continued, "Xiao Mo mentioned your affection for Gu Jingchuan, and you did not deny it. If you truly hold feelings for Gu Jingchuan, what purpose do you serve by provoking Shin Yihan?" Nodding in agreement, another elder remarked, "Indeed, your antics have led Shin Yihan to neglect his company, solely aiming to please you, jeopardizing the livelihoods of many." Shin Yihan felt a surge of anger rising within him, questioning how Li Huanyu's thoughts could be so sordid. Furthermore, if she genuinely cared for Gu Jingchuan, what did their recent interactions signify? A dark glimmer passed through his eyes as he inhaled deeply, manipulating the prayer beads on his wrist to regain composure. Li Huanyu's face turned as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with dread, desperately insisting, "No, no. It's not what you think. Lin Mo, with a calm demeanor, fixed her gaze on Li Huanyu, asking, "What do you suppose would occur if I were to release this recording online?" The question struck Li Huanyu like a thunderclap, and she shook her head, her shoulders trembling in fear. "Please do not post it. I beg you." The release of the recording would undoubtedly obliterate her career in the entertainment industry. If her intent to manipulate fan outrage became known, it would backfire horrifically. She was finished. In a panic, she rushed forward to snatch Lin Mo's phone. Jiang Tang positioned himself in front of Lin Mo, his voice cold and firm. "Do not lay your hands on her." Lin Mo, with her delicate fingers gripping the phone, peered around Jiang Tang to scrutinize Li Huanyu. "I am offering you a chance for honesty. What was your purpose in associating with Shen Yihan during this time?" A flicker of hope ignited within Li Huanyu as she hastily confessed, "I had a quarrel with Gu Jingchuan. He did not come to comfort me. So, I thought to stir up some rumors with Shen Yihan to provoke him." Lin Mo turned to Shen Yihan. "Did you hear that?" Shen Yihan, feeling both humiliated and furious, lowered his head in acknowledgement. Lin Mo tucked the phone back into her pocket and addressed Li Huanyu. "Your relationship issues with Gu Jingchuan should be resolved privately. Do not involve others." She referenced a saying circulating on Douyin. In novels, when the protagonists quarrel, love can mend it. Noticing Lin Mo's softened stance, Li Huanyu eagerly nodded. "I understand. I will no longer provoke Shen Yihan." With a lingering uncertainty, she inquired, "Are you truly Shen Yihan's sister?" This was the first time she had witnessed Shen Yihan displaying such humility before a girl. Although their past interactions had been influenced by her, they had never been characterized by such suppression. Before Lin Mo could respond, an elder, who had previously praised her beauty, indignantly interjected, "Yes, exactly. Those with tainted hearts perceive everything as foul. Our Xiao Mo is not of your ilk." Li Huanyu remained silent. Li Huanyu cast several glances at Lin Mo and then at Shen Yihan, her lips twitching slightly. Shen Yihan's appearance was rather distressing. Shen Yihan pointed towards the door, his voice cold and somber. "Leave." Li Huanyu wished fervently for Lin Mo to delete the recording. However, she found herself in a besieged position, devoid of any initiative. Clenching her fingers, she left in a dejected manner with her assistant. Being Shen Yihan's sister, she would certainly refrain from casually uploading the recording. Such a revelation online would be detrimental to Shen Yihan as well. It is commonplace for a CEO to be embroiled in scandals with female celebrities. Yet it becomes quite absurd if the CEO is made a fool by the very same celebrity. People would perceive the CEO as lacking clarity, which could significantly affect stock prices. The CEO's office fell into a quietude. Shen Yihan turned his gaze to Jiang Tang and commanded coldly, "Remove Li Huanyu's facial data from the company system." "Understood, Mr. Shen," Jiang Tang replied. A few elders exhaled in relief. One elder remarked, "Mr. Shen, you must keep your eyes wide open in the future." Shen Yihan nodded. "I understand, Aunt Wang." Lin Mo certainly would not expose this recording. It would be a mutual detriment. Moreover, it also involved the illustrious actor Gu Jingchuan, making the direction of public opinion unpredictable. Yet, she did not entirely concur with the elder's sentiments. She glanced at Shen Yihan. The company was significantly impacted, and it was unjust to place the blame solely on Li Huanyu. "Shen Yihan, do not think you can perfectly evade responsibility and play the victim." The youthful girl with captivating peach blossom eyes bore no trace of a smile. Shen Yihan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Lin Mo's voice was cool. "You are lost in your own romantic delusions. Just because she inquires about your well-being does not imply affection. When others call you Brother Yihan, you float in the clouds. Yet have you ever considered that if she truly cared for you, why is her demeanor so fluctuating? She is not merely toying with you." Shen Yihan remained silent. Jiang Tang blinked in surprise at Lin Mo's words. Wasn't this just a slap from Li Huanyu, with Shen Yihan receiving a double blow?
Lin Mo tak.
Not allowing her status as Shen Yihan's sister to cloud her judgment, assess the situation objectively. Much like when a woman's husband strays, she cannot solely blame the mistress. Despite any enticement, her partner's faults are significant too. The elders, upon hearing Lin Mo's reasoning, found merit in her perspective. The young lady was indeed quite insightful. After conversing with Lin Mo for a while longer, the elders returned to their duties. On their way, one elder received a message from a headhunting firm. "Mr. Song, we have finalized the salary negotiations with a 5% increase, and your position remains unchanged. If all four of you join us, the year-end bonuses will be even higher." The elders shared the news with the others. The three shook their heads in unison. "No, we aren't going. I think Starshine is quite good. With a grin, he typed a response. No need. Our young lady is back. We intend to work ourselves to the bone at Starshine. The headhunter replied with confusion. Question mark. Meanwhile, the company's gossip group continued to buzz with intrigue surrounding Li Huanyu's visit to Lin Mo. A considerable amount of time has passed, and everyone is growing anxious. At last, the front desk sent a message in the group chat. Rest assured, Li Huanyu left with her assistant in a rather defeated manner. It appears that sister has achieved a resounding victory. Guojiao's socks exclaimed, Hooray! Let's get back to work. Da Chong warmly added, Hooray! Time to relieve myself. The nation's weeds chimed in, Hooray! Let's continue with the kisses. Guojiao socks and the nation's weeds teased, You rascal, tell us which floor and department you're in. I'll find someone to deal with you. Laughter erupted in the group, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Rainy day forgetting Corn lamented, Oh, a slight sadness here. It seems President Shen and Li Huanyu are finished, right? No more gossip for us. I'm in tears. Online romance show-off, nicknamed elementary school student, reassured, don't worry. This is like the subway. Once one pair departs, another will swiftly follow. No need to panic. The front desk remarked. I have a bit of a crush on Assistant Jiang and sister. You all don't know how Assistant Jiang runs back to the office. I've never seen the usually composed and intellectual Assistant Jiang so flustered. Once shouted, Wonderful. The lilies of my hometown bloom again. There's hope. Chapter 022. He is the only one who has ever touched her heart. And so, this episode concludes here. The on-site director announced through a microphone. Gu Jingchuan stretched lazily, fatigued and turning his neck. To him, recording a variety show was even more exhausting than filming a movie. In movie shoots, there are ample breaks. But the intensity during variety show recordings demands constant mental alertness. This was merely a pre-recorded show, and he was set to engage in a live broadcast afterward, which was somewhat bothersome. As the recording wrapped up and he stepped out of the studio, he noticed that night had fallen. His assistant handed him his phone and offered a bottle of opened mineral water, saying, You've worked hard, Brother Chuan. Have some water. Gu Jingchuan took a sip and then passed the bottle back to his assistant, opening his phone to check WeChat messages. Li Huanyu still had not responded to his messages. And he furrowed his brow. There should be a limit to sulking. She was truly overdoing it. Not wanting to send any further messages to Li Huanyu, he continued browsing through other notifications. Due to the tight schedule of the variety show, he hadn't checked his phone much throughout the day, even eating in the studio. As a result, there were numerous unread messages on his device. Some were from his manager regarding work, while others were invitations from various female celebrities to dine or socialize. Gu Jingchuan replied to these messages with a dismissive air, his demeanor radiating arrogance. He was wealthy and influential, with millions of fans. And surrounded by women vying for his attention, Li Huanyu should certainly feel a sense of urgency. Suddenly, he noticed that his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, had sent 2 messages. Wasn't he that kid supposed to be in school? Did he have time to send me WeChat messages? Curiously, he opened them to find that his brother had encountered a girl who resembled his high school girlfriend. Gu Jingchuan paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. His high school girlfriend? Who could it be? Lin Mo? Under normal circumstances, he would have clicked to view the photo, but he lacked the mood to do so now. The conflict between him and Li Huanyu was rooted in Lin Mo. It was quite amusing to think that a dispute arose over someone who had passed away over a decade ago. Li Huanyu had sulked for several months over this matter. Women are indeed troublesome. He typed back, Focus on your studies instead of daydreaming. There were very few who resembled Lin Mo. Her beauty was extraordinary. The kind that leaves an indelible mark on one's memory. Unfortunately, she passed away at a young age. He had exerted great effort to pursue her and had even planned to confess his feelings, yet in the end, they never held hands as she was gone. A hint of regret flickered in Gu Jingchuan's eyes as he sighed. In truth, when Li Huanyu asked him whom he loved more that day, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. She was his first love, the only girl he had genuinely devoted himself to pursuing. Li Huanyu was the most captivating woman he had encountered in recent years, delicate and beautiful. The two were hardly comparable. However, if Li Huanyu were to ask him again, he would declare his affection for her, for he was a pragmatic man. Moreover, he no longer harbored feelings for Lin Mo. After more than a decade, who could still be enamored with someone who had passed away? As he settled into the car returning to the hotel, this variety show was not being filmed in Jingbei, but in another location, necessitating a hotel stay. Gu Jingchuan checked his messages once more. At that moment, Gu Jingzhou replied, Just finished class. She really resembles her. I'm not lying. The more I think about it this afternoon, the more it seems true. With a casual air, Gu Jingchuan replied, she has been gone for over 10 years. You were merely 5 or 6 when she passed. How can you remember so clearly? You must be mistaken. Gu Jingzhou retorted, I was young then, but in the years following her death, your phone's wallpaper was always her picture. I borrowed your phone every day to play games. It's hard not to remember. Gu Jingchuan attended university in Jingbei as well, commuting home daily. When this matter was brought up, a slight frown creased his brow. Had he truly been so infatuated back then? He had forgotten. Though that doesn't impede you from pursuing other girls, Gu Jingzhou sent another message. Gu Jingchuan replied, shut up. That last part was unnecessary. He recalled that during those university years, he indeed had Lin Mo's photograph as his screensaver. When other girls inquired, he would claim it was a picture from the internet. His reason for using it was not solely out of nostalgia. There were deeper motives. Contemplating this, Gu Jingchuan's gaze darkened. Gu Jingzhou messaged again, but honestly, the way this girl approached me was quite unique. She's not even from our school. My charm must be quite substantial. Gu Jingchuan retorted, stop being so conceited. No dating in high school. Focus on your studies. Gu Jingzhou replied, I know. I understand my limits. He was his mother's hope, and he would undoubtedly study diligently. This episode was merely a fleeting distraction for Gu Jingchuan, who felt somewhat fatigued. He silenced his phone and rested his head against the car seat. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to Lin Mo. According to his brother, this girl who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo had an entirely different personality.
Lin Montag was inherently prude.
She would never take the initiative to approach a boy or develop feelings for one. He had been the only one to have ever captured her heart. As the evening drew near, it was advised to retire early. I heard from Jiang Tang that you visited Gu Jingchuan's younger brother today. Please refrain from constantly labeling me as love-struck. Gu Jingchuan is hardly a paragon of virtue, so do not harbor any fondness for him. Shen Yihan brought the car to a stop in front of the villa, ultimately expressing what had been on his mind. Lin Mo pouted. Who told you that I still have feelings for Gu Jingchuan? I do not. I have my own reasons for my actions. You needn't concern yourself. Shen Yihan thought to himself. He could manage his sister's affairs, and she was willing to be guided, but when it came to her matters, he found himself utterly powerless. No one could alter the convictions she held steadfastly, a truth Shen Yihan had known since childhood. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, let out a slight sigh, and glanced at the back seat. Lin Mo wished to discuss the matters concerning her fourth brother with her second brother. Yet he was presently inundated with work at the company. She preferred not to burden Shen Yihan with her fourth brother's troubles. As she had no pressing engagements lately and was determined to investigate this on her own, confident that results would soon follow. Lin Mo unbuckled her seatbelt and alighted from the vehicle. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several gift bags being extended towards her by a hand adorned with black prayer beads. In a swift maneuver, she returned to the car, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For me? Shen Yihan illuminated the interior of the car, the black beads glimmering softly in the light. What else could it be? Open it and see if you like it. Lin Mo hurriedly tore open the package, and her gaze was met with a dazzling array of golden treasures that nearly blinded her. There were 2 exquisite diamond rings, radiating brilliance, and 3 pieces of gold jewelry, a simple gold bangle, a dog-shaped gold pendant, and a large gold nugget shaped like the god of wealth. Lin Mo's smile broadened, her delight palpable. I absolutely adore these. Thank you, Jingquan, for choosing such exquisite gifts. Did you select them yourself? Shen Yihan was eager to claim credit for the gifts, but Jiang Tang was seated in the back. Actually, Jiang Tang picked them out, Shen Yihan replied candidly. Lin Mo beamed brightly, glancing back at Jiang Tang. I knew it was your refined taste, Jiang Jia. This bangle is for you. She extended the hefty gold bangle towards the back seat. Jiang Tang shook her head. I cannot accept this. It is a gift from Mr. Shin to you. Lin Mo leaned halfway into the back seat, fastening the bangle onto Jiang Tang's wrist. See how lovely it looks. He gifted it to me, and I am gifting it to you. It isn't a problem. Besides, I'm heading to school soon. I cannot wear such a grand gold bangle there. The cool touch of the gold spread warmth through Jiang Tang's heart. Yet she hesitated to accept such a lavish gift. Shen Yihan's voice broke through. If it is given to you, you should keep it. Your reluctance makes it seem as though I, as your boss, am being stingy. He recalled how, during festive seasons, He would have Jiang Tang prepare gifts for clients while ensuring he received a similar token, all covered by the company. Jiang Tang lifted her head. Mr. Shen is certainly generous towards me, but this is a gift from Xie Mo. She is still just a child. Lin Mo raised her chin defiantly. Jiang Jie, I understand. You are implying that I am quite poor, aren't you? Humph. Do not underestimate a young girl's worth. Both Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang burst into laughter.
All right.
Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, Xiao Mo, and thank you, Mr. Shen. Jiang Tang's fingers unconsciously traced the bracelet, contemplating how to reciprocate Xiao Mo's kindness. She resolved to work even harder, aspiring to elevate Xingshan to new heights. After alighting from the vehicle with her gift, Lin Mo took out her phone to message Xie Guanyan, requesting him to come and open the door. Xie Guanyan appeared promptly. The handsome man clad in a crisp white shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, adorned today with a black tie, exuding an alluring sense of restraint. Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang greeted him. Xie Guanyan offered a warm smile, following Lin Mo inside. Jiang Tang furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring under her breath, "In such a grand villa, is there truly no servant? Why did Mr. Xie personally come to open the door?" Chapter 023. Cheese Turkey Noodles. As the villa's grand door closed, two figures, one tall and one short, vanished from view. Shen Yihan turned and said, "Come, I will drive you back."
Jiang Tang not dead.
Approaching the driver's seat. "Let me drive, Mr. Shen." Shen Yihan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'll take you home without getting out." Soon, the sleek black Bentley halted outside an aging residential complex. With his hand resting on the steering wheel, adorned with prayer beads, Shen Yihan frowned slightly. "Why do you reside in such a dilapidated place? With your assistant's salary and year-end bonus, affording a decent apartment in Jingbei should be quite manageable." Jiang Tang smiled. "I live with my parents. Thank you for driving me back, Mr. Shen." Shen Yihan refrained from further comment on her circumstances, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As Jiang Tang turned to leave, she suddenly bent down, addressing the man in the car. "Mr. Shen, my condolences." After speaking, she strode away, her tall, ethereal silhouette elongated beneath the dim streetlight. Shen Yihan momentarily felt dazed before realizing that Jiang Tang referred to Li Huanyu's exploitation of him. He had indeed invested genuine feelings in Li Huanyu. During that period, he was inexplicably infatuated, his mind consumed by thoughts of her. Hearing her openly admit that she had used him to provoke Gu Jingchuan had indeed cast a shadow of sorrow upon him. Shen Yihan's expression turned colder, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. He retrieved his phone, opening WeChat and navigating to Li Huanyu's chat. Tapping the upper right corner, he selected to delete the contact. At merely 26, he could afford to set aside romantic entanglements and prioritize his career. Xie Guanyan had achieved such success without letting any woman derail his ambitions. He should take Xie Guanyan as his role model. Another message pinged on WeChat, this one from Si Hun, who had a knack for understanding life. "If you're feeling down, tell me, and I'll take you out for a wild night on the town. Just bring money." The aloof man's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "No need. I'm not that fragile." Si Hun responded, "True. You're not like me, the delicate emperor." Shen Yihan. Upon seeing the ellipsis from Shen Yihan, Lin Mo erupted into laughter while seated on the sofa. "How pitiful. He's heartbroken before even falling in love," she sighed, shaking her head. "Who hasn't he experienced heartbreak before love?" A warm, melodious voice descended from above. Lin Mo lifted her gaze, encountering the strikingly handsome man's impeccably sculpted jawline. Adorning his delicate wrist was a Patek Philippe watch, its black elegance a stark contrast to the vibrant fruit platter he held. The exquisite watch exuded opulence, while the colorful assortment of fruits created an oddly harmonious tableau. With a slender waist, he placed the fruit platter on the coffee table and settled into the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap. "How gossipy." Lin Mo scoffed, yet her hand instinctively reached for the fruit platter. "Why should our President Xie personally retrieve it? Let me indulge." Grabbing a few raspberries, the sweet tart sensation cascaded over her taste buds, bringing her delight. She had returned home late the previous night, heading straight to bed. Today, however, she was back by 8, habitually sinking into the sofa to play on her phone. This was indeed a familiar routine during summer vacation in her senior year. She often lounged on this very sofa, immersed in books or her phone. The sofa's texture was exquisite. One sank into its embrace, a perfect cocoon of comfort. Last night, she hadn't noticed, But now she realized that the diligent housekeepers and butler who occupied the villa during the day were absent in the evening. Where are the housekeepers? Lin Mo inquired casually. Xie Guanyan's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, his tone gentle. They finish work at 8. Lin Mo popped another slice of orange into her mouth, surprised. This villa has several staff quarters. Why not let them stay here? It would certainly make your life easier. Xie Guanyan's deep, beautiful eyes peered over his glasses. I am capable of taking care of myself. I don't require them to live here. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes. Although Xie Guanyan was undeniably wealthy, his lifestyle remained commendably modest. He had not succumbed to extravagance after acquiring wealth, even residing in this old villa. That said, if you get hungry in the middle of the night, there won't be anyone to prepare a late-night snack. You're craving a midnight snack? Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses, his voice clear and melodious. Lin Mo paused, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her smile.
Oh.
That wasn't my intention. I was just making an offhand comment. What do you want to eat? Cheesy turkey noodles. Only upon uttering the words did Lin Mo realize her oversight. She scratched her head. I had dinner with Shenny Han after work at around 5. So, I'm a bit hungry now. Her stomach chose that moment to grumble audibly. Lin Mo's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, and she quickly added, After all, I'm only 18 and still growing. It's normal to get hungry quickly, don't you agree? During her senior year, she often ate 5 to 6 meals a day, her active mind necessitating rapid energy consumption. Indeed, it's quite normal. I, too, am feeling hungry. I had completely forgotten that I hadn't had dinner, as I was tied up in meetings. Xie Guanyan rose, his tall shadow stretching over Lin Mo beneath the opulent chandelier in the living room. Lin Mo, with her alluring, upturned eyes, tilted her chin to gaze at him. Then you should thank me. Xie Guanyan turned his head, his penetrating gaze resting on her delicate face, affection shimmering in his eyes. Thank you, he replied with a warm smile, the small brown mole on his nose appearing exceptionally charming in the light. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to share such close moments with you. This is something he could scarcely have dared to dream of. Lin Mo merely jested. Yet to her surprise, Xie Guanyan genuinely expressed his gratitude, his excitement palpable. What would you like to eat? I only need a little taste, I'm not picky. A glimmer of light danced in Xie Guanyan's dark eyes. I happen to crave turkey noodles. Lin Mo was taken aback by how similar their tastes were, feeling a surge of delight. All right, then you go ahead and prepare it. Xie Guanyan's gaze remained fixed on her face, a charming smile gracing his lips. As you wish, my lady. His voice, rich and melodious, fell into Lin Mo's ears like a gentle caress, stirring a delightful sensation within her. Her heart fluttered in response. Though she was the tenant and he the landlord, Lin Mo had never contemplated cooking herself, for she lacked the skill and experience. Even during tumultuous times when her uncle frequently caused disturbances and the housekeeper resigned, it was her younger brother who took charge of the cooking, a person of considerable self-worth. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at this moment, especially given her previous adversarial relationship with Xie Guanyan. Rising from the sofa, she followed in his footsteps. Allow me to assist you. No need, Xie Guanyan replied, turning to her. It's quite simple, it will only take a few minutes. Lin Mo, accustomed to yielding, took a few steps back and retreated to the sofa. All right then. Before long, 2 bowls of visually appealing and fragrant cheese turkey noodles were presented on the dining table. The combination of turkey noodles and creamy cheese left Lin Mo utterly enchanted, though the spiciness made her sweat and gasp. Noticing Xie Guanyan across the table watching her intently, she blinked her alluring eyes and quipped, Welcome to China has size. Her delicate lips were now tinged with a rosy hue, appearing even fuller and more lustrous. As she gasped, the pink tip of her tongue was clearly visible. Xie Guanyan swallowed hard, lowering his gaze to hand her a glass of water, his tone playful. Sai champion, have some water. With a gulp, Lin Mo finished a generous glass of water, unaware of when Xie Guanyan had poured it. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. How is it that you remain unfazed by such spiciness? Lin Mo asked in genuine admiration. Xie Guanyan had eaten more than she had, yet he maintained an air of elegance and refinement. The small mole on his nose subtly twitched, while his $1,000,000 watch gleamed in the light, giving him the appearance of someone indulging in a fine dining experience. Savoring each bite of his turkey noodles, Xie Guanyan smiled gently. I used to eat it often. I've grown accustomed to it. Not wishing to prolong the topic, he casually inquired, Are you planning to continue your studies, or? Lin Mo replied honestly, I intend to continue my studies, retaking my senior year to attempt the entrance exam for Tsinghua University once more. Suddenly, her phone on the table chimed repeatedly. She picked it up with her slender, pale fingers. It was a WeChat message from Zhang Shua. These few are quite mischievous at Izhong. I've captured their photos. Chapter 024. Mind your own business in society. Lin Mo opened each photo carefully, examining them closely, but none featured her fourth brother. Although she passed away when her fourth brother was merely 6 years old, she could still recognize his facial contours and expressions. At that time, he was an adorable little chubby boy. She typed a reply. Thanks, it's quite late. You should rest early. Zhang Shou responded promptly. I'm still working on my exam paper. Shortly thereafter, a photograph arrived, depicting a mathematics exam. Lin Mo scrutinized the questions, her brows furrowing slightly. You should sleep early. Not a single answer is correct. It would be futile to complete it. Zhang Shou replied, no way. I checked the answers. He was taken aback by such an assessment of the paper he had labored over for an hour. Moreover, Lin Mo had replied within minutes of receiving the photo. Was she being too hasty? This was a practice exam he had purchased himself, and it was the first time he had attempted it. Flipping to the answers on the last page, he cross-checked them one by one. 1 minute later, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Indeed, not a single answer was correct. I didn't realize you were such a top scholar. I am in awe. By the way, which school do you attend? Lin Mo chuckled. It's best not to inquire too much about matters outside. Zhang Shua asked, who are you chatting with? Xie Guanyan observed the girl's upward curving lips, his elegant brows slightly furrowing. From number 1 high school. You wouldn't know her. Lin Mo set her phone aside and continued to enjoy her turkey noodles. Beneath the table, Xie Guanyan's fist clenched with intensity, the unhealed wound on his palm pricked by his nails, his long, dark eyelashes obscuring the shadows lurking in his eyes. She still held feelings for Gu Jingchuan. In order to get closer to him, she had initially approached Gu Jingzhou. But what could he do? Hurting Gu Jingchuan would only bring sadness to Shanshan. Fortunately, Gu Jingchuan had yet to meet Shanshan. If only the two could remain forever apart. His eyelashes fluttered, and his deep, shadowy gaze fell upon the girl. She was bowed over her noodles, revealing a slender, pale neck. How he longed to confine her, ensuring she would never meet Gu Jingchuan. A chill inexplicably crept along his neck, a damp sensation. Lin Mo lifted her head and encountered the handsome man adjusting his glasses with a single finger. The small mole on his high nose was alluringly captivating. With a warm smile, he asked, would you like more? The dining table was not large, placing them in close proximity. Lin Mo often found herself momentarily entranced by Xie Guanyan's stunning beauty, as she was now. She quickly dismissed the peculiar sensation that had just washed over her. No. This bowl is sufficient. Listen to me. Thank you. After showering, Lin Mo sprawled on her bed, her fair, straight legs raised as she performed exercises to slim down. This was a compensatory act following a late-night snack, primarily serving as a psychological comfort. Gazing at the ceiling, she pondered that she had discovered another virtue of Xie Guanyan. He was an excellent cook. Time swiftly passed to the next day. In the morning, Lin Mo descended to find Xie Guanyan in the kitchen once more. It appeared that the head chef had other engagements that morning. She helped herself to a generous bowl of wontons filled with century egg and lean pork. After finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. I've seldom encountered such a filling. Where did you buy it? Today, Xie Guanyan donned a pristine white suit paired with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of purity and refinement. The filling is prepared by the butler himself, he replied gently. Lin Mo gave the butler a thumbs up, exclaiming, Uncle Butler, you are truly remarkable. The butler's lips twitched in response, humbly acknowledging the compliment. Yet, it was indeed an overstatement, as it was not he who prepared the meal. It was Xie Guanyan who had instructed the procurement of the ingredients the previous day and had risen early to make the dumplings himself. The sight of a billionaire rising at dawn to prepare dumplings was as astonishing as his previous endeavor of simmering chicken soup. Such extraordinary acts were unseen and unheard of. The butler found himself perplexed as to why his master did not simply claim the credit for his culinary efforts. This morning he posed the question. Xie Guanyan, with his slender fingers deftly handling the dumpling wrappers, replied nonchalantly, she doesn't tea like me. This statement nearly brought tears to the butler's eyes, piercing his heart with a painful realization. So that was it. If the object of one's affection does not reciprocate, all efforts may only serve to evoke self-delusion, becoming mere pressure in their eyes. Thus, In order to spare the young lady any discomfort, the master chose silence, expressing his kindness through actions alone.
Oh, au poignant.
The master, in his prime, engaging in pure love. This reminiscence transported the butler back to his college days when he would bring breakfast not only for the girl he admired but also for her boyfriend. He recalled how, upon graduating, he had assisted his beloved with rent, enabling her to cohabit with her partner. It dawned on him that his esteemed master was of the same ilk. In their eyes, love was a grand endeavor, regardless of how others perceived it. Just as they finished their meal, Xie Guanyan arrived. Lin Mo returned the dishes to the kitchen, bidding farewell to Xie Guanyan and the butler. The butler, with a cheerful smile, said, "Goodbye, Miss Lin. Take care on your way." Turning back, he noticed his master's gaze fixated on the young lady's retreating figure, utterly motionless. The butler shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for his master. He, too, lamented his own missed opportunity to utter the classic line, "You are the first woman to have him make chicken soup." Moreover, he had yet to express, "It has been a while since I've seen the master smile." His master was a genuinely good person, gentle in temperament and often smiling, albeit with a hint of artifice. Lin Mo entered the car, and Xie Guanyan offered her a food container, stating, "You must be hungry since you had an early dinner yesterday."
Please eat something.
The breakfast that Jiang Tang had brought earlier had been consumed entirely by him. Unexpectedly, Xie Guanyan had brought more today. "I've already eaten," Lin Mo replied. Xie Guanyan nodded knowingly. "So, the chef at Mr. Xie's residence prepared breakfast for you?" Lin Mo shook her head. "No, it was his own cooking, and it was delicious." Xie Guanyan's eyes widened slightly. "Aren't you usually not fond of sandwiches or cereals?" His sister had always preferred soupy breakfasts, such as noodles and dumplings. However, the typical breakfast for modern office workers consisted of cold meals. Xie Guanyan seemed like the type to favor such cold fare, as elite individuals often did, accompanied by a freshly brewed Americano. As Lin Mo fastened her seatbelt, she remarked, "You don't know, Mr. Xie's taste is quite similar to mine. He enjoys noodles and dumplings in the morning and turkey noodles for late-night snacks. He is quite skilled at making them." Xie Guanyan, fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his wrist, was taken aback and asked, "Who transformed the billionaire into a chef?" Lin Mo laughed heartily. "I couldn't tell you, but it seems his chef has been occupied these past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken to the kitchen himself." Xie Guanyan turned to glance at the villa's grand entrance, contemplating Mr. Xie, a man not only adept at amassing wealth, but also leading in philanthropy, and surprisingly, a skilled cook, truly a paragon of perfection. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Xie Guanyan, you mustn't fall for Xie Guanyan. He has an affinity for women, as you well know." Xie Guanyan, with a slight twitch at his temple, replied, "I merely intend to regard him as a role model, dedicating myself entirely to my career." Lin Mo felt reassured. "Well then, that's acceptable. You should learn from him." Nodding, Xie Guanyan started the vehicle, broaching another topic. "It's quite peculiar. There are no villas for sale in this vicinity." Jiang Tang inquired about several, but none are available. Initially, Lin Mo thought Xie Guanyan might be difficult to interact with. Yet over the past few days, she discovered him to be exceedingly amiable. His previous indifference during high school was likely a byproduct of his position as the top student. Now, free from such rivalry, he treated her with a gentle and refined demeanor, as refreshing as a spring breeze. "It's all right. Xie Guanyan is quite pleasant to be around. If you're busy and can't pick me up during the day, that's fine. I can stay at the villa. He likely won't find me bothersome.
Besides,
I plan to go to school early and return late, so you needn't worry about transportation. Perhaps you could inquire if anyone nearby knows a reputable doctor specializing in sleep disorders. That would be a more fundamental solution. Though I've seen many doctors previously to no avail, perhaps there are new remedies available now." "All right," Xie Guanyan responded. Jiang Tang took a taxi to the office that day. As usual, the receptionist greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning." The receptionist suddenly noticed a sparkling gold bracelet adorning Jiang Tang's wrist, a rare sight for her. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Are you getting married, Assistant Jiang?" Jiang Tang furrowed her brow. "Why do you ask?" The receptionist pointed at her wrist. "That bracelet resembles wedding jewelry." In truth, wearing a gold bracelet does not necessarily imply an engagement, yet given that Assistant Jiang rarely adorned herself with jewelry, the bracelet seemed particularly significant. Raising her hand, a smile graced Jiang Tang's lips. "No, it's a gift from Xiao Mo." With that, she strode hastily toward the elevator, eager to commence her work. completely oblivious to the receptionist's astonished expression. Instantly, the receptionist shared the news in the gossip group. Ah, sister gifted assistant Jiang a magnificent gold bracelet. She cherishes it on her wrist. I'm swooning. Responses flooded in swiftly. What a banquet of news. I'm utterly captivated. And I wish to befriend assistant Jiang. She's working while I'm off with her sister. Days passed without Lin Mo receiving any valuable information. Each day, she texted Gu Jingzhou, "Has anyone caused trouble for you today?" Gu Jingzhou's cool demeanor responded with a succinct no. Zhang Shua also reported Gu Jingzhou's every move to her, confirming that no conflicts arose. It could be said that Gu Jingzhou was indeed a diligent student, earnestly focused on his studies, attending to his needs, and engaging in meals. Lin Mo found herself at a loss. Every morning, she would indulge in breakfast courtesy of Xie Guanyan, and during the day, she would immerse herself in her studies within Shen Yihan's office. 11 years had passed, and the format of the college entrance examination had evolved. She needed to engage in her studies and practice diligently. Her aspiration remained steadfast, to become the top scorer in the Jingbei examinations. In the evenings, she would occasionally savor the late-night snacks prepared by Xie Guanyan or those he brought back from outside. Although she had informed Shen Yihan that he need not come to fetch her, he still feared that Xie Guanyan might think he was being insincere. So either he or Jiang Tang would pick her up for work each morning. Lin Mo was indifferent. She could thrive anywhere during the day. One evening, while seated on the sofa enjoying some fruit, she received a message from Zhang Shua. This Sunday, our school will have a friendly basketball match against other schools. Would you like to come? Chapter 025. Irresponsibility Unveiled. Lin Mo speared a piece of dragon fruit and placed it in her mouth, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. The Jingbei High School had always upheld the fine tradition of balancing study with leisure, and it was surprising that after all these years, it remained unchanged. She bit into the fruit, typed a reply, "Is Gu Jingzhou participating?" Zhang Shua quickly responded, "Yes, he is the captain of our school team." Lin Mo was taken aback by how exceptional Gu Jingzhou's brother was, excelling in both academics and sports. Especially considering that Gu Jingchuan had once been at the bottom of his class. Perhaps the family believed they had wasted their resources on the older brother, opting to nurture the younger one instead. If Gu Jingzhou was attending, then she would certainly go. In the fervor of the basketball match, youthful exuberance and surging male hormones often lead to conflicts. Which high school is the first high school playing against?
Lin Montag inquiret.
Zhang Shou replied. The third high school. The one with poor academic performance. Lin Mo typed with one hand. All right, see you then. Suddenly, a soft gasp interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see the handsome man frowning slightly, his dark eyes fixed on the coffee table. Following his gaze, she noticed a delicate wrist adorned with a green Patek Philippe watch, leading down to a fair and attractive hand with faint blue veins that exuded an extraordinary allure. At that moment, a silver fork was lodged into his hand. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. She quickly withdrew her own hand, only to discover two tiny puncture wounds on the back of that exquisite hand. In an instant, she felt as though the sky had fallen. How strong was this hand? In her distraction, she had inadvertently jabbed the fork into Xie Guanyan while attempting to spear her fruit. Xie Guanyan had impeccable habits, often cutting fruit while working, and she had simply taken advantage of his practice. Now, it seemed her fruit-eating days were over. She feared she might be expelled from the premises. With a clatter, Lin Mo hurled the fork 3 meters away. I'm so sorry. I didn't TC, she exclaimed urgently. Xie Guanyan's voice remained warm and melodious. It's not your fault. I should have been more mindful of your fork while I was reaching for the fruit. Lin Mo was astonished by Xie Guanyan's calm demeanor, taking responsibility for the incident, leaving her feeling immensely guilty as she grasped his hand to inspect the situation. You are far too kind. How can you endure this without being bullied? This incident was undeniably her fault for being so careless while engrossed in her phone. A gentle, soft touch enveloped Xie Guanyan's hand, causing his breath to quicken momentarily, his ears flushed with warmth, and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shanshan had finally turned her attention towards him. What bliss! Striving to maintain his composure, he adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses with one hand, shaking his head slightly. It was a rarity for anyone to bully him. However, 2 small wounds were oozing blood on the flawless back of his hand, a sight that was rather alarming. Lin Mo's heart ached upon witnessing this scene, akin to the pain one feels when watching a character in a film endure a gruesome injury. She was the type who could never watch a nurse administer an injection. This fork was stainless steel, Surely, it wouldn't cause tetanus, would it? Perhaps she should call her private doctor to take a look? Xie Guanyan chuckled lightly, insisting it was nothing serious and that there was no need to summon his physician. Yet, despite his words, he showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. Even though his heart raced with a thunderous beat, he yearned for Shan Shan to hold his hand a little longer. Lin Mo, in a fluster from having drawn blood for the first time, questioned the severity of the situation, her gaze suggesting it appeared quite serious. Xie Guanyan's eyes remained steadfastly affixed to the delicate porcelain-like face of the girl before him, noting the slight tremor of her eyelashes. His tone softened considerably as he reassured her, "It's truly nothing.
Just apply some iodine."
Lin Mo lifted her gaze to him, asking where the iodine was. Ready to fetch it. Only upon looking did she notice the scholarly and handsome man's face was slightly flushed, his ears reddening as if they might bleed. She blinked her enchanting eyes, suddenly aware that she had been holding on to Xie Guanyan's hand all this while. Was it possible for a 29-year-old man to blush simply from holding hands? What an innocent man! Lin Mo thought to herself, yet she did not release his hand. It was her fault he was hurt. She could not evade responsibility. Xie Guanyan glanced towards the television cabinet and then shook his head, stating there was none at home and suggesting she order takeout. Lin Mo gently wiped away the trickle of blood with a tissue, saying, "I'll order takeout. Keep your hand still." She carefully placed his hand on the sofa while she retrieved her phone to open the delivery app. Having been in this world for over a week now, she had grown quite accustomed to this era. While at Shun Yihan's office, she could order 3 cups of milk tea in a single day. She had purchased a bottle of iodine, along with cotton swabs and band-aids. This villa was somewhat secluded, and it took a considerable amount of money to entice a delivery person to accept the order. When the takeout arrived, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Typically, Lin Mo would have retreated to her room by this hour, but tonight was different. She meticulously applied iodine to the small wound, the cool sensation prompting Xie Guanyan to instinctively retract his hand slightly. Lin Mo looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with clarity, asking gently, "Does it hurt?" "I'll be gentler." Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with his other, slender hand, shaking his head. "It doesn't hurt." His body felt overwhelmingly heated while his hand remained cool. In this juxtaposition of sensations, Xie Guanyan felt parched. The girl leaned in closer, her full attention on him, which left him feeling somewhat lightheaded, as if he were walking on air. The slight pain in his hand was negligible. If he could continuously capture the shimmering attention, he would gladly endure any injury. The man's fingers were long, with distinct joints, and his nails were impeccably trimmed and rounded, the tips dusted with a hint of pink. He gently applied iodine, the red-tinged yellow hue appearing somewhat comical against the elegant pallor of his hand. After affixing a bandage, there was an inexplicable allure in his battle scars. Lin Mo gazed at him, her heart inexplicably racing. Suddenly, she became acutely aware that in the stillness of the night, the vast villa was occupied solely by the two of them. Both sat on the sofa, the sense of space diminishing. The air was infused with a subtle scent of iodine, mingled with a cool, woody fragrance. This atmosphere was undeniably intimate. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened, and she released his hand, blinking as she cautioned him not to let his hand come into contact with water to avoid infection. Xie Guanyan raised his hand to inspect it, a genuine smile surfacing in his eyes.
"All right."
After showering and lying in bed, Lin Mo felt a pang of regret for being so engrossed in her phone. Her large eyes fixated on the ceiling as she pondered. She had discovered another virtue of Xie Guanyan, his emotional stability. Morning soon dawned. As Lin Mo descended the stairs, she found Xie Guanyan in the kitchen once more. She dashed over with urgency, exclaiming, "Why are you making breakfast again? Your hand shouldn't touch water." Seeing her concern, Xie Guanyan felt a surge of joy. "It's fine. The butler will assist me with the washing." The butler nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll take care of it." He was unaware of how the injury occurred, yet he understood that as long as his employer had one functioning hand, he would not forsake the opportunity to rise early and prepare breakfast for Miss Lin. Initially, he presumed that such culinary efforts would be sporadic. Yet it had been over a week of unwavering dedication. Each day brought a new variety, ensuring Miss Lin never grew weary of the meals. He also perceived that Miss Lin lacked neither wealth nor affection, her brother being quite affluent and caring. "All right then, allow me to assist you. I have nothing pressing to attend to," Lin Mo offered, glancing at Xie Guanyan's hand. She wondered how he had managed to bathe last night. Speaking of which, she shook her head to dispel the distracting thoughts. "No need, the butler can handle it." You just wait outside, Xie Guanyan replied, deftly slicing carrots. His cool, elongated fingers looked particularly striking against the vivid orange of the carrot. Lin Mo, with her soft-hearted nature, relented. All right, what are we having today? Having grown accustomed to the routine, she knew the chef often had morning obligations. She had discreetly inquired about the chef's commitments, learning that his wife was giving birth, and he needed to assist with nursing. Lin Mo mused that Xie Guanyan, as an employer, exhibited a commendable humanity, effectively granting paternity leave and alleviating the burden on new mothers. We will have Yunnan chicken rice noodles today, Xie Guanyan replied warmly. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, you can make that? I'm in awe. A few days prior, she had stumbled upon a video introducing Yunnan chicken rice noodles and had saved it. To her astonishment, she would be able to savor it today. What delightful fortune! The steaming bowl of shredded chicken rice noodles was placed on the table, and Lin Mo picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. The chicken broth was rich and flavorful, with the aroma of the shredded chicken melding into the soup, and the rice noodles absorbed the delicious essence of the broth. Lin Mo nearly swooned with delight. Your position in my heart is only second to Zhao Gongming, she declared earnestly. Xie Guanyan's eyes darkened almost instantly, his brow furrowing. Who is Zhao Gongming? Lin Mo replied with a grin. The god of wealth. Xie Guanyan remained silent. Chapter 26. Is Weibo really that efficient? This morning, it was Shen Yihan who came to pick up Lin Mo. Shen Yihan preferred to drive himself unless the journey was long, otherwise, he would always take the wheel. Now, he no longer brought Lin Mo breakfast in the mornings, as she had surely already eaten. Shen Yihan often mused that Mr. Xie's lifestyle habits were quite down-to-earth, a stark contrast to the lofty image he projected. Today was Saturday, and Shen Yihan was free from the office. Sister, would you like to go somewhere fun? He asked. The sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the black Buddhist beads on his wrist, creating a shimmering effect. Let's go shopping. I want to buy a gift for Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo said, fastening her seatbelt with her fair hands. Shen Yihan paused. For whom? Then he chuckled. Sister, have you developed feelings for Mr. Xie? Lin Mo shot him a glance. Do you think I'm as love-struck as you? I accidentally hurt him last night. What? Shen Yihan's brow furrowed in an instant. Mr. Xie, didn't he get angry with you, did he? Mr. Xie was known for his gentle temperament. But one must remember that individuals capable of great accomplishments possess an inherent ruthlessness. They can appear mild-mannered until their interests are at stake, at which point they can turn on you in a heartbeat. Just like selling a house, it would waste Mr. Xie's time adjusting to a new home, so he declined.
Lin Montag explain it.
He's in a good mood. Didn't he get angry? But I feel it's my fault and I must sincerely apologize. Besides, I've been enjoying his hospitality lately. I cannot take that for granted. She had already decided on a small gift to express her gratitude. Human relationships are reciprocal, even among relatives, let alone with strangers. Shen Yihan sighed in relief. That's good. How did it happen? Lin Mo recounted the situation. Shen Yihan was somewhat astonished. I thought you returned to the villa and stayed in your room while Mr. Xie worked in his study. I didn't expect you both to sit together on the sofa. Lin Mo found nothing peculiar about it. When one returns home, shouldn't they be comfortable? The sofa I bought is incredibly cozy, and Mr. Xie is not foolish, who would work all day in an office and then retreat to their study after returning home. At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and Shen Yihan gently pressed the brake, his left hand fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. True, my fourth brother used to love sleeping on that sofa. That particular sofa had been discontinued. Otherwise, Shen Yihan would have purchased one to place in his home. Mentioning his fourth brother caused Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes to dim slightly. I hope to see my fourth brother at tomorrow's basketball game at the high school. Throughout the day, Shen Yihan accompanied Lin Mo on a shopping spree, first exploring their own mall before venturing to others. Consequently, by evening, several trending topics quietly ascended the Weibo hot search. The esteemed figure of the capital is once again seen shopping with a mysterious beauty. Shen Yihan and Li Huanyu are truly a thing. The enigmatic beauty possesses remarkable purchasing power. It was the same paparazzo who had initially been lurking in the underground parking lot, waiting for celebrities. Upon witnessing Shen Yihan carrying several shopping bags while a stunning girl beside him sipped on milk tea, he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. She seemed to be the same girl captured in a previous photograph. The paparazzo immediately abandoned his pursuit of celebrities, grinning widely as he snapped photos of the pair. That day, an assistant had been present, but today it was undoubtedly a date for the two. It became clear why Xie had been so aloof toward Li Huanyu. His affections were evidently directed toward this new companion. It is not uncommon for affluent individuals to have multiple women in their lives, often reenacting a modern-day palace intrigue. As the camera focused on the beauty's face, the paparazzo was momentarily entranced. His first thought was, how could such exquisite beauty exist in the world? Her skin was like jade, her bright eyes and perfect teeth captivating, and her distinctly contrasting peach blossom eyes sparkled brighter than the stars. His second impression was that the girl appeared remarkably youthful, making Xie seem almost aged in comparison. After capturing several images, the paparazzo inexplicably felt that he had seen those enchanting eyes before, yet could not place them. The couple's vehicle soon exited the mall, prompting the paparazzo to follow. He assumed they were returning home, only to be surprised as they switched to another shopping venue. By the end of the day, the paparazzo was utterly exhausted, but the girl remained brimming with energy. Xie exhibited remarkable patience, sincerely offering his opinions on purchases and diligently swiping his card. The atmosphere between them radiated an effortless beauty that even captivated the paparazzo. By nightfall, he could no longer keep pace and returned to his studio to share his revelations. The comments beneath the trending topics were abundant, the steadfast figure of the capital, ever surrounded by fleeting beauties. I am truly enamored by that face. She is stunning. Although she appears quite young, her stamina, shopping from dawn till dusk, resembles that of a vigorous college student with boundless energy. Who has this beauty's Douyin account? Li Huanyu must be heartbroken. The domineering CEO has found a new love. The ruthless figure of the capital and a delicate starlet. This is truly heartbreaking. What nonsense. Our Huanyu never had anything with Xie, so stop spreading rumors. Indeed, Huanyu's heart is solely devoted to her career. Men should stay out of it. 10 minutes have passed, and no one has uncovered the identity of this beauty. I am genuinely disappointed in this generation of netizens. This cannot be blamed on the netizens, as Lin Mo had yet to leave any trace in this digitally advanced era. Her Weibo and Douyin accounts were newly registered, devoid of any content, making her a pure observer. 11 years ago, the internet was not as developed, and no netizen had truly delved deeply into such matters. Those within the Starshine group were aware, yet they fiercely protected Lin Mo, refraining from any indiscreet comments on Weibo. Only a few employees donned disguises to dispel rumors. The irritable caregiver remarked, "Is the path so narrow that a man and a woman must necessarily be in a romantic relationship?" Shunmu Bao replied, "Indeed. They could very well be relatives. Let us consume the gossip with reason." Yet, no one believed them. Jiang Tang soon learned of the trending topic through his secretary and promptly called Xie, who was enjoying dinner with Lin Mo at a highly rated Hunan restaurant. As Lin Mo savored a mouthful of stir-fried beef with rice, she heard Xie say, "Sister, paparazzi have spotted us shopping, and we are now trending." Glancing at the phone on the table, Lin Mo casually replied, "Just have them take it down." Neither of them were part of the entertainment industry, making clarification unnecessary. Such an action would only reignite the frenzy, and Lin Mo preferred to minimize her online exposure. Xie found Lin Mo's suggestion as simple as drinking water, responding to Jiang Tang with a directive to remove the trending topic. After hanging up, Jiang Tang contacted Weibo's staff. In under a minute, the 3 trending topics vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Jiang Tang was astonished. Was Weibo operating with such efficiency today? Chapter 027, A Small Gift. The trending topic has been removed, Mr. Xie, reported Jin Yang to Xie Guanyan. The man, dressed in a crisp white shirt, sat on a green sofa, loosening his tie with a furrowed brow and darkened eyes. How long was that trending topic live? Jin Yang genuinely had no idea and quickly messaged Weibo staff for clarification. Moments later, he received a response. It was up for about half an hour. He truly could not comprehend what his boss was doing. Was he attempting to act as Xie mother? Not only investing in him, but also removing trending topics? He might as well transfer all his assets into Xie's name. Xie Guanyan's brows knitted tightly, shadows lurking beneath his glasses, as his palms sank deep into the sofa. Half an hour. Would Gu Jingchuan have seen the trending topic? Although he might not have recognized Gu Jingchuan's vague profile from before, this clear frontal view would be unmistakable. Provided Gu Jingchuan had not lost his memory. If he recognized it, he would certainly seek out Lin Mo, without a doubt. Although Lin Mo had gone to find Gu Jingzhou, it was possible that Gu Jingzhou had already informed Gu Jingchuan of her existence. However, Gu Jingchuan's failure to seek out Lin Mo indicated his disbelief, even though he was bound to discover that Lin Mo was alive sooner or later. He wished for that day to arrive later, much later. The handsome man's neck veins throbbed, his voice chilling to the core. He instructed the paparazzi in Jingbei, declaring, "From now on, no one is permitted to photograph the girl beside Xie." A wave of coldness seemed to seep through the phone, causing Jin Yang's back to prickle with unease. Understood, understood? The girl beside Xie? Isn't that Xie? Xie Guanyan's eyes blazed with fury, his tone icy and piercing. Am I not being clear enough? It is this girl who must not be photographed. Beyond that, I am unconcerned. It was rare for his boss to speak in such a manner, as he had never wielded his capital and influence to intimidate others, always opting for philanthropy instead. Jin Yang's heart trembled, and he responded solemnly, "Understood, Mr. Xie." After hanging up the phone, he furrowed his brow. The good news was that his boss was not retracting the trending search for Shen Yihan. The bad news was that his boss was doing so for Shen Yihan's girlfriend. The sky had fallen. Was the billionaire about to become a third party? It suddenly made sense why his boss's demeanor had been off that day. Jin Yang sighed, realizing that this was not a matter for a mere employee like him to worry about. Lin Mo returned to the villa and, as usual, called out for Xie Guanyan to come open the door. Shen Yihan stood at the entrance, both hands filled with items, waiting. Lin Mo also held a small gift in her hand. As Xie Guanyan opened the gate, a beautiful gift bag was presented before him. "This is for you, Mr. Xie." The girl's voice was bright and melodious, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at him radiantly, like a gentle spring rain soothing his heart. The anger that had surged moments earlier due to the trending search dissipated in an instant. He felt momentarily dazed, his outstretched hand faltering as he feared he had misheard. Lin Mo pressed the gift into his hand, which was still adorned with a bandage. "This is a token for you. I apologize for last night's incident, and thank you for not only renting me a room but also for letting me share your meals." The tangible weight of the gift made Xie Guanyan realize he had not misheard. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his hand holding the gift trembled slightly. She had given him a gift. The excitement and joy in his eyes sparkled behind his glasses, making his deep black gaze appear almost enchanting. Shen Yihan approached from behind, polite and respectful. "Mr. Xie, this is just a small token for my sister. She knows you lack for nothing, so she took her time choosing it. I hope you like it." A gift chosen with such care. Xie Guanyan felt a delightful tingle run through him. His breath quickened as he momentarily forgot to restrain his emotions. "I love it," he exclaimed. Shen Yihan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a forthright declaration of affection from Xie Guanyan. "I knew he would like it." Lin Mo beamed proudly at Shen Yihan while selecting the gift. Shen Yihan had assumed it should be something expensive, considering Xie Guanyan's status. However, Lin Mo had a different perspective. It wasn't that she was unwilling to spend money. It was simply that no expensive gift could truly match the value of her intentions. Xie Guanyan was eager to unwrap the gift and see what it was, but restrained himself. "Let me take your things inside." Shen Yihan's hands were laden with 7 or 8 shopping bags. "Hand them to me," Xie Guanyan insisted. Shen Yihan hesitated, wanting to refuse. But the words caught in his throat as Xie Guanyan's tone was not one that sought his permission. The aura of authority emanating from Xie Guanyan was palpable, albeit fleeting. In that brief moment, the weight of the items in Shen Yihan's hands vanished. He felt the absence of their burden and shifted the black beads on his wrist. Slightly disoriented. "All right, I shall take my leave now," he said. Lin Mo waved goodbye, reminding him to be safe on the road. The man in the white shirt, tall and long-legged, followed closely behind a slender and beautiful girl, shopping bags in hand, their shadows intertwining on the ground. Shen Yihan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. After all, she was his sister. No matter who walked behind her, they appeared as mere bag carriers. Yet, in the next moment, an inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. After all, carrying bags was a task meant for him as her brother. Sooner or later, his sister would fall in love, and there would be a boyfriend to assist her with such duties. Sighing, Shen Yihan resolved to act as his sister's servant as much as possible before their younger brother returned or before she started dating. He didn't dwell too much on Xie Guanyan helping his sister with the shopping bags. It was merely a casual act. If he were to cohabit with a girl, he would also extend the same courtesy. Once back in the car, Shen Yihan's mood brightened considerably, especially since his sister had also bought him a gift. Just as she had for their younger brothers. It was her habit to buy gifts in sets of 3. The present was a belt from the Seven Wolves brand. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the brand, the fact that it came from his sister made him cherish it all the more, and he would certainly make use of it. He hoped their fourth brother could be found soon. His sister mentioned she had been investigating the matter diligently. Chapter 028. If you don't believe it, come and see. Can I just leave it here? Xie Guanyan placed the items in Lin Mo's room and looked up to ask. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as she replied, Sure. Thank you for bringing it up. She had just recalled that Xie Guanyan's hand was still healing and had initially intended to carry it herself, but he insisted it was no trouble at all. What a gentleman he was. Lin Mo couldn't help but genuinely admire him. A small gift bag dangled from his fingers, accentuating their long, elegant shape. Why don't you open it and see? Lin Mo suggested. Xie Guanyan's deep gaze lingered on the girl's face for a moment before his well-defined fingers retrieved a small box from the gift bag. Upon opening it, a golden bamboo bead bracelet emerged, adorned with a pair of lively bamboo leaves, its matte gold exuding an undeniable sense of sophistication. What do you think? My taste is quite good. I assent to it. Bamboo symbolizes great fortune and rising success. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight, though she smiled at him. A twinge of anxiety fluttered within her as she watched the man unveil the box. Xie Guanyan was known to possess watches worth millions, and this golden bracelet was merely worth a few thousand. Moreover, men typically did not wear gold jewelry. Shenihan had sincerely suggested she purchase a golden paixio, but Lin Mo found it too kitsch and refrained. At the door, when he expressed his liking, she suspected it was merely a polite gesture.
Now.
She gazed into his eyes, eager to discern his true feelings. She watched as a smile slowly spread across the depths of his profound gaze, shimmering with a captivating light. He lifted his head, and the small brown mole on the tip of his nose appeared vibrant with his smile. Thank you, I really like it, he said leisurely. I like it very much. Absolutely love it. Lin Mo's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally settled. As long as he liked it. I didn't know what you preferred, but I adore gold, so I bought one for you as well. Look, I'm wearing a gold piece around my neck too. Lin Mo took out the golden puppy pendant from around her neck to show Xie Guanyan. It was a gift from Shenihan. Xie Guanyan gently cradled the bracelet in his palm, savoring its cool touch, his gaze lingering on the golden puppy in the girl's hand, his heart stirred with longing. How he wished to transform into that little dog, so he could remain by Shanshan's side forever. The delicate curve of the girl's neck, accentuated by the yellow chain, made her complexion resemble the purest of jade. You look splendid wearing it, Xie Guanyan complimented warmly, adjusting his glasses to conceal the fervor brewing beneath his gaze. Once he exited Lin Mo's room, he swiftly removed the watch from his wrist and donned the bracelet. He raised his hand, admiring it under the light. Akin to a child who had just received their most coveted toy, trembling with uncontainable excitement. Now that he possessed Shanshan's gift, he could reciprocate openly. She would surely accept it. How delightful. At the Jingnan film base, with a snap. Thank you for your hard work, Emperor Gu, the director announced, bowing slightly while holding a megaphone. Gu Jingchuan nodded and strode towards his dressing room. It was a night shoot, stretching from twilight until 10 o'clock in the evening. Exhausted, Gu Jingchuan felt a sense of relief only after removing his makeup and returning to the van. Brother Jingchuan, Li Huanyu's gentle voice reached his ears. He smiled and embraced her. Thank you, my dear, for waiting in the car. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead and then lowered his lips. Li Huanyu had wisely chosen to reconcile with him. Despite his busy schedule, she had come to visit him on set today. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly leaned away. Oh, Brother Jingchuan, there are still people in the car. The two assistants exchanged glances and promptly exited the vehicle.
Well.
At this moment, they actually considered us as people. Once the door closed, only the two remained, and the atmosphere inside the van grew increasingly heated. They held each other closely, their passions igniting. Li Huanyu nestled against his shoulder, murmuring, Let's head back to the hotel. Brother Jingchuan, there are so many people outside. Gu Jingchuan whispered in her ear, Isn't it exciting to have an audience? Besides, I've been keeping myself for you all this time. Don't you want to feel that soon? They hadn't seen each other for several months, and Li Huanyu's heart soared at his words. Gu Jingchuan indeed loved her. After all, he was notorious for his playboy reputation. It was truly remarkable that he had restrained himself for her. In truth, she had always known that Jingchuan was superior to Shenihan. While Shenihan was the president of a large corporation, he lacked a solid background. Being an orphan and a pampered younger brother, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. In contrast, Gu Jingchuan was not only a beloved film star but also a genuine scion of considerable wealth. Previously, her pride had been wounded. She would not allow herself to be humiliated publicly without retaliation. Both Shen Yihan and his so-called sister would feel her wrath. Her body instinctively leaned closer to Gu Jingchuan as she softly said, "Really? I don't believe it." Gu Jingchuan smirked charmingly. "You'll believe it when you're begging me to stop." 3 minutes later. Li Huanyu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Yet she managed to offer consolation. "The environment in the car isn't ideal. You've done remarkably well, brother." Gu Jingchuan touched his nose, feeling fatigued. "Once I've had a proper rest, I shall deal with you." Li Huanyu responded with a shy smile. As they parted ways, the car door swung open, and the assistant joined them, the chauffeur steering the vehicle towards the hotel. Gu Jingchuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then opened his phone to check his WeChat messages. Soon, he stumbled upon a message from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. "Bro, take a look at this girl. Doesn't she resemble your high school girlfriend?" Accompanying the message was a strikingly clear frontal photograph. The image remained unzoomed, nestled within the chat. Upon a mere glance, Gu Jingchuan's expression stiffened. Those exquisite brows, those enchanting and clear peach blossom eyes, that elegantly refined nose, memories surged forth like a tide. And Lin Mo's appearance from high school aligned perfectly with the photograph. Who else could this be but Lin Mo? He furrowed his brow and took another puff from his cigarette, typing a reply to Gu Jingzhou. "So, this is her? Where did you find this photo? I told you to focus on your studies. What have you been up to lately?" Gu Jingchuan felt a sudden surge of anger. What was his brother doing rummaging through photos of his first love? Gu Jingzhou quickly replied, "I didn't seek out this photo. It's trending on Weibo today." A paparazzo caught her shopping with the CEO. Like a tranquil sea suddenly beset by tumultuous waves, Gu Jingchuan's emotions roiled, and his heart raced. How could this be possible? Lin Mo had been gone for over a decade. This cannot possibly have been taken today. It must be the work of a paparazzo, he thought to himself. Yet, unable to resist, Gu Jingchuan clicked to enlarge the photograph, scrutinizing it meticulously. It truly was Lin Mo. Not merely a resemblance. This was indeed her. She had been both an academic prodigy and the belle of the school, proud in demeanor yet possessing a kind heart. To everyone she wore a warm smile, making her remarkably approachable. This facade led him to believe that pursuing her would be an easy endeavor, only to discover the challenge was monumental. Those captivating peach blossom eyes were her signature trait. Since her passing, he had not encountered eyes more beautiful, nor had he seen a girl more stunning than her. Gu Jingzhou, preoccupied with something, did not respond immediately. The smoke enveloped the car, creating a stifling atmosphere. Li Huanyu coughed several times, frowning at Gu Jingchuan. "Brother Jingchuan, could you please open a window?" What a dreadful habit to smoke in the car without ventilation. Gu Jingchuan seemed oblivious to her words. His gaze fixated as he uncontrollably opened Weibo. Scanning through the trending topics, he found nothing related to Lin Mo. Gu Jingchuan's brows knitted together. A wave of profound disappointment washing over him. If it truly was her. The assistant, sitting in the front, rolled down the rear window, inviting a gust of wind inside. Gu Jingchuan's cigarette ash fell, not having had the chance to flick it away. Just as he lifted his hand to do so, the ash was carried by the wind and landed on his face, leaving a slight burn. Gu Jingchuan suddenly regained his senses, casting the nearly burnt-out cigarette from his hand out of the car window. "Who told you to open the window?" he shouted vehemently. The assistant flinched, and Miss Li had been coughing. Li Huanyu was also startled, glancing at Gu Jingchuan with a hint of panic. Gu Jingchuan closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the inexplicable surge of emotions within him. After taking a deep breath, he was about to say something when his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Gu Jingzhou. "I have a basketball game tomorrow. She will definitely come to watch. If you don't believe it, come see her in person." Chapter 029. A Life Well Lived. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Lin Mo awoke, freshened up, and hurried downstairs. Each night, she looked forward to what delightful breakfast awaited her the next morning, reminiscent of the days when her parents were still alive. They shared a tender love. No matter how busy her father was, he always prepared breakfast for the family before heading off to work. Back then, she would fall asleep each night, filled with anticipation. Upon descending the stairs, she was greeted by an enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Lin Mo's appetite was instantly piqued as she dashed into the kitchen. There stood the broad-shouldered man, donning an apron. The black fabric hugged his slender waist, accentuating his charm. Lin Mo dared not gaze too long. Peeking around him, she inquired, "Mr. Xie, what are we having today?" "Beef noodles," Xie Guanyan replied, looking down at her delicate and radiant face with warmth. The housekeeper, observing this scene from the doorway, wore a knowing smile, reminiscent of a proud aunt. What was the difference between this and a loving couple? Lin Mo glanced at the bubbling beef bone soup and the tender, delicious-looking beef alongside it. Turning to the housekeeper, she gave a thumbs up. "Uncle, it's you who made the bone broth for the beef again, right? You're truly amazing. It would be a shame if you didn't become a chef." The housekeeper's eyelids twitched, and he humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all. I can't cook." "Go wait outside," Xie Guanyan said, skillfully pouring rice noodles into the beef bone soup. As he lifted his hand, Lin Mo noticed the golden bamboo bracelet she had gifted him adorning his wrist. The gold gleamed strikingly against his pale skin, accentuating the elegance of his wrist. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's eyes. She hadn't anticipated him wearing it, nor did she foresee how well it suited him. She couldn't help but feel a small swell of pride. 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles, garnished with scallions, were served at the dining table. Lin Mo took a sip and exclaimed in delight, "This is delicious. I can't stop eating." Xie Guanyan smiled gently, his gaze lingering on her face. "Indeed, this life is quite fulfilling." Lin Mo narrowed her eyes in laughter. "You've been watching TikTok, haven't you? By the way, I'm going to watch a basketball game at Yizhong today. Do you remember when we held a friendly basketball match in our senior year?" Xie Guanyan lowered his long eyelashes, staring at the bowl of beef noodles. "Yes, I remember." For Lin Mo, that memory wasn't too distant. "I recall you signed up to participate as well, didn't you?" Upon hearing that you were to participate in the basketball match, I felt a small surge of joy. "Is that so?" Xie Guanyan once again fixed his gaze upon her face, his eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. "Indeed. Your preparation for the match will undoubtedly reduce your study time, making it the perfect opportunity for me to strive for excellence." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Xie Guanyan remarked, "However, when I attended the match, it seemed you did not play. I only saw Gu Jingchuan and the others. Why did you not take to the court?" Lin Mo inquired. Xie Guanyan adjusted his silver-framed glasses, concealing a fleeting shadow of displeasure in his eyes, and replied with a smile, "I feared you might surpass me." Lin Mo, biting into a piece of tender beef, exclaimed, "I knew it. When 2 individuals are evenly matched, completing an additional set of problems signifies greater potential for surpassing the other. True rivals indeed think alike." Once they finished their meal, Lin Mo announced, "I must take my leave. Arriving early will secure a good seat." She returned her bowl to the kitchen and waved goodbye to Xie Guanyan and the butler. Xie Guanyan stood, leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and with a hint of tentative inquiry said, "May I accompany you? I happen to have a day off today, and it has been a while since I visited the school." "That sounds wonderful," Lin Mo replied, her spirits lifted. "I did not ask Shinihan to pick me up today, so it would be perfect to ride with you. Otherwise, I would have to take a taxi." Perhaps a vestige of her accident lingered, as she now hesitated to drive alone. Not having been refused, a barely perceptible thrill flickered in Xie Guanyan's eyes. "I shall go change first." In his bedroom, Xie Guanyan, with his distinctly elegant fingers, removed his glasses and placed them on the table, his glassy eyes deep and devoid of warmth. As he shed his white shirt, the defined contours of his abdomen became evident. Several stark scars marred his pale skin, startling in their severity. With one hand retrieving clothing from the wardrobe and the other typing on his phone, he messaged, "Check Gu Jingchuan's schedule for today." Chapter 030. Gu Jingchuan flew back to Jingbei early in the morning. Lin Mo sat on the sofa downstairs, awaiting Xie Guanyan's return. She replied to Zhang Shuo, who had inquired about her arrival time, "I'll be there shortly." Zhang Shuo responded swiftly, "All right, I'll wait for you at the school gate." Lin Mo chuckled. "No need, I'll drive directly into the school. Please secure 2 good seats for me." Zhang Shuo replied. "2?" Lin Mo confirmed, "Yes, I am bringing a friend along." Zhang Shuo acquiesced, "Very well then." Footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting Lin Mo to look up. The handsome man had changed out of his white shirt and trousers, now dressed in a pristine white sweatshirt and pants, exuding a refreshing charm. His soft hair fell casually across his forehead, with the silver-framed glasses still perched on his nose, emanating an aura of youthful vitality. Lin Mo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as she found herself connecting this figure to the slender, fragile boy from school years ago. 11 years had passed, and although he had changed significantly, there remained an essence of familiarity. With such a refined and ethereal appearance, he entered the school. Under the captivating gaze of the young girl, Xie Guanyan felt a tension envelop him, his back stiffening slightly. His voice, when he spoke, lacked its usual naturalness. "Shall we go?" The butler keenly observed that his master was walking in sync, almost as if he were mimicking the rhythm of his own footsteps. "Today, mister." Xie could easily masquerade as a high school senior. Once settled in the vehicle, Lin Mo teased him with a playful smile. The car was a modest silver Alpha. Understated, yet elegant. With the driver taking the day off, Xie Guanyan took the wheel himself. He turned the steering wheel with one hand, his voice warm and melodious, assuring her that as long as no one mistook him for her guardian, all would be well. Over the course of 11 years, wielding wealth and power had imbued him with a newfound confidence. Yet, the thought of walking side by side with her rekindled feelings of inferiority. Their age difference now loomed as an insurmountable barrier between them. Expressing his thoughts in a teasing manner had proven to be quite a challenge. Lin Mo possessed a unique charm. The longer one spent in her company, the more one felt at ease. She radiated warmth like a little sun, illuminating the darker corners of life and nurturing new growth. Lin Mo burst into laughter. You really do look quite mature in that tailored, white suit."
Indeed.
His attire exuded sophistication and a commanding presence. When clad in a casual hoodie, however, his aura softened considerably, augmented by the scholarly allure of his silver glasses. Noticing the band-aid on the back of his right hand, Lin Mo inquired, "Have you changed that band-aid?" Xie Guanyan shook his head. "No, I haven't." "Then pull over. I'll grab a fresh one for you." "It's best to change a band-aid daily," she insisted. He glanced at her. "No need. I have some in the car. I'll change it myself when we stop." Looking around, Lin Mo asked, "Where?" "Let me help. It's a simple task." The road was smooth, and being a Sunday, there were few commuters. She retrieved a band-aid from the small compartment in front of the passenger seat. Grasping his cool right hand, she gently peeled off the old band-aid. 2 tiny blood spots had scabbed over, surrounded by a faint purplish hue, still quite painful to behold. "It looks unsightly, but it's fine without a band-aid," Lin Mo remarked, glancing up at the man behind the wheel. He held the steering wheel with one hand, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft glow upon his handsome face. The small brown mole on his nose appeared to shimmer, exuding an alluring softness. Lin Mo found herself momentarily mesmerized. "Let us put it on. I do have a penchant for aesthetics," she said, just as they reached a red light, prompting him to turn and chuckle softly. Regaining her focus, Lin Mo blinked and tore open the new band-aid. Unbeknownst to her, she missed the way his Adam's apple bobbed and the excitement glimmering in his gaze as he watched her. She held his hand once more. With the new band-aid affixed, Lin Mo held onto the old one and asked, "Is there a trash bag in the car?" Xie Guanyan elegantly turned his long fingers. "Hand it here. I'll dispose of it once we get out. There are drinks and fruit slices in the back seat. Help yourself if you fancy a snack," he added. Lin Mo turned to look, her eyes lighting up. "Old Xie, you truly know how to enjoy life." Throughout the journey, she animatedly shared her thoughts on the changes in Beijing's northern district, and Xie Guanyan listened attentively, responding with gentle warmth. As they approached a solitary traffic light near the school entrance, Lin Mo felt parched. She quieted down, opened a drink, and took a sip of the tangy lime juice. Her favorite. The fruit slices in the car were nearly finished, and just then a notification chimed. Xie Guanyan's phone vibrated on the dashboard of the car. As they waited at the traffic light, he glanced at the screen and saw a message on WeChat. It was not the first notification. Several messages had already arrived. But he had completely overlooked them. The young girl in the car occupied all his thoughts. His attention was solely devoted to the road and her voice. At that moment, the girl fell silent, drawing his attention back to the phone. Upon reading the messages, the warm smile that had graced his face vanished almost instantaneously, and a chill settled in his eyes. Half an hour earlier, Mr. Xie Guanyan flew back to Jingbei this morning. 15 minutes ago, he has now set off for Jingbei No. 1 High School. 5 minutes ago, Gu Jingchuan is nearly at Jingbei No. 1 High School. Chapter 031. I will arrive shortly. The light turned green. Lin Mo noticed that Xie Guanyan was engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the traffic signal. She gently reminded him. Clenching his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white, he lifted his gaze, his expression still composed. "All right," he murmured, lightly pressing the accelerator as the car glided forward. Did Shanshan know that Gu Jingchuan was coming today? She probably did not. If she had, she would not have insisted on accompanying him to the high school. A girl with such innate pride certainly hadn't mentioned Gu Jingchuan to Gu Jingzhou. She wanted Gu Jingchuan to seek her out. If she happened to encounter him at the school, would she even glance at him? Certainly not. She adored Gu Jingchuan so much that she had lowered herself to approach Gu Jingzhou for him. Xie Guanyan felt a tightness in his chest. His long fingers instinctively reached for his tie, only to realize that he wasn't even wearing one today. What was this? At such a close distance, Lin Mo, despite her usual obliviousness, sensed a shift in his demeanor, as if he were troubled by something significant. Was it something he saw on his phone? The soothing sound of the girl's voice brought him back to a semblance of calm. He exhaled subtly, fixing his gaze ahead as he replied in a measured tone. It's nothing, just a minor issue with a contract at the company. Is it serious? If it requires your immediate attention, you can go. We're not far from the school. You can drop me off and I can walk the rest of the way. Lin Mo was reluctant to impede Xie Guanyan's work. After all, he was a significant figure, dealing with matters worth millions in mere moments. As they approached another traffic light, it turned red. Xie Guanyan gently pressed the brake and turned to gaze at the enchanting girl beside him. She looked quite casual today, with her long hair pulled into a high ponytail and a golden dog pendant dangling at her chest. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards that little dog. No need. It's not our responsibility, and an assistant will handle it. I'll just give some instructions. He picked up his phone again, the cool surface sending a shiver through his palm as he glanced at the bamboo bead bracelet on his wrist. He craved even a fleeting moment of Shanshan's attention. The shadow behind his glasses deepened as his fingers danced over the screen. Moments later, a response arrived. Understood, Mr. Xie. Lin Mo refrained from pressing him further. Xie Guanyan was not her Na'vi younger brother. He understood his responsibilities. Too much prodding would only evoke a maternal tone, which she wished to avoid. The car swiftly arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Strangers were not permitted entry, and the security guard approached, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Xie. Long time no see. I shall raise the barrier immediately." It was well known among the school community that Xie Guanyan had graduated with outstanding achievements, establishing a remarkable career and donating a building to the school each year. In the decades since its founding, few have matched such generosity towards their alma mater. Xie Guanyan nodded warmly. "Hello, Uncle Fong, it's been a while." The influential billionaire still regarded him with such respect, which warmed Uncle Fong's heart, making him feel that such a person truly deserved their wealth. He had served as a security guard at the school for 20 years, having witnessed Xie Guanyan's academic journey. Throughout the years, several principals had come and gone, yet he remained steadfast in his role. At that moment, he noticed a beautiful young woman seated in the passenger seat. Uncle Fong's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Xie Guanyan bring a girl back to his alma mater. "Mr. Xie, is this your girlfriend?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity. The girl shook her head, responding, "No, Uncle Fong." The barrier was raised remotely by Uncle Fong, who had already pressed the button before he could further react, and the car smoothly glided onto the campus grounds. Uncle Fong gazed at the silver vehicle in a daze. Wait, why does this girl also call him Uncle Fong? And so naturally. The image of the girl lingered in his mind, her features remarkably exquisite. No. The more I think about it, the more familiar she seems. Where have I seen her before? It wasn't just a fleeting encounter, he pondered, removing his security cap to scratch his shiny bald head. Where could I have seen her? Why can't I recall? Was she a celebrity? After much contemplation, he still could not piece it together. He replaced his hat, frowning. Goodness. Could it be that I've developed early onset dementia? Uncle Fong was still working as a security guard at the school, which surprised Lin Mo. The security personnel worked around the clock in shifts. The last time Lin Mo visited with Jiang Tang, she hadn't seen Uncle Fong. In his day, Uncle Fong was quite the character, at first high. His imposing bald head intimidating enough to send any troublemakers fleeing at the mere sight of him without his hat. Yet he was inherently just and virtuous. 11 years had passed, and he seemed less fearsome than before. Xie Guanyan replied, "Yes, he is still here. He was the one who reported the principal's scandal back in our day." Unable to contain herself, Lin Mo burst into laughter. Ah. Uncle Fong remains true to himself, forever youthful and brimming with a sense of justice. She had intended to greet him properly, but as Xie Guanyan pressed the accelerator, she barely had the chance. The car stopped in a parking spot near the gymnasium. Lin Mo stepped out, squinting against the bright sunlight, shielding her eyes with her hand. Suddenly, the brightness diminished, and she looked up to find a sun umbrella being held above her head. "How come your car contains everything?" Lin Mo marveled. "It's like a magical vehicle." Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with one hand, his tone leisurely. The butler prepared it. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight, and the attentive butler was indeed meticulous. Let us proceed, for today, a considerable number of spectators have gathered to witness the basketball match. It is Sunday, and one would expect fewer attendees at school. Yet, throngs of students traverse the path, all heading towards the gymnasium. The academic pressures at number 1 high school are immense, and such an opportunity for relaxation is one that everyone eagerly seizes. Many even carry umbrellas. The two seamlessly blended into the throng of students, appearing as ordinary high schoolers. In this familiar setting, the tall man gripping the umbrella felt his fingers turn slightly pale. At long last, he stood openly beside the gleaming figure. Despite the fact that this opportunity was one he had shamelessly seized. "Brother, you actually came? You have no performance today?" At the traffic light, Gu Jingchuan noticed a message from Gu Jingzhou. Gazing at the short distance indicated on the navigation, his heart raced. He had been preoccupied with this matter all night, leaving him little inclination to accompany Li Huanyu. In the morning, he concocted an excuse to fly back to Jingbei alone. Upon landing, he hastened to drive over, donning a hat and mask to ensure that no one would recognize him. He yearned to ascertain whether it truly was Lin Mo. The situation felt surreal, compelling him to delve deeper. "I will arrive shortly." He pressed the accelerator deeper, urgency gnawing at his insides. The vehicle surged forward at high speed. Suddenly, he noticed a car in the adjacent lane barreling towards him. Chapter 032, Fourth Brother, Shun Jianan. The violent impact sent his car veering sharply to the side. With a resounding crash, it collided with the guardrail. The force of inertia propelled him forward, and the airbag deployed, slamming him back down. The collision left Gu Jingchuan grimacing in pain, feeling as though his very insides had shifted. "Damn it! Who the hell hit my car?" he exclaimed, removing his hat to touch his head. Fortunately, there was no blood or swelling, just a lingering ache. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a loud rapping echoed against the window. A tall, burly man appeared beside the vehicle. Gu Jingchuan's eyelids twitched. His first thought was that this imposing figure might retaliate and blame him for the mishap. He had indeed been speeding prior to the collision, but the other party's speed had been even greater. Rolling down the window, he managed to suppress his urge to curse and simply asked, "Did you hit my car?" To his surprise, the burly man's demeanor was unexpectedly courteous. "I sincerely apologize. You see, my father is in the hospital and needs me urgently. I was in a hurry to find him and accidentally changed lanes, colliding with your vehicle. Are you alright?" Furrowing his brow, Gu Jingchuan exited the now damaged car. "I'm fine. You should file an insurance claim." He pulled out his phone to call a friend to handle the accident. "Are you truly unscathed?" "I don't believe it." The large man reached out, attempting to touch Gu Jingchuan's head. Reflexively, Gu Jingchuan dodged, losing a few strands of hair in the process. "I told you I'm fine. I've already summoned someone to manage this. I need to leave urgently." The burly man remained insistent. "I see that your nose is bleeding. Let me take you to the hospital. I am en route there anyway, and as a law-abiding citizen, I will cover your medical expenses." Gu Jingchuan removed his mask and touched his nose, discovering his fingers were warm and sticky with blood. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek medical attention, but today,
He had no time.
it was merely a trifling matter. He extended his hand to hail a taxi by the roadside. The distance to the first high school was less than 2 kilometers, and the taxi fare would already be at the base price. However, a burly man firmly grasped his hand, pulling him back, as if suddenly recognizing him, his eyes lighting up. You must be the illustrious Guingdi. I am your devoted fan." The accident occurred on a relatively quiet road, yet numerous electric bike riders passed by. This declaration caused several riders to halt in their tracks. The robust man was still in a state of excitement, even embracing him directly. "I absolutely adore your performance in Heartbreak. You appeared nude in it. I deeply admire your dedication to the art." Gu Jingchuan felt as though he might be suffocated, struggling to breathe. All right, let go of me." The burdens of fame included such annoyances, with an overwhelming number of fervent fans. Finally extricating himself from the man's embrace, he noticed multiple mobile phone cameras aimed at him from the roadside. Some had already dismounted their electric bikes and approached. "Guingdi? Oh my goodness. I've seen you in person. I want a photo with you."
Me do.
"My daughter adores you. Let's make a TikTok together." A middle-aged woman, phone in hand, rushed over. The face in her phone screen appeared overly edited and youthful, Gu Jingchuan barely recognized his own beauty enhanced by filters. A public figure's foremost concern is their image. He had no choice but to comply, unable to refuse with so many cameras directed at him. Forcing a strained smile and a peace sign. The number of electric bikes parked by the roadside increased, and he felt as though he was being cornered. Please, don't obstruct traffic. Everyone clamored for photos, yet he had just been in an accident. Did no one care about his well-being? The burly man's gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Gu Yingdi, let me take you to the hospital. Otherwise, you'll be stuck taking pictures indefinitely. Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the lack of alternatives. He couldn't simply run away. Besides, he lacked confidence in outrunning the sturdy man and the gathering middle-aged women. There was no choice but to leave this situation. All right, I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. The man drove a black vehicle that nearly struck Gu Jingchuan, though the front was only slightly dirty. My friend hasn't arrived. No one is attending to the accident yet, Gu Jingchuan stated. The burly man waved to his car. And another robust figure emerged from the back seat. No worries, my brother is here waiting for your friend and the traffic police. I will take you to the hospital. Gu Jingchuan's brow furrowed slightly, beginning to sense that something was amiss. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled into the car and driven towards the hospital. Throughout the journey, the burly man incessantly chatted about the films and television shows he had seen Gu Jingchuan in. Gu Jingchuan's mind buzzed, leaving no room for further contemplation. He could only send a message to Gu Jingzhou. I encountered an unexpected situation on the road and will be delayed for a while. If you see Lin Mo, please keep her here. The vehicle came to a halt at the hospital, and Gu Jingchuan was reluctant to enter. However, there was no opportunity to escape, as a burly man hoisted him up and dashed towards the hospital. Gu Jingchuan dared not shout, fearing recognition. Doctor, please conduct a comprehensive examination. I collided with him. And I am quite worried, the burly man exclaimed urgently. The doctor, momentarily bewildered, had never encountered such a conscientious perpetrator before. Upon recognizing Gu Jingchuan, the doctor's initial confusion dissipated. It became evident that the assailant was undoubtedly a fan of Gu Jingchuan. It is not uncommon for many fans to hold their idols in higher regard than their own lives. With the competition about to commence, Gu Jingzhou received a message from his brother. Frowning, he replied, "This girl merely resembles your high school girlfriend. She is not her. As you mentioned, your girlfriend passed away over a decade ago. Let us discuss it when you arrive," came the response. Initially, Gu Jingzhou only wished to affirm his own observations, but seeing how much his brother cared made him somewhat regretful for mentioning it. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Gu Jingzhou scanned the crowd for that striking figure but found no trace of her. The throngs of people obscured his view, yet he was certain she was there, after all. She adored him. He dismissed the rumors captured by paparazzi, suspecting they were merely friends of that girl. He had scrutinized the nuances of their interactions. They lacked the intimacy characteristic of a romantic relationship. It was important to note that she consistently showed unwavering concern for him. With this thought, Gu Jingzhou swept his hair back and raised an eyebrow. Are you confident, Captain? A teammate inquired. Gu Jingzhou chuckled, asserting that defeating a minor team was a trivial task. Those individuals were merely scoundrels. The third middle school was the most chaotic institution in the entire Jingbei region, notorious for its dismal academic performance. It was a gathering of students from disreputable backgrounds. Any family with even a modicum of wealth or influence would never send their children there. The first high school was rather unfortunate. Having drawn the short straw to compete against the third middle school, Gu Jingzhou felt that the presence of such students sullied the very air of their school. His mother had always advised him to steer clear of the lowly and impoverished. There, over there, Zhang Shuo exclaimed, his eyes finally spotting Lin Mo simultaneously. He noticed a tall, handsome male companion walking alongside her. In an instant, Zhang Shuo's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. The boy was extraordinarily handsome. The pair, a striking combination of beauty and grace, navigated through the crowd as if they belonged to another realm altogether. Many eyes discreetly followed them. On a second glance, Zhang Shuo widened his eyes in recognition. This man looked remarkably familiar. As they approached, he cautiously asked, "Could you possibly be Mr. Xie Guanyan, the distinguished alumnus frequently mentioned by our teachers?" Xie Guanyan glanced at the chubby boy before nodding yes. Zhang Shuo covered his mouth in astonishment. "It's really you. You are my idol." Though his academic performance was lackluster, his admiration for Xie Guanyan, the philanthropic mogul, remained unwavering. Observing the golden bamboo bracelet adorning the mogul's wrist, Zhang Shuo marveled at how wealth had indeed touched the lives of billionaires. I meticulously selected these two seats. They offer the best view. Zhang Shuo beamed, indicating their first-row positions. However, the remarkable sports hall at the school owes its existence to the generous donation of Xie Guanyan. Lin Mo uttered a soft thank you before settling down, her gaze drifting towards the center of the basketball court. The game was about to commence, and the teams from both schools had already entered the arena. At once, Lin Mo spotted Gu Jingzhou, who sported a black headband that revealed his forehead, exuding youthful vitality. Upon a second glance, she noticed a tall, slender boy standing opposite him. His long bangs obscured his eyes, and he emanated a somber, melancholic aura. Almost instantaneously, Lin Mo recognized him. He was her fourth brother, Shun Jian. Chapter 033. Has he lost his memory? Many assert that a blissful childhood can heal a lifetime, while an unfortunate one necessitates a lifetime of healing. Lin Mo largely concurs with this sentiment. Her parents tragically passed away when she was just 14 years old. She had enjoyed a complete childhood under the loving protection of her devoted parents. They showered her with affection, provided her with abundant resources, and introduced her to a myriad of experiences. As their firstborn, they seemed eager to present her with all the finest things in the world. Consequently, she grew into a confident and radiant individual, believing herself worthy of all the goodness life has to offer. Her parents served as her role models. In both their character and dealings, she sought to emulate them. Both were exceptionally accomplished, drawing admiration and praise wherever they went. Influenced by their exemplary nature, Lin Mo aspired to excel as well, yearning to be the most radiant presence in any gathering. With her parents' unwavering support and love nurturing her ambitions, she succeeded in her endeavors. When her parents passed away, her second brother was 11, and her third brother was 7. Their childhoods, too, could be deemed complete and relatively happy. Yet, it was the fourth brother whose experience was marred. At the tender age of 2, still unsteady on his feet, he lost his parents. Lin Mo tirelessly endeavored to shower him with love, striving to bring him happiness and serve as his guiding example. However, she was still young herself, merely a child, unable to provide the love of 2 parents. Fortunately, her fourth brother grew up strong and adorable, plump and cheerful in disposition. Yet, tragedy struck again when he was 6. Lin Mo was involved in a car accident that claimed her life. This incident cast a shadow over her fourth brother's already imperfect childhood. By that time, her second brother was 15 and her third brother 11. The two of them, under her positive influence, should have been capable of caring for their younger brother. Alas, fate was unkind. At the age of 7, he went missing. Lin Mo inquired about the details from Shen Han. He recounted that it was a weekend when he took the third and fourth brothers to the park for a day of fun. The weather was unbearably hot, and he instructed them to wait in the shade while he went to fetch some drinks. Upon his return, he found only the third brother. The fourth brother had vanished. They hurried to the park management office to review the surveillance footage, but the park was ill-equipped with cameras and none had captured his disappearance. Shen Han reported the incident to the authorities, but the investigation yielded no substantial leads, and the case gradually faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, Shen Han did not relent. He printed numerous missing person notices to distribute widely, yet to no avail. For many years, Shen Han has been searching relentlessly. After taking over the company and acquiring wealth, he intensified his search efforts, even publishing missing person notices online, all to no avail. Deep down, he has started to suspect that his younger brother is either no longer in this world or has been abducted to a remote mountainous region devoid of internet and television. If there were any means of communication, he would have surely seen the missing person notices. He could return to Jingbei to look for them. A mere train ticket would suffice. Yet he has not done so. Shen Han frequently receives calls purportedly from his brother, but upon verification, they are nothing but impersonations. At this very moment, gazing upon his brother who stands before her, Lin Mo is engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. He is clearly in Jingbei. He cannot possibly be unaware that Shen Han is now the president of Xingshan Group. He could easily locate the company. He could return home. So, why does he not come back? Has he lost his memory? Furthermore, how has the chubby little boy from their childhood transformed into such a slender figure? And why does his demeanor appear so gloomy? What has he endured? Her heart aches painfully at the scene, as if pricked by countless needles. Sensing the shift in the girl's emotions beside her, Xie Guanyan furrows his brow, unconsciously clenching his left fist, his fingertips probing the unhealed wound on his palm. Is she saddened by the absence of Gu Jingchuan? Should he have prevented Gu Jingchuan from coming? The handsome man averted his gaze, casting his eyes down upon the golden bamboo bead bracelet adorning his wrist, then glancing at the bandage she had applied to his hand. Shan has been so kind to him. What right does he have to hinder her from meeting someone she cherishes? He feels despicable and shameless. His Adam's apple bobbed as he pressed his fingertips deeper into the wound, the pain serving to keep him alert and restrained. If she were to discover the lengths he has gone to, she would surely be frightened and would never speak to him again. His sleep disorder is not a shield. In truth, he harbors no desire for her to suffer from such affliction. He wishes for his Shan to be forever free, unbound by constraints. Yet, he is inherently a dark and twisted individual, unable to relinquish this opportunity. This chance has already granted him so much. Taking a deep breath, Xie Guanyan called her name.
Lin Mo.
Upon hearing her name, Lin Mo turned her head. Xie Guanyan maintained a steady tone, his expression remaining consistently gentle and refined. There is an urgent matter at the company that I need to attend to. Lin Mo nodded. All right, take your time on the road. After speaking, she turned back to watch the center of the court. The match had commenced, and both sides were engaged in a fiery contest. Though Xie Guanyan's gaze longed to remain upon the girl, he eventually stood and walked away. His figure, clad in a white sweatshirt with long limbs, drew the attention of many, even surpassing the focus on the court. Yet his demeanor was cold, exuding an unmistakable air of severity. No one dared to approach him. He looks so familiar. Is that Mr. Xie? No way. Why would Mr. Xie attend a basketball game? Usually, school leaders come to escort him. Dressed in a manner that belies his true nature, the robust man insisted, it cannot be. Just watch the game. At the hospital, the doctor examined the test results and informed the brawny individual, all your health indicators appear normal and the nosebleed has ceased. There is nothing to worry about. The robust man, skeptical, pressed, are you certain? Doctor, please take another look. Gu Jingchuan turned his gaze towards the muscular man, his brow furrowing. He was now convinced that this man harbored a desire for him to be unwell. The doctor squinted thoughtfully. If he had to pinpoint an issue, it would be a hemorrhoid. You need surgery. You'll be admitted today for the procedure, the doctor declared. The robust man exclaimed loudly, cut it out. The doctor responded with an incredulous stare. Gu Jingchuan, unable to contain himself any longer, uttered, are you some kind of weirdo? Offended, the robust man felt a surge of hostility rising within him. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat message. Forget about him. Surprised by the sudden termination of his task, he refrained from asking further questions. Adhering to his principle of not causing trouble for his boss, he chuckled and said, I was just joking, you took it too seriously. Since there's nothing wrong, I shall take my leave. He turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving the doctor and Gu Jingchuan exchanging bewildered glances for several seconds. Damn it, what a lunatic, Gu Jingchuan cursed. Time passed, and he had lost track of whether the basketball game was still ongoing. Upon exiting the hospital, he quickly messaged Gu Jingzhou. Has the basketball match concluded? There was no response. Gu Jingchuan summoned a ride and headed towards Jingbei No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 034. Fantasies Before Receiving Salary. As the game progressed into its later stages, the score remained tight, and the atmosphere in the sports arena grew increasingly fervent. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixated on the slender, brooding youth on the court. She soon realized that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay a reservoir of explosive power. With each exertion, the definition of his arm muscles became apparent. These muscles were not the result of dedicated training but proved invaluable in critical moments. On multiple occasions, he snatched the ball from opposing players and exhibited remarkable shooting accuracy, successfully landing several perfect three-pointers. When he leaped, his bangs swept upward, revealing eyes as sharp as a leopard's, exuding an intensity that belied his youth. As the two schools faced off, each boasted its own cheerleading squad. The students from No. 1 Middle School fervently shouted, Gu Jingzhou, go! Gu Jingzhou, go!
Yay!
Cheer! A sizable contingent from No. 3 Middle School had also arrived, easily identifiable by their vibrantly colored hair, reminiscent of a punk aesthetic. Lin Mo spotted several sporting bright green locks. It was difficult to gauge their skill, but she wished them well. Their chants reverberated with vigor. Jian, crush them.
Yay!
Go, go, go. Upon hearing the name Jian, Lin Mo became even more certain that this was her fourth brother. That rascal, relying solely on his first name. She thought, is Jian that boy from No. 3 middle school, who consistently scores? She inquired of Zhang Shuo, who was equally caught up in the excitement, seeking confirmation. Though Zhang Shuo was not well acquainted with the students from number 3, this particular player was familiar to him.
Indeed.
He is the captain of the basketball team at Sanzhong, as well as the most unruly student there, frequently engaging in fights. The principal of Sanzhong has even lost 2 teeth due to his antics. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. What? How has he not been expelled? Zhang Shuo shook his head, uncertain. Regardless, this incident has made him quite famous among the high school crowd, establishing him as the leader of Sanzhong. Lin Mo furrowed her delicate brows. So he truly is a school bully at Sanzhong. Having always been a model student in a good school, Lin Mo was now witnessing what it meant to have a school bully. Such individuals do not exist in Yizhong. Admission there is a form of selection. And even the most mischievous would not reach this level. Zhang Shuo nodded. I suppose so. This means we at Yizhong have encountered a formidable opponent. I never expected Sanzhong's basketball team to be this strong. The score had already surpassed Yizhong by 6 points. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the game, it seemed nearly impossible to catch up. Gu Jingzhou, who was sprinting on the court, was equally aware of the predicament. Aside from academics, his passion was basketball. In Yizhong, both studies and basketball were his domains. Today, however, he was on the verge of losing to a petty thug from Sanzhong, which infuriated him. His teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. The ball was once again in the hands of that rascal. Blood rushed to Gu Jingzhou's head as he dashed towards him, reaching out to snatch the ball. Yet the slender boy leaped lightly, evading him, and launched the ball. The basketball arched gracefully through the air. With a resounding swish it found the net. Another flawless three-pointer. The colorful-haired students from Sanzhong raised their heads, exuberantly shouting, Unbelievable. Awesome. Truly impressive. No wonder he is our leader. Yizhong, utterly at his mercy. A boy with yellow hair raised an eyebrow, smiling as he pinched his thumb and forefinger together. Many students from Yizhong glared angrily, wishing to land a punch on the yellow-haired boy, yet they dared not. Fighting? Sanzhong were professionals. It was best to avoid that. Witnessing the three-pointer, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim her approval. That little rascal is truly skilled at basketball. Zhang Shuo glanced at her. Lin Mo, which side are you on? Lin Mo turned, grinning. I stand with Jian. Of course, she would side with her younger brother. Despite being a bully, he was still her brother. What could she do? Zhang Shuo sighed, watching Gu Jingzhou on the court, lamenting his lack of effort. Gu Jingzhou, witnessing the ball sink through the net, felt his anger peak. With a 9-point deficit, recovery seemed nearly impossible. Soon, the final whistle blew, and Yizhong lost to Sanzhong by 7 points. In the last few minutes, Gu Jingzhou managed to score a 2-pointer, but it had no bearing on the outcome of the game. Many students from Yizhong, infuriated, hurled their drink bottles onto the court. Gu Jingzhou had disappointed them. His performance was abysmal. Previously, he had boasted of being well-rounded in academics, sports, and the arts, but it now appeared to be mere bluster. Sanzhong didn't even have a proper basketball court. This time, he was genuinely defeated. The teachers from Yizhong who had come to watch the game also frowned, shaking their heads as they left. Under the disdainful gazes of many, Gu Jingzhou's eyes reddened. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead, wishing he could pummel that little thug into the ground. Yet he managed to maintain his composure. Being a wealthy scion and an exemplary student, he could never stoop to the level of such inconsequential, lowly riffraff. Your name is Jian, is it not? Gu Jingzhou observed him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Sweat had dampened his long bangs, causing them to hang over his forehead, significantly detracting from the youth's appearance. He wiped his brow and, raising his gaze to meet Gu Jingzhou's, spoke in a frosty tone, stating that Trash did not deserve to know his name. With that, he turned and led his team away, his teammates cheering exuberantly behind him. He took a bottle of mineral water and tilted his head back, drinking with a cool, suave motion that caught the attention of several girls from Yizhong. Gu Jingzhou, infuriated, felt as though he might shatter his silver teeth from clenching them so tightly, silently vowing, Jian, I shall remember you. The game had drained him of the desire to seek out the beautiful girl sitting nearby. At that moment, he lifted his head and saw the girl jogging towards the center of the court. Her exquisite, radiant features framed by a high ponytail swayed gracefully in the air, causing Gu Jingzhou's heart to flutter uncontrollably. However, his sense of embarrassment compelled him to lower his head and flee as if his backside were ablaze. How utterly humiliating. This was the most mortifying moment of his life. The Zhong team members exchanged puzzled glances, team captain. But upon seeing Lin Mo, they shared knowing looks, their expressions rife with curiosity. Surely, this must be the girl from another school who admired Gu Jingzhou? I had heard she was stunning, but I was skeptical. How foolish of me. Alas, this time, he truly embarrassed himself beyond measure. She had come specifically to watch him, only to witness his pitiful defensive display. Several teammates also turned and scurried away, heads bowed and cheeks flushed, toes digging into the ground. Gu Jingzhou ran swiftly, disappearing into the gymnasium in no time. He had never been smitten by any girl before. Yet this one was undeniably beautiful and bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. It was hard not to take notice. The girl sent him WeChat messages daily. Initially, his responses were rather tepid. However, he soon began to look forward to her messages. Though he would not initiate lengthy conversations, she was considerate enough to send only a single message each time. This only heightened his affection for her. Her strong sense of boundaries was refreshing, unlike some girls who would incessantly cling to him, disrupting his studies. Upon reaching a large tree, Gu Jingzhou paused to catch his breath. It was then he remembered that his phone was left in the break room. He wondered if his brother had arrived. The thought of returning to retrieve it filled him with dread at the prospect of encountering that girl again. He relinquished the idea and settled down in the shade of the tree to rest. He would not let that Jian get away. The private car could not enter the school grounds, so Gu Jingchuan had to disembark at the gate. Without a mask or hat, he felt exposed and vulnerable. So he kept his head lowered. Just as he approached the entrance, he was stopped by a security guard. "I'm sorry, but outsiders must register to enter." Uncle Fong, the diligent guard, informed him. Gu Jingchuan raised his head, exclaiming, "It's me." Uncle Fong scrutinized him for a moment before recognizing him, though his demeanor remained indifferent. "Ah, the illustrious Gu, you still need to register." Among the notable figures of the Zhong class of 2014, two stood out: the billionaire magnate Xie Guanyan and the star-studded actor Gu Jingchuan. Growing increasingly impatient, Gu Jingchuan retorted, "You know who I am. Why do I need to register? I'm in a hurry to get inside." Uncle Fong shook his head, stating, "No, I cannot take responsibility if something goes awry. Moreover, I advise against your entry today. Despite it being Sunday, the basketball match has attracted many students, including those from other schools. With so many fans, it could easily incite chaos." Gu Jingchuan extended his hand, requesting, "Then please provide me with a mask." Uncle Fong furrowed his brow momentarily, but ultimately retrieved a mask from his drawer and remarked casually, "What brings you here? It's quite peculiar that Mr. Xie is also present today, though he'll be leaving shortly." The mention of Mr. Xie momentarily stunned Gu Jingchuan. In the next instant, narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that Xie Guanyan is here as well?" Uncle Fong realized he had spoken too freely and refrained from answering, merely warning, "Do not cause a disturbance once you enter. Otherwise, I shall have to stop you next time. No matter how renowned an actor you are, the safety of the students must not be compromised." The pen was passed to Gu Jingchuan, who swiftly inscribed his name before dashing towards the campus. If there was a possibility that his brother had misidentified someone, then the photo could indeed be a mistake. However, the presence of Xie Guanyan indicated with 90% certainty that Lin Mo was also there. Wherever Lin Mo was, that eccentric Xie Guanyan was sure to follow. His breath quickened, not solely from the exertion of running, but also from the thought of Lin Mo. Had she truly returned? He must see her with his own eyes today. Watching Gu Jingchuan sprint as though pursued by a dog, Uncle Fong was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, a name abruptly surfaced in his mind, aligning with the girl who had sat beside Xie Guanyan earlier that morning. In the graduating class of 2014, there was indeed a prominent name, Lin Mo. If she were alive, Uncle Fong felt certain she would have become quite a figure. Yet, she had been deceased for 11 years. As this thought emerged, Uncle Fong shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible. I must have misidentified her. It's merely a fantasy before payday." Meanwhile, individuals were exiting the gymnasium, engaged in animated discussions about the match, their voices creating a cacophony. Jian had just stepped out when a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice rang out behind him. "Shun Jian." Chapter 35. The Arrival of the Film Emperor. Shun Jian? Jian could hardly recall how many years had passed since someone had called him by that name. Was there someone at Yizhong who shared this name? Despite this speculation, Jian instinctively halted, for the voice felt oddly familiar yet distinctly foreign. It was difficult to articulate that sensation. Could it be a classmate from kindergarten recognizing him? It was indeed possible that some of his former kindergarten classmates were at Yizhong. He did not wish to be recognized. So, he paused momentarily, continuing to walk forward without glancing back. This way, others might assume they had misidentified him, leading to an inconclusive end to the matter. The blonde-haired boy beside him, however, turned back to look, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow. Where did that fairy come from? After staring for a few seconds, he realized his leader had already moved on. He hurried after him, exclaiming, Boss, there's a beauty behind us who seems to be calling for you. Xin Jian and Jian were only one character apart, and the blonde boy deemed it close enough. Jian suppressed the urge to turn around and coldly replied, "She is not calling for me." The blonde boy felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, a slender figure darted forward, tapping on his elder brother's shoulder. "Shun Jian, are you deaf?" Jian. The boy with the yellow hair felt a jolt of surprise. How dare this girl speak so boldly? Did she not realize that she was scolding the leader of the 3rd middle school? The melodious tone of her voice resonated, and upon hearing it again, a familiar face emerged in his mind.
But how could that be?
This time, Jian could not restrain himself and turned his head. A delicate and strikingly beautiful face appeared before his eyes. Jian's mind momentarily went blank, his pupils constricted, and his voice trembled involuntarily. "Sister?" This utterance of sister completely dispelled Lin Mo's doubts. She smiled, clearly pleased. "Well done, kid. You haven't forgotten what your sister looks like." "Forget what my sister looks like?" That was simply impossible. Yet, what was happening before him? His sister, who had been gone for 11 years, had suddenly reappeared. This was the 1st middle school. His sister had attended this very school. Could it be that her spirit had lingered here since her death? He knew how much she loved studying, but he never imagined that, even in death, she would remain at the 1st middle school. The teachers there would likely be moved to tears if they knew. Jian felt warmth in his eyes, hidden beneath his long bangs. He clasped his hands together in front of Lin Mo's forehead. "Sister, it's so sunny outside. How can you dare to show yourself?" Lin Mo rolled her eyes, exasperated.
What are you talking about?
"I am very much alive, so why should I fear the sunlight?" Unconvinced, Jian reached out again. "Let us find a shady spot to talk." The boy with yellow hair was left dumbfounded. This ethereal being was the elder brother's sister? How had he never heard his brother mention her before?
Can you see me?
The fairy suddenly addressed him, overwhelmed with excitement. He nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I can, fairy sister." Lin Mo turned to Jian.
"See?
Even Huang Mao can see me. She knows my name?" Huang Mao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Brother, do you often speak of me to the fairy sister?" Jian and Lin Mo exchanged a moment of speechlessness. "Is it really that hard to know your name with such conspicuous yellow hair?" Jian began to process the situation, glancing down at the ground. "Sister, you have a shadow." He then slapped Huang Mao again. "Does that hurt?" Huang Mao's tears streamed down. "It hurts. It really hurts." Lin Mo rubbed her nose, contemplating that this yellow-haired boy, as the younger brother of a school bully, must have committed some misdeed in a past life. "You can hit yourself. Why strike Huang Mao?" Lin Mo frowned. Huang Mao's tears flowed even more. "Wah. The fairy sister is so kind. I was lying. It doesn't hurt at all." "Don't worry, fairy sister. You're quite loud," Lin Mo remarked, her lips twitching. Jian pressed his fingers over Huang Mao's lips, effectively silencing him, while he gazed intently at Lin Mo's sister. "Are you really alive?" Tears rolled down the gaunt, gloomy boy's cheeks, falling into the air and splattering onto the ground. But how could this be possible? His voice choked with emotion. The leader, who had previously displayed a stoic demeanor even after being severely beaten, suddenly found himself unable to hold back tears. He fished out a crumpled piece of tissue from his pocket and offered it. "Why are you crying, boss?" At the entrance of the gymnasium, a crowd had gathered. Drawn by the spectacle, one individual was strikingly beautiful, while another had just garnered attention during the game. It was hard not to steal a few glances. Lin Mo took notice, her slender arm draping over her younger brother's shoulder. "Let us not linger here. Sister invites you for bubble tea." She recalled that there were numerous tea shops outside the 1st high school, one of which served exceptionally delicious jasmine milk green tea. She wondered if it still existed. Many members of the 3rd high school's team were nearby, appearing quite bewildered. However, their connection with Xie Guanyan was tenuous at best. Xie Guanyan's temperament was dark and volatile, making him rather unapproachable. Among the entire 3rd high school, only Huang Mao dared to follow him, while the others trailed behind Huang Mao. Observing the situation, Huang Mao addressed his teammates. You all head back. I have matters to discuss with the boss. Jian glanced at Huang Mao and replied curtly, you go back too. Huang Mao sniffled, then turned to Lin Mo. Fairy sister, I want bubble tea as well. It was evident that Huang Mao was quite perceptive, recognizing that the leader was reluctant to defy his sister's wishes. A cup of bubble tea costs just a few dollars. Lin Mo surmised that her younger brother might be hesitant to voice certain thoughts, and perhaps Huang Mao held the answers. With a grand gesture, she declared, no problem. Let us go together. Huang Mao beamed with delight, then turned to Jian. Boss, can I join? Jian shot a sharp glance at Huang Mao through his long bangs. Guess. Huang Mao grinned, revealing his 8 teeth. He, thank you, boss. Zhang Shuo, the chubby lad, initially assumed Lin Mo was approaching Gu Jingzhou. However, he was taken aback to witness her engaging with the leader of the 3rd high school. His mouth gaped in astonishment. Had Lin Mo truly shifted her affections due to a mere basketball game? She was remarkably straightforward, approaching those she fancied without hesitation. How refreshingly candid. A true young lady, indeed. Zhang Shuo was not well acquainted with the 3rd high students, so he refrained from following. In truth, he had been classmates with Gu Jingzhou all along but held little fondness for him. The man was far too arrogant. He was unworthy of the young lady. As Lin Mo, Jian, and Huang Mao prepared to depart from the gymnasium entrance, a sudden cacophony erupted from the crowd.
Ah!
The esteemed actor Gu is here. Chapter 036. He feels such hatred. The campus of the 1st high school was expansive, having undergone significant renovation with the construction of new buildings, making it considerably larger than it had been over a decade ago. Gu Jingchuan had seldom returned since his graduation, making only a couple of appearances as an exemplary alumnus to inspire the senior students. Yet, only that particular graduating class was aware that Gu Jingchuan's academic performance had not been stellar. He attended an arts college in Beijing, which did not heavily weigh entrance exam scores. Wealth was the key to admission. His acting skills, coupled with familial resources, swiftly propelled him into the limelight within the entertainment industry. Given that the average educational background in the domestic entertainment sphere was rather modest, fans were largely indifferent to such details. He sprinted from the school gate into the campus, but after running a few hundred meters, he found himself disoriented and unable to find his way. He continually sent messages and called his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, but to no avail. Anger surged within him. Yet he felt utterly helpless. It was unreasonable to expect his brother to keep his phone on him during competition. He could only seek directions from fellow students along the way. Eventually, he learned that the match was being held at the gymnasium, and he quickly raced in the direction indicated by the students. Upon arrival, he saw a throng of people streaming out. He seized a student and inquired, "Has the game concluded?" The student nodded in affirmation. Gu Jingchuan felt a surge of frustration as veins throbbed at his temples. Despite arriving early that morning, well before the game commenced, a series of unfortunate events had delayed him, including an encounter with a madman who insisted on taking him to the hospital. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. It was too coincidental that he had just been bumped into, and serendipitously, that person was a fan, and even more fortuitously, quite responsible. Yet, inexplicably, they had left without offering him a ride. A hypothesis took shape in his mind.
Xie Guanyan.
The security guard had just mentioned that Xie Guanyan was also present today. Could this be his doing? Undoubtedly. This was someone whose obsession with Lin Mo had reached an alarming degree. Back then, he would never have dared to treat him this way. But times had changed. Years had passed. Xie Guanyan was no longer the pitiful figure who allowed himself to be bullied before the game, nor the one who silently endured being forced to drink spicy water. During his time at Qing University, he had established a tech company, securing substantial funding. As his company flourished, he swiftly transformed into an investor. With his high intelligence and keen observational skills, he had become a leading capital magnate in Jingbei. This was a reality he had long wished to avoid. How could such a despicable and shameless individual rise to prominence? It filled him with loathing. For a period, he had been gripped by fear. He dreaded the possibility of Xie Guanyan seeking revenge against him or the Gu family. Yet, Xie Guanyan had not. It seemed he truly embodied the benevolence spoken of in the world. He treated others kindly and was a generous philanthropist. Moreover, he was a devout Buddhist, having donated to construct a temple in Jingbei. Buddhism emphasizes compassion and the relinquishment of hatred, and it appeared he had genuinely embraced this philosophy. Over the years, they had crossed paths, but Xie Guanyan had not greeted him warmly. Rather, he regarded him with indifference. This was a favorable outcome, for at least he had not sought revenge. The Gu family was now entirely outmatched. Thankfully, he had turned to Buddhism. However, the events of today had revealed that Xie Guanyan was merely adept at masquerading. When it came to matters concerning Lin Mo, he remained that same shameless, depraved individual. What sin had Lin Mo committed to attract his attention? The violent impact of the car accident resurfaced in Gu Jingchuan's memory, sending a chill creeping up his spine. If Xie Guanyan had wished, today's incident could have cost him his life. Fortunately, we lived in a society governed by law, and Xie Guanyan had gained status and power, which still compelled him to exercise restraint. Thus, he had not truly harmed him. He had simply collided with him to buy time. Gu Jingchuan inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. Yet he felt uncertain. What exactly was he apprehensive about? It was difficult to ascertain whether it was his legal standing or his concern over Lin Mo's potential judgment upon learning of this matter. He had never encountered anyone as deranged and dark as Xie Guanyan, but the latter's vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. The individual posing the question remained motionless for several seconds, while the student being questioned cast several glances in his direction. Soon, she recognized him from his expression and excitedly exclaimed, Are you the esteemed Guingdi? Lost in his thoughts, Gu Jingchuan instinctively responded, Yes. The student, overflowing with enthusiasm, cried out, Ah, Guingdi, I'm your fan. Could you please grant me an autograph? By the time Gu Jingchuan regained his bearings, a throng of students had already gathered around him. His head buzzed, and his emotions surged to a boiling point. Alone, without bodyguards or assistants, he found himself overwhelmed by the situation. All he desired was a fleeting glimpse of Lin Mo. Indeed, she had truly returned. However, with the crowd dispersing after the basketball match, how could he locate her? Was Lin Mo with her brother? His thoughts spiraled into chaos, rendering him utterly unprepared for the adoration of his fans. Resolutely, he turned and fled, exclaiming, I am not. You have mistaken me. This was a futile denial, akin to a thief who inadvertently reveals his spoils. The fervent high school students, brimming with youthful exuberance and energy, would not let him escape easily. Soon, a dramatic chase unfolded across the campus. Ultimately, Gu Jingchuan met with defeat, his mask stripped from his face. It's you, Guingdi. Why are you running? We fans won't harm you, a male student exclaimed, embracing him. Gu Jingchuan found himself genuinely exasperated with male fans, who exhibited no sense of boundaries. He closed his eyes and forced a wry smile. Please let me go. I am here for personal matters and wish to avoid creating a commotion. You all should return. Now that you're here, let's take a photo. The male student insisted. Aren't you filming in Jingnan? How did you end up here alone? Another fan inquired. Gu Jingchuan, exasperated, retorted, I have already stated I am here for personal reasons. Please disperse. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as they swarmed around him like zombies, demanding autographs and photographs. Eventually, it was the school authorities who intervened, arriving to disperse the crowd. In the office of the Academic Affairs Department, Gu Jingchuan expressed his apologies. I am truly sorry, Director Wang. My younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, is participating in a basketball match today, and I intended to surprise him. I did not anticipate such a situation arising. Director Wang appeared slightly displeased but masked it with a smile, saying, I understand. Please take a moment to rest here, and quietly leave later. Gu Jingchuan nodded, saying, I arrived late and missed my brother's performance. Is there any video footage available for me to view? The recordings would not solely focus on the court, but would also capture the audience. Director Wang, holding a cup of tea, remarked, Today our school lost. The performance was lackluster. Gu Jingchuan chuckled. That is of no concern. Winning or losing is commonplace in such events. Our school always records these activities. Gu Jingchuan swiftly found the video of the match on Director Wang's computer. A beautiful girl sitting in the front row soon captured his attention. Chapter 037. Unintentionally becoming a link between the male and female leads. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo jumped down from a large tree situated in front of the gymnasium. Huang Mao was left astonished. He could not fathom how the fairy-like sister had effortlessly ascended the tree. Jian, however, accepted it well. In his childhood, his family had several large trees in the yard, and his sister often climbed them for play. She would bask in the sun by day and gaze at the stars by night. He had longed to join her, but his weight made it impossible for her to lift him. Once, his sister devised a plan to hoist him up with a rope. Before he could become a hanging ghost, he finally made it up the tree, but as soon as he did, The branch where his sister often perched broke, sending them both tumbling down. He was unharmed due to his ample flesh, yet his sister was unable to move for several days. After that incident, she never took him up the tree again. Fairy sister, why did you climb the tree? Huang Mao asked, puzzled. Lin Mo brushed the leaves off her clothes and, on a whim, replied, I saw a bird's nest up there and wanted to check it out but realized I was mistaken.
What else could it be?
Of course. She was merely evading Gu Jingchuan. He must have come to the school to watch his brother's game, yet she was not keen on encountering him. A mere tool reincarnated as another tool, she merely contributed to a greater misunderstanding between the male and female leads. She had unwittingly become a link in their narrative. The sun shone brightly today, but the wind was also fierce, and Jian's sweat had nearly dried. The bangs on his forehead obscured his vision once more. With a serpent-like, brooding gaze, he scanned the crowd. Guingdi was indeed Gu Jingchuan. If memory served him right, his sister had once dated him. Their encounter had been at a milk tea shop. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling brilliantly. How delightful. Upon entering, Lin Mo ordered a cup of jasmine milk green tea. She did not see the previous owner. The attendant was a stranger. Lin Mo speculated that the owner had made a fortune and had become hands-off. Jian and Huang Mao, two straight men unaccustomed to milk tea, followed her lead and ordered a cup of jasmine milk green tea as well. You wait here for the milk tea. I'll go in with my sister to find a seat, Jian told Huang Mao. They settled into a corner booth. Jian then posed the question that had been on his mind. Sister, where have you been living all these years? Have you been well? The tables in the milk tea shop were not large, and Lin Mo gently tousled her younger brother's excessively long hair. That is also the question I long to ask you, she replied, but to satisfy your curiosity, let me first share my situation. Feeling the warmth radiating from above, Jian was finally assured that his sister was truly alive. He looked up at her, unblinking. Lin Mo decided to be candid, saying, I crossed over directly from the day of the car accident 11 years ago. I know this is hard to believe, yet it is the truth. You must have noticed that I remain unchanged. In fact, I am merely a year older than you now. I am 18 and you are 17. Throughout their journey, Jian had been observing his sister, and he indeed noticed the truth in her words. The appearance of my sister is exactly as I remember. Although the notion of traversing realms is difficult to believe, Jian places his faith in his sister's words. Ultimately, what matters is that she is alive. I have been here for over a week, first locating your second brother, and then hearing about your circumstances. I have been searching for you ever since. My sister is truly remarkable, having found you. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at him. This smile was particularly radiant, like the sun's intense rays illuminating Jian's heart. However, he lowered his gaze, intertwining his hands beneath the table. His voice was notably subdued. That is good. Thankfully. My sister found the second brother first. Had she found me first, I might not have been able to eat properly.
Now,
why don't you share your experiences over these past years? Lin Mo's voice was warm and melodious. Jian lifted his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. His tone relaxed. I've been doing quite well, sister. His bangs obscured his eyes, concealing the emotions that lay within. Yet, Lin Mo could still discern that his words were insincere. He must have endured hardships. To speak of pain is akin to reopening an old wound. It would undoubtedly hurt once more. Lin Mo had no intention of probing deeply upon their reunion. In the blink of an eye, you have grown into a handsome young man, although your hairstyle leaves much to be desired. Later, I shall take you to get a haircut, and in the evening, we will have Shen Yihan pick us up for dinner. Your second brother has been searching for you for all these years, feeling quite guilty. Now that he has found you, he must be overjoyed. A flicker of avoidance crossed Jian's eyes, yet he nodded in agreement. All right. Milk tea has arrived. Huang Mao approached like an enthusiastic server, cradling 3 cups of milk tea. Jian accepted 1 cup, inserting a straw, and offering it to Lin Mo. Sister, you drink. He then took another cup, inserting a straw for himself. This milk tea is delightful. I have never tasted anything so exquisite before. It must be because this cup is treated by the fairy sister. Huang Mao said eagerly. You have had your milk tea. Now you should return. My sister and I have matters to attend to. Jian regarded Huang Mao. Though the depths of Jian's emotions remained obscured, Huang Mao sensed an inexplicable pressure. When the boss becomes serious, this is how it manifests. He swallowed the milk tea in his mouth, smiled at Lin Mo. All right, fairy sister, I'm heading back. Huang Mao. reluctant to part, turned back repeatedly. Jian stood and playfully kicked him, causing him to laugh and scamper away. Lin Mo observed their dynamic and chose not to comment further. Are you hungry? Let me take you to get something to eat. It was now midday, time for lunch. Jian held the milk tea in his hand. All right, I'll go to the restroom first. Sister, please wait for me. Lin Mo nodded, taking out her phone to send a message to Shenihan. I have found the fourth brother. Please pick me and the fourth brother up for dinner after work. At that moment, Shenihan was in his office reviewing documents. Upon receiving the message, he glanced at it, and a look of astonishment and joy flickered in his cold eyes. Truly, his sister is remarkable. After a decade of searching for the fourth brother, she found him within mere days of returning. With a finger dialing a voice call, he stood up, his hand adorned with black Buddhist beads reaching for the suit jacket hanging on the chair. Where are you going, President Shen?
Xiang Tan in quit.
My sister has found the fourth brother. Shen Yihan's voice was unmistakably filled with excitement. Joy illuminated Jiang Tang's face as he congratulated Shen. Finally, the family is reunited. This joyous occasion was all thanks to Lin Mo's return. Hello. The phone nestled against his ear chimed with a melodious voice. Sister, where are you? I'm coming to find you. As Shen Yihan spoke, he strode purposefully out of the office. No need to rush. Focus on your work. I'll take him for lunch and a haircut first. You can join us for dinner after your shift. He won't run away. Lin Mo's words flowed effortlessly, prompting Shen Yihan to halt his steps. All right, send me the address later, and I'll come pick you up. He suppressed a multitude of questions, promising to converse thoroughly in the evening. Seeing how a mere word from Lin Mo could summon Shen Yihan back to his desk, Jiang Tang chuckled. President Shen, I'll handle the restaurant arrangements for tonight. What dishes would you like? Shen Yihan's delight was unmasked as he excitedly fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, stating, the quiet place that my sister loves, the Hunan cuisine restaurant. Even with the fourth brother's return, the focus remained on his sister. He believed their sentiments aligned perfectly. Due to this matter, Shen Yihan felt as though time was stretching interminably. His phone buzzed once more. Upon checking, he noted that only 40 minutes had passed since his sister's last message. Frowning, he unlocked his phone to find a WeChat message from her. Not good. The fourth brother has really run away. Chapter 038, A Ghost Encounter in Broad Daylight. In the office of the Academic Affairs Office, Gu Jingchuan's eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen. The girl's enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to penetrate through the screen into his very soul. In that moment, Gu Jingchuan was certain. This was Lin Mo, undeniably Lin Mo. His heart raced with an intensity he could not comprehend, whether it was due to the surreal nature of Lin Mo's existence or some other reason. Director Wang, sipping tea from his cup, noticed Gu Jingchuan's dazed expression as he fixated on the computer. Leaning over for a glance, he realized the video hadn't even started playing. It had merely been paused moments after beginning. The frozen frame displayed students in the audience. Director Wang, puzzled, scrutinized it further, his eyes widening in astonishment. Heavens! Why is Xie Guanyan here to watch the game today? The current school leadership was well acquainted with Xie Guanyan, always welcoming him with joy during his visits. The greatest benefactor of the school, his presence heralded prosperity. Naturally, his visits to the school were warmly welcomed. Director Wang, who was Xie Guanyan's homeroom teacher back in the day, reflected on how Xie, having achieved great success, generously gave back to his alma mater, which subsequently elevated his own status. 2 outstanding graduates from the 2014 class had returned to the school on the same day. Director Wang couldn't help but compare the two in his mind, clearly recognizing that Xie Guanyan stood out for his humble entrance and exit, leaving no negative impact in his wake. Gu Jingchuan was not a student of his class back then, he belonged to his wife's class. While it was understandable for Gu Jingchuan to attend the school to watch the basketball game, the presence of Xie Guanyan was puzzling to Director Wang, and no one could elucidate his curiosity. That was until he noticed a beautiful girl seated beside Xie Guanyan. Director Wang scratched his wig, finding her face oddly familiar. Yet she could not possibly be a student from their prestigious school, could she? Notable students, whether among their peers or faculty, were widely recognized. Could she be from the 3rd high school? Why did she seem so familiar? How strange. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, snapping Gu Jingchuan back to reality. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat message from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Brother, where are you now? Without hesitation, Gu Jingchuan initiated a voice call. The line connected swiftly. With an urgent tone, he inquired while stepping outside, where are you? Did you manage to keep Lin Mo? The name Lin Mo resonated in Director Wang's ears, and he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "I remember now, it's Lin Mo. The top scorer of the 2014 college entrance examination, but she isn't." Director Wang squinted at the computer screen, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Jingzhou had returned to the gym and noticed multiple missed calls from Gu Jingchuan. He sent a message, asking about it, rolling his eyes as he did. "I told you, that's not Lin Mo."
She didn't stay.
Gu Jingchuan's brows knitted together in frustration. Useless. "Come to the academic affairs office." Gu Jingchuan stood in the corridor of the office, smoking a cigarette, while Director Wang remained alone, feeling a chill run down his spine. He texted his wife, "Dear, I think I just saw a ghost in broad daylight." Just then, Gu Jingzhou appeared in the corridor of the academic affairs office. Gu Jingchuan flicked his cigarette to the ground and extinguished it before approaching him. "Do you have Lin Mo's contact information?" Gu Jingzhou frowned, irritated. "I told you that's not Lin Mo. Why do you need her contact?" This remark inadvertently revealed that Gu Jingzhou indeed had Lin Mo's current contact details. "Give me your phone." Gu Jingchuan snatched the phone from Gu Jingzhou's hands. Enraged, Gu Jingzhou protested, "Brother, what are you doing?" Gu Jingchuan, firmly grasping Gu Jingzhou's phone, immediately spotted an abstract username. 4 marriages understanding life. It had no notes but was pinned at the top. He swiftly opened the chat window and pushed the WeChat contact to himself. Just as he was about to peruse their conversation history, the phone was snatched away. "Brother, don't go too far," Gu Jingzhou exclaimed loudly. Gu Jingchuan looked up, casting a cold gaze at him. "This is Lin Mo. Don't flatter yourself. She is likely reaching out to you to catch my attention, especially since I am a big star now, and she feels insecure." Gu Jingzhou, already irked from the game loss, became even angrier. "You're the one being delusional." Gu Jingchuan ignored him, pulled out his phone, and added the WeChat contact sent by Gu Jingzhou, noting it as Gu Jingchuan. After a minute, with no response, he attempted to add it again, this time including a remark, "Gu Jingchuan." Gu Jingzhou removed the headband from his hair, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash bin. "Brother, please calm down. Your first love has been gone for so long. Besides, you are not lacking in women. What do you need this girl for?" This was indeed surreal. Yet Gu Jingchuan was resolute that this was Lin Mo's Xie Guanyan was merely a counterfeit mark. However, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to his younger brother. "You need to calm down. Delete her from WeChat, and do not contact her again. Lin Mo must still harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have no reason to suddenly approach his brother, Gu Jingzhou." Suddenly, a friend request appeared on her phone, which Lin Mo ignored as she was in a hurry to find her 4th brother. He had mentioned needing to use the restroom but had been gone for quite some time. Initially, she thought he might be taking longer due to unfamiliarity with the location. However, 40 minutes passed and she could no longer sit still. Rising to her feet, she walked toward the exit of the milk tea shop. Just then, a young female staff member called out to her.
"Miss."
Lin Mo turned around.
"What is it?"
The staff member handed her a sticky note, saying, "The young man with black hair, who entered with you asked me to give this to you when you left." Lin Mo's heart sank, and she squeezed the milk teacup tightly with one hand as she took the note with the other. The handwriting was flamboyant, yet exhibited a touch of childlike innocence. "Sister, I am so happy that you have returned. This is something I have often dreamed about, and now that the dream has come true, I am content. Please do not seek me out. I am doing well on my own. Forget about the 4th brother, sister." Chapter 39, Jasmine Milk Green Tea with 1/3 sugar. Lin Mo's slender fingers held the note stiffly. Her beautiful face bore a slight frown. What on earth was the little rascal thinking? No wonder he had sent the blonde away earlier. His evident feelings for her were clear, so why was he unwilling to return home with her? Could it be because of Shinihan? Had they developed irreconcilable differences after her death? Shinihan had not mentioned anything. This speculation took root. And Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Shinihan. "It's bad. The 4th brother has really run away. Some matters are better discussed face-to-face." Half an hour later, Shin Ihan appeared at the entrance of the milk tea shop named Encountering Time. He strode in with long strides. Having also graduated from the same school, he was somewhat familiar with the place. "What would you like to drink?" the enthusiastic staff member inquired. The man, dressed in a black suit, exuded a somewhat aloof aura. "A cup of jasmine milk green tea, iced, with 1/3 sugar." The staff member stole a few more glances at Shin Ihan, noticing the black Buddhist beads on his wrist. Her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Who could understand?
She had just met the real deal of the capital's Buddhist figure. Today was indeed fortunate. She had first seen the legendary billionaire, Mr. Xie, who had also ordered a jasmine milk green tea with 1/3 sugar. As it was not a busy time, Shin Ihan quickly received his jasmine milk green tea. The icy sensation spread across his palm, soothing some of his anxious emotions. He spotted his sister in the far corner of the milk tea shop and walked over to sit down. Sister, what is going on? Having finished her milk tea, Lin Mo casually took a sip from Shin Ihan's cup. You should buy another one for yourself. Shin Ihan, with his slender fingers, unfastened the buttons of his suit jacket. It was originally meant for you. Where has the fourth brother gone? Now that they had met and were aware he studied at Zhenjiang, Lin Mo felt less urgency. I'm not sure how he ran off. Everything seemed fine. I mentioned having dinner with you tonight, and then he just disappeared. Have you been unkind to him? Though reluctant to suspect his second brother, Shin Ihan found no other explanation for the fourth brother's behavior. He shook his head vigorously. No. I swear I've been good to both the third and fourth brothers. I took care of them just as you taught me. At this juncture, a frown creased Shin Ihan's brow, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. Does he resent me for losing him back then? If only I hadn't gone to buy drinks. Or, if I hadn't taken them to the park, the fourth brother wouldn't have gone missing. Lin Mo felt a slight heaviness in her heart as she recalled that losing him might be the greatest rift between them. But it wasn't intentional. I believe the fourth brother isn't one to misplace blame, and you've been searching for him. He's right there in Jingbei. It should be easy for him to return. There must be another reason. Shin Ihan instinctively fiddled with the prayer beads on his wrist, exhaling a pained breath. So he's in Jingbei, but he doesn't want to come home. Is he doing well? How is he now? The thought of that adorable little chubby boy made Shin Ihan's heart ache. The fourth brother, being the youngest, had always been remarkably understanding. When their housekeeper left, he took on the responsibility of cooking, the chubby little boy always assisting him. He was only 3 or 4 at the time. Once, he mistook an onion for an apple, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Second brother, this apple doesn't taste good. Don't buy it again. Sister, one tea like it. Noticing Shin Ihan's distress, Lin Mo took a sip of her milk tea and suggested, he's currently studying at Zhenjiang. I didn't have the chance to ask for details, but let us go there and find out about him. It's better to understand why he's reluctant to come home before searching for him. The black Bentley glided smoothly along the road, merging into traffic as they headed toward Zhenjiang. Neither Lin Mo nor Shin Ihan had ever visited Zhenjiang and were unfamiliar with the area. Upon arriving at the school gate, they faced no obstacles and entered the campus directly. The location was rather remote, unlike Yizhong situated in the city center. This was more suburban. The school appeared sizable, yet the teaching buildings were quite old, and litter was strewn across the ground. The overall quality indeed left much to be desired. Currently, there were hardly any students on campus. After parking the car, Lin Mo stepped out and approached a green-haired young man. Hello, could you please tell me where the teacher's office is? The young man, brushing his bangs aside and noticing Lin Mo's beauty, smiled. It's Sunday. Where would any teachers be? Lin Mo wrinkled her nose. Don't you have evening study sessions on Sundays? In Yizhong, they had evening classes on Sundays. The green-haired young man appeared to have heard a delightful jest, for it was uncommon for many to attend evening study sessions, especially on a Sunday. Lin Mo blinked and inquired, well then, do you know Jian from your school? The green-haired lad nodded. Who in our school doesn't know the boss? The sun shone brightly, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Lin Mo's smile radiated even more brilliantly. Handsome. Shall we converse beneath that tree? The green-haired young man was instantly flattered by the term handsome, responding eagerly, sure. As he habitually reached for a cigarette to light, Shin Ihan, who had been deliberately minimizing his presence behind Lin Mo, intervened. Please refrain from smoking. My sister dislikes the smell. The green-haired youth was startled by the sudden assertiveness exuding from Shin Ihan and quickly retracted the cigarette. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. It's all right. Go ahead. Indeed, some boys in high school had begun to smoke clandestinely, but it was Lin Mo's first experience witnessing such open disregard for rules in school. Clearly, this institution was extraordinary. Lin Mo turned her gaze toward Shin Ihan. Why don't you fetch us some drinks while we wait here under the tree? With Shin Ihan present, the green-haired young man felt an undeniable pressure. Following Lin Mo's request felt as simple as quenching one's thirst. Shin Ihan said nothing further and turned to buy drinks, understanding that they were inquiring about the fourth brother as matters, and it was unreasonable to expect others to assist them. The green-haired youth observed Shin Ihan's obedient departure, instinctively perceiving him as Lin Mo's bodyguard. It was quite natural for a bodyguard to address a young lady as sister. The green-haired lad, who had a smoking habit, lit his cigarette once Shin Ihan was out of sight. The smoke filled the air between them, its acrid scent slightly irritating. Lin Mo frowned slightly but refrained from voicing her discontent, instead asking, "Handsome, which class is Jian in?" "He is in class 6.
Why are you so curious about him?"
The green-haired youth asked with intrigue. Lin Mo concocted a casual excuse. "He won a basketball match at the first high school today. And I find him quite interesting. By the way, I heard he knocked out 2 of the principal's teeth previously. What is the story behind that?" Chapter 040. The Little Fool. Shin Ihan, having grown up in Jingbei, was certainly aware of the reputation of the third high school. It was known as the worst high school in the city, populated by students merely passing time, and the environment was rather chaotic. Few students from that school managed to score high enough to attend a prestigious university. Although his and his third brother's academic performance could not compare to their sister's, both had graduated from the first high school. He secured admission to a well-ranked university, while his third brother entered the Jingbei Conservatory of Music through an arts examination. How had the fourth brother fallen to studying at the third high school? Had he been adopted, or did he grow up in an orphanage? Upon exiting the school gates, Shin Ihan called Jiang Tang to investigate a student named Ji and at the third high school. Jiang Tang typically gathered such information through intermediaries who specialized in these inquiries for a fee. His sister's determination to uncover the truth herself was admirable. But he could not remain idle. He stopped at a nearby convenience store to purchase a few bottles of drinks. Upon returning to the large tree, he observed his sister laughing and conversing animatedly with a green-haired youth. His sister possessed an extraordinary charm, capable of striking up a conversation even with a stray dog on the street. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon my sister's exquisite face, while a soft breeze ruffled the wisps of hair that fell across her forehead, rendering her beauty utterly captivating. Fortunately, he was aware of his sister's activities. Had he unexpectedly witnessed her proximity to a lad with green hair, he would have undoubtedly felt displeased.
"Drinks."
Approaching, Shin Ihan first offered several bottles to Lin Mo for her selection, casually picking one to hand to the green-haired youth. The black Buddhist beads beneath the tree were illuminated by the dappled sunlight. It happened to be cola, the green-haired lad's favorite. "Thanks, bodyguard," he exclaimed. Shin Ihan replied. Lin Mo had gathered quite a bit of information too. After sipping her water-soluble drink, she said, "Thank you for sharing so much with me, handsome. But I must take my leave now. Goodbye." The young man, reluctant to part, said, "Goodbye, beautiful. I'm he. If you come to Sanjong again, mention my name." Lin Mo blinked. "What is the use of that?" The green-haired lad replied, "I have my connections." Lin Mo laughed heartily. "No problem. I'll leave breakfast for you at the breakfast shop tomorrow. Just spend a little money to get it." The green-haired youth chuckled in response. Once back in the Bentley, Shin Ihan, one hand on the steering wheel, asked, "Sister, what did you find out?" The green-haired lad had shared everything he knew with Lin Mo. She began recounting what she was already aware of. Her fourth brother was the leader at this school, having gained notoriety after knocking out 2 of the principal's teeth in a single confrontation. Shin Ihan lightly pressed the accelerator as they drove out of the school. What misdeeds did the principal commit? Her fourth brother was not the type to resort to violence without cause. The principal's failure to expel him indicated he had something to hide. While most teachers and principals are indeed virtuous, every group harbors its share of undesirable individuals. Lin Mo added, Doesn't he know the specifics of what the principal did? Only that the reason for his non-expulsion was that his mother had caused a scene at the school. Upon hearing about his fourth brother's mother, an odd sensation surged within Shin Ihan. Yet, a greater relief washed over him, for it signified that his brother had not been raised in an orphanage, but had the companionship of family. What kind of scene did she cause? Lin Mo scratched her nose. I heard she defecated twice in the principal's office, threatening to do so daily if he expelled her son. Shin Ihan fell silent. The car enveloped in a brief stillness. Lin Mo, too, had been momentarily struck dumb upon hearing that revelation. However, she quickly processed its implications. This suggested that their fourth brother's mother might not be entirely sane. He had mentioned rumors of her having mental health issues. With one hand still on the steering wheel, Shin Ihan lightly tapped his fingers against it, his brow furrowing deeply. So, is it that he refrains from returning due to fears of his adoptive mother burdening us? He understood how considerate his brother was. Lin Mo entertained the same possibility, concluding,
It seems that way.
he is quite foolish. Their family isn't struggling financially, and accommodating one more person, even a foster mother, wouldn't he be a burden? It appears she treats him very well, making her a benefactor in their lives. Even if she has some mental issues, they wouldn't he shun her. However, at just 17, he is still quite immature. It is only natural for him to think this way. One can only imagine how he has managed to survive all these years with a mentally unstable foster mother. What sustenance allowed them to thrive and pursue their studies? Shin Yihan's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. I have already instructed Jiang Tang to investigate him. Once we obtain his home address, we shall pay a visit.
Indeed.
He is quite the fool. Having encountered him, how could my sister possibly abandon the search? Lin Mo had not even eaten lunch, and on the way, she spotted a shop selling Sioux-style noodle soup. After parking the car, Lin Mo entered and ordered a bowl of fish noodles and a braised egg. As she took her first bite, she instinctively remarked, "This noodle tastes rather mediocre, lacking the fragrance of the ones made by Xie Guanyan."
Indeed.
Xie Guanyan had also prepared Sioux-style noodles for her, with a vegetarian topping that was utterly delectable. Shin Yihan had already dined at noon, but now, as evening approached, he ordered a bowl identical to Lin Mo's. He picked up a mouthful and commented, "It's quite palatable." Lin Mo shook her head. "You haven't tasted the ones made by Xie Guanyan. Those are divine." The corner of Shin Yihan's mouth twitched. "Is that something I can simply enjoy at will? Could I just barge into Xie Guanyan's villa in the morning and ask for a bowl for myself?" The answer clearly was no. In the next moment, he realized a troubling issue. Oh no! His sister's palate had been spoiled by Mr. Xie. Even if her sleep disorder were resolved and she moved out of his villa, she would struggle to adjust. "How about this, sister? You ask Mr. Xie when he is free, and I will go learn to cook from him, ensuring you can savor that flavor whenever you desire." He could dedicate an hour each day to learning, primarily depending on the big shot schedule, which evidently was far busier than his own. Lin Mo found this proposal quite agreeable. "All right, I will inquire tonight. You clever boy. I shall reward you with an egg yolk." In front of outsiders, the cold and ruthless air of the Jing circle took a bite of the egg yolk that Lin Mo disliked, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." When Jiang Tang returned the call, night had already fallen. Mr. Shen, Ji and is a troublesome student at the 3rd high school, and the teachers are quite exasperated. Moreover, he has a mentally unstable mother, which aligned with the information gathered from his sister. Shin Yihan fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist with his left hand. "Have you found his address?" Jiang Tang replied, "Yes, it is located in the most chaotic urban village in the northern part of the city, also known as a slum. I advise against going there at night. It would be better to wait until tomorrow." There was no rush for that night, and the two agreed to Jiang Tang's suggestion. Jian must attend school tomorrow. They could catch him there and then visit his home. After spending some time at Shin Yihan's company, they returned to the villa around 9 in the evening. This was not too late, so Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Xie Guanyan, requesting him to open the door. However, 2 minutes passed with no response. She had no choice but to call him via WeChat, but still, no one answered. Lin Mo furrowed her brow. Where could Mr. Xie be? Chapter 041. What does sister feel about Mr. Xie? Habit is indeed a formidable force. In the past, upon returning to the villa, Lin Mo would always message Xie Guanyan. He would invariably respond within seconds and promptly come to open the door. This time, however, there was no sound from Xie Guanyan, which perplexed Lin Mo. The villa's lights were off. Could it be that Mr. Xie was occupied and not at home? Shin Yihan's voice chimed in beside her. At this moment, Lin Mo finally lifted her gaze to glance at the villa. The vast villa stood in the darkness, devoid of any light, resembling a silent beast in the night. Without glancing to see if the villa was illuminated, she instinctively believed it must harbor someone within. Touching her nose, Lin Mo remarked, "I forgot that Xie Guanyan is quite a busy person. He was supposed to accompany me to the game at Yizhong today, but he left shortly after we arrived due to some company matters." At that moment, Shen Yihan also realized he had grown accustomed to Xie Guanyan always coming out to greet his sister upon her return. He had heard his sister mention that the servants at Xie Guanyan's residence clocked out promptly at 8 each evening, so he found it no oddity that he personally came to open the door. "Let us wait a moment. Mr. Xie is likely in a meeting, hence his phone is on silent." After all, Mr. Xie was unlike him. He was not one to let his affections distract him from professional obligations. Besides, he held no romantic interest in his sister. Shen Yihan, with his beaded bracelet in hand, opened the passenger door, gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat. Lin Mo turned, realizing she should have acquired a key for herself by now, having been so reliant on others. On her first day out, Xie Guanyan had asked her to message him upon her return, and she had forgotten that as a co-tenant, she ought to have her own key. Just as she approached the car, the lights at the villa's entrance illuminated, casting a glow on the path before her. Her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she saw a message from Xie Guanyan. "I'm here." As Lin Mo turned around, she noticed the villa's grand door opening from within. The handsome man appeared to have rushed over, his chest gently rising and falling, and after regaining his composure, he adjusted his glasses, his voice husky. "I apologize. I just dozed off." He was still clad in the same white sweatshirt from earlier, his soft hair unstyled, exuding a refreshing youthful charm. His slightly breathless demeanor resembled that of a girlfriend who had inadvertently arrived late for a date, hurrying over in a flurry. Lin Mo chuckled. "Why the rush? I'm fine waiting outside. I thought you weren't home." Xie Guanyan's immediate apology upon arriving took Shen Yihan by surprise. Was this truly the consistently gentle, composed, and seemingly unattainable Xie Guanyan? Shen Yihan's indifferent gaze flickered slightly as he turned the beads on his wrist. He felt compelled to retract his earlier assertion that Mr. Xie had no feelings for his sister. He understood this urge to avoid making someone wait all too well. It reminded him of the day his sister arrived, when he had rushed to the mall early to spare Li Huanyi the wait. Realizing this, Shen Yihan was not particularly astonished. Falling for his sister was as effortless as drinking water, merely human nature. As his breathing steadied, Xie Guanyan gazed at the girl before him through his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had been at home all day, but he hadn't anticipated that the girl who had met Gu Jingchuan would return so early. During the day, he could numb himself with work, but as night fell, his anxiety heightened, intensifying his desire to message her. Yet, he felt he lacked the standing and right to do so, prompting him to retreat to the solitude of his study. Only by remaining there could he deceive himself into believing that Shanshan was still by his side. The signal in the secret room was poor, resulting in a delay in receiving messages. When he finally saw the notification, he was overwhelmed with excitement and hurriedly rushed out. Although Shanshan had gone to meet someone she liked, she still returned to his home. That was enough. At home, Xie Guanyan's voice retained its warmth, while his gaze remained fixed on the girl's fair visage. Lin Mo walked toward the door, suggesting, "I should get a spare key to save you the trouble of coming over to let me in every day. It's no trouble at all." The man's voice was gentle, yet inexplicably resolute. To be able to open the door for her was a form of happiness. How could he perceive it as a burden? It was all due to the poor signal in the secret room. It needed improvement. As the girl approached, Xie Guanyan caught a whiff of a somewhat strong smell of smoke, and his expression darkened. Did Gu Jingchuan not realize that Shanshan disliked the scent of smoke? Why was he smoking while with her? In the next moment, a heaviness settled in his heart. What was the current state of affairs between Shanshan and Gu Jingchuan? Had they reconciled? Or was it something else? Would she be coming home late in the future? "I have a lot on my plate lately. It's fine if you come home late. I'll definitely still be awake," Xie Guanyan added, fearing that Lin Mo would insist on getting a key. He could wait for her. As long as he could wait, he would wait indefinitely. Xie Guanyan's persistence puzzled Lin Mo. Was this what the powerful man's overwhelming need for control looked like? The absence of a key meant she could not come and go freely in that villa. His act of opening the door was a gesture of granting her access, evoking a sense of territorial protection. Yet, Lin Mo was indifferent to this. After all, she was a person who often misplaced things. She didn't even have the key to her own home. As long as one of her younger brothers had it, someone would always be there to let her in. Xie Guanyan's actions aligned perfectly with her views. "All right, then I one tea get one." The girl's peach blossom eyes curved slightly, the light illuminating her head, making her stunningly beautiful. A hint of infatuation colored the depths of Xie Guanyan's glass-like eyes. At least, this smile was no longer solely for Gu Jingchuan. Shen Yihan understood his sister's habits, but still found it inconvenient. "Mr. Xie, please do get a spare key for my sister. You have a busy schedule and business trips are common. There might be times when it's all right. If I have a business trip, I will inform your sister in advance and leave the key for her," Xie Guanyan replied, glancing at Shen Yihan. At his current standing, there were not many unavoidable business trips he could refuse. A single key would allow them to meet openly every day, to walk a stretch of the road together. After all, this was Xie Guanyan's home. Even if he were an ordinary person, Shen Yihan felt it inappropriate to say too much. "All right, Mr. Xie. You both get some rest. I'll take my leave now." Lin Mo waved goodbye to him, reminding him to drive slowly and be safe. Once in the car, Shun Ihan started the vehicle, his beaded hand turning the steering wheel, his gaze flickering briefly to the already closed villa gates. Even knowing that Mr. Xie might have feelings for his sister, he felt no undue concern. He believed in Mr. Xie's character. A man devoted to charity and treating others with kindness would never act disrespectfully towards his sister. Concern, however, is futile. Would Mr. Xie permit him to relocate and keep watch? Clearly, that is impossible. His sole inquiry now revolves around his sister's feelings towards Mr. Xie. Perhaps he should find a moment to inquire. Retracting his gaze, he gently pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle smoothly along the mountain road. Yet, shortly after, his phone rang. With a single, deft hand, he retrieved it, noticing an unfamiliar number from Jingbei. Swiping right to answer, a strange male voice resonated from the other end. Shunihan, where's your sister? Chapter 042. Where's your sister? Gu Jingchuan returned to his villa in Jingbei that afternoon, having come from number 1 high school. He had lost count of how many friend requests he had sent to Lin Mo. The first was noted as Gu Jingchuan, the second as Lin Mo. I am Gu Jingchuan. The third read, approve me, Lin Mo, I miss you. Following that, he continued to send requests with various annotations, but all had vanished into the void. Gu Jingchuan began to wonder if Xie Guanyan had restricted Lin Mo's phone. There is no limit to the actions that maniac could undertake. In the evening, Li Huanyu also returned from Jingnan to Jingbei, visiting his villa. Brother Jingchuan, what was the matter that you left so hastily this morning? Li Huanyu inquired, somewhat displeased. On the sofa, Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow and replied, I had to return due to matters concerning my younger brother. He decided it prudent not to divulge too much to Li Huanyu, as knowing would inevitably lead to conflict. He had already discerned why Lin Mo had declined his friend request. She must have seen the gossip surrounding him and was upset. This was entirely reasonable. After all, she had declared her feelings to be extinguished. Could he reasonably pledge himself to lifelong solitude for her sake? No one could achieve such a feat, even Xie Guanyan. That peculiar individual would likely not. Thus far, Xie Guanyan had merely refrained from romantic entanglements. In this age of late marriages, life stretches long ahead. If Lin Mo did not return, he would undoubtedly choose to marry and have children eventually. Nonetheless, it was a good sign that Lin Mo was perturbed by this matter. It indicated she still held affection for him, for only love could breed jealousy and anger. Unable to reach Lin Mo via WeChat, he would have to devise alternative means of connection. Shun Ihan was Lin Mo's brother, a fact he had known for quite some time. Back in high school, her 3 younger brothers often accompanied her home after school, each harboring considerable animosity towards him. To be candid, his mother had disapproved of his affection for Lin Mo, considering it unwise given the presence of 3 brothers and the absence of Shun family parents, which left their company in a precarious state. Being with Lin Mo would equate to shouldering the responsibility of caring for 3 young brothers, a veritable burden. Yet, he had persisted in pursuing her despite his mother's objections. After all, they were merely brothers. Once he won Lin Mo's heart, he could surely persuade her to sever ties with them. Who could have foreseen that 2 of those brothers would later become successful individuals, while the fate of the youngest remains uncertain? Of course, this outcome was the most favorable. Lin Mo need not be encumbered by her brothers. Do you still keep in touch with Shunihan? Gu Jingchuan turned to ask Li Huanyu. Li Huanyu sat crookedly on the sofa, her heart racing, and realized they had lost contact. Gu Jingchuan was indeed anxious about her, fearing that she might still have lingering ties with Shunihan. Leaning against Gu Jingchuan, she spoke softly, as I have told you before, I do not harbor any feelings for him. It was he who insisted on investing in my film. My agent accepted the offer, leaving me with no choice. He often messages me, but I never respond. My heart has always belonged solely to you, Jingchuan Gij. Gu Jingchuan gently caressed Li Huanyu's hand, inquiring, do you have his phone number? A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Huanyu's eyes. Was he planning to call and warn Shunihan to leave her alone? She bit her lip and replied, perhaps it's best if you don't contact him. He is a powerful CEO, someone we cannot afford to provoke. Gu Jingchuan scoffed. What powerful CEO? He pales in comparison to the Gu family. He simply finds the family business too burdensome. Let's just drop it, Li Huanyu suggested. If you call him, he will certainly deny any harassment. He may not be able to intimidate you, but he has plenty of means to deal with someone like me. Her words carried a deeper implication. Merely making a phone call would not suffice. The real solution lay in targeting the Starshine Group itself.
Guam Jingwan embraça Liwanyu, declaring.
What small actor? You are my woman, not just any small actor. Give me the number, I know how to handle it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Huanyu's eyes. Gu Jingchuan was standing up for her. Shen Yihan was doomed. Reluctantly, she provided Shen Yihan's number to Gu Jingchuan. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Jingchuan instructed, I'll call him and teach him a lesson. You go take a shower. Li Huanyu was eager to hear what Gu Jingchuan would say, but feigning an innocent demeanor while listening felt rather tiresome. All right, but don't be too harsh. I'll go upstairs now. As Li Huanyu ascended the stairs, Gu Jingchuan stepped outside the villa to make the call. Dialing the number, he began with a terse inquiry. Shen Yihan, where is your sister? The road from Xie Guanyan's villa back to the city was quiet and winding, devoid of any music. The unfamiliar voice that suddenly emerged felt particularly jarring, laden with a tone of accusation. Shen Yihan furrowed his brow, his voice icy.
Who are you?
Gu Jingchuan was taken aback that Shen Yihan did not recognize his voice. After all, he was a household name in the film industry. I am Gu Jingchuan. Where is your sister? Have her pick up the phone. His tone was imperious, causing Shen Yihan to chuckle in disbelief. Gu Jingchuan? I don't know you, he replied, his long fingers pressing the hang-up button as he tossed the phone to the passenger seat. Comparing people was futile, he thought. Just a mere movie star, and yet so arrogant. Look at Mr. Xie. Now that was true power, and he did not exhibit such haughtiness. It was puzzling why Gu Jingchuan contacted him instead of his sister. Had he failed to obtain her contact information? That seemed likely. The phone rang again. And although Shen Yihan initially considered hanging up, he ultimately answered. His voice was cold and direct. Do not contact my sister or disturb her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Unable to dissuade his sister from liking that scoundrel, he could only ensure that this scoundrel kept his distance from her. Gu Jingchuan was taken aback by Shen Yihan's words, his anger surging as he took a drag from his cigarette and cursed. Have you learned to threaten people after being president for a few years? I won't stoop to your level. Where is your sister? I ask you once more. The car's headlights pierced through the darkness of the mountain road, while Shen Yihan drove at a slow pace, his voice chillingly cold. That is none of your concern. He was about to hang up when Gu Jingchuan, his voice laced with agitation, pressed on. Is your sister with Xie Guanyan? Shen Yihan, his hand adorned with prayer beads resting on the steering wheel, tapped his fingers lightly on it, the beads nearly blending into the night. Gu Jingchuan wouldn't he dare to seek out Mr. Xie? Would he? A flicker of indifference crossed Shen Yihan's gaze as he replied, yes, they are already living together. Chapter 043, Shanshan still needs him. It was a simple statement, yet after uttering it, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Shen Yihan's palm. On one hand, he did not wish to spread rumors about his sister, who was only 18 and living with a man would not be well received. On the other hand, he also did not want to tarnish Mr. Xie's reputation, as he was a person of integrity and grace. Yet he felt compelled to say this, hoping it would deter Gu Jingchuan from ever disturbing his sister again. However, Gu Jingchuan on the other end of the line was incredulous.
Impossible.
Your sister cannot possibly like Xie Guanyan. She only loves me. Although this was indeed the truth, it made Shen Yihan feel quite uncomfortable. He coldly retorted, there are no mirrors at home. You must have some sense of self-awareness. Gu Jingchuan. The call was abruptly ended again. Veins stood out on Gu Jingchuan's neck as he took a final deep drag of a cigarette, discarding it to the ground and extinguishing it with a fierce stomp. He refused to believe Shen Yihan's fabrications. Shen Yihan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, and he even suspected that Shen Yihan pursued Li Huanyu out of disdain for him. The evening breeze was cool against Gu Jingchuan's face as he brushed back his hair. Countless questions swirled in his mind. How had Lin Mo suddenly reappeared? Before he had seen Lin Mo's appearance in the video, he had speculated that perhaps she had never died, but was instead rescued by the deranged Xie Guanyan, who had secretly imprisoned her somewhere until recently, allowing her to roam free. However, this conjecture fell apart upon seeing Lin Mo. She was far too young. The passing 11 years had left no trace on her face. Even if she had been confined and completely cut off from the outside world, growing up for 11 years, it was implausible that she would remain unchanged. Especially her eyes, which mirrored those of years past, radiant and pure, sparkling with life. Such eyes did not belong to a woman nearing 30. They were undeniably those of an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, 11 years ago, Xie Guanyan was merely a penniless student with nothing to his name. How could he have saved Lin Mo and provided for her? As long as Lin Mo possessed a normal level of intelligence, how could such a proud person be willing to accept imprisonment? And how could Xie Guanyan dare to fully reveal his dark and twisted side to Lin Mo? Based on the aforementioned circumstances, he harbored grave suspicions that Lin Mo's true age was indeed 18. He had previously starred in a film that narrated the tale of a man who, after a car accident, traversed into the future, much to the astonishment of his family, who noted he appeared unchanged from his former self. In this guise, he rekindled a romance and wed his long-lost sweetheart. Thus, it was plausible that Lin Mo had crossed over from that fateful accident 11 years prior. This conjecture sent Gu Jingchuan's heart racing. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and inhaled deeply. If this were indeed the case, it would further imply that Lin Mo could not possibly harbor feelings for Xie Guanyan. In her memories, they were still entangled as romantic partners. This could elucidate her reluctance to engage with him. At merely 18, she was at that emotional age, requiring tender reassurances. As the evening breeze tousled his hair, Gu Jingchuan flicked the ash from a cigarette with a single finger. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to meet Lin Mo. Ding dong. Upon entering the villa, Xie Guanyan received a message on his phone. Boss, shall we continue to protect Miss Lin tomorrow? He endeavored to suppress his curiosity about what might transpire between her and Gu Jingchuan. Consequently, he withdrew the personnel who had been discreetly safeguarding Lin Mo. However, this decision left him in a state of profound unease, rendering him incapable of focusing on any task at hand. He yearned to comprehensively oversee her every move, ensuring her safety. Having regained her, he could not fathom the thought of any missteps occurring. He had viewed the footage of that tragic accident. Had a heavy vehicle intercepted hers at that moment, it was highly probable she would not have plunged into the river. He glanced up at the slender figure of the girl ascending the stairs. Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses, his fingertips whitening around his phone. Should he continue to provide protection? Was it necessary to know every detail of her meeting with Gu Jingchuan? Lin Mo, are you having a late-night snack today? Xie Guanyan managed to ask, his voice resonating with a magnetic allure, albeit tinged with caution. He was uncertain what time she had dined with Gu Jingchuan, leaving him unsure if she would require a late-night meal. The girl paused in her steps, turned her head, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with light. Eat, eat, eat. Having consumed a rather unsatisfactory bowl of Suzhou-style noodles earlier, she realized she was indeed hungry. A smile rippled across Xie Guanyan's obsidian-like gaze. Spicy chicken noodles? Spicy hot pot? Fried rice? Fortunately, she still needed him. Lin Mo pondered briefly. Spicy hot pot, please, extra spicy. Xie Guanyan held his phone tightly. All right, you may go upstairs to take a shower. He, too, found the scent of smoke distasteful, particularly the odor of Gu Jingchuan's cigarettes. With long strides, he made his way to the kitchen, the bamboo bracelet on his wrist glimmering subtly under the light. The handsome man lowered his gaze, contemplating earnestly for a few seconds before lifting his phone to type. Continue protection. He would strive to restrain his darker impulses and refrain from probing into details, focusing solely on safeguarding her well-being. Indeed, the smell of smoke was unpleasant, prompting Lin Mo to wish to shower upon her return. After bathing and donning a yellow cartoon-themed nightgown, her hair still damp, she hurried downstairs. Mr. Xie, has the takeout arrived? She inquired the moment she descended the stairs. However, a commotion emanated from the kitchen. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise as she peeked inside, exclaiming, Mr. Xie, no way. You can actually make spicy hot pot? Which billionaire would prepare such a dish at home in the evening? I thought you would order takeout. Xie Guanyan turned to look at her, and the girl, with her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, was irresistibly charming. He swallowed gently, his voice exceptionally tender. It's not difficult. There are tutorials online. Lin Mo blinked, genuinely impressed. You are truly a scholar. You master everything you learn. When you get married, your wife will certainly be blissfully plump. Xie Guanyan assessed her from head to toe, smiling warmly. You're not getting plump yourself. The girl was remarkably slender, devoid of any excess flesh. Even with daily meals provided, she remained unchanged. The conversation unexpectedly shifted back to her, causing Lin Mo to pause slightly. The next moment, she raised an eyebrow and replied, I've only been living with you for a few days. Your wife will be with you for a lifetime. Then you should stay with me a bit longer to see, he retorted smoothly, his gaze directed toward the pot. Steam billowed from the pot, and the aroma of spicy broth filled the kitchen. Various ingredients, lettuce, instant noodles, potatoes, and an array of meatballs, were bubbling away.
Lin Mo pouted playfully. Xie Guanyan.
Do you consider me a test subject? The spicy hot pot was served at the dining table, and Lin Mo added a generous spoonful of sesame sauce, creating a sticky concoction. After taking a bite, she looked at Xie Guanyan and formed a phone gesture with one hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Xie. I am a staff member from the livestock farm. According to the delivery person, your phone is unreachable here. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to inform you that your cattle has arrived." Xie Guanyan chuckled at her antics, the small brown mole on his nose flickering slightly, exuding a lively charm. His voice was warm and melodious, seemingly encouraging. "That's not what I meant, Lin Mo. Your standards cannot be set too low." Chapter 044. Where does this confidence come from? Lin Mo was taken aback by this statement. She slightly lifted her chin, her beautiful eyes gazing at the man before her. He was exceptionally handsome, clad in a white sweatshirt, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his exquisite wrists. At that moment, he was wiping away a spill of soup on the dining table, moving in a leisurely manner that inexplicably conveyed a sense of domesticity. Lin Mo blinked. She often praised Xie Guanyan's culinary skills. Did he think she was merely flattering him? If so, he was indeed quite humble. Not at all. My standards have always been quite high. As Xie Guanyan cleaned the table, he pushed his glasses up with a single finger, concealing the shadows beneath his eyes. They can be even higher, not just in terms of food, particularly regarding men. He refrained from uttering the last part. Lin Mo twirled a sticky piece of instant noodle with her chopsticks and slurped it up, smiling. "Old Xie. You're truly reaching an age where you're starting to feel like a father." Xie Guanyan. He had always known that although Lin Mo was young, her core was remarkably stable, making it difficult for others to sway her. Thus, her affection was truly rare. Gu Jingchuan was not worthy at all. As Lin Mo observed Xie Guanyan's expression falter, she softened her tone, saying, "What I truly mean is that I genuinely believe your culinary skills are exceptional. Even if you do not share this sentiment, I hold this belief firmly. Humility is indeed a commendable trait." She would not take his modesty at face value. "By the way, my younger brother expressed a desire to learn cooking from you, so he can prepare meals for me in the future. Do you have some time to teach him?" This inquiry would further validate his culinary prowess. However, upon hearing this, the tips of Xie Guanyan's fingers tightened around his chopsticks. And without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I have no time." This response was understandable, as he had previously mentioned being swamped with work lately.
Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement.
"All right then, just let me know when you find the time." Xie Guanyan lowered his long, thick eyelashes, remaining silent. After finishing her late-night snack and brushing her teeth, Lin Mo lay in bed. She opened her phone and noticed a WeChat message from Jingquan warning her, "Sister, telecom scams are rampant these days. Don't answer unfamiliar calls."
Today,
An employee at the company received a strange call and had 100,000 stolen from their account. Please be cautious. Upon reading this, Lin Mo furrowed her brows tightly. Is the technology behind scams really this advanced now? Throughout her life, she had never succumbed to anything that endangered her finances, squandered money, or betrayed her financial stability. Understood. I won't answer unfamiliar calls, she replied. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, she noticed a friend request from Gu Jingchuan. She sighed in exasperation, wondering what madness he was up to. Wasn't his intention clear enough with his repeated requests? This time, the note read, "Would you like to meet? I know you wish to see me too." Meet a cucumber-sized fool, who granted him such misplaced confidence that she would want to see him. Lin Mo decided to ignore the friend request once again, though her mind involuntarily recalled Xie Guanyan's previous statement. "Lin Mo, your standards cannot be set too low." At the time, she had not considered it, but now the word struck her like a bullet to the forehead. Her standards did indeed seem rather low. Why had she ever agreed to Gu Jingchuan's confession? Now, he appeared exceedingly average in her eyes. Yes, she must elevate her standards for future relationships. After playing with her phone for a while, fatigue began to wash over her. Before sleeping, she reflected on another admirable quality of Xie Guanyan, his humility. Soon, her breathing became steady, and she drifted into slumber, completely unaware that the door to her room had been opened a crack, revealing a pair of damp, sinister eyes watching her intently from the darkness. The following day dawned with the bustle of a Monday. Lin Mo awoke to a WeChat message from Shenihan, "Sister, I need to urgently travel for work today. There's an issue in Jingnan. Jiang Tang will accompany me. Perhaps you should postpone visiting the fourth brother until I return, and we can go together then." Lin Mo stretched her limbs on the bed, her delicate, ivory fingers dancing across her device as she replied, It's nothing. I'll head to Sanjong and take care of the matter regarding fourth brother. You just focus on your worries. No, rest assured, came the response. As Shen Yihan awaited his flight, he glimpsed these two messages. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the black Buddhist beads on his right wrist. All right, call me immediately if anything arises. I've dispatched a secretary to pick you up. Naturally, fourth brother was of greater importance, yet in terms of urgency, the affairs in Jiangnan took precedence. Once Lin Mo had finished her morning routine and descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome man busily preparing in the kitchen. Sometimes, Lin Mo found it rather magical. Each morning she awoke to this very scene. Breakfast was still in the making, but she knew that within mere minutes, she would savor a steaming meal. Today's offering was a delightful chicken soup with dumplings, a familiar flavor awakening her taste buds. She was tempted to inquire how Xie Guanyan managed to replicate the taste of Gu Jingchuan's household chef, yet she hesitated, realizing such a question might be rather intrusive. Moreover, she preferred not to mention Gu Jingchuan. After her meal, Lin Mo settled into the car of Shen Yihan's secretary, a young woman with a cheerful smile and charming dimples. Good morning, sister. My name is Zhang Nan. Lin Mo smiled back. Good morning, I'm Lin Mo. To Sanjong, please. Gu Jingchuan had been persistently seeking individuals to trace Lin Mo's whereabouts. Initially, he had contacted paparazzi in Jingbei, a relentless bunch who were always in the know. Lin Mo's prior trending topic with Shen Yihan surely piqued their interest. However, upon hearing her name, the Jingbei paparazzi unanimously declined, regardless of the monetary incentive. Gu Jingchuan deduced that this was the handiwork of Xie Guanyan, who was clearly guarding against something that was all too apparent. The transformation of a twisted pervert into a wealthy and powerful individual was indeed terrifying. Consequently, he resorted to hiring a private investigator at great expense to ascertain Lin Mo's location. Finally, after waiting for most of the morning, he received word from the investigator. Lin Mo is at Sanjong in Jingbei. Chapter 045. Upon awakening, one might think they were dreaming. The distance from Xie Guanyan's villa to Sanjong was quite considerable. By the time she arrived, the second class had already commenced. Sanjong, as always, did not impede vehicles, allowing Zhang Nan to drive in smoothly. Even during class hours, students could be seen ambling leisurely about the campus. Lin Mo approached a classmate to inquire about the location of Class 6. Upon reaching the doorway of Class 6, she peered through the window and observed a multitude of colorful heads, some sleeping, others whispering to one another. Hardly anyone seemed to be paying attention to the teacher's lecture. After scanning the room, she found neither fourth brother nor the blonde boy. Surely, that rascal had not skipped class? It was quite possible. Yet, with the class in session, Lin Mo hesitated to enter and instead waited at the door. Zhang Nan handed her a bag of teddy bear cookies. Lin Mo instinctively accepted it, tearing it open to indulge. It was only after finishing the treat that she thought to ask, "Where did you get these cookies?" Zhang Nan chuckled. Assistant Jiang asked me to keep some snacks on hand. In the office, she had also heard about the camaraderie between her sister and Assistant Jiang. Sister Jiang is truly remarkable. Lin Mo mused. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the teacher stepped out. Lin Mo approached and inquired, "Hello, teacher. May I ask if Jian is absent from class today?" The teacher, having already noticed the person at the door, glanced inside and exclaimed, "Oh, he didn't come? I didn't realize. He often skips class." Lin Mo furrowed her brow. "I see. Did he take a leave of absence? What was his reason?" The teacher shook his head. "I don't know. I'm not the homeroom teacher." Many students observed Lin Mo, their eyes sparkling. "What a beautiful girl. I thought I was dreaming just waking up. She's here for the boss. It must be our boss." Lin Mo's brows twitched slightly. For some reason, despite Ji An's reputation as a school bully, the classmates did not seem to harbor any disdain towards him. Only a red-haired boy disdainfully remarked, "Beautiful girl. What do you want with him? His mother is a lunatic. The crazy kind." Another boy nearby expressed his displeasure. "Why are you saying that?" The red-haired boy kicked the speaking boy hard. "You just love to fawn over him. You'll be happy when his mother shits on your head." Just as the boy was about to retort, several others stepped forward. "Are you looking for trouble?" Lin Mo observed the red-haired boy a few more times, her fists slightly clenching. It appeared that he was an adversary of her fourth brother, with his own followers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo refrained from reacting. The priority was to locate her fourth brother. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jing Quan Fozi. "Send me the home address of the fourth brother. I'm going to find him." Jing Quan Fozi replied promptly with a voice message. The area where he lives is quite chaotic. You shouldn't go alone, I'm worried.
Lin Montag responded.
What else there to worry about during the day?
Just give me the address.
Eventually, Shin Yihan sent the address to Lin Mo, his brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Tang, sitting beside him, remarked, it should be fine. Secretary Zhang Nan grew up in that impoverished area. Shin Yihan, completely unfamiliar with such matters, raised his indifferent gaze to Jiang Tang. Is that so? Yes. Jiang Tang nodded. I suspect Xiao Mo might go there today. So I asked Zhang Nan to pick her up. Shin Yihan's eyes flickered slightly as he turned the prayer beads on his right wrist with his left hand. He had always known Jiang Tang to be meticulous and capable. Now he realized she was even more astute and capable than he had imagined. A sister. I am very familiar with the impoverished area. I grew up there. I can guide you, Zhang Nan said as they got into the car. Lin Mo had no inkling that Zhang Nan had grown up there and smiled. All right. Thank you. In truth, Lin Mo was aware of the existence of a slum in Jingbei. It was situated in a remote location, populated by the impoverished. She had accompanied her parents there once to donate to an orphanage. However, in this economically developed year of 2025, Lin Mo did not expect the slum to still exist. Logically, as society develops, such areas should also improve. Perhaps this is the nature of a fictional world. From the moment they stepped into the slum's territory, Lin Mo felt as though this place was entirely isolated from the world outside Jingbei. It was dirty, chaotic, and dilapidated, with an unpleasant odor in the air, and homeless individuals begging along the roadside. Numerous rough-looking individuals rode motorcycles, racing through the streets. Two individuals, brazenly whistling at Lin Mo, lewdly proclaimed, "Hey, beauty, hop in, and we'll give you a thrill." Zhang Nan, with her sweet demeanor, transformed instantly upon hearing those words. She unbuttoned her professional jacket, rolled up her sleeves, and her expression morphed entirely.
How dare you?
If you keep talking, I'll make you regret it. Lin Mo's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly reminded herself that a girl working in a prominent enterprise couldn't possibly be weak. In impoverished areas, it was the friliest girls who faced the bleakest futures. The few ruffians, initially believing these girls to be easy targets, exchanged glances after hearing such foul language and sped away on their motorcycle. At that moment, the two muscular men hiding in the shadows relaxed their clenched fists. Sister Nan, you were amazing.
Lin Montag sincerely complimented.
Zhang Nan instantly reverted to her sweet self. Smiling with dimples, I must appear fierce to these people. Otherwise, they'll stick to us like stubborn gum. Let us head this way, Zhang Nan suggested upon reaching a fork in the road. Before them lay a broad, smooth path, but Zhang Nan pointed towards a narrower lane. Oh, is this route shorter? Lin Mo inquired, noting the house number indicating her fourth brother's residence was deeper within. No, I'm quite empathetic. There might be acquaintances begging along this main road, and I wouldn't want to miss the chance to help them, so let us take the longer route, Zhang Nan replied. As Lin Mo followed Zhang Nan through various turns, Zhang Nan described the improvements in the area, noting that it had changed significantly for the better. Previously, it was far worse. Now at least the children who wish to study can afford it. Where do they get the money? Lin Mo asked. There are hundreds of thousands of impoverished individuals here, many children included. Beyond the 9 years of compulsory education, countless cannot afford further schooling. Mr. Xie established a charitable fund here. Anyone wishing to study can apply, with all living expenses and tuition covered by the foundation, Zhang Nan explained with a smile. I was able to attend high school and university through this fund.
Xie Guanyan, right?
Lin Mo expressed her surprise. She had heard of his charitable endeavors, but hadn't realized his influence reached this place. Zhang Nan nodded. Yes, I've heard he used to reside in this slum, though I'm unsure of the truth. Lin Mo's long, curled eyelashes fluttered as she felt Xie Guanyan's image grow more admirable in her mind. After achieving success, he had consistently given back to society. Did your fourth brother receive funds from his foundation for his studies? Chapter 046. We do not linger on filth. Standing before a dilapidated, old building, Lin Mo and Zhang Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though it was broad daylight, and no one dared to act recklessly, the atmosphere in such an area was still somewhat nerve-wracking. They encountered several individuals reminiscent of street racers along the way. This was a high-rise housing many residents. Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of noise and unpleasant odors. Zhang Nan pinched her nose and remarked, here, rent is cheap, only 200 or 300 a month, so many people live here. Knocking on the door, Zhang Nan continued, This should be a shared apartment. The person we're looking for might not reside in any specific room. As she spoke, she rapped on the door. It wasn't long before someone inside shouted, "Who the hell went out without a key? Who is to blame?" A corpulent man approached the door, clad only in a pair of shorts. Zhang Nan promptly extended her hand to shield Lin Mo's eyes, declaring, "Let us not gaze upon such filth." The elegance and attire of Lin Mo and Zhang Nan were starkly incongruous with their surroundings. The rotund man leered unabashedly, smirking as he inquired, "Which lovely ladies are you searching for?" "That is none of your concern," Zhang Nan retorted, still covering Lin Mo's eyes while casting a glance inside the room. Just as she had surmised, behind the main door were numerous smaller doors, a mixed arrangement of male and female tenants. "I cannot allow you to enter." The plump man obstructed the entrance, reaching out as if to shove Zhang Nan aside. However, his hand aimed provocatively towards her chest. Two burly men, observing the situation from the next staircase, furrowed their brows and exchanged glances. "Should we intervene?" One pondered. "The boss has instructed us not to reveal ourselves. Yet, our foremost duty is to ensure Miss Lin's safety." After a brief moment of contemplation, both men nodded in agreement, preparing to make their presence known, when something tumbled down the stairs, causing a tremor. This was followed by anguished cries. "Ah!" The two men squinted to see what had transpired. To their astonishment, it was the hefty man who had just moments ago been a threat. "What on earth is happening?" Zhang Nan was equally dumbfounded, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. She had barely registered the scene when the man suddenly knelt and then rolled down the staircase. Lin Mo chuckled softly. "I possess a modicum of martial arts knowledge. Dealing with a flabby man suffering from impotence is hardly a challenge." Years ago, in her efforts to protect her younger brothers, she had dabbled in various forms of combat, from taekwondo to Muay Thai, save for Shaolin training. The portly man, wincing in agony, overheard the remark about his virility and fumed, "Who dares to speak of my impotence?" Zhang Nan, rolling up her sleeves, retorted, "There's nothing to worry about, except for your ego." The man, enraged, pounded the ground, shouting, "You two vixens, I will make you pay." Just as he attempted to rise, an unseen force yanked him back down, sending him tumbling once more. He widened his eyes, beholding the fierce visages of the two muscular men. As he opened his mouth to scream, two swift punches rendered him unconscious. Lin Mo, oblivious to the commotion, was intent on not wasting time with irrelevant parties and proceeded into the building. Zhang Nan followed closely, utterly awestruck. "Sister, I never imagined you possessed such prowess." Throughout their journey, she had believed she was the protector of Lin Mo, only to realize it was Lin Mo who was safeguarding her.
I'm utterly amazed. Lin Montag beamed.
Just a modest display of skill, ranking just below the best. The modestly sized residence, perhaps 50 or 60 square meters, had been mercilessly partitioned into 6 cramped compartments. Presently, only one door remained ajar, presumably that of the aforementioned rotund man. "Allow me to knock," Zhang Nan offered. "It is an honor to assist my sister." She rapped on the first door, which was opened by a gaunt, sallow woman. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Mo stepped forward, smiling as she inquired. "Might you know which room Jian resides in?" "He is a high school student with long hair that obscures his eyes. Living in this building. He must be familiar with his neighbors." "Oh, you mean that young lad? He moved out with his mother around 3 or 4 in the morning." Lin Mo furrowed her brow. "Do you know where he has moved?" The woman shook her head, indicating her ignorance. What a series of twists and turns, such a bargain. Lin Mo revealed a smile that was more sorrowful than death itself. "You little rascal, if I find you again, I will surely have the 7 wolves attend to you first." The thin woman failed to grasp Lin Mo's meaning and merely sighed. "We have to move. There was a man causing a ruckus last night, nearly beating my mother to death, and the child was injured too." "What?" Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. "Was it a man's affair? Is he Jian's father?" The thin woman shook her head. "I don't know. They've lived here for several years, and no father has ever come by." Lin Mo's enchanting peach blossom eyes dimmed. It appeared that her 4th brother's situation was more complicated than she had imagined. As she emerged from the high-rise, Lin Mo pondered her brother's predicament, oblivious to the fact that the plump man who had rolled down the stairs was nowhere to be seen. The air outside was more pleasant than that within, and Lin Mo took a deep breath. "This slum is so vast. Finding someone here must be quite the challenge, right?" she asked Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan nodded. "There are 200,000 to 300,000 residents here. People could be hiding in any nook and cranny. Is there a police station here? Can I file a report?"
Lin Montag inquiret.
Given that her brother was likely to remain with his mentally unstable foster mother, it was improbable that they would relocate. The cost of living outside was several times that of this area. Zhang Nan replied, "You can file a report, but the police may not take it seriously. There are countless brawls and disturbances here every day. They can hardly keep up." Lin Mo frowned as she glanced at a nearby eatery serving rice noodles, where cockroaches scuttled brazenly across the floor. Her long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. Xie Guanyan has a charitable foundation in this area. It seems he is from here as well. Could he possibly lend a hand? If he were to contact the local police station, they might take notice. Lin Mo was not one to rely on others. She preferred to handle matters herself. However, in desperate situations, seeking assistance could be the most straightforward solution. "I will ask him tonight when I return." She followed Zhang Nan as they walked towards the outskirts of the slum. Just as they reached the entrance, a flashy sports car caught her eye, parked by the roadside. Gu Jingchuan, clad in a blue suit, stared in astonishment as he saw Lin Mo emerge. He had gone to Sanzhong and had heard from a private investigator that Lin Mo was in the slum. He could not fathom why she would willingly venture into such a place. Disliking slums intensely, he remained outside, waiting for her. Finally, he spotted her, and his breath momentarily caught in his throat as he strode forward, his voice trembling slightly. "Lin Mo." Lin Mo was equally surprised to encounter Gu Jingchuan here. This was the first time she had seen him since her arrival. His hairline had receded significantly, and his hair seemed much sparser. The overall impression he left her with felt utterly foreign. As he approached, Lin Mo was at a loss for words. She managed to smile. "Gu Jingchuan, it has been a while. Where have you been making your fortune lately?" Chapter 047. Let Us Break Up. The tale of Gu Jingchuan pursuing Lin Mo for 3 years during their time at Yizhong was known to nearly all his friends. For many subsequent years, friends would often remark that Lin Mo was Gu Jingchuan's white moonlight, a sentiment he himself echoed. Who could forget the girl they had pursued for 3 arduous years, only to have her tragically depart on the very path leading to their first date? The stench of the slum was pungent and unbearable, palpable even at its threshold. Yet, in that moment, Gu Jingchuan could only inhale the delicate fragrance that wafted through the air, reminiscent of Lin Mo. She stood there, alive and radiant, basking in the sunlight. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with bright eyes and a captivating smile, her long hair casually gathered into a ponytail. She was as striking as ever. Her melodious voice danced through the air, but as he processed her words, a slight twitch marred his expression. Ignoring the abstract nature of her presence, he opened his arms, yearning to embrace her. Instinctively, Lin Mo crouched down, slipping away from under his embrace. Gu Jingchuan found himself grasping at nothing but air. Turning around with a hint of bitterness in his voice, "Lin Mo, why are you avoiding me? After such a long time apart, isn't a hug in order?" Zhang Nan, who had been following Lin Mo, recognized Gu Jingchuan instantly. While it is common for fans to be thrilled upon encountering a celebrity, her excitement waned upon witnessing his immediate desire to embrace Lin Mo. "What do you mean avoiding? Why are you so forward?" Zhang Nan interjected. Positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Mo, Gu Jingchuan's expression turned icy. "Mind your own business. She is my girlfriend." Zhang Nan frowned slightly, glancing back at Lin Mo. "Is that true?" Just the night before, she had seen a rumor on social media claiming that Gu Jingchuan had reconciled with Li Huanyu. Gu Jingchuan, once brimming with confidence that Lin Mo still held affection for him, felt a twinge of doubt after she evaded his embrace.
His eyes,
often described by netizens as deeply affectionate, fixated on Lin Mo, his heart racing. Surely she wouldn't deny it. After all, they had never truly broken up. However, Lin Mo dismissed Gu Jingchuan entirely, smiling at Zhang Nan. "Of course it's a lie." Zhang Nan nodded knowingly. "I thought. How could you possibly have an older boyfriend like him?" While she perceived Lin Mo as youthful and vibrant, far from the elder sister of a CEO, the office referred to Lin Mo as sister in a form of respectful address. Yet, standing beside Gu Jingchuan, the age disparity was glaring. Gu Jingchuan, feeling slighted, retorted, "How am I old? I'm only 29. Zhang Nan countered. 29 is practically 30, and before you know it, you'll be nearing 40, and then 50. How can you not consider that old?" Gu Jingchuan's lips twitched in disbelief. "You certainly have a knack for arithmetic." Lin Mo laughed at Zhang Nan's teasing, her enchanting eyes sparkling, a sight of exquisite beauty. Gu Jingchuan's heart raced at the sight of her. It was during his first year of high school, when he had seen her speak as a student representative, that he had fallen for her. She stood on the playground stage, radiant and dazzling, like the brightest star in the sky. Nothing could bring more joy than the return of a lost white moonlight, especially one so young at just 18. He approached Lin Mo once more, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp hers. I understand that you are upset, but I can explain. Please, listen to me. Lin Mo evaded his reach, retorting, I truly have no time for your antics.
Goodbye.
The beautiful girl turned to leave, her hair trailing a fragrant breeze. Gu Jingchuan leaned closer, whispering Lin Mo, I know you have crossed over. Lin Mo paused, glancing back at him, her peach blossom eyes filled with profound inquiry. Which blabbermouth informed you? She mused. No, there are not many who realize they have traversed worlds. Those few should have no connection to Gu Jingchuan. Perhaps he had deduced it himself. A protagonist of a novel could not possibly be foolish. So what? Lin Mo retorted. Gu Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. Indeed, so what? Could he truly send Lin Mo to a relevant institution for research? He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure.
Lin Montag.
What I mean to say is that we have not broken up. Let's break up, Lin Mo replied. Gu Jingchuan was taken aback. Such a decisive response was unexpected, yet somehow anticipated. He had stirred up numerous rumors, and a proud person like Lin Mo would not accept such a version of him. Lin Mo, please don't say that. I know you have returned. I have not filmed for 2 days, searching for you. Stop right there. Your failure to film reveals a lack of responsibility and professionalism, which has nothing to do with me. Lin Mo interrupted. Zhang Nan, witnessing the scene, smiled, revealing her dimples. She had thought Lin Mo would be moved, yet she remained as clear-headed as if she had just taken a cold shower at dawn. The flow of people at the entrance to the slums was substantial. By now, many had recognized Gu Jingchuan. His appearance today was conspicuous. He wore neither sunglasses nor a mask. Numerous individuals were capturing photos of him. Unlike the day he had been hit by a car, he was not impatient. Instead, he held his chin high, eager to showcase his sharp jawline. However, Lin Mo had no desire to make headlines. She seized Zhang Nan's hand and urged, let's go. Before Gu Jingchuan could react, Lin Mo had already disappeared from view. Wait, is this right? He did not pursue her, primarily because he knew he could not catch up. With a nonchalant flick of his hair, he strode toward his sports car. Lin Mo remained upset and unappeased, but that was of little concern. He had certainly achieved another objective. The onlookers had taken photos, and he would have his team sift through them, crafting a narrative. He did not maintain his fanbase in the entertainment industry through virtue alone. Rather, his playboy image resonated deeply. He was unafraid of scandals. They sustained his popularity. Surely, upon seeing the trending topics, Xie Guanyan would suffer immensely. Would he simply dismiss the car accident? Impossible. If Gu Jingchuan could pursue Lin Mo once, he could do so again. Xie Guanyan should brace himself for another round of excruciating despair. Once back in the car, he messaged his private investigator again. Find Lin Mo's phone number for me. The reply came swiftly. 50,000. Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow, deeming the demand utterly exorbitant. However, there was no alternative. He had to communicate with Lin Mo. For her sake, he had indeed sacrificed a great deal, spending 100,000 to track her whereabouts. After the money was transferred, he received a message from his brother, Gu Jingzhou. Brother, are you going to find that girl? What have you said to her? She hasn't messaged me in 2 days. Chapter 48. That's quite serendipitous. As he hid away, he watched Gu Jingchuan's sports car rumble off. Lin Mo had just emerged with Zhang Nan. She had clearly stated her intention to break up. Surely, Gu Jingchuan would not seek her out again. Once back in the car, Zhang Nan was furious, never expecting Gu Jingchuan to be such a scoundrel. I will never watch his films again. Lin Mo leaned back at her seat, displaying a smile more sorrowful than death itself. Let us just go home. An hour later, outside the villa, Lin Mo waved at Zhang Nan. Goodbye, drive safely. Standing at the entrance, she decided to ring the doorbell. It was still just noon. Xie Guanyan must be at work, but the butler would be home. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before the butler came to open the door. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with surprise. Miss Lin. It's quite rare to see you return this early. At last, she had the opportunity to experience the first time greeting the butler often spoke of. Lin Mo smiled brightly. It's my first time seeing Uncle Butler during the day. Previously, she had only encountered him in the mornings, as he had already left by the time she returned in the evenings. As she entered the villa courtyard, Lin Mo noticed some servants digging in the soil. What are you preparing to plant? She inquired. The butler shook his head. We are not planting flowers. Sir instructed us to plant fruit trees. Apple and pear trees are suitable for planting at this time. Lin Mo raised her brows slightly. Your master shares my interests. I also adore cultivating fruit trees in my garden, though I've never succeeded. The butler chuckled, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. But why do their interests align so closely? It's quite puzzling. With such an outstanding and handsome master, I can hardly fathom the type of person Miss Lin prefers. Are you Miss Lin? Are you hungry? I can prepare lunch immediately. A middle-aged man wearing a chef's hat smiled as he stood at the kitchen door. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Are you the chef of the villa? Having stayed here for a week or two, this was her first encounter with the enigmatic chef who had recently become a father. He appeared to be at least 50 or 60 years old. At such an age. He still has children? Truly impressive. Yes, I am delighted to serve you. What would you like for lunch? The chef inquired, finally seeing the legendary Miss Lin, who indeed was strikingly impressive. Just stir-fry a few dishes. I'm not picky, Lin Mo replied with a smile. The next moment, she turned her eyes and asked Uncle, could you teach me how to cook a few dishes? Why would a young lady, unaccustomed to manual labor, suddenly wish to learn cooking? The answer was straightforward. She sought to request a favor from Xie Guanyan. The painful lesson learned from buying a house had taught her that to ask for help, one must present oneself as deserving of assistance. Despite Xie Guanyan's usual gentle demeanor, he might not readily assist her when it mattered. After all, why would anyone be inclined to help her? She must first express herself. The matter concerning her fourth brother is of great significance to her. Aside from preparing a meal for Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo could not conceive of any other means of conveying her sentiments. This man lacks nothing.
The chef,
Casting a glance at the butler standing behind Lin Mo, felt a twinge of unease upon hearing that the gentleman personally cooked for Miss Lin every day and taught her how to prepare dishes. Following the chef's gaze, Lin Mo turned her attention to the butler and flashed a bright smile. Uncle Butler, is it all right? The butler, bewildered by the chef's scrutiny, wondered why there was any hesitation. Miss Lin should certainly have the kitchen at her disposal. Of course. Just tell Old Lee what you wish to learn. He is a 5-star chef, well-versed in all cuisines. Then, recalling something, Lin Mo added, but Uncle Butler, please don't mention my cooking endeavors to your master in advance. I wish to surprise him.
What?
You intend to cook for our master? The butler's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Mo hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction. She thought, right, wouldn't he refuse to eat food prepared by others, would he?
How could that be?
He will surely relish it. The butler was practically beside himself with excitement. Was it possible that their master was finally coming around? Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Noticing Lin Mo's surprise, he quickly explained, you are the first girl to cook for our master, hence my exhilaration. Lin Mo shook her head. That's unlikely. There are many girls who admire your master, and surely some have brought him meals. You just haven't seen it. The butler did not argue. Perhaps it was possible. Yet, deep down, he mused. How could it be the same? The girl he once cherished prepared a fish for him, and he still keeps the bones to this day. Upon hearing that the meal was indeed intended for his master, the chef invigorated himself with renewed enthusiasm. Miss Lin, today I shall impart to you all that I have learned throughout my culinary journey. Lin Mo smiled. Thank you. I will learn with dedication. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Mo remained in the kitchen, acquiring culinary skills from the chef. The butler even arranged for a continuous loop of music, thinking to himself that today was a fortuitous day where all aspirations might come to fruition. In the office of the capital's president, a handsome man clad in a white suit was listening to a report from an executive. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the exquisite golden bamboo bracelet adorning his wrist. Very well, Xie Guanyan declared after the report concluded. Let us proceed this way for now. The executive closed the file, his eyes darting around, curious about why the president had opted for a modest golden bracelet instead of a $1 million watch. Just as he mustered the courage to inquire, his phone, resting on the table, rang. Xie Guanyan glanced at the screen, gestured for the executive to leave, saying, if there's nothing else, you may go. The executive suppressed his curiosity, responding, all right. Xie Guanyan, with his translucent fingers, lifted the phone to his ear, its cool touch sending a shiver through him. A voice on the other end spoke, boss. Miss Lin went to the 3rd middle school this morning and then to the impoverished area. After leaving, she was with Gu Jingchuan. That will suffice. Ensure her safety, Xie Guanyan instructed, the depths of his gaze darkening behind his glasses. his fingertips turning pale as he clutched the phone. At 7 in the evening, the gray Rolls-Royce glided into the villa's courtyard, where the servants had not yet finished their duties. Upon the appearance of Xie Guanyan, a palpable shift in the atmosphere ensued. His demeanor was decidedly off. Clad in a pristine white suit, the man radiated an aura of somberness, enveloped in a chilling presence. The staff noted with alarm that blood dripped from his left palm, leaving a strange crimson trail in his wake. Such occurrences had never transpired before, yet his frigid demeanor instilled fear, rendering them too intimidated to inquire about the situation. Xie Guanyan, however, felt no need for their questions. The pain in his hand served to keep him alert and restrained. He refrained from contemplating what Shanshan and Gu Jingchuan might be doing at this late hour. Were they dining together? Had they shared an embrace today? Did Gu Jingchuan smoke any of Shanshan's least favorite cigarettes? As he entered the living room, a melodious and concerned voice pierced the air. Xie Guanyan, what happened to your hand? The dulcet tones resonated in his ears, causing him to stiffen slightly. His dark, glassy eyes, veiled behind his glasses, lifted in disbelief. A young girl stood at the staircase, clad in a lovely spaghetti-strap dress, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on his hand. His heart jolted, and he clenched his fist tightly, striving to stanch the blood that flowed freely. What should he do? He must have frightened Shanshan. The man, who typically exuded confidence and control, now bore a hint of panic in his gaze, utterly at a loss. Adjusting his glasses with a single finger, he replied, "It's nothing." Yet, in the next moment, the alarm in his eyes was eclipsed by a wave of excitement. Shanshan was home. Had she quarreled with Gu Jingchuan? How delightful. After Lin Mo completed several dishes, she retreated to her room to study. She needed to find her fourth brother before confirming her enrollment, as frequently requesting leave would be rather troublesome. As the headlights of a car illuminated the room from outside, Lin Mo sensed that Xie Guanyan had returned. She hurried down the stairs, and upon reaching the landing, was startled to see blood dripping from his hand. She rushed forward, swiftly grasping his left hand to assess the situation. His skin was pale and cool, his long fingers delicate. When raised, they remained clenched into a fist. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers, a striking contrast of red against white. "Open your fist so I can see," Lin Mo urged, her tone laced with concern. The gentle warmth of her touch sent a jolt through Xie Guanyan, causing his heartbeat to quicken and an unexpected pleasure to surge within him. Shanshan was once again holding his hand. He desperately wished to conceal the grotesque injury from her sight, yet he found himself unable to withdraw his hand from her grasp. "It's truly nothing, just a minor cut from some glass," he replied in a soothing voice. Lin Mo lifted her chin to scrutinize him. The impeccably dressed man in his white suit still wore silver-framed glasses, his ears tinged with an uncharacteristic blush. He was both restrained and indulgent in his beauty. Just as she was about to say more, her peripheral vision caught sight of several heads bobbing at the doorway. At the forefront was the butler, his eyes sparkling with mirth, a broad smile gracing his lips. Turning her head slightly, she noticed Chef Li standing at the kitchen doorway, also observing her and Xie Guanyan. In an instant, Lin Mo released Xie Guanyan's hand. Goodness, she had almost forgotten that there were numerous guests in the villa. No, even if they were the only two present, she should not be holding his hand. The last time it was because she had injured him, but this time was different. Her heart raced inexplicably, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly. It's perfectly normal to show concern for a good landlord, isn't it? Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Lin Mo tucked her hand behind her back, her peach blossom eyes blinking. Perhaps the butler could attend to your wound? The butler, caught mid-candy, pointed to himself in surprise.
Me?
The lingering sensation of that soft, delicate touch remained on Xie Guanyan's hand as he shook his head, his tone gentle. "No need. I shall attend to it upstairs." "All right, I shall wait for you," Lin Mo replied. Xie Guanyan ascended the stairs with his long stride, swiftly applying the antiseptic ointment he used regularly in his palm. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Due to his troubled emotions, the man in the mirror appeared somewhat disheveled and haggard. The butler had not mentioned that Shanshan was at home. This appearance should not be presented before her. Had she said she would wait for him because she had something to discuss? What could it be? Surely, it isn't about moving out of the villa? The mere thought of this possibility sent shadows swirling within Xie Guanyan. No, absolutely not. She could pursue her romance. He would not interfere. As long as she did not bring Gu Jingchuan back to the villa. As Xie Guanyan pondered, he shed his clothing and made his way to the bathroom. Previously, He would have already bathed and changed before Lin Mo returned, presenting himself in the best and cleanest light. Today, he wished not to keep her waiting too long. So he had to wash quickly. Cold water cascaded down from his head, running over his well-defined abs and sliding down to his slender waist, evoking an allure of undeniable sensuality. Meanwhile, downstairs, the butler had someone cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. He sighed inwardly. It was truly hard to imagine that a man who commanded the business world could be so naive in matters of the heart. Such a splendid opportunity for Miss Lin to elicit his sympathy, yet she remained oblivious. It was exasperating. However, Miss Lin's behavior today indicated that she indeed cared a bit for her esteemed gentleman. In the kitchen, Lin Mo fastened her apron and asked Chef Li, "Do you think I will succeed tonight?" Chef Li's lips twitched slightly. "Do you want the truth?" Lin Mo touched her nose. "Is my cooking really that unpalatable?" Chef Li pondered for a few seconds. "Regarding the braised pork you made this afternoon, I can't say it was inedible. But let's just say the pig met an unfortunate end."
Lin Montag.
With a sigh, she lamented, "It seems I truly possess only the talent for eating." Just then, her phone on the countertop rang. Lin Mo glanced at it and saw a video call from Xie Guanyan. Upon answering, a strikingly handsome face appeared on the screen. "Sister, I have returned to the hotel. You mentioned this afternoon that you could not locate the fourth brother. He has moved." What exactly transpired? Throughout the afternoon, Xie Guanyan and Jiang Tang were engaged in an intense series of meetings, leaving no time for further inquiry. Upon seeing Lin Mo engaged in a video call, Chef Li discreetly exited. Just as Lin Mo was about to utter a word, Xie Guanyan furrowed his brow and asked, "Sister, what is that tied around you? Are you in the kitchen?" Lin Mo raised the camera high, revealing the apron she wore, and replied, "I'm preparing to cook." Xie Guanyan's expression darkened. "What are you cooking for yourself? The kitchen is filled with smoke, which is detrimental to your skin. Moreover, what if you were to burn yourself? If you desire a meal, simply call your favorite restaurant for delivery. Did I not have Jiang Tang send you several restaurant numbers? Those establishments are all owned by my friends and can deliver." Lin Mo chuckled softly. "I'm not cooking for myself. I'm preparing a meal for Xie Guanyan." Xie Guanyan blurted out, "Why should he eat the food you prepare?" Realizing he had just referred to Xie, whom he had recently come to admire. Xie Guanyan refrained from backtracking. No one is worthy of receiving a meal cooked by his sister, not even he himself. In the past, Lin Mo was indeed sheltered from household chores, with her younger brothers eagerly vying to assist her. She explained, "I must ask him to help investigate the situation regarding the fourth brother. We lack connections in the impoverished district and ought to show some gratitude." A wave of guilt washed over Xie Guanyan as he twirled the Buddhist beads on his wrist. "Sister, I am sorry for the sacrifices you have made. If it weren't for my losing track of the fourth brother, none of this would have occurred. Should I board a plane now to cook for Mr. Xie?" As he spoke, he began to rise. Lin Mo laughed. "Are you serious? By the time you arrive in Jingbei, it will be breakfast time. Do not think that eating my cooking is a privilege. My culinary skills are rather mediocre." During her childhood, Lin Mo was eager to learn everything, including cooking. But after a few days of practice, the entire family suffered from stomach ailments. Ultimately, their parents had to plead with Xie Guanyan to beg Lin Mo to cease her culinary endeavors to avert disaster. Xie Guanyan's mouth twitched slightly. "I am well aware of your cooking skills, which is why I am concerned for Mr. Xie." Lin Mo responded, "Then I shall be at ease." After detailing the situation regarding the fourth brother to Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo ended the video call with a few choice words. She then turned and called Chef Li back inside. Chef Li was a person with a deep appreciation for food and held it in high regard. After contemplating for a while outside, he looked at Lin Mo and said, "How about this, Miss Lin? I shall prepare the meal, intentionally altering the flavors from my usual style, and claim it as your creation. I assure you, I will not let anything slip." Lin Mo frowned. How can that be acceptable? Xie Guanyan merely went upstairs to apply medication and should be coming down shortly. This will surely reveal the ruse. Chef Li shook his head. "Mr. Xie has taken to bathing and washing his hair immediately upon returning home, which will take some time. I have everything ready for the dishes, and it will be swift. You can stand at the door, and as soon as there is any movement upstairs, I will pass you the spoon. I guarantee it will be foolproof." Considering the safety of Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. "All right, thank you." Chef Li exhaled in relief. It was merely a trifling matter. Lin Mo seldom deceived others, and now, standing at the kitchen door with her ears perked up, her heart raced with anticipation, reminiscent of the anxiety felt during an examination. 20 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lin Mo nearly leaped from her spot. He was coming. Heightened alertness engulfed her. Chef Li was just flipping the last dish in the pan, startled enough to nearly overturn it. After decades in the kitchen, his composure was on the verge of fraying. "All right, come here, take the spatula, just stir it a bit, and it will be ready. Sprinkle some scallions on top." This was the first time Chef Li had deceived his employer. To claim he was not nervous would be a blatant falsehood. Xie Guanyan descended the staircase, clad in fresh attire and with damp hair, his gaze immediately landing on the green sofa in the living room. He noticed the girl was not nestled there as usual, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Had she gone to her room? The housekeeper, upon seeing him, beamed and said, "Sir, Miss Lin is in the kitchen." Xie Guanyan's elegantly arched brows knitted together slightly. What was she doing in the kitchen? Approaching the kitchen door, he beheld the enchanting young lady donned in a black apron, the very one he typically wore. The black ties accentuated her slender waist, rendering her figure even more delicate. At that moment, her porcelain hands wielded the spatula, deftly stirring the contents of the pan. Xie Guanyan strode over. "Lin Mo, why are you cooking? Where is the chef?" As he spoke, he directly took the spatula from her hand, gently stating, "I shall do it." Lin Mo's heart raced as he drew near, hovering in her throat. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against hers, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her, a delightful tingling sensation enveloping her. Despite the rich aromas wafting from the kitchen, all she could discern was the faint, refreshing scent of the man beside her. Chef Li quickly interjected with a smile, "Sir, these dishes were all prepared by Miss Lin herself. She spent the afternoon learning from me, eager to surprise you." Xie Guanyan momentarily paused, his fingers gripping the spatula haltingly. His warm gaze settling on Lin Mo's face, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Under his scrutinizing look, Lin Mo's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. Yes. She wished to surprise him. What has transpired? Xie Guanyan's voice maintained a gentle tone. "Lin Mo has something she needs your assistance with." How splendid. He still had some utility in her life. Unbeknownst to her, her intentions had been so easily perceived. Lin Mo's long, thick eyelashes fluttered incessantly. It was but a trivial matter. She would speak of it during dinner. 3 dishes and a soup were served at the dining table, still steaming. A veritable feast for the senses. Lin Mo felt a surge of guilt, unable to meet Xie Guanyan's gaze. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, sampling the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, his brow arching slightly. "What do you need help with, Lin Mo?" This was not her culinary skill at play. Yet, her willingness to concoct a ruse for him was commendable. Lin Mo took several deep breaths to quell her unease, managing a smile as she explained, "You see, my 4th brother used to reside near the slums, but he has suddenly moved. I believe he is still within that vicinity, and I cannot locate him. I was wondering if you might have any means to assist me." Though her heart fluttered with trepidation, the dishes were undeniably fragrant. Lin Mo ultimately picked up the chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of steamed fish. The tender and fragrant fish meat earned a silent commendation from her for the chef. "No problem. What is your 4th brother's name?" She was somewhat surprised by how easily Xie Guanyan could be swayed, her previously anxious heart easing slightly. "His name is Jian. This fish is delicious. Do you have more?" She placed a piece of fish into Xie Guanyan's bowl. Xie Guanyan gazed at the bowl for a few seconds. She served him food. How blissful. At that moment, the servants, still on duty, frowned at the sight. The gentleman had a penchant for cleanliness and would certainly not eat food touched by others. In the next instant, they witnessed Xie Guanyan pick up the piece of fish and slowly chew it. The servants thought, "Your obsession with cleanliness is but a fait odd." After the meal, Xie Guanyan made a phone call and then informed Lin Mo they are currently investigating the entire slum area. They will update me with any news. The resolution of the matter seemed almost too effortless. She hadn't even truly cooked for him. Lin Mo nestled on the sofa, blinking her eyes. "Thank you, old Xie." Xie Guanyan reached out, tempted to pat her fluffy head but restrained himself. He adjusted his glasses with one hand, offering her a gentle smile. "I should also thank you for the thoughtfulness you've shown today, little Lin." After showering and lying in bed, Lin Mo received a WeChat message from the Circle's Buddha. "Did Mr. Xie summon you?" "No. Did Mr. Xie agree to help?" Lin Mo replied, "He has already assisted. He is truly a wonderful person." The Circle's Buddha responded, "He shouldn't be going into the hospital tonight, right?" Lin Mo replied, "The food was not made by me. It was the chef's work, but I pretended it was mine." The circle's Buddha reassured. Then I can rest easy. Lin Mo joked. You better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. Turning off her phone, Lin Mo gazed at the ceiling, feeling somewhat guilty towards Xie Guanyan. He had even thanked her for the meal, which she hadn't prepared herself. After the lights were turned off, she tossed and turned in bed for a while, unable to fall asleep. The chef had slightly overseasoned the dishes to mask the fact that they were prepared by her. A novice. Feeling a bit parched, she clambered out of bed in the dark. As she approached the door and opened it, she was startled to see a tall figure standing at her room's entrance. Chapter 051. The Remarkable Philanthropist. The door swung open suddenly, a gentle breeze brushing past her. The man, accustomed to checking on the girl before bed, found his mind momentarily blank. She wouldn't turn off the lights while playing on her phone, and would surely fall asleep within half an hour after the lights were out. What was going on today? Was she suffering from insomnia? In the next moment, her heart raced like thunder, and her shoulders trembled in the darkness. What was he doing standing at her room's door like a creep in the dead of night? He truly was insufferable. Raising a hand to adjust his glasses, which trembled slightly in his grip, he heard her sweet, melodious voice. Xie Guanyan, what a coincidence. Are you also thirsty for some water? In this villa, there were only 2 residents, and Lin Mo instantly recognized the tall, slender figure as Xie Guanyan. Feeling no fear whatsoever, he must have emerged from his room and paused upon hearing the sound of her door opening. Would you prefer a drink or water? I can fetch it for you on my way, Lin Mo suggested, attempting to divert his attention from the deceit she had perpetrated. The villa's second floor also boasted a lounge, which was equipped with a water dispenser and a refrigerator stocked with beverages. Xie Guanyan was taken aback by Lin Mo's assumption that he had come out merely for water, and her composure only deepened his surprise. A pure and beautiful soul perceives the world through an equally innocent and lovely lens. She harbored no darkness in her heart, oblivious to the shadows that often clouded human thoughts. At that moment, Xie Guanyan found himself loathing his own nature even more. He felt akin to a creature crawling through a murky gutter, perpetually gazing up at the most resplendent star in the heavens. Stars remain stars, eternally bright and luminous. No need, I shall go myself, Xie Guanyan replied, his voice striving to remain gentle. He thought to himself that at least Gu Jingchuan would never engage in such dark and twisted actions. Living under the same roof for the past 2 weeks felt like an extraordinary dream to him. Each night, he felt compelled to catch a glimpse of her before sleep. Otherwise, slumber would elude him. Having been declined, Lin Mo did not insist on assisting him. The 2 of them ascended to the lounge on the 2nd floor. The moonlight that bathed the evening was exquisite, filtering through the balcony and casting a hazy beauty across the room. A cup of water was handed to her, and Lin Mo accepted it naturally, taking a sip. The warm liquid soothed her parched throat, and she smiled, expressing her gratitude. Long legs certainly allow for swift movement. He had reached the water source before her. Xie Guanyan poured himself a glass, the icy liquid providing a modicum of comfort to his frayed nerves. Were you awakened by thirst? He inquired casually. Lin Mo's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly. No, I wasn't asleep. Is it because of your 4th brother? Xie Guanyan's gaze lingered on the young girl's face. The lounge remained dim, illuminated only by the ethereal moonlight that enveloped them, creating an atmosphere tinged with intimacy. Lin Mo took another sip of warm water and lifted her gaze to him. The tall man stood near the balcony, the lunar glow casting a soft light upon his shoulders. His silver-gray pajamas accentuated his well-proportioned frame. His face was shrouded in shadow, rendering it indistinct, save for the faint outline of a small brown mole on the tip of his nose, evoking an inexplicable allure. Lin Mo took another sip of water. Considering the dual reasons for her concern, he is young, and I worry for him. The other reason was her guilt over deceiving him, a truth she would not disclose. Her small selfishness led her to believe she could wait until her 4th brother was found to apologize sincerely. Revealing her thoughts now might provoke Xie Guanyan's anger, jeopardizing his willingness to assist. Well, I admit, I am not entirely benevolent. Investigations require time. I am confident a resolution will emerge soon, so you need not worry excessively. Xie Guanyan consoled her in a soothing tone. Lin Mo smiled slightly. I believe so too. Prior to making the call, she had already explained the circumstances surrounding her 4th brother's disappearance to Xie Guanyan, believing it would facilitate the search. At that moment, she recalled Zhang Nan mentioning earlier that Xie Guanyan seemed to have come from impoverished background. Today, I ventured into the slums, having heard that you had once spent time there as well. Is that true? With sleep eluding her, Lin Mo voiced her curiosity. The darkness served as a comforting veil, naturally easing the tension and drawing the two closer together, akin to friends. A transparent glass, gripped in Xie Guanyan's hand, contained a refreshing glass of ice water. Invigorating and crisp. Even a sip could scarcely quell the excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Is Shanshan truly concerned for him? Indeed. Xie Guanyan's voice remained gentle, with a slight lilt that was somewhat alluring. He had once resided in the orphanage there, and it was in that very place that he first laid eyes upon Shanshan. He would never forget the moment a little girl, clad in a princess dress, entered the dilapidated orphanage. With her hair styled in two small braids and eyes that sparkled brighter than diamonds, she was as exquisitely crafted as a doll in a shop window. Unlike many others, she did not regard the orphans with disdain, despite the fact that this was the most impoverished and filthy orphanage in the city.
Mommy,
May I play with them for a while? The delicate and beautiful little girl asked an elegant and sophisticated woman. The woman smiled and replied, "Of course, Shanshan. But be careful not to fall." Like a joyful little bird, she flitted into their midst. The children of the orphanage had never seen such a lovely girl and rushed to play with her.
hey,
"Why are you lying on the ground?" the princess exclaimed, astonished. As she approached him, a dazzlingly white hand extended towards him. "I'll help you up." At that moment, he was being bullied by several strong children from the orphanage. Before her arrival, they had pinned him to the ground and beaten him simply because he refused to give them all his food. The headmaster had announced, "Someone is coming to donate to our orphanage, so settle down." Only then did the children release him. Yet he could not rise, weakened by hunger. "Don't pull him up. He is filthy." One of the bullies clutched the princess's hand. She turned to glare at him. "What do you care whether I help him or not?" Her nature was always so resolute. She treated everyone the same, and no one could interfere with her decisions. The bully persisted. "He smells bad. Come play with us instead. I can make paper airplanes." The princess ignored him and continued to reach out to him. "Give me your hand." The bully, a little tyrant of the orphanage, grew furious and yanked the princess's hand. "I told you not to help him." In response, the princess swiftly delivered a sharp slap. "I said don't meddle." The bully, taken aback by the sudden blow, stood there dumbfounded. The commotion drew the attention of the headmaster, who was introducing the orphanage to the princess's parents. The bullied child rushed to complain. "Headmaster, she hit me, boo-hoo." The headmaster frowned, glanced at the princess, and directed the bully, "You must have been in the wrong. Go to the classroom." The princess's mother inquired, "Did you hit him?" The princess nodded. "I did. He tugged at me twice." Her mother smiled. "Then you were justified. Go on and play." The little princess's father examined her hand and, with a heart full of concern, remarked, "It's all red. Please don't exert yourself so much next time." Her parents unconditionally believed in her and showered her with affection, undeterred by the potential stigma of being labeled as self-important for merely donating a little. Yet, it was evident that this family was unconcerned with such judgments. Her small hand, warm to the touch, effortlessly lifted him from the ground, for at that time, he was nothing but skin and bones. "You're so thin. I'll ask my mother to donate more here. You must eat well," she said to him before departing. He nodded, clenched his fists to steady his trembling body, and uttered his first word, "Okay." He vowed to present a different version of himself when she returned. However, she never visited the welfare home again. "You've accomplished so much. Those impoverished students owe their education to you." A melodious voice pulled Xie Guanyan from his reverie. The little princess did not remember him, which was entirely normal. At that time, she was 6 years old, her life radiant and splendid, while he was as lowly as dirt. Fortunately, she later recalled him. "I, too, received help when I was there." Xie Guanyan lifted his cup to take a sip, his throat's alluring prominence moving. Lin Mo's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with kindness, warming my very being. As drowsiness enveloped her, Lin Mo set down her cup. "I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too."
good night.
"Good night, illustrious philanthropist." Xie Guanyan replied. "Good night." She smiled like a blooming flower. The second floor's living room fell into silence. Once more, the air still fragrant with the essence of the young girl. Xie Guanyan, with his distinctly articulated fingers, placed his cup down but, uncontrollably, picked up hers, pressing his lips against it, his eyes clouded with dampened desire.
See?
He was not the remarkable philanthropist everyone believed him to be. He was merely a wretched, dark pervert. Chapter 052, Truly Beautiful. Shen Han and Jiang Tang remained in Jingnan. The following morning, it was still Zhang Nan who came to pick up Lin Mo. Once in the car, Lin Mo fastened her seatbelt with her porcelain-like fingers. Still intent on visiting the impoverished district. Have you pinpointed the exact location? Zhang Nan inquired. Yes, we're heading there now. They should still be around. During breakfast, Xie Guanyan shared the information he had gathered about the area. The police had searched all night and finally located them. However, they had only discovered their whereabouts through identity registration, ensuring not to alert anyone. Suddenly, Lin Mo's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Without a moment's thought, she hung up. The number called again, and she repeated the action. Zhang Nan, curious, asked, "Why don't you answer?" Lin Mo replied, "It could be a scam call. Xin Yihan mentioned that one of your employees lost 100,000 after answering an unfamiliar call." Zhang Nan was taken aback. "Really? This is the first I've heard of it." Lin Mo nodded. "It's best to avoid unknown calls. I saw a post on Douyin yesterday where someone shared their experience of being scammed, losing 56 yuan from their bank account." Zhang Nan laughed. "How tragic. That's truly unfortunate." Meanwhile, Gu Jingchuan, observing the call being disconnected again, furrowed his brow in concern. Xin Yihan has shared his number with Lin Mo. Gu Jingchuan picked up his spare phone and dialed Lin Mo's number once more, only to be met with another disconnection. Gu Jingchuan exclaimed, "What is happening? Is this truly Lin Mo's number? Surely, the private investigator isn't deceiving me?" The investigator promptly responded, "There is no mistake. Try calling again." Gu Jingchuan retorted, "Repeated attempts will only lead to being blocked." The investigator replied, "That would be unfortunate." Fuming, Gu Jingchuan flared his nostrils and sent a message to his assistant. "Why haven't I seen any trending topics all night? What on earth are you doing?" His assistant quickly replied, "The trending topics are not being pushed by Weibo. No amount of money can change that, and I am powerless." It was evident that Xie Guanyan had preemptively contacted Weibo. In frustration, Gu Jingchuan tugged at his hair, losing several strands in the process. He knew he must meet Lin Mo. Relying on Zhang Nan's familiarity with the impoverished neighborhood, the two soon arrived beneath the bridge. Indeed, Shunjian had not found a proper place to stay, but instead resided under the bridge, where many others were living amid a stench that was unbearable. Zhang Nan asked, "Do you have a photo? I can go in and search. You wait for me outside." Lin Mo shook her head, pulling a mask from her pocket and handing one to Zhang Nan before putting on her own. "We shall enter together." This place was home to the homeless, and the stares of the onlookers were unabashed. Growing up here, Zhang Nan felt a twinge of fear. Lin Mo held her hand firmly, walking calmly as her gaze swept over those lying on the ground. Finally, at the far end of the bridge, she spotted a frail boy kneeling, offering water to a middle-aged woman on the ground. Just a day apart, the once clean boy now appeared filthy, with dried blood matted in his hair. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling, she found the odor overwhelming. Approaching him, she knelt and gently touched his head.
"Shunjian."
A melodious voice resonated in his ears. A tender touch transmitted from above. John, having spent the entire night without sleep, took a moment to react, slowly turning his head in surprise. "Sister, you." Realizing it was his sister who had touched his head, he pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. "My head is dirty, wipe your hands." Accepting the tissue, Lin Mo felt a mix of anger and pity, pinching the boy's nose. "You rascal, you made me search for you. Now come back with me." Suddenly, the woman lying on the ground sat up and clutched John tightly. "We're not going back. We don't want to go back. Leave. Just leave." She hurled a nearby cup at Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could react, John stepped in front of her. The cup struck his back with a heavy thud, eliciting a pained grunt. Guilt flashed in his eyes hidden beneath his long bangs. "Sister, you should go back. I cannot return with you." Lin Mo furrowed her brow, pulling John aside. Her voice softened. "Auntie, I am not a bad person. I am here to protect you." The woman's expression gradually softened, her gaze somewhat dazed. "Will you protect us?" Lin Mo's words pierced Ji An's heart like a knife. He bit down hard on his lip. "Sister, we." Lin Mo shot him a glare. "Silence. Come with me now." The bloodline suppression rendered Ji An unable to utter any words of refusal. Shouldering his backpack, he helped the woman to her feet. "Aunt Shen, this is my sister. We will go with her." As the woman was lifted, she gazed at Lin Mo for a long while, her eyes inexplicably reddening as she remarked, "So beautiful." The roads in the slums were difficult for vehicles to navigate, forcing them to stop outside. Aunt Shen's condition was dire, She had vomited blood several times along the way. Zhang then also went to support Anshan, and the four of them made their way outside. To their surprise, they encountered Gu Jingchuan once again. He frowned slightly at the sight of the two dirty individuals, but approached with genuine concern. Lin Mo, do you need help? Chapter 053. A challenge to suppress laughter? Jingbei is vast, its area surpassing that of several small nations. Meeting Gu Jingchuan again was clearly no coincidence. Lin Mo had not given much thought to this matter yesterday. At this moment, her delicate face grew slightly solemn, her tone chilling. Gu Jingchuan, are you following me? Gu Jingchuan showed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he smiled playfully. I'm not following you. I hired a private detective to find out where you are. You weren't answering my calls. So I had no choice but to come find you. Having pursued Lin Mo for 3 years, Gu Jingchuan understood her well. Rather than be secretive, it was better to be forthright. She would be upset, but not excessively so. Seeing him still smiling only deepened Lin Mo's frostiness. What's so worthy of pride in that? You've invaded my privacy. I could report you to the authorities. The strikingly beautiful girl's expression turned icy. Her cold elegance, striking fear in the heart. Gu Jingchuan, adaptable and quick to respond, immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just missed you too much. Lin Mo regarded him with a frigid stare. A challenge to suppress laughter? You've won. Gu Jingchuan replied. We need to head to the hospital immediately. Lin Mo turned to Ji and helped Aunt Shun into the car. Jian's cold gaze, obscured by his long bangs, shot a glance at Gu Jingchuan. This person was still the same, pursuing his sister like a stubborn leech. As he assisted Aunt Shun towards the vehicle, Jian deliberately bumped into Gu Jingchuan. Gu Jingchuan stumbled back, his arm throbbing with pain, irritation flaring as he exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing?" Jian halted, turning to face him, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. Don't pursue my sister. An inexplicable sense of being hunted washed over Gu Jingchuan, sending a chill down his spine. Noticing the injuries adorning Gu Jingchuan's face and head, it was evident he had been in a fight. Young and fiery. One should not provoke such a person. They would fight fiercely. Gu Jingchuan deflated, smiling nervously. No, Shaoan, you've misunderstood. I'm here to comfort your sister. Let me take you all to the hospital. After so many years, Gu Jingchuan did not recognize Xinjian. However, he called Lin Mo sister. And he knew what Lin Mo's other 2 younger brothers looked like. Undoubtedly, this one was the 4th. No need, we'll go to the hospital ourselves, Lin Mo declined. Zhang Nan drove ahead, with Lin Mo seated in the passenger seat, while Jian and Anshan occupied the back. Lin Mo turned her head to look at Jian, inquiring about the previous night's events. I went to your place, and your neighbor mentioned that a man came looking for you, and assaulted both you and Anshan. Is that true? Jian nodded, wiping the blood from Anshan's mouth with a tissue. Who was he? Why did he attack you? You must tell me everything you've experienced over the years.
Lin Mo tak.
Abandoning any subtleties, intended to confront the matter directly. Jian crumpled the tissue in his hand, lowering his gaze. The reason children become overweight can be attributed to either their constitution or their insatiable appetites. Jian belonged to the latter category. At 3 years old, in pursuit of chicken eggs, he had chased a hen only to end up tasting chicken droppings. On a sweltering day at the park, his elder brother went to buy drinks, leaving him and his younger brother to wait beneath a tree. The younger brother, ever curious, was engrossed in watching a couple on a park bench share a kiss. Meanwhile, Jian, with his keen sense of smell, detected a tantalizing aroma of grilled sausages. Following the scent, he encountered a kind-looking middle-aged woman selling sausages. "Little one, would you like to eat?" she asked with a smile. Jian felt saliva pooling in his mouth but shook his head, saying, "I have no money. My sister said I shouldn't take things for free." The compassionate woman, however, offered him a sausage, saying, "You're so adorable. This is a gift from Andy." At just 7 years old, his rationality battled with his cravings, and rationality ultimately faltered. "It's fine. I'll ask my brother for money later," he thought, smiling as he accepted the treat. After devouring the sausage in haste, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and the world around him began to blur. Soon he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in the back of a truck, the ceiling dark and the jostling motion causing his body to roll about. Each collision with the interior of the truck echoed painfully. His hands and feet were bound, and a cloth was stuffed in his mouth, rendering him voiceless. At that moment, he understood he had fallen into the hands of human traffickers. Despair surged within him, and tears streamed down his face. Why did I eat? As his tears dried and his stomach growled, signaling the time for dinner, he realized he had not eaten. He was uncertain of his whereabouts or the destination ahead. Yet, in that moment, Jian steeled himself. His sister had always advised that no matter the situation, one must remain calm, think critically, and never give up. The journey seemed interminable. Jian was awakened multiple times by hunger, only to find himself still en route. They likely feared his elder brother would report them, compelling them to keep moving until they reached their destination. Time became an abstract concept, and when the truck door finally swung open, he found himself in a remote village. So obscure it was not even marked on a map. The middle-aged woman was not alone. She had a male accomplice. Together, they bundled him into a sack and carried him further along the path. When he was finally able to see outside, he beheld a dilapidated low house, surrounded by similar structures. A middle-aged woman was chattering cheerfully in a dialect he could not comprehend. A middle-aged man, his face marred by a scar, cast several glances in his direction before retreating indoors to retrieve some money. At that moment, Xie Guanyan realized he had been sold. Eventually, as he learned to understand the local dialect, he discovered that the woman had remarked on his robust appearance, suggesting that with him, her household would likely find tranquility. In this village, the purchase of children was commonplace. They even offered the scarred man advice on how to retain a child. Discipline was administered through beating, and the threat of punishment deterred any thoughts of escape. Moreover, the paths leading out of this place were treacherous and difficult to navigate. Where could one possibly flee? Xie Guanyan attempted to escape numerous times, enduring many beatings, until he seemingly relinquished any notion of flight and resigned himself to life with the scarred man. Months later, observing Xie Guanyan's apparent acceptance of his fate, the scarred man announced, "Tonight, I shall introduce you to your mother." That evening, in a small shed behind the house, Xie Guanyan encountered a woman whose feet were shackled. Her hair was unkempt, her clothing filthy, and her eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. Upon seeing him, she instinctively recoiled in fear. "Why am I locked up?" Xie Guanyan inquired, bewildered. The scarred man ignored his question and addressed the woman. "Xiaozhen, this is our child. Let us raise him together." In time, Xie Guanyan learned that this woman, too, had been trafficked. Her misfortune was compounded while traveling after graduating high school. She had helped a pregnant woman who had fallen, only to be ensnared by human traffickers exploiting her compassion. The scarred man violently assaulted her, resulting in her pregnancy. Desperate to avoid bearing a child, she resorted to severe measures to induce a miscarriage. After enduring further assaults and subsequent pregnancies, she attempted to terminate them with greater ferocity, nearly succumbing to hemorrhage. She preferred death to being used as a mere vessel for childbirth. Yet, she was rescued, albeit rendered incapable of conceiving again. It was then that the scarred man conceived the idea of acquiring a child. The woman, embodying a maternal softness, would inevitably develop an attachment to the child, ensuring her compliance to remain. Events unfolded in a manner that appeared to align with the scarred man's expectations. Xie Guanyan became obedient and considerate, devoid of any intention to flee after enduring beatings. He called the woman mother, engaging her in conversation while bringing her meals. Gradually, she grew more willing to speak and smile. The scarred man was pleased, although he would often unleash his wrath upon the two whenever intoxicated. Living in poverty, he toiled in menial labor to earn a meager existence, finding his only sense of power within the confines of his home. However, the situation would not perpetually unfold in the manner he desired. For Xie Guanyan had never abandoned his resolve. His initial attempts to escape, only to be recaptured, were mere ruses to confound the scarred man. To act otherwise would have raised suspicion. The terrain of the mountains was indeed intricate, and it took him an exceedingly long time to truly discover the path to escape. On the eve of their planned flight, he inquired of Aunt Shen, "Would you care to accompany me?" For the first time, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes as she nodded in assent. During the day, the villagers were bustling about. Any unusual behavior exhibited by those who had been abducted would rally their collective efforts to assist. It was only at night that they found their opportunity. Xie Guanyan pilfered money from the scarred man, unshackled Aunt Shen, and stealthily made his way into the darkness. However, fate took a cruel turn when the neighbor's dog detected the commotion and began to bark furiously. At that moment, Xie Guanyan had already shed dozens of pounds. He grasped Aunt Shen and fled. Yet, constrained by her prolonged captivity, Aunt Shen struggled to keep pace, and they were soon apprehended. The scarred man seized a shovel from his home and swung it menacingly at Xie Guanyan. In a protective instinct, Aunt Shen shielded Xie Guanyan. But the shovel struck her head instead. Blood splattered across Xie Guanyan, and for the first time, he wept bitterly, consumed by rage at their betrayal. The scarred man had no intention of taking her for treatment. It was Xie Guanyan who knelt and pleaded with him, bowing his head. "Please, save her. I beg you." The scarred man pressed his head to the ground, threatening, "Will you ever run again? Will you never run again?" Xie Guanyan vowed repeatedly. The blow to Aunt Zhen's had left her with lasting repercussions, occasionally causing her to lose her sanity. Yet Xie Guanyan remained undeterred. 2 years later, he devised another plan for escape. This time, he pilfered sleeping pills from a clandestine clinic in the village and administered them to the scarred man and the neighboring dogs. He brought Aunt Zhen along again, for it was her bravery in protecting him that had led to her madness. Chapter 054. Zhong Deng also arrived. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, yet Lin Mo still felt an unsettling chill. Her gaze lingered deeply on her fourth brother, her eyes reddening. Instinctively, she refrained from shedding tears. She never allowed herself to weep in front of her brothers. However, Zhang Nan sobbed openly. "Those vile traffickers shall not escape my wrath." As he recounted his past experiences, the tissues in Jianan's hand were torn into tiny pieces. He was merely 7 when he was abducted, and by the time he successfully escaped, he had turned 10. "We ran all night until we finally emerged from that mountain village. I had taught Anshin to appear like a regular adult, merely taking me out to play. We stumbled our way back to Jingbei." Lin Mo had always recognized her fourth brother's intelligence. His IQ surpassed that of their second and third brothers. It was no surprise that he could remain composed and save himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo said, "Once we return to Jingbei, you should seek out our second brother. He will not abandon you and Anshin." Her tone was calm, devoid of reproach. Certainly, she would not bear the weight of her fourth brother's plight. She had already perished at that time, powerless to intervene. Could she blame their second brother? It was not his fault. The true culprits were the heartless traffickers and their buyers. "I do not wish for Aunt Zhen and me to burden our second and third brothers." Jianan's voice was barely audible. Aunt Zhen was his responsibility. He had brought her out, and it was not theirs to bear. Fortunately, the cost of living in the impoverished district is remarkably low. I can apply for living expenses while studying, and I can also take on some work to support myself and Aunt Zhen. Jian's tone lightened somewhat. Lin Mo's long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow over her eyelids. "It is indeed thanks to Xie Guanyan's charitable foundation. Otherwise, I would have no idea how my fourth brother and Aunt Zhen, who struggles with mental health issues, would manage to live. I have found you. Why do you still run away? Is there anything you cannot tell your sister?" Lin Mo contemplated, feeling somewhat irritated. If he had returned with her the day before yesterday, they would not have been beaten last night. Jian looked up at the passenger seat, recalling that the man had never ceased his pursuit of me and Anshin. "Before I encountered you, I had crossed paths with him in Jingbei, and I managed to escape. However, I knew he would never relent in his quest for us. That man is ruthless and capable of anything. I fear he may pose a threat to you, sister. I cannot take that gamble. My sister is innocent." Thus he fled. Unfortunately, that very night, the man found them. Thankfully, he had grown up and prevented the man from killing them, managing to drive him away. However, they must relocate immediately. That individual will not simply give up. Reporting to the police would be futile, not to mention the police in the impoverished district are unlikely to respond. Even if he were detained, he would continue his actions upon release. Finding a place to stay in the middle of the night is challenging. They could only temporarily take shelter under a bridge. He did not expect his sister to find them, nonetheless. "Sister, I am sorry." Shinji and lowered his head, tears falling and landing on the car seat. Lin Mo's anger dissipated entirely. She reached her hand from the passenger seat to the back, gently patting her brother's head. "There is no need to apologize. You are a brave, understanding, and responsible little darling. Those who are too considerate are destined to bear more." Sister praised him, and Jian felt a surge of emotion, wanting to cry profusely. Despite her pale complexion, Anshin proudly lifted her chin at that moment. "Yes, our little An is indeed a good child. He can even clean himself after using the restroom." Lin Mo, Jian, Zhang Nan bit her lip in contemplation of her bank balance, refraining from laughing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jian assisted Aunt Zhen in getting out of the car. Zhang Nan furrowed her brow and said, "Gu Jingchuan, that popular actor, has come along too." Lin Mo was so focused on her fourth brother that she had not noticed. Gu Jingchuan parked the car, donned sunglasses and a mask, and approached Lin Mo. I can assist you with registration or anything else. I merely wish to help you. Lin Mo, please do not refuse me. In the sunlight, the man had a fine physique, and his voice resonated with profound sincerity. Zhang Nan and Jian both frowned. It was somewhat moving to see such a prominent actor being so humble. However, Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Wow. Is that not Gu Jingchuan?
Ah,
Guingdi is here." Chapter 055. He must do something. Gu Jingchuan nearly had his ears pierced by Lin Mo's exuberant shout, his expression frozen for a moment. After Lin Mo's triumphant shout, she retreated, signaling to Zhang Nan and Jian to hurry. Zhang Nan and Jian quickly supported Anchen, each taking one of her shoulders. The hospital parking lot was bustling with numerous people, and amidst the spacious surroundings, fans swiftly encircled Gu Jingchuan. "Emperor Gu, it's truly you. May we take a photo together? Let us shoot a TikTok, Emperor Gu. My granddaughter adores you."
ah,
"I'm so excited. Could you sign my shirt?" In an instant, Gu Jingchuan was transported back to the haunting memories of the previous car accident and the overwhelming fear of being besieged by fans at school. Here he was in a hospital, yet not a single fan seemed concerned about his well-being. All they cared about were photos and autographs. However, he soon heard some fans expressing their concern for his health. Why is Emperor Gu here alone? Is he suffering from a hidden ailment? Gu Jingchuan. He wished to follow Lin Mo, but the crowd made it impossible to move. He could only offer a few perfunctory responses to the fans before hastily departing in his car. Lin Mo often acted unpredictably. He needed to devise alternative methods to placate her. This private hospital happened to belong to his family, so he had plenty of resources at his disposal. Lin Mo spent the entire day at the hospital. Anchen needed to be hospitalized for a few days, and Jian's injuries had also been treated. While tending to his wounds, Lin Mo noticed a long scar on his forehead, conveniently concealed by his bangs. Adolescent boys are often concerned with their appearance, which explained his long hair. Lin Mo inquired of the doctor, "Is it possible to remove this scar on his forehead?" The doctor shook his head, explaining that it had been there for too long and would be difficult to eliminate, though he suggested trying some scar removal ointment. The journey from the impoverished district to the hospital took merely half an hour. Fourth brother recounted his experiences, yet the pain endured was both real and enduring. After taking her medication, Anchen fell asleep, while Zhang Nan watched over her. Lin Mo took Jian out to shop, purchasing new phones for both him and Anchen, as his previous phone had been smashed the night before. Having added Jian on WeChat, Lin Mo transferred him 100,000 yuan. This amount meant little to Jian during his childhood, as his sister would give him 500,000 yuan each year for New Year's, albeit claiming she was saving it for him, even though their parents were gone. The family business continued to operate normally, ensuring that the inheritance and company dividends could sustain their lives comfortably. However, for Ji and in the present, it was a small fortune. He hadn't seen such a sum in years. Clutching his phone, Ji expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." If he dared to refuse now, he had no doubt his sister would slap him. Lin Mo smiled. "No need to thank me. It's not my earnings, but rather those of your second brother, the Buddha of the Jing Circle." Jian had indeed come across this moniker while browsing TikTok. A flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes as he pressed his lips together, saying, "Sister, please don't reveal the entirety of my experiences to second brother. I fear he might feel even guiltier." Lin Mo nodded. "I understand." That evening, Jian stayed at the hospital to keep Anchen company. Lin Mo mentioned, "I will arrange for a caregiver to accompany Anchen tomorrow during the day. You should go to school." Anchen nodded in agreement. School is a must. Lin Mo discerned that Anchen held a strong obsession with education. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caused a scene when the principal threatened to expel Jian.
today.
Upon seeing her identification card, she discovered she was only 35, though she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. She inquired, and both of their identification cards were reissued upon their arrival in the impoverished district, an age she had previously heard from Jian. At merely 18, after graduating from high school, she was sold into the mountains. One can hardly fathom her despair, nor that of her family. It is no wonder she gazed at Jian's face, declaring it beautiful. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, she recalled that she too once possessed such beauty. Jian nodded, her long bangs swaying gently. The educational environment at Sanzhong was deplorable, and Lin Mo contemplated transferring Jian to another school. However, she decided to withhold such discussions for another day, allowing her to rest well for the night. After imparting a few reminders, Lin Mo departed from the hospital. By the time Zhang Nan escorted Lin Mo to the villa entrance, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. In the car, Lin Mo retrieved her phone. "Let me add you on WeChat." Zhang Nan responded with delight, "Sure." After adding each other, Lin Mo transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhang Nan, saying, "Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Here's a little bonus." Zhang Nan's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the 5,000. But she quickly declined. No, this is what I ought to do. I am Secretary Shen's assistant." Though she spoke thus, her hands did not return the money. Her resolve faltered against the allure of such a sum. 5,000 was nearly half a month's salary. Lin Mo, with her fair fingers, typed a message to Xie Guanyan on WeChat. "I'm back. Please open the door." She then looked up and said, "Without your guidance these past few days, I wouldn't have found my fourth brother so swiftly. I believe this is rightfully yours." The young woman's expression was sincere, her peach blossom eyes shimmering beautifully. Zhang Nan felt herself captivated. "Then I shall accept it. Thank you, sister," she declared, announcing Lin Mo as her one and only sister henceforth. The villa's gate swung open, revealing a tall, handsome man adorned in a white suit, the silver-framed glasses accentuating the light at the entrance. Zhang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Am I mistaken? Is that Mr. Xie?" It was inconceivable that Shen Yihan would discuss her affairs with an ordinary secretary. Zhang Nan was unaware that Lin Mo was residing in Xie Guanyan's home, which was entirely reasonable. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. Zhang Nan held her breath. This was her first time witnessing Xie Guanyan in person, having only seen him on financial programs before. In reality, he was far more handsome than he appeared on screen. He exuded a gentle, refined aura, resembling an ethereal flower on a distant peak. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo's face, neglecting even a glance at her car. After disembarking, Lin Mo waved to Zhang Nan, instructing her to drive safely on the way home and to send her a message upon arrival. Zhang Nan drove away slowly, still observing Xie Guanyan. Since Lin Mo's appearance, his eyes had not strayed from her for a moment. Were they together? Ah, how delightful. "Are you still working at this late hour?" Lin Mo asked as she walked inside, addressing Xie Guanyan. He adjusted his glasses with a single finger, replying, "Yes. I am in a meeting with colleagues overseas." Lin Mo smiled up at him. "No wonder you can earn so much." The exquisite young woman's smile was subtle, yet it did not radiate warmth in her enchanting eyes. A slight heaviness settled in Xie Guanyan's heart. She was evidently troubled, likely due to matters concerning her fourth brother. Long ago, he became aware of her younger brother's disappearance and had even dispatched individuals to search for him. She had always cherished her family deeply, even in her absence. She would undoubtedly wish for their well-being. However, he had found no trace of him. This morning, when the police from the slums contacted him, he gleaned some information about her brother's condition. He bore injuries, accompanied by a middle-aged woman who appeared somewhat dazed and was also hurt. During the day, it was Gu Jingchuan who stood by her side, leaving him without the right to intrude. As night approached, he felt compelled to take action. The silhouette of the young girl elongated under the dim lights of the garden. She walked with the same proud demeanor as before, yet a closer inspection revealed her head slightly bowed. "Lin Mo, hurry into the living room," Xie Guanyan called out to her. Lin Mo turned back, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "What's the matter?" "My friend delivered a bottle of red wine today. Would you care for a sip?" Xie Guanyan inquired. Chapter 056, A Difficult Conversation. "Mr. Shen, your flight back is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You must rise no later than 6. Do not oversleep." Jiang Tang reminded him at the door of the hotel room. The situation in Jingnan was somewhat precarious. Yet the two of them worked diligently and resolved it within 2 days. Shen Yihan, clad in a sleek black suit, with his wrist adorned by black prayer beads, nodded in agreement. Jiang Tang did not leave but continued. "Zhang Nan just messaged me, saying she has returned Xiao Mo home safely, and her younger brother is well settled." Shen Yihan replied, "When payroll is processed, instruct the finance department to grant Zhang Nan a bonus this month. She has been a great help in accompanying my sister these past few days." A smile blossomed on Jiang Tang's usually stoic face. "Xiao Mo has already transferred her 5,000 yuan. She is a sincere child, confiding everything to her." Shen Yihan raised an eyebrow. "That is agreeable. Let us increase her quarterly bonus slightly." Jiang Tang responded, "Indeed, Zhang Nan has always been diligent. It is time she received a reward. Do not worry too much, Mr. Shen. With Xiao Mo around, her brother's matters are certainly well taken care of." Shin Ihan shook his head. I am more concerned about my sister. She messaged me as soon as she found her brother, urging me to focus on my work. We shall discuss the specifics later tonight. She is aware of her brother's circumstances over the years and must be feeling quite distressed, yet she has never allowed herself to succumb to sorrow. She did not weep even when our parents passed away. Enough of this. You should rest early. Shin Ihan's voice was inexplicably hoarse as his slender fingers swiped the door card to enter his room. Jiang Tang, with her cool demeanor, was not one to easily empathize with others. Her emotional responses to events she encountered online were often muted, as were her reactions to relatives and friends. Her parents frequently remarked on her coldness and lack of humanity. Yet, in this moment, her heart ached with a dull pain. Having endured the loss of both parents, she had never revealed her own grief, always prioritizing the feelings of her 3 younger brothers. Nevertheless, she had achieved near-perfect scores to gain admission to a prestigious high school. How difficult must it have been for her? Jiang Tang's gaze fell, and she turned to open the door to the adjacent room, closing it behind her. Taking out her phone, she crouched to open her suitcase and snapped a few photos. It was not yet 11 o'clock. She should still be awake. He sent out a few photos and then typed, Lin Mo, I brought you some local delicacies from Jingnan, along with a charming German cat plush toy. He took the time to buy something, hoping to bring a touch of comfort to her deepest emotions. Upon returning to his room, Shin Ihan went to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. After taking a few deep breaths, he settled onto the sofa beside the hotel, his left hand twisting the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. He took out his phone, his long fingers tapping open the chat window titled Understanding Life Through 4 Marriages. He initiated a video call. The buzzing vibration echoed, causing the green velvet sofa to tremble slightly. A delicate young woman, clad in a gray pajama set, was nestled on the sofa, her hand poised to grasp a glass of red wine that Xie Guanyan had poured for her, but she hesitated. She considered Xie Guanyan's suggestion. After all, she was an adult now, and sipping some red wine was perfectly acceptable. It must be her second brother messaging her. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was a message from Jiang Tang. Jingnan, being in the south, was known for its beautifully crafted pastries. Opening the photos sent by Jiang Tang, Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and she replied, Thank you, Sister Jiang Tang. I absolutely adore them. At that moment, another video call notification popped up on her phone. Lin Mo settled comfortably on the sofa, tidied her hair, and then answered the call. Is the young master of the capital still awake at this hour? Shin Ihan teased lightly. His fingers tightened slightly around his phone, yet he played along, feigning complaint. No one else calls me that. Only you.
Lin Montag schroget.
That's because no one dares to call you that to your face. Behind your back, everyone calls you that. Shin Ihan searched his sister's eyes for any trace of sorrow but found none. He twisted the Buddhist beads on his wrist again and said, Sister, I'll be going back tomorrow. Lin Mo smiled. Great. Make sure to bring 4th brother home to stay. He's currently in the hospital with that lady. It's easy to get hurt in the slums. Fortunately, he's fine, but she needs to stay in the hospital for a few days. Once she's discharged, you should buy them a house. Shin Ihan frowned. Why buy a house? My villa is spacious enough for them. Lin Mo gazed at him with her enchanting, peach blossom eyes. I'm concerned that you might not accept that lady. You have every right not to. While that lady saved 4th brother, their bond was indeed profound. However, it sufficed for Shin Ihan to provide them with a home. He was under no obligation to live with her. It's all right. Living alone feels lonely. A bustling family is much more lively, Shin Ihan replied sincerely. His sister was always like this, seemingly assertive, yet fundamentally democratic. Lin Mo genuinely did not perceive any reluctance in Shin Ihan's expression. She smiled. That works too. Just hire a housekeeper and a few servants for the villa, like at Xie Guanyan's place. After all, the young master of the capital is certainly not short on funds. Now that 4th brother has found you, don't dwell too much on it. Stop blaming yourself. The fault lies not with you, but with those traffickers. Punishing yourself for others' mistakes is unjust, understand? Shin Ihan nodded, acknowledging her words. He truly wished to utter a few words of comfort to his sister, yet her emotions were concealed so impeccably that he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it's best to end the call. You should rest early. Lin Mo remarked with a smile. Shin Ihan's gaze flickered momentarily, but ultimately he remained silent. Very well. Observing that the young lady did not lift her wine glass, Xie Guanyan too refrained from doing so. Although she had felt somewhat melancholic while seated on the sofa, her mood lightened upon picking up her phone. Yet, he found no joy in this transformation. This lightness was not a mere fade of forced cheerfulness, but rather a muscle memory developed over time. She must have undergone numerous exercises to effortlessly suppress her emotions. After ending the call, Lin Mo's slender fingers reached for the wine glass once more, only to discover that Xie Guanyan was gazing at her. Before speaking, the handsome man gently parted his lips, his tone exceedingly tender. It is perfectly acceptable for you to feel unhappy. Lin Mo Chapter 057. I do not care. The night had grown somewhat deep, and within the vast villa, only the two of them existed, the silence so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. The man's voice, rich and melodious, flowed gently like water into Lin Mo's ears, reaching her heart. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered lightly. She raised her wine glass and took a sip of the red wine, its rich flavor spreading down her throat. Moments later, a hint of a smile graced her lips. I am not unhappy. I am merely saddened. Saddened that such things would befall her fourth brother, saddened by Aunt Jin's plight, saddened that many families still endure such despair. Sadness can also be expressed, Xie Guanyan remarked. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes widened slightly. You don't possess mind-reading abilities, do you? How is it that you seem to know precisely what I am thinking? Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with his translucent fingers. It is not difficult to deduce. Everyone experiences emotions, and anyone faced with your circumstances would feel sorrowful. You are free to express your feelings, at least in my presence. As he uttered the last sentence, Xie Guanyan's heart raced, his palms inexplicably damp with perspiration. Lin Mo had never consumed alcohol, for she understood that it could cloud the mind, and she disliked the sensation of losing control. However, today she allowed herself to indulge. Her tolerance was not particularly high. After a sip of red wine, she already felt a slight dizziness. The man's words lingered in her ears, electrifying, causing her earlobes to tingle. She took another sip of wine, blinking her eyes. Is that so? The young lady's delicate, fair face was now tinged with a faint blush, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Xie Guanyan swallowed hard, his hand holding the wine glass remaining still. He would not allow himself to succumb to alcohol, fearing he might act irrationally. His suggestion to drink was merely an attempt to encourage her to release some of her pent-up emotions. Her suppression of feelings pained him deeply. While others enjoyed their carefree youth, his Shanshan had become akin to an indomitable warrior. Having traversed through time 11 years ago, she was no longer like her peers. She had lost her friends. The results of her college entrance examination were of no use. She needed to start anew. The one she considered her nemesis had already achieved great success, while she had nothing to her name. The mere thought of these trivial matters was enough to leave her in a state of prolonged sadness. Yet, she never outwardly displayed her discontent. Instead, she swiftly embraced reality, calmly reorganizing the course of her life. Even amidst her own struggles, she sought out her long-lost fourth brother. Her strength was palpable, yet what of her vulnerabilities? As this notion crossed his mind, Xie Guanyan felt a sharp pang in his heart, an acute ache that resonated within him. Since his return, he had only witnessed her in a state of melancholy on one occasion, during a basketball game at school, and that was due to Gu Jingchuan. With her brothers absent, she had revealed only a sliver of her emotions. Perhaps, in her heart, she felt that it was acceptable to exhibit her feelings in front of Gu Jingchuan, as they shared a romantic bond. Yet, he loved not only her radiant and vibrant self, but the entirety of her being, with all her flaws and virtues. He adored the person who experienced joy and sorrow, who occasionally soared high and at times fell low. Xie Guanyan gazed at the girl before him, emotions swirling in his eyes. However, the question lingered. What position did he hold that would allow her to express her feelings without reservation? Indeed, at that moment, the girl mused to herself, nodding her little head. Xie Guanyan's heart quickened, his breath growing slightly warmer. Had she begun to regard him as a friend? We are fierce rivals. Why should I concern myself with appearances in your presence? Xie Guanyan's lips twitched slightly, then a faint smile graced his face. Yes. It seemed they were destined to converge on the same path, regardless. The handsome man nodded, and it felt as though a string in Lin Mo's mind had snapped. In an instant, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Poor fourth brother, poor Aunt Jin. Those human traffickers deserve the utmost punishment. I wish to strike them down. She lamented between sobs, her large tears splattering onto the sofa, the green fabric turning a deep shade. I miss my parents, I long for them. Her voice quivered with emotion. Xie Guanyan wished to witness her catharsis through tears, so he sat quietly beside her, observing her weep in silence. Yet, behind his glasses, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable tenderness. He lifted his hand, intending to pat her back, but restrained himself halfway, opting instead to offer her a tissue. Lin Mo's sobs intensified, culminating in an embarrassing bubble of snot. Realizing this, her remaining rationality prompted her to cover her face, Amaterasu. With her other hand, she stealthily reached for a tissue from the coffee table. Oh heavens! She claimed to be unconcerned about appearances, yet this was truly humiliating. It was nearly impossible not to smile at the sight of the girl covering her face while discreetly grabbing tissues. After wiping her nose, she caught sight of the man stifling a laugh. She shot him a glare, lifted her chin defiantly, her voice a hoarse whisper from crying. Humph. Laugh if you wish. I do not care. Her tear-streaked eyes sparkled, her once fair nose now flushed red, captivating yet oblivious. Her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, lacking any true menace. Resembling a kitten playfully pawing at someone, only inciting a sense of amusement. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. A soft chuckle escaped from the man's throat, reverberating through his chest. Although it was said that way, Xie Guanyan genuinely smiled, which displeased Lin Mo. The alcohol impulsively spurred her to stand, grasping Xie Guanyan's tie. Threatening him, "All right, you really smiled. I'll remember you." The sudden proximity of the girl took Xie Guanyan by surprise. Sitting down, he was forced to tilt his head back to meet her gaze. As she spoke, the warm breath imbued with the scent of red wine wafted over his face. A wave of heat coursed through his body, and his slender fingers pressed down on the sofa, sinking into the cushions as the blue veins on the back of his pale hands became pronounced. The handsome man, with his head tilted back, was a sight Lin Mo had never seen before from this angle, given that he towered over her by more than 10 centimeters. From this close perspective, she could distinctly see the thick, long eyelashes behind his glasses, the prominent bridge of his nose, and the small, swaying brown mole at its tip. Lin Mo suddenly felt her throat dry, her gaze descending. The man's beautiful lips, resembling delicate petals, came into view, thin, slightly flushed, and soft, appearing irresistibly kissable. The melancholic feelings within her were swiftly replaced by a rush of warmth. Her heart began to race, pounding loudly. "I'm sorry I was wrong." The normally aloof man tilted his chin up, his thin lips parting slightly, his voice soft and melodious, with a seductive quality as his pale, sensual Adam's apple moved. Blinking, Lin Mo let out a proud huff. "That's more like it." Releasing her grip on the tie, her heartbeat remained rapid. "I'm going to bed first. I'm exhausted." Xie Guanyan did not attempt to retain her, his voice unexpectedly restrained and hoarse. "Good night." A glass of red wine had not diminished Lin Mo's capacity for action. She dashed up the stairs, leaving behind a faint fragrance. She did not notice the unusual flush on Xie Guanyan's face, nor the boundless desire stirring in his eyes. As the girl's figure vanished from view, he looked down, his voice turning cold. "One ought to be more cautious. If this continues, she will inevitably be frightened one day." Chapter 058. Is it morning? Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting its glow upon the light green bedding. One of the girl's alabaster arms stretched out, long and graceful. The entire scene resembled a vibrant oil painting. Buzz, buzz. Her phone vibrated twice. Lin Mo cracked her eyes open slightly, reaching for the cool device. It was a WeChat message from a friend in the capital. "Sister, I'm on the plane. I'll land around 11. See you at the hospital." Throwing the phone aside, Lin Mo intended to sleep a little longer, but suddenly felt something and jolted upright. She hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Then it struck her. This foolish girl had dreamt all night about that very man. The subject of her dreams was none other than Xie Guanyan. Warm water cascaded over her body as Lin Mo gave herself a small slap. How could she possibly desecrate the image of such a noble and pure highflower? It was utterly inappropriate. Speaking of which, Lin Mo recalled that her mother had educated her about such matters when she was younger, intending to empower her to protect herself better. Now that she has come of age, she no longer feels shame regarding such matters. However, the circumstances are rather undesirable. After all, the other party harbors no romantic intentions towards her. This predicament cannot be solely attributed to me. The primary responsibility lies with the red wine. Lin Mo consoled herself. Nevertheless, it must be said that after shedding tears last night, she felt a significant release of the impurities within her, both physically and mentally rejuvenated. It had been ages since she had cried so heartily. If only she had managed to cry without the inconvenience of snot bubbles. Upon descending the stairs, she discovered Xie Guanyan once again in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Today, he was making the famous Jingbei meat sauce noodles. The aroma wafting through the air was utterly tantalizing. Lin Mo consumed her breakfast swiftly, feeling somewhat anxious. After finishing her meal and stepping outside, she noticed that Xie Guanyan had been watching her back for quite some time. Shanshan had taken a shower that morning, the scent of lemon-scented shower gel lingering about her. She had never showered in the morning before. What had changed today? Could it be that the air conditioning in her room was malfunctioning, causing her to sweat excessively?
She ought to check.
As she saw the young lady board her vehicle, Xie Guanyan rose and headed upstairs. The butler promptly cleared the table, unfazed by the routine. Their master washed Miss Lin's clothes by hand each day before heading to work. The bed linens were changed every 3 days, and the neatly folded clothes in the wardrobe were all arranged by Mr. Xie. The servants who worked here long-term were well aware of what should and should not be said. The butler occasionally felt a twinge of envy towards Xie Guanyan. At least the gentleman could wash the clothes of the girl he adored, while he himself could not even dream of such an opportunity. Shen Yihan had yet to arrive in Jingbei. It was still Zhang Nan who came to pick up Lin Mo. Noticing the fragrant scent of shower gel wafting from Lin Mo, she inquired, "Sister, did you take a shower this morning?" Lin Mo, feeling flustered, quickly suppressed her thoughts, responding, "Yes, it was a bit warm this morning." Zhang Nan's curiosity was piqued as she drove, her eyes darting about. "You and Mr. Xie."
Lin Montag replied.
"He is my landlord. I am renting a room from him." Zhang Nan had not anticipated this revelation, feeling a sudden sense of disappointment, as if a sweet fantasy had abruptly shattered. "No wonder you weren't interested in Gu Zhongding. It's because you're involved with Mr. Xie." Lin Mo remained silent, messaging her fourth brother, "I'll arrive at the hospital shortly. What would you like for breakfast? I can bring something." Her brother responded swiftly, "Sister, no need. I've already bought something." Zhang Nan continued to lament to herself, her sweet smile fading. "Indeed, if you are with Mr. Xie, Gu Zhongding certainly wouldn't still be pursuing you." Lin Mo smiled softly. "Gu Jingchuan probably went to come looking for me again. He has no shortage of girlfriends." Upon reaching the hospital, Lin Mo met with Jian and Aunt Shen. To ensure that Aunt Shen and her brother could rest well, Lin Mo requested a separate ward. Aunt Shen appeared to be in much better spirits today. Jian handed her a bag, saying, "Sister, this is for you." Lin Mo took it, and upon glancing inside, her eyes instantly lit up. Honey buns from the Guanqing family? Did one still need to queue for these? She was pleasantly surprised to discover that, even after 11 years, the shop remained in operation. In the past, she had a fondness for eating, and her second brother would always queue up for her, while her fourth brother occasionally joined him. However, every time the fourth brother accompanied them, only half of the food would remain by the time they returned home. Picking up a piece and taking a bite, she squinted her eyes in delight. It was still as delicious as ever. The anxiety hidden beneath Ji and bangs dissipated, as he feared his sister might no longer enjoy this treat. He shook his head, noting that there was hardly any need to queue now. Lin Mo noticed that the fourth brother hadn't eaten any of it, but she felt no joy from that observation. "Let us eat together," she suggested with a smile. The ward was filled with the sweet aroma of honey bread, creating a warm atmosphere. Lin Mo did not urge the fourth brother to go to school. There was no rush. It would be better to wait until after meeting the second brother before heading to class. "I want to see the rooms and choose which ward to stay in," Li Huanyu said. "It's a bit unfortunate. I attended an event early this morning, and my car was rear-ended, resulting in a minor arm fracture. This hospital is nearby, so I came here. Another reason is that this hospital belongs to the Gu family, which makes it essentially my family's hospital." Gu Jingchuan had already informed the director. Naturally, the director would accommodate Li Huanyu's request.
"All right.
I will have the head nurse take you to see it." Following the head nurse, Li Huanyu toured the top-floor wards and suddenly caught sight of a familiar face through a slightly open door. Still as exquisite and beautiful, she was animatedly chatting with the patient in the bed. A cold glint flashed in Li Huanyu's gaze. "I want this room." The head nurse was taken aback. "But this room is already occupied." Ignoring the head nurse, Li Huanyu, with one arm hanging around her neck and her other hand, boldly pushed open the ward door. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention to the entrance. With a hint of disdain on her lips, Li Huanyu declared, "I will reside in this ward. You all can move to another." Lin Mo furrowed her brow slightly, yet she had yet to speak. Zhang Nan recognized Li Huanyu and realized she was deliberately retaliating for being unceremoniously ousted from the Xingshan group last time. That incident was known throughout the company. Exasperated, she remarked, "You're quite amusing. We arrived here first and you think you can just demand a swap? Is this hospital owned by your family?" Li Huanyu raised an eyebrow. "Yes, it is indeed owned by my family." Zhang Nan fell into an awkward silence, wishing she could sink into the ground. Damn it. Li Huanyu had outsmarted her. The head nurse, standing behind, was somewhat at a loss, clearly aware that this was against protocol. However, who could afford to offend the girlfriend of the Gu family's young master, a prominent star? After a moment's contemplation, she approached with a smile. "How about this? I can move you to a larger ward at no additional cost. Does that sound acceptable?" In the ward, a frail middle-aged woman sat partially upright in bed, while a gloomy young man with hair obscuring his eyes stood beside her. At the entrance stood a woman in professional attire, yet at that moment, she exuded a distinctly diminished presence. Thus, the head nurse directed her words toward Lin Mo, a girl who appeared to be merely 17 or 18. There was no particular reason for it, but she sensed that this young girl was someone who could command authority in this situation. Li Huanyu directed her gaze towards Lin Mo, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Hurry up and change rooms, or get out." Having been bullied by so many at the Star Flash group, she was determined to seize this opportunity to vent her frustrations. She wanted Lin Mo to experience the discomfort of being unceremoniously dismissed. However, Lin Mo, initially irritated, brightened at the prospect of moving to a larger room without any additional charges. "Let us change right now." Li Huanyu felt an overwhelming sense of futility, akin to striking a pillow. Her frustration only intensified.
No.
"Who gave you the authority to make such decisions? You cannot assign a room better than this." She glared coldly at the head nurse. The head nurse retorted, "Who do you think you are? Don't make things difficult for this worker." With a smile, Lin Mo interjected, "Then we one tea change. We are paying customers, and even if this hospital is owned by your family, you have no right to treat us this way." Zhang Nan raised her head slightly, affirming, "Yes, we can report you to 12,305. Li Huanyu found their laughter utterly ridiculous. "Do you really believe this hospital has no backing?" The head nurse's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that something you can openly say?" Even the director wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. Flustered, she tugged at Li Huanyu's sleeve. "Miss Li, please, the room next door is larger. I can arrange for you to stay there." "No, I want this room. Get them out," Li Huanyu insisted. The head nurse lowered her head, apologetically stating, "I'm afraid I can't do that." Grinding her teeth in anger, Li Huanyu warned, "Just wait to be fired." At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Gu Jingchuan. Stepping outside, she answered, "Brother Jingchuan, have you arrived?" Gu Jingchuan parked his car in the lot and realized this was the same hospital Lin Mo had visited yesterday. Their family had several private hospitals in Jingbei. He had planned a visit in the afternoon but found himself coming in the morning instead. "Which ward are you in?" "I'll come find you." Li Huanyu's voice turned sweet. "I'm in the ward area, but the head nurse refuses to let me stay in the room I want." Gu Jingchuan responded, "Which head nurse dares to treat you this way?" "I'm on my way." After hanging up, a smile blossomed on Li Huanyu's face. With her injury, Gu Jingchuan would undoubtedly cater to her every whim. Forcing out a single patient wouldn't result in significant losses for him. The head nurse, following Li Huanyu, heard her words and felt as though the sky had fallen. In the corridor, Gu Jingchuan spotted Li Huanyu, her arm in a sling. She appeared pale, her already slender form now looking even more fragile, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he rushed over. "Huanyu, does your hand still hurt?" Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down her face. "Brother Jingchuan, it hurts so much." Gu Jingchuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gently reassuring her, "It's okay, you'll be better soon." "Who didn't he arrange for you to have the room you wanted?" Li Huanyu was sobbing softly, preemptively warning Gu Jingchuan of her grievances. "It was partly my fault. The ward I favored was currently occupied, and the occupant was unwilling to vacate it. The head nurse also advised me against insisting on that particular room." Gu Jingchuan, unfazed by Li Huanyu's tears, firmly declared, "She must be moved. My woman should reside wherever she pleases in my hospital." A faint smile graced the corners of Li Huanyu's mouth. Gu Jingchuan, fully masked and hooded, turned to the head nurse and remarked, "How could you handle this? You can't even manage such a trivial matter." The head nurse felt utterly wronged. It had initially been settled. When the family of the patient expressed their unwillingness to switch rooms, the only option was to transfer to another hospital. Gu Jingchuan's tone was anything but amicable. As he turned, he noticed Lin Mo, a family member of the patient, nibbling on a honey bun. Chapter 060. He is no longer the only servant of his sister. The girl was dressed casually in simple black wide-leg pants. Her long hair flowed freely over her shoulders like seaweed. Without makeup, her skin was as smooth as jade, and her profile was strikingly beautiful. The honey bun, held delicately between her slender fingers, appeared far more luxurious than its modest price would suggest. At that moment, Li Huanyu looked imperiously at the head nurse. A transfer was out of the question. She was determined not to allow Lin Mo any comfort. There was no precedent in their hospital for pushing patients away. Gu Jingchuan's tone suddenly shifted dramatically. The head nurse, who had been looking down, now raised her head in surprise. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean? The situation had escalated unexpectedly, leaving Gu Jingchuan unprepared. One was a resurrected white Moonlight, and the other was his delicate, injured girlfriend. He found himself at a loss, but he could not allow Lin Mo to be transferred. This was his chance to be near her in the hospital. Perhaps hearing the commotion at the door, Lin Mo glanced outside. Gu Jingchuan, feeling guilty, took a step back, avoiding direct eye contact with her. He turned and pulled Li Huanyu into the adjacent ward, saying, "Huanyu, our hospital operates like a restaurant. We don't expel our guests. As public figures, if a patient were to post about this online, you are well aware of the current media climate and how detrimental it could be for us."
Li Huanyu furoet her tightly.
The sudden encounter with Lin Mo had stirred her emotions. However, upon reflection, it seemed to be true. That woman was not to be underestimated. She had recorded their previous encounter. If she resorted to the same tactics again, Li Huanyu would find herself at a disadvantage.
Pouting.
She glanced down, visibly displeased.
But I.
Gu Jingchuan embraced her, soothing her back gently. There, my dear. I promise to buy you your favorite bag." Li Huanyu's voice softened. "All right, I'll listen to you, brother Jingchuan." Gu Jingchuan's eyes flickered. Lin Mo was still angry with him, deliberately keeping her distance. This indicated that an apology would be futile. He needed to employ a different strategy, perhaps to provoke her. When Li Huanyu had previously quarreled with him, he had initially chosen to ignore her. However, upon witnessing the rumors surrounding her and Shen Yihan, he felt a surge of jealousy that compelled him to seek her out. "This hospital room seems quite suitable. Why don't you stay here?" Gu Jingchuan inquired. Li Huanyu surveyed the space and found it indeed pleasing, particularly the spacious balcony. "All right. My hand hurts too much. I don't wish to move," she replied. Gu Jingchuan summoned the head nurse to handle the admission procedures. The nurse remained bewildered, unsure of how the young master's mind had suddenly returned to clarity. "Where is your assistant, Xiaofang? Why isn't she here?" Gu Jingchuan asked. Li Huanyu responded. "She went back to gather my belongings. The accident was so sudden, it was terrifying." The mere thought of that moment caused tears to stream down Li Huanyu's cheeks as she leaned into Gu Jingchuan's embrace. At that instant, Gu Jingchuan was inexplicably reminded of Lin Mo's own car accident. The vehicle had plunged from the overpass into the river. She must have been frightened as well. Li Huanyu's sudden turmoil and subsequent disappearance were unexpected for Lin Mo, yet she found herself too weary to ponder further. Judging by the nurse's demeanor, it was clear that this hospital upheld certain principles and would not allow Li Huanyu to act recklessly. After all, she would only be recuperating for a few days to support Anshan's health. It was not a grave illness. Shen Yihan arrived at the hospital shortly after disembarking from his flight. Approaching the ward, his steps slowed, his heart raced, and his left hand nervously toyed with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Would his younger brother resent him? Would he choose to ignore him? Jiang Tang, standing nearby with her belongings, chuckled softly. "Mr. Shen, there's no need to be anxious." Shen Yihan, with his dark, penetrating eyes, glanced at her. "Am I anxious?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Tang nodded affirmatively. "That's splendid." Shen Yihan muttered, "Am I supposed to be soothing a child?" Upon reaching the ward's entrance, he intended to knock but discovered the door ajar. The imposing figure of a man clad in black felt momentarily disoriented, his throat dry. "Shen Yihan, you've arrived."
"Come in."
Lin Mo exclaimed, immediately spotting him and grasping his arm. "Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Shen, and I believe this one needs no introduction." Shen Yihan greeted the middle-aged woman in the bed politely. "Hello, Aunt Shen." He hesitated to glance at the youth nearby. fearing he might discern disdain or hatred in his younger brother's eyes. Yet, in that moment, slender but strong arms enveloped him. Second brother. I've missed you so much. The boy carried a faint scent of antiseptic, causing Shin Ihan to freeze in place. His younger brother expressed how much he longed for him. He had not been hated. Gradually, his stiff arms rose, and he embraced the boy tightly. Uttering a heartfelt apology that spanned a decade, Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. The gaunt youth shook his head. Second brother, it is I who should apologize. If I had returned to find you sooner, you wouldn't have endured so much pain on my account. Tears welled in the eyes of both men, and the atmosphere in the room grew somber. It was Lin Mo who broke the tension, saying, Wait a moment, Shin Ihan. You refer to Shin Jian as Xiaoxi. What do you call our third brother, Shin Xijan? Xiao-san? Their simultaneous laughter echoed in the room, dispelling the earlier melancholy. After 10 years of separation, they had grown distant, and Shin Ihan struggled to find an appropriate address. Previously, he had always referred to him by both name and surname, Shin Jian.
Today,
He felt that calling him by both name and surname would only deepen the estrangement. The atmosphere had lost its somber weight. Shin Ihan reached out with his beaded hand to ruffle Shin Jianan's hair, exclaiming how much he had grown. Shin Jianan, intrigued by the beads on Shin Ihan's wrist, inquired, Second brother, do you meditate and chant scriptures regularly? Shin Ihan responded with a nod. Jiang Tang presented the gifts she had brought to Shin Jianan and Lin Mo. She also had a present for Aunt Shen, a delicate silk scarf. The gifts for Shin Jianan and Aunt Shen were hastily purchased upon landing, while the one for Lin Mo was carefully brought back from Jingnan. Lin Mo gently adorned Aunt Shen's neck with a scarf, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at it. Aunt Shen, you look splendid in this.
Lin Montag remarked.
Aunt Shen lifted her gaze to meet hers then. In a spontaneous gesture, she untied the scarf from her neck and handed it to Shin Jianan. Xiao, and you should wear this. Instinctively, she offered her precious belongings to Shin Jianan, a moment that tugged at Lin Mo's heartstrings. Perhaps this was why Shin Jianan found it difficult to part with Aunt Shen. In the face of darkness, they supported each other. Aunt Shen may indeed have come to regard Shin Jianan as her own child. Shin Jianan shook his head. Aunt Shen, this is something only a girl should wear. You should keep it. Upon hearing girl, Aunt Shen handed the scarf back to Lin Mo, insisting, Then you take it. You are a girl. Lin Mo smiled and tied the scarf back around Aunt Shen's neck, adding, Aunt Shen is also a girl, a beautiful one at that. Aunt Shen appeared momentarily taken aback, speechless. Jiang Tang ordered an extravagant takeout for the hospital room. During mealtime, Lin Mo addressed Shin Jianan. You will continue attending Sanzhong for the next few days. Your second brother, and I will expedite your transfer to Yizhong. Shin Jianan looked up, surprised me. At 17, it was indeed a crucial time for studies, and Lin Mo would not allow Shin Jianan to stray from that path. I will also attend Yizhong. Lin Mo continued.
All right.
Shin Jianan replied enthusiastically. The prospect of attending school with his sister thrilled him. He could carry her backpack every day and bring her breakfast and snacks. Yet, he worried, I wonder if Yizhong will accept my grades. Shin Jianan stood up, pouring a glass of warm water to offer to Lin Mo, with Shin Ihan also holding a cup of warm water, ready to present it to his sister.
Ah.
Just as I expected, he is no longer her only servant. After taking a sip of the water Shin Jianan offered, Lin Mo asked, What score can you achieve now? Shin Jianan blinked, not quite 600. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback. Well, that's still acceptable. You have over half a year until the college entrance examination. Reaching over 600 should be feasible. What exactly is your score? Shin Jianan replied, 60. Lin Mo's expression faltered. With a swift motion, she playfully swatted Shin Ihan on the head. Calm down, calm down. Given the environment your fourth brother is in, scoring 60 is commendable. Shin Ihan, having received the light smack, remained silent, acknowledging that he indeed deserved it. Take your time. Shin Jianan is quite bright, he reassured his sister. In the adjacent hospital room, Li Huanyu had completed her admission procedures and lay in bed. Gu Jingchuan stepped out to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Lin Mo's hospital room. Upon re-entering, he took Li Huanyu's hand and remarked, Even while hospitalized, one cannot remain idle. Let's take a stroll in the corridor. Li Huanyu felt elated by Gu Jingchuan's consideration for her well-being and promptly rose to her feet. Hand in hand, they exited the ward together. At the entrance of Lin Mo's room, Gu Jingchuan deliberately halted. The spacious ward was bathed in sunlight, offering a splendid view, complete with a dining table. Inside, A warm atmosphere prevailed as the occupants enjoyed their lunch, the enticing aroma of spicy dishes wafting out. A young girl, her long hair casually tied in a ponytail, was engrossed in her meal, utterly oblivious to the happenings outside. The others were similarly engaged in conversation, none of them noticing the outside world. Gu Jingchuan furrowed his brow and coughed loudly. As they walked, he suddenly came to a standstill, leaving Li Huanyu puzzled. She turned to see Gu Jingchuan gazing intently into the adjacent room. Upon glancing over, she discerned a familiar figure, her pupils narrowing in recognition. A man sat there, dining with poise, clad in a tailored black suit, adorned with a string of black prayer beads on his wrist, emanating a cold yet formidable presence. Li Huanyu's eyes flickered. How could she have forgotten that her dear sister was in the hospital? Surely, Shen Yihan would come to visit. This darling brother. Hearing Gu Jingchuan's deliberate cough, Li Huanyu felt a surge of joy. Was Gu Jingchuan attempting to showcase their affectionate bond to Shen Yihan? The sound of the cough successfully drew the attention of those within the ward. Everyone turned toward the entrance, where they beheld Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu hand in hand. Shen Yihan's gaze instantly turned frigid. Why was Gu Jingchuan in the hospital? Upon noticing Li Huanyu's arm draped around his neck, Shen Yihan comprehended the situation. He was accompanying her during her hospitalization. Yet, what was the meaning behind Gu Jingchuan's intentional cough while holding her hand at the doorway? Regardless of his intentions, this scene would undoubtedly cause distress to his sister. Lin Mo, engrossed in her meal, possessed an enchanting oblivion to the world beyond. Just as she was about to turn her attention toward the door, Shen Yihan traced his fingers over the prayer beads and remarked, "Who dropped 100 yuan on the floor?" Lin Mo was the first to pivot her head downward, exclaiming, Where? Where? Zhang Nen also lowered his head, puzzled. I didn't see it. Shun Jian crawled under the table, inquiring, Where's the money? The trio, all avid enthusiasts of wealth, found themselves at the same table. Shen Yihan subtly gestured to Jiang Tang, then rose and made his way toward the entrance. Jiang Tang, having a habit of carrying cash, retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket and tossed it to the floor. As Shen Yihan approached, Li Huanyu felt a flutter of nerves, her heart racing. What would he say? He had once held such affection for her. Surely, he still harbored some lingering feelings. However, Shen Yihan remained silent, his gaze icy and warning as he cast a glance at Gu Jingchuan, then extended his hand adorned with prayer beads to close the ward door. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, after a prolonged search, finally spotted the red note near Jiang Tang's feet and reached down to pick it up. Jiang Tang, your money fell, she exclaimed. Jiang Tang smiled lightly. If you found it, it's yours. Lin Mo rarely found money, her face beaming as she looked at Zhang Nan and Xin Jian. Let's split it 3 ways. We're going to be rich. Shen Yihan returned. Jiang Tang glanced up at him, and their eyes met, both flickering with amusement. Gu Jingchuan, fuming, took Li Huanyu away. Shen Yihan was also present. He was the one who most disliked Lin Mo's interactions with others, which was quite bothersome. This time Lin Mo did not see, but he would not give up. He would eventually catch her attention. Yet Li Huanyu seemed somewhat pleased. Shen Yihan's recent glances and gestures clearly indicated jealousy. While he pretended to heed his sister's words, his body betrayed him. In the afternoon, Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang were headed back to the company. After escorting Xin Jian to school, Zhang Nan would also proceed to the office. Shen Yihan intended to bring Lin Mo along, but she wished to remain at the hospital. Although she was not adept at caregiving, she wanted to be by Aunt Shen's side. Jiang Tang had already arranged for a caregiver to come. Shen Yihan, with no other option, turned the prayer beads on his wrist with his left hand, advising Lin Mo to keep the door closed and refrain from wandering about, as hospitals harbored all sorts of ailments that could lead to infections. Lin Mo waved him off, acknowledging his words. Got it, Buddhist prince. Exiting the ward, the Buddhist prince peeked through several nearby patient room windows. Soon, he discovered that Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu were residing next door. In the car, Jiang Tang was at the wheel while Shen Yihan sat in the passenger seat, his demeanor icy. Let us transfer to another hospital. Jiang Tang, please handle that. Jiang Tang furrowed her brows and replied, President Shen, I believe Xiao Mo can manage her emotional matters. It would be best if we did not interfere too much. This conclusion came after her contemplation. In life, Xiao Mo was strong, and she would not be a pushover in matters of the heart. Perhaps by confronting the intimacy of her first love and a new affection, she could move on more swiftly. As Shen Yihan essayed, Jiang Tang was typically obedient and rarely voiced dissent. Shen Yihan was somewhat taken aback and turned to look at her. You seem quite knowledgeable about relationships. Have you ever been in love? They had worked together for 4 or 5 years, but he had never inquired about her personal life, maintaining the boundaries expected of a superior. However, he was well aware of her affairs. Jiang Tang, one hand on the steering wheel, allowed a hint of a smile to cross her cool visage. President Shen, do you underestimate anyone? At 25 or 26, who hasn't he experienced love? Upon uttering these words, she caught a glimpse of Shen Yihan's expression darkening. Realizing her blunder, she thought to herself that she had forgotten the president had never been in a relationship, only a fleeting infatuation. Her smile stiffened, and she touched her golden bracelet. President Shen, my condolences. Shen Yihan was left speechless, regarding her with a look that suggested if she were incapable of offering comfort, it would be better to remain silent. Jiang Tang pursed her lips and ceased her chatter. Shen Yihan turned the beads on his wrist again, disagreeing with Jiang Tang's perspective. He could not allow his sister to be hurt by a scoundrel without intervening. Yet, it seemed that constantly evading the situation was not a viable solution. Gu Jingchuan had certainly encountered his sister before today. They had likely met previously, and it was highly probable that she had mentioned a breakup. With her haughty disposition, how could she maintain normalcy with him amidst so much gossip? Gu Jingchuan's attempts to rekindle a relationship were in vain. Now, he resorted to playing the same tricks he had employed with Li Huanyu, hoping to incite jealousy in his sister and win her back. After all, what were the odds that Li Huanyu's hospital room would conveniently be right next door? Such serendipity seemed too orchestrated. The scheming cad. In the silence of the car, Shen Yihan, with a solemn expression, uttered, Jiang Tang, please retrieve Mr. Xie's contact information for me. Meanwhile, Lin Mo intended to spend her afternoon in the hospital room, utilizing her phone to tackle some exercises, as she had forgotten to bring her books. The nurse, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, was watching a short drama titled The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with a Divorced Woman with 2 Children alongside Aunt Shen. Although Aunt Shen found it somewhat perplexing, it did not detract from her enjoyment. Peering through the viewing window, Gu Jingchuan noticed that Lin Mo was alone in the room. Seizing the moment, he felt compelled to act. The door had closed, and he could not afford to linger or cough deliberately. However, he could adopt a waiting strategy. Surely Lin Mo would eventually leave the room. After affirming this plan, Gu Jingchuan strolled the corridor with Li Huanyu, pacing back and forth as if on a mission. Yet, after numerous laps, Lin Mo had not once emerged from her chamber. Li Huanyu was growing weary and found herself puzzled by Gu Jingchuan's intentions. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the hospital bed, her voice a mere whisper. Brother Jingchuan, even the donkeys in the production team do not amble about as we have. Chapter 062. Do you dislike him? The capital is situated in the most bustling district of Jingbei, boasting an entire office complex. Atop the main building, a colossal structure shone brilliantly under the sun, grand and awe-inspiring. Inside the CEO's office, Assistant Jin Yong was presenting a document for Xie Guanyan's signature. The man's slender wrist adorned with a delicate golden bamboo bead bracelet exuded an air of sophistication that complemented his refined demeanor. By the way, have any understated rare jewels appeared at the recent auction in Jingbei? The market was flooded with commonplace jewelry, which Shen Yihan could easily gift to Lin Mo. Xie Guanyan had no intention of bestowing such items. Jin Yong shook his head. I've been keeping an eye out, but nothing suitable has emerged lately. Most pieces are ostentatious and unsuitable for everyday wear. His request was rather peculiar, seeking jewels fitting for casual outings, ideally suitable for a student's daily use. However, auction items are typically tailored for the affluent, who generally desire eye-catching and extravagant pieces. Xie Guanyan paused in his signing, a shadow flickering beneath the silver frames of his glasses. After a few moments, he stated, I will send you a photo shortly. Acquire an identical piece. It must be exactly the same. Jin Yong, though puzzled, refrained from further inquiry, responding, understood. Completing the signatures, the man in the immaculate white suit leaned back, loosening his tie with one hand. Jin Yong instinctively glanced over, blinking. Mr. Xie, it appears you've forgotten to change your tie today. This particular tie, with its unique pattern, had been purchased during a business trip abroad. Their esteemed boss never wore the same tie on consecutive days. A tender smile graced the lips of the distinguished and elegant man as he caressed the fabric of the tie. I have not forgotten. I will wear this tie for one more day, then retire it tonight. This year, the Charity Foundation has introduced a new initiative aimed at assisting families in locating their missing or abducted children. Xie Guanyan reflected on the heartfelt words spoken by Shanshan as she wept, each sentiment resonating deeply within him. She wished to spare others from enduring such tragedies. However, these calamities are societal dilemmas, and his capacity to effect change is limited. The conversation shifted rapidly, yet it was evident that these thoughts were meticulously pondered by his superior. Jin Yang took note, acknowledging understood Mr. Xie. Although he often found himself critiquing his boss internally, he could not fault him in matters of charity. The focus on missing or abducted children was truly comprehensive. Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses, intending to explore investments in the surveillance sector, particularly in companies excelling in high-definition cameras for the next quarter. The more efficient these tools become, the greater the challenge for human traffickers. Jin Yang felt compelled to give his boss a thumbs up, comprehending the gravity of Mr. Xie's intentions. After Jin Yang exited, Xie Guanyan's gaze behind his lenses was as profound as a tranquil ancient well. He picked up his phone and first sent an image to Jin Yang, followed by a message. Regardless of the resources required, I demand a thorough investigation into Shun Jian's abduction. I want to confront that trafficker. A prompt reply came back. Understood. Just as he was about to set his phone down and resume his work, he received a friend request on his personal WeChat. The sender had noted, Mr. Xie, I am Lin Mo's younger brother, Shen Yihan. The handsome man furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of Shen Yihan. He had previously avoided interaction with Shen Yihan, fearing the stirrings of nostalgia. There was indeed a resemblance between Shen Yihan and Lin Mo, a fact he could discern at a glance. With Lin Mo's return, there was no need for further avoidance. He clicked to accept the friend request, pondering whether Shen Yihan's sudden outreach pertained to work or Lin Mo curiosity piqued. He did not rush to put down his phone, awaiting a message from Shen Yihan. However, after 3 minutes, the chat remained silent. Xie Guanyan set his phone aside, no longer inclined to wait. In the past, he could work late into the night, but that was no longer feasible. Mornings had become equally constrained. Thus, he found himself exceedingly busy. Meanwhile, Shen Yihan sat in his office, his left hand absently toying with the prayer beads on his right wrist, wearing a troubled expression. It was undeniable that Mr. Xie had feelings for his sister. Yet, he had seldom been present during the day. Unlike his previous infatuation, he understood that in the eyes of such prominent figures, work eclipses romance in importance. To be candid, being too busy was not conducive to being a husband, leaving little time to care for his sister. Nevertheless, it was a fitting strategy to counter Gu Jingchuan. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Jingchuan that Mr. Xie was involved with his sister, but Gu had dismissed it. However, should he witness Xie Guanyan seeking out his sister, belief would surely follow. Once convinced, Gu Jingchuan would likely refrain from pursuing his sister further. As long as Gu Jingchuan ceased to linger around her, she would eventually forget him. Contemplating this, Shen Yihan decided not to message Xie Guanyan just yet. Instead, he first sent a message to 4 marriages, understanding life. Sister, what are your current feelings towards Mr. Xie? Lin Mo was engrossed in solving a mathematics problem when she received the message. Her mind involuntarily wandered back to the dream from the previous night, and her cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. Without hesitation, she sent a voice message. What feelings? He is my sworn rival. At that moment, Lin Mo couldn't shake the notion that last night's dream was somehow related to the enigmatic figure from the capital's elite circles, who had urged her to pay more attention to Xie Guanyan's virtues. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious, never daring to tarnish the image of such an exalted individual in her dreams. Upon hearing her voice message, Shen Yihan sighed. His sister was still too enamored with Gu Jingchuan, completely overlooking the remarkable Mr. Xie. Gently running his left hand over the beads on his right wrist, he inquired, Do you dislike him? Lin Mo furrowed her brows at this question. Dislike was certainly not the case. Even during their fierce competition for the top spot in school, it had merely been a healthy rivalry. She had never spoken ill of Xie Guanyan in front of others. While he may have harbored some disdain for her in the past, it was likely that such feelings had dissipated by now. Their time spent together under one roof had been rather amiable, and any grudges from 11 years ago had faded into obscurity. Lin Mo typed out a response with her delicate fingers. I do not dislike him. That was all that mattered. Shen Yihan had no intention of revealing to his sister that Xie Guanyan might have feelings for her. Her aversion to Xie Guanyan, coupled with the fact that she had to reside in that villa, would undoubtedly place immense pressure upon her. It was clear that Mr. Xie had his own reasons for not confessing his affections. Considering his status and position as her investor, Shen Yihan carefully drafted a message. Mr. Xie, our company is hosting a dinner this evening. My assistant and I, along with the secretaries, will be attending. I was wondering if you could conveniently pick my sister up on your way? She is in room 1004 at Kanhua Hospital. There is no need for you to bring anything to visit the patient. Chapter 063. The thoughts of a big shot are hard to decipher.
Ding.
The phone resting on the desk chimed softly. Xie Guanyan shifted his gaze from the computer screen and reached for his phone. Upon seeing the message from Shen Yihan, the distinguished and handsome man slightly furrowed his brow. A company dinner? Was he being asked to pick up Lin Mo? It was evident that Shen Yihan's intention was for him to fetch Lin Mo. The pretext of a company gathering felt rather flimsy. How could the president of a company be unable to decline an invitation to his own company's dinner? Furthermore, it was clear that Shen Yihan held his sister in high regard, as evidenced by various clues. The black beads he wore on his wrist, and his willingness to trade 10 billion for a property in exchange for his current, less valuable old villa. What was transpiring today? What had occurred? Moreover, even if Shen Yihan were genuinely unavailable, wasn't Gu Jingchuan at the hospital? Could he not simply escort her back to the villa? Why was Shen Yihan insisting that he be the one to pick up Lin Mo? Xie Guanyan tapped his fingers lightly against the back of his phone, his deep, inscrutable gaze lingering on the final line of text. There is no need for you to bring anything to visit the patient. The implication was blatant. If he were to fetch Lin Mo, he could not merely wait downstairs. He would be expected to bring something up. Yet, the items were not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in going to the hospital room. After all, the hospital room number was clearly marked. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the man's proud and erect back. His slender fingers, delicate yet defined, adjusted his spectacles, revealing a hint of perplexity in his gaze. He found it impossible to refuse this request. He longed for more moments with Lin Mo. Every second spent in her company felt precious. Yet, he would not approach her recklessly. When Lin Mo had just returned, he had been acutely aware of her every gesture. However, after her encounter with Gu Jingchuan, he had endeavored to suppress his darker emotions. Knowing too much only served to torment him.
Yet now,
the circumstances compelled him to uncover the truth. He refrained from responding to Shen Yihan's WeChat message immediately, exiting the application instead. After a brief hesitation, he dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, boss. Xie Guanyan, seated in his executive chair, turned around, his long legs casually crossed as he faced the large windows. The afternoon light was still somewhat blinding, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. What is the situation today? Provide every detail. As he spoke, his heart raced, and a tide of darkness surged within him. In that instant, time seemed to rewind to their days at Yizhong. In the cafeteria, a radiant young girl sat across from Gu Jingchuan, sharing a meal. He lingered in the corner, observing their every movement. Each of her smiles pierced his heart like a needle. She looked so beautiful when she laughed, yet that smile belonged solely to Gu Jingchuan. One could not deny the striking pair they made, handsome young man and beautiful young woman, a wealthy heir and a prominent lady. He felt like a wretched insect in the gutter, consumed with jealousy toward Gu Jingchuan, wishing nothing more than to see him destroyed. But what would that accomplish? There were still Wang Jingchuan and Li Jingchuan. No one could resist the allure of a shining star. Her circle of admirers seemed endless. The bodyguard reported. This morning, Miss Lin arrived in the car of Shen Yihan's secretary. Shortly after reaching the ward, a celebrity named Li Huanyu entered. Not long after, Gu Jingchuan also arrived at the hospital. Upon reaching the ward, he embraced Li Huanyu, who has recently been rumored to be in a relationship with him. She was involved in a car accident today, resulting in a fractured arm. Gu Jingchuan then took her to the adjacent ward. They exited once, hand in hand, passing by Miss Lin's room, where Shen Yihan promptly shut the door. This afternoon, Shen Yihan, along with his assistant and the fourth member of the Shen family, Jian, left, leaving only Miss Lin, the patient, and a nurse in the ward. Gu Jingchuan has been accompanying Li Huanyu all day. It remains unclear which of them is constipated, as they've been pacing back and forth in the corridor all afternoon. Thus far, this is the situation. The two bodyguards, tall and imposing, certainly draw attention. Although trained professionals, they could not draw too close, recounting only what they observed. They ensured they understood each person's name and identity for the boss's inquiries. Having listened to the bodyguard's report in one breath, Xie Guanyan's grip on his phone tightened, his fingertips paling, and a shadow of gloom settled upon his brow. Today, Gu Jingchuan's rumored girlfriend visited Lin Mo in the hospital. Upon arriving, Gu Jingchuan chose to accompany his rumored girlfriend instead of standing firmly by Shanshan. He truly deserves condemnation. He is unworthy of Shanshan's affection. Surely, she must be feeling heartbroken at this moment. In such a situation, what could be the purpose of Shen Yihan urging him to come over? A conjecture surfaced in Xie Guanyan's mind, his handsome brows slightly furrowing. Did Shen Yihan discern his feelings for Shanshan? Despite his restraint, had it become apparent? Was Shen Yihan, in fact, aiding his own cause? Logically, this would be the opportune moment for him to seize the advantage. The phrase "seize the advantage" momentarily stunned Xie Guanyan, and in the next second, excitement and fervor danced in his eyes behind his glasses. Could he truly take advantage of the situation? Should he dare to try? Perhaps he could supplant Gu Jingchuan in her heart. He was no longer the destitute youth he once was. He loved her more than Gu Jingchuan ever could. He would always resolutely choose her. The mere thought that Shanshan might come to favor him, even if just a possibility, ignited a fervent heat within him. The man clad in a pristine white suit, exuding elegance and purity, found his breath quickening, his chest rising and falling uncontrollably. Instinctively, he clenched his left hand into a fist, the sharp pain from a wound in his palm snapping him back to composure. He was dark and twisted. He felt unworthy of Shanshan. Yet, Gu Jingchuan was even less deserving. As the handsome man's breathing steadied, he closed his eyes, his long, thick lashes casting shadows upon his face. "I understand," he said to his bodyguard. Several minutes passed without a reply from Xie Guanyan, causing Shen Yihan to grow increasingly anxious. He repeatedly scrutinized the message he had sent, finding little fault. He had prepared an excuse, believing Mr. Xie merely needed to play along. His intention was to use him to drive Gu Jingchuan away, but this also presented a splendid opportunity to bond with his sister. Had he misjudged Mr. Xie's feelings for her? What a calamity! Shen Yihan fidgeted with the prayer beads on his right wrist. Time had already surpassed 2 minutes, and it was too late to retract his message. He raised his beaded hand to rub his brow and quickly typed another message. "Mr. Xie, the dinner has been cancelled. I can pick up my sister myself, no need to trouble you. My apologies for the disturbance." Just as he sent the message, Xie Guanyan replied, Cancelled? Are you sure? Shen Yihan's eyes widened in astonishment. What could this mean? The mind of this formidable figure was so difficult to decipher. Hesitantly, he typed, "It seems it hasn't been cancelled." Xie Guanyan responded, Eat more. Chapter 064. Today, I have a task for you. Li Huanyu lay in bed, unwilling to take another walk. Gu Jingchuan was equally fatigued from his own stroll, his legs cramping from exhaustion. Who was it that confined Lin Mo to the hospital room? This was hardly a viable solution. Gu Jingchuan raised a finger thoughtfully to his nose, contemplating for a moment before quickly devising another plan. Standing up, Gu Jingchuan addressed Li Huanyu. "Please take a moment to rest. I need to step out to make a work-related phone call. The production team is urging my return to filming, and I must request a few more days off to be with you." Li Huanyu was deeply touched. "Thank you, Brother Jingchuan. I adore you." Gu Jingchuan affectionately pinched her cheek before turning and exiting the ward. At the nurse's station, Gu Jingchuan sought out the head nurse. Upon seeing him, she immediately displayed respect. "Young Master Gu, how may I assist you?" Gu Jingchuan beckoned her aside. "Find a way to get the family member of the patient in room 1004 to step out for a moment." The head nurse furrowed her brows. This. Gu Jingchuan's voice turned cold. "Is it impossible? Do you wish to keep your job?" The head nurse felt a shiver run down her spine. I can do it. I'll take care of it right away." This shift was proving unbearable. Another day of contemplating blowing up the hospital. Internally grumbling, her mind raced as she returned to the nurse's station, where she pressed the call button. The hospital beds were equipped to summon nurses, and nurses could also call family members to the bedside using intercom-like devices. In room 1004, Aunt Shun was asleep. Lin Mo, feeling fatigued from studying, had reclined on the sofa by the balcony to rest. A caregiver brought over some sliced fruit. "Miss Lin, please eat some fruit." This was a reminder from the child with long bangs, who had purchased the fruit. Lin Mo straightened up. "Thank you, Auntie." The caregiver smiled and handed her a fork. "Use this." The sight of the fork reminded Lin Mo of the last time she had accidentally poked Xie Guanyan's hand, leaving 2 marks. She wondered how his wound was healing, though she hadn't paid much attention. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the bedside intercom. "Is the family member of the patient in room 1004 present? Family member, please respond." Aunt Shan, startled, opened her eyes wide, curling into herself in fright. Who is speaking? The caregiver quickly reassured her. It's from the nurse's station. Lin Mo rose from the sofa and approached the bedside, gently patting Aunt Shan's shoulder. I'm here.
What is it?
The voice on the other end instructed, please step out and come to the nurse's station to collect something. Lin Mo, having never been hospitalized before, readily complied with the nurse's request. All right, I'll go right away. The caregiver, a diligent woman, offered let me go. However, after spending considerable time in the ward, Lin Mo felt the urge to stretch her legs. No, it's fine. You stay with Aunt Shan. I'll go get it.
Meanwhile,
Knowing that Lin Mo was about to emerge, Gu Jingchuan hurried back to room 1005. Li Huanyu was still reclining in her bed. Gu Jingchuan took her good hand. My dear, have you rested enough? Shall we continue our walk? I just asked the nurse, and she said that walking more will aid your recovery.
Li Wenyu, sumawat skeptical.
Replied, really? What benefit could walking bring to my hand? Hand in hand, they exited the ward, just in time to catch sight of a lovely figure in the corridor. Li Huanyu's brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively glanced at Gu Jingchuan. Upon reaching the nurse's station, Lin Mo smiled and stated, I am the family member of the patient in room 1004. Is there something I need to collect? What could there possibly be to collect? The head nurse could only produce a single brochure, stating, this is for you. Everyone should take a look. Lin Mo glanced at it. It was an introduction to Konghua Hospital. The competition among hospitals had intensified, with public institutions holding a distinct advantage over private ones. The distribution of such promotional materials did not raise any suspicions for Lin Mo. All right, thank you, nurse, she replied with a bright smile. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful woman's smile? The nurse felt her spirits lift considerably. In the blink of an eye, she noticed Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu holding hands behind her. Without a hint of amusement, Lin Mo delicately held the brochure in her slender fingers. Turning her head away without a smile, the male and female leads had now appeared before the supporting character. Was this not a case of enemies crossing paths? Upon noticing Lin Mo's glance, Gu Jingchuan felt a surge of pleasure and paused in his steps. The casual hand-holding had transformed into an interlocked grip with Li Huanyu. His gaze fixed on Lin Mo, eyebrows slightly raised. Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically. What was Gu Jingchuan implying? Was he flaunting his new girlfriend so soon after their breakup? No one cared. Having spent considerable time in the entertainment industry, Li Huanyu had encountered many beauties but had to concede that Lin Mo was indeed striking. Therefore, upon seeing Lin Mo in the corridor, her instinctive reaction was that Gu Jingchuan could not possibly be attracted to this girl. Gu Jingchuan was hardly a devoted individual. His reputation as a playboy was well known. However, as the girl turned her face towards them, Gu Jingchuan not only did not release her hand, but tightened his grip even further. Li Huanyu felt reassured. It seemed Gu Jingchuan had indeed been tamed. The wayward son had returned, loving only her. Lin Mo's dramatic eye roll was unexpected for Li Huanyu, yet understandable. After all, she had previously deceived her brother and was now holding hands with another man. Gu Jingchuan took delight in seeing her roll her eyes. Jealous, were we? He had initially intended to soothe her, but she had chosen to suffer instead. Lin Mo had no desire to linger on the leads or converse with Gu Jingchuan and Li Huanyu. She strode back purposefully. Upon returning to her hospital room, Lin Mo resumed studying on her phone. Shortly after, she received a message from Jingquan Buddha. Sister, I can't pick you up tonight, Mr. Xie will conveniently take you home. Lin Mo replied, why do you insist on having him come? I can take a taxi back, it's too much trouble for others. Jingquan Buddha responded, it's on his way, not a hassle. I'm concerned about your safety when traveling alone at night.
Lin Mo countered.
Please hire a dedicated driver for me. It would make my travels to and from school much more convenient. Jingquan Buddha agreed, all right. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. After concluding the chat with Lin Mo, Shen Yihan sent a message to his fourth brother. Shen Jianan, I have a task for you today. Clearly, Gu Jingchuan was rather inquisitive. He might very well inquire about his sister, and such a question would undoubtedly reveal too much. Thus, another step was necessary. After successfully ensuring Lin Mo saw him hand in hand with Li Huanyu, Gu Jingchuan ceased his walks and remained glued to his phone. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, he saw no initiative from Lin Mo to add him on WeChat. Gu Jingchuan's brow furrowed, capable of crushing 6 flies. Lin Mo was still too proud, unable to lower her guard. He decided to extend a gesture of goodwill towards her, taking the initiative to seek her out for conversation. Li Huanyu, exhausted from the day, had already succumbed to sleep. Gu Jingchuan tiptoed quietly out of the room. Just as he opened the door, he caught sight of a white figure entering the neighboring ward. Chapter 065. The task is accomplished. As they grew older, his encounters with Xie Guanyan had become increasingly rare. Yet, even a fleeting silhouette was enough for Gu Jingchuan to recognize him instantly. The man donned a pristine white suit, exuding an air of elegance. However, to Gu Jingchuan, no matter how convincingly he masqueraded as a pure white lotus, his inner self was undeniably tainted. Once again, he sought Lin Mo. Gu Jingchuan regarded him as an unwelcome leech, impossible to shake off. There was no way Lin Mo could ever harbor affection for him, impossible. The door to the neighboring ward was swiftly closed. As Gu Jingchuan approached, intending to enter, a hand seized his wrist. He turned to find a slender boy, burdened with a backpack, whose long bangs obscured his eyes but failed to conceal the cold glint within them. Furrowing his brow, Gu Jingchuan nonetheless forced a smile. "Shaoan, have you finished school?" Shun Jianan did not release his grip, his voice icy. "I told you not to bother my sister." Gu Jingchuan often found himself perplexed by the animosity of Lin Mo's 3 younger brothers. None of them seemed to harbor any fondness for him. As a household name, one would think they would relish the prospect of having a celebrity as their brother-in-law. Despite his irritation, Gu Jingchuan maintained his composure. "There's a misunderstanding between your sister and me that you wouldn't comprehend." As he spoke, his gaze drifted through the ward's observation window. "Please, have a seat for now. My 4th brother hasn't returned from school yet. We will leave together once he arrives." Receiving the nutritional supplements from Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. She hadn't anticipated Xie Guanyan's early arrival, coming before 7 o'clock, nor did she expect him to bring gifts. Truly a gentlemanly gesture. Xie Guanyan nodded, offering a gentle smile to the middle-aged woman on the hospital bed. "Hello, Auntie, I am Lin Mo's friend." Auntie Zhen's eyes brightened. "You are so handsome." Lin Mo blinked in agreement. One could not deny that Xie Guanyan's appearance was striking, a visage so flawless that it seemed almost otherworldly. The small brown mole on the tip of his nose was particularly noteworthy. Xie Guanyan's eyes sparkled with warmth as he replied, "Thank you, Annie.
You are quite beautiful as well."
Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, as though someone were watching him intently from behind. Noticing the visitor, the nurse went to cut some fruit and brought it over. "Please, enjoy some fruit here." Xie Guanyan made his way towards the sofa, discreetly glancing towards the entrance. Through the observation window, Gu Jingchuan's gaze was fixed intently inside. Xie Guanyan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Having chosen a new love, what was the purpose of peering at Shanshan? Did he intend to play both sides? Lin Mo, however, remained oblivious to the situation at the window. The soundproofing of the ward was effective, and she had not heard the conversation outside. She settled on the sofa and took a bite of watermelon, naturally recalling the warmth of Xie Guanyan's hand. Lifting her gaze, she glanced at the man who had also settled onto the sofa. Lin Mo set down her fork and reached for his right hand. Xie Guanyan's body instantly tensed, his eyes fixating on the young girl's face, his eyelashes fluttering. Shanshan was once again holding his hand. She had undoubtedly seen Gu Jingchuan outside. Shanshan was likely using him to seek revenge on Gu Jingchuan. It mattered not. He was willing to be of service. The soft and delicate sensation emanating from her hand compelled Xie Guanyan to exert control over his breathing and the emotions swirling within his gaze. "Is your hand all right?" Lin Mo inquired, bringing his hand closer to her eyes. The man's hand was cool, pale, and alluring, his fingers long, knuckles translucent, nails neatly trimmed and rounded, with a hint of rosy hue. It appeared to be a hand of great utility. Realizing the inappropriate thoughts flitting through her mind, Lin Mo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, wanting to give herself a slap. "Come on, child, let's go home. How could I even think such things?" She admitted to herself that during her senior year, overwhelmed by academic pressure, she indulged in some risque novels to alleviate her stress. It was her unique way of unwinding, not something to be divulged to others. "It's nothing serious now," a warm, melodious voice descended from above. Indeed, it was not a significant issue anymore. Without the need for a bandage, the scab had already fallen off, leaving only 2 tiny scars. From a distance, these scars were hardly noticeable, yet up close, they remained quite apparent, like a stunning painting marred by tiny ink spots. Lin Mo felt a pang of guilt. Alas, the scars remained. "I have an effective scar removal ointment for my younger brother. Would you like me to fetch a box for you to try?" She recalled him mentioning his fondness for aesthetics during their car ride that day. All right, thank you. The air was imbued with the delightful fragrance of the girl, and Xie Guanyan focused all his efforts on maintaining a calm and gentle tone. He had completely forgotten that someone was watching from the doorway. Outside, Gu Jingchuan's eyes blazed with fury, as if they could crystallize into a tangible form. He could not discern the words exchanged within, but could only witness the scene unfolding. So this is how Lin Mo plays it, he thought, observing how she held Xie Guanyan's hand while he held Li Huanyu's. For Xie Guanyan, a man of peculiar inclinations, this was an immense reward. From that distance, he could see Guanyan's back stiffen, the other hand trembling slightly, restless on the sofa. Gu Jingchuan forcefully broke free from Xin Jian's grip and shoved him aside, intent on pushing the door open once more. However, at that moment, a fist suddenly swung toward his face. What a misunderstanding! Xin Jian gritted his teeth. He had also witnessed the happenings within the ward. He was displeased to see his sister holding another man's hand, yet he had to fulfill the task assigned by his second brother. The punch landed on Gu Jingchuan's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. The pain surged, threatening to elicit a cry from him. Just then, another hand clamped over his mouth. Gu Jingchuan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to see a blonde figure. What the hell?
Who are you?
The blonde flashed a toothy grin.
What are you looking at?
You're coming with us. Together, they dragged Gu Jingchuan into the adjacent stairwell. Though Gu Jingchuan was an adult, the combined strength of two teenagers in their formative years was not to be underestimated. In addition, over the years, Shen Jianan and Huang Mao have honed their skills in the impoverished districts, frequently engaging in brawls at school. Meanwhile, Gu Jingchuan, indulging in both alcohol and tobacco, found his health somewhat compromised. In the dimly lit stairwell, Shen Jianan unleashed a flurry of punches upon Gu Jingchuan, who was utterly defenseless, gritting his teeth in frustration and exclaiming, "Are you seeking death? If I report you, you'll end up in jail. Prove it if you can," Shen Jianan retorted, landing another blow to Gu Jingchuan's chin, causing his bangs to flutter slightly. Gu Jingchuan accidentally bit his tongue, the pain nearly unbearable. Huang Mao cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Jingchuan, aware that their leader always prepared thoroughly for such encounters, leaving no evidence behind. The surveillance cameras in the corridor had already been obscured with balloons. Provoking their leader was akin to stepping on a landmine. My sister has a new boyfriend, and you witnessed their chemistry. Mind your behavior and avoid appearing before her, Shen Jianan said coldly, delivering this message as part of his elder brother's directive. Had his sister truly embarked on another romantic relationship? This thought disheartened Gu Jingchuan. As pain rendered him speechless, he seized the opportunity, retaliating with a punch of his own. Shen Jianan deftly evaded, though his lip was grazed, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his gaze, fierce and resolute beneath his long bangs, fixed on Gu Jingchuan. Remember my words. With that, he exited the stairwell. Huang Mao followed, astonished.
Boss, why didn't you fight back? You always subdue such people.
Shen Jianan retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack to rinse his mouth. Deciding it wasn't worth escalating the situation further, it was ultimately his sister who would be left to clean up the mess. Now that he had distanced himself from the impoverished district, he needed to exercise more restraint. Taking out his phone, he sent a WeChat message to his elder brother. Shenihan, elder brother, the task has been completed. Upon reading the message, a hint of amusement flickered across Shen Yihan's otherwise impassive countenance. How did you manage that? His task for the fourth brother was to ensure Gu Jingchuan had no opportunity to converse with his sister. Shen Jianan replied, I rendered him speechless. Shen Yihan responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 66. Who provoked him? In the bedside cabinet of Aunt Shen's hospital room, Lin Mo discovered the scar cream prescribed by the doctor. Holding it delicately with her slender fingers, she had yet to reach the sofa when the door swung open. Sister? I'm back, Shen Jianan exclaimed, gripping the straps of his backpack, his peripheral vision catching sight of the man seated on the sofa. Fairy sister. It's wonderful to see you again, Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Mo, his face beaming with delight. Lin Mo hadn't anticipated Shen Jianan bringing Huang Mao along and smiled, remarking, It seems neither of you are attending evening study sessions. Huang Mao pouted. Let us not discuss studies at such a joyous moment. It's all nonsense. Shen Jianan noticed the ointment in Lin Mo's hand and inquired, Sister, what do you need the ointment for? Lin Mo pointed to Xie Guanyan, who bore 2 small scars on his hands. Didn't Yui buy 2 boxes? I thought I'd give him one to try. Shen Jianan pursed his lips, taking the ointment from Lin Mo. This was bought for me. He can purchase his own, if he requires it. Turning around, he finally got a clear look at the man's appearance. There is an inexplicable familiarity. Yet I cannot recall where I have seen this person before. However, it is evident that he appears quite aged, certainly older than my sister by a significant margin. At this moment, Xie Guanyan rose to his feet, his long legs striding towards us, his voice cultured and gentle. Hello, uncle. Shun Jianan interjected. He nudged Huang Mao with his elbow. Huang Mao, grinning, echoed, hello, uncle. Xie Guanyan's eyes darkened slightly, yet his expression remained warm and amiable. Do I really appear that old? Shun Jianan nodded. He harbored no affection for his sister's boyfriend. Huang Mao, however, shook his head in honest disagreement, but, upon seeing the elder's nod, changed his response to a nod as well. Lin Mo furrowed her brows, correcting Shun Jianan. That's not true. He hasn't even reached 30. You can call him brother. Xie Guanyan's gaze fell upon the girl's exquisite and radiant face. Without comparison, there is no harm. When Lin Mo stood alongside her 17-year-old brother and Huang Mao, it was clear they were contemporaries, while he felt distinctly out of place. His fingertips tightened slightly as he adjusted his glasses. It was merely a title, after all. Yet Lin Mo shook her head, insisting, no, you must call him brother. She and Xie Guanyan were clearly of the same generation. How could it be that he was considered her elder? This simply would not do. Shun Jianan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Originally, his adversary was already accomplished and superior in every regard. If he were to gain even more status, Lin Mo would truly struggle to bear it. She looked at Shun Jianan and called out again, call him brother. Shun Jianan reluctantly lifted his head, glancing at Xie Guanyan, brother. Lin Mo then turned to Huang Mao. You should call him too. Huang Mao, ever at ease, was currently munching on fruit and looked somewhat confused. Call what? Lin Mo pointed her chin towards Xie Guanyan, brother. Xie Guanyan's gentle gaze lingered on the girl's face, all traces of his earlier discontent dissipating. His mind was filled with the echo of her calling him brother. How delightful it sounded. Huang Mao complied and called out, then took a few bites of watermelon, offering some to Shun Jianan as well. Shun Jianan, lacking appetite, shot him a glare. All you think about is eating. Huang Mao replied with bewilderment. Who provoked him? During Aunt Zhen's hospitalization, Shun Jianan planned to remain at the hospital until she was discharged, after which they would move to Shen Yihan's villa. As the time approached, Huang Mao also hailed a taxi to leave. Lin Mo turned to Shun Jianan. I'm leaving first. You and Aunt Shen should rest early. Xie Guanyan picked up the suit he had placed on the sofa and stood as well. The two walked side by side out of the hospital room. Shun Jianan's lips curled upwards, as if he could hang an oil pot from them. He took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Yihan. Second brother. Is sister really dating this man? Shen Yihan, taken aback by the simplicity and bluntness of the fourth brother's inquiry, had long wished to confront Gu Jingchuan, the scoundrel. The fourth brother assured him that nothing would go amiss. Even if it did, Shen Yihan was unperturbed. Upon receiving the message, Shen Yihan replied, Sister is not involved with Mr. Xie. Some matters cannot be clarified over the phone. I will explain everything in detail when we return home. Mr. Xie? Suddenly, a figure in Shen Jianan's mind aligned with the man he had just encountered, the philanthropist who established a foundation in the slums to aid impoverished children in attending school. He was able to survive in the slums with Aunt Zhen solely because he managed to secure living expenses from the foundation. Deep down, he felt immense gratitude towards this benefactor, prompting him to search for information about the individual online. A profound sense of regret began to seep into Shen Jian's heart. After all, this person was his savior, and he had just intentionally remarked on their advanced age. Furthermore, he had not been communicating with his sister. Shen Jian ran his fingers through his hair, his eyes, hidden beneath his long bangs, filled with remorse. Gu Jingchuan was left speechless, at such a late hour. Only the emergency room still had doctors present. However, he knew that registering would inevitably lead to encounters with fans. Left with no choice, he sought out the head nurse to examine his injuries. The head nurse, preparing to hand over her shift, tensed at the sight of Gu Jingchuan. As if faced with a formidable challenge, what new drama was he about to unleash? Upon realizing he was there for an examination, her mood instantly brightened. Who was out there righting wrongs? Ha ha ha. After inspecting him, the head nurse concluded that Gu Jingchuan had been struck by a skilled opponent. Even though the blow had not left visible marks on his face, the pain was undeniable. A cut on his tongue was not a grave concern. It would heal in a few days with the application of some medicine. The head nurse hurried to the pharmacy to fetch the required medication while Gu Jingchuan waited at the nurse's station. Once the medicine was in hand, Gu Jingchuan sprayed it a few times, tears streaming down his face in response to the sting. The head nurse was quite pleased. She had chosen the most potent formula. Wiping away his tears, Gu Jingchuan intended to return to room 1005. Just as he exited the nurse's station, he spotted Lin Mo and Xie Guanyan walking side by side. Upon seeing Gu Jingchuan, Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. In their school days, Gu Jingchuan had been a prominent figure, a wealthy heir with striking looks, and now he was a superstar. Surely, Xie Guanyan recognized him. Yet, he likely had no knowledge of her past interactions with Gu Jingchuan. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Xie Guanyan. In the next instant, she felt her hand enveloped by a warm, large hand. Chapter 067. Are we breaking up? The tall man was clad only in a white shirt, the top button fastened snugly. His tie was impeccably knotted, exuding an indescribable allure of restrained sensuality. One lean, strong hand held a white suit, while the other gently clasped hers, exerting only a slight pressure. Yet, where their hands met, an array of warmth surged upward, as if charged with electricity, sending tingles throughout her body. Lin Mo felt her body stiffen, her pupils constrict, and her heart thunder like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. Her mind swirled, her face flushed, rendering her unable to think clearly. Why had Xie Guanyan taken her hand? Time seemed to freeze for a moment in Xie Guanyan's perspective. Although he had initially intended to assist her in seeking revenge on Gu Jingchuan, he hesitated, redirecting his gaze toward her. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Despite the impulsive nature of this decision to hold her hand, when they truly clasped hands, Xie Guanyan felt an overwhelming surge of nervousness, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. How many times had he longed to hold Shanshan's hand? He never anticipated it would happen under such circumstances. Yet it felt remarkably right. At least he could hold her hand once. Not in a manner of concern, but as a couple would. Like a couple. Yet, he dared not grip too tightly, merely holding her gently, allowing her the freedom to withdraw at any moment. Perhaps she would soon find it intolerable? The refined gentleman felt a sheen of perspiration form on his back, though his gaze remained composed and steady, discreetly observing Gu Jingchuan. Upon seeing the two holding hands from the window, Gu Jingchuan had already been seething with anger. Now, witnessing their intimacy before him, his nostrils flared in indignation as he stammered, "Abba, Abba, 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 Lin Mo, Xie Guanyan, Gu Jingchuan." The air hung heavy in silence for 2 seconds. Lin Mo swiftly transitioned from blushing and her heart racing to feeling a prickling sensation on her scalp, her toes digging into the ground as if clawing for dear life. How could such an embarrassing ex-boyfriend exist? I need a tutorial on how to turn back time. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and someone stepped out. Lin Mo seized Xie Guanyan's hand and rushed into the elevator, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Her tongue, numbed by medication, rendered her voiceless. Gu Jingchuan had never felt such humiliation, covering his mouth and remaining motionless for what felt like an eternity. Laughter erupted from the nurse's station. He turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with fury. Everyone resumed their own tasks. Gu Jingchuan clenched his fists tightly, his chest aching with anger, the veins on his forehead pulsating. Finally, the elevator doors closed, and Gu Jingchuan did not pursue them. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. The warmth of his hand vanished, leaving only an emptiness in its wake. Lin Mo blinked her long, thick eyelashes. She then heard the handsome man beside her inquire, "Aren't you concerned about him? It seems someone has rendered him mute." This remark instantly darkened Lin Mo's vision. Well, Xie Guanyan indeed knew Gu Jingchuan. Not only did he know him, but he was also aware of her past relationship with Gu Jingchuan. It was true, Gu Jingchuan's confession had caused quite a stir shortly after the college entrance examination. Many classmates had discussed it widely. Why should I concern myself with him? We have already parted ways, and he has a new girlfriend. There is no need for my concern. Lin Mo forced a smile, feeling inexplicably verbose, eager to clarify. You broke up? Xie Guanyan's breath caught for a moment. Did it happen today? Indeed, it was understandable. With such a proud disposition, she could not possibly continue her relationship with Gu Jingchuan after his scandalous rumors. A decisive breakup was something she could manage. Observing the girl's smile, which failed to reach her eyes, and hearing her mention Gu Jingchuan's new girlfriend, Xie Guanyan's gaze flickered slightly. He adjusted his glasses with a single finger, gently comforting her. Don't be upset. He isn't in a good place either. Don't be upset? She thought. She wasn't upset at all. Prejudice in the hearts of people is indeed a towering mountain. Everyone believed that since she had recently dated Gu Jingchuan, she must still harbor feelings for him. Second brother thought so. Gu Jingchuan did too. And even Xie Guanyan shared this belief. Perhaps it was because she was typically so cautious in her decisions and an academic achiever, leading everyone to think that her acceptance of Gu Jingchuan's confession was a well-considered choice. Yet, this matter truly stemmed from a fleeting impulse. The pressures of high school were overwhelming, and upon graduation, one yearned to unwind, believing that engaging in a relationship would be harmless. Do not inquire further. The individual involved harbors profound regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Moving forward, such rash actions must be avoided. A record of this incident remains, and it is exceedingly difficult to erase. There are thoughts she wishes to express.
Ding.
The elevator reached the ground floor, where several individuals awaited entry. Lin Mo fell silent. The two proceeded towards the parking lot, a cool breeze brushing against them. The man walked beside her, their shadows intertwining beneath the streetlights. She pondered, asking why he held her hand. In truth, this was her first sincere hand-holding with a man. Her phone buzzed momentarily. Lin Mo glanced at it. It was a message from Xie Guanyan. Sister, have you returned with Mr. Xie? Lin Mo typed back, just about to head back. Her fingers casually scrolled to see a message from earlier that afternoon. He had matters to attend to, and could not pick her up. A sense of unease washed over Lin Mo, her beautiful brows knitting together. Xie Guanyan had business to attend to, yet he employed several secretaries. Did Jiang Tang also have matters to resolve? Upon reaching the car, Xie Guanyan gentlemanly opened the passenger door. Lin Mo cast a glance at him, murmuring her thanks. Once inside the vehicle, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could this be a deliberate arrangement by her second brother? He had seen Gu Jingchuan with Li Huanyu before her. Likely thinking she would be upset, her strong-willed nature would surely lead to anger. Why should Gu Jingchuan find another partner while she remained single? Thus, he enlisted Xie Guanyan to pose as her boyfriend in front of Gu Jingchuan. No wonder Xie Guanyan held her hand upon encountering Gu Jingchuan. The elevator doors closed, and once out of view, he released her hand. Goodness! Xie Guanyan was indeed overthinking. Moreover, Xie Guanyan was exceedingly kind, assisting her with everything. Soon after, Xie Guanyan sent another WeChat message. I've arranged everything with the first high school. I donated a building. Tomorrow we will go to the third high school to handle the formalities for the fourth brother. I will pick you up. You need not go to the hospital.
See?
They were preventing her from visiting the hospital. This was merely to avoid any further encounters with Gu Jingchuan. After all, Xie Guanyan could not continually assist her. Otherwise, it would soon become evident to Gu Jingchuan. Xie Guanyan was truly meticulous in his planning, and Lin Mo leaned back against the car seat with a wry smile. How could she convey her feelings to make her second brother believe her? Throughout the journey, Lin Mo remained silent, and Xie Guanyan too was quiet, not initiating conversation. Upon returning to the villa and entering the living room, Lin Mo was about to ascend the stairs but turned back, looking at Xie Guanyan, and said sincerely, I apologize for the trouble, and I appreciate your assistance. Xie Guanyan loosened his tie with one hand. His eyes behind the lenses were inscrutable. Yet his tone remained as gentle as ever. It is nothing. That night, Lin Mo did not descend again. She intended to clarify this matter with Shenihan. Previously, he had occasionally mentioned it, but she had not taken it to heart. Now, troubling Xie Guanyan felt inappropriate. It was already generous of him to rent her a room. She could not expect him to assist her with such peculiar matters without limits. Lin Mo removed the small dog pendant from her neck and placed it on the bedside table. After finishing her bath, she lay on the bed, her delicate white legs raised, and dialed Shin Yihan's number. At that moment, Shin Yihan had also returned home and was still working. Upon seeing the incoming call, he felt a flicker of surprise. Having been back for some time now, his sister had accustomed herself to the current modes of communication. Typically, she would send a WeChat message, and only in urgent situations would she resort to a phone call. Shin Yihan's brow furrowed as he set aside his laptop and absent-mindedly twirled the Buddhist beads on his wrist, a sense of unease settling in. What could have happened? His long fingers glided over the phone to answer, and he heard his sister's melodious voice on the other end. Shin Yihan, I solemnly inform you that I do not like Gu Jingchuan. It is a genuine disinterest, not a matter of resentment. I do not feel troubled seeing him with someone else. Although it may not sound good to say, I must tell you, I was never particularly fond of him. It was a mistake to impulsively agree to date him. I will reflect on this, a 1,000-word reflection, and you shall help me write it this evening. In short, do not engage in any unnecessary actions in the future, understood? The next morning, as she settled into Shen Yihan's car, Lin Mo earnestly inquired. You haven't forgotten what I said last night, have you? Shen Yihan, with one hand on the steering wheel, felt the sunlight filtering through the window, casting a golden glow on his black beads. He shook his head, unable to forget, for it was something he would remember for a lifetime. He had indeed written a 1,000-word reflection. However, it was fortunate that his sister did not ask their fourth brother to assist her, but rather assign the task to him. Though he had never written such reflections before, Jiang Tang had taught him. That is good. Lin Mo fastened her seatbelt with her slender fingers. Ultimately, her second brother cared for her. Any reprimand would be unwarranted. The car glided smoothly along the mountain road. Shen Yihan remarked, Sister, I completely believe you no longer like Gu Jingchuan, but have you considered that he might still have feelings for you? Lin Mo shook her head. You think too highly of me. While I am indeed captivating, Gu Jingchuan is a major movie star. He is not lacking in admirers. Li Huanyu is also quite charming, and she has captivated you thoroughly. Gu Jingchuan is equally enchanted by her. They are the leading roles destined to be together. My fleeting presence might stir his thoughts momentarily, but yesterday they were holding hands tightly, and Gu Jingchuan was flaunting it. Suddenly mentioning Li Huanyu in relation to herself, a hint of embarrassment crossed Shen Yihan's face. He hoped that would be the case. His primary aim in sending Mr. Xie was to ensure that Gu Jingchuan would no longer dare to pursue his sister. Gu Jingchuan should be wary and refrain from appearing before her again. Do you still like Li Huanyu? Lin Mo casually asked. Shen Yihan shook his head vigorously. No, I do not like her. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, feeling quite relieved. That's the right attitude. Rather than dwell on unshakable memories, it would be better to memorize a few more words. Over an hour later, the two arrived at Sanzhong. Lin Mo had given careful consideration to transferring Xinjian from Sanzhong to Yizhong. Firstly, the academic atmosphere at School 3 is rather dismal. Even Meng Mu relocated thrice for her son's education. Secondly, the man who purchased Xinjian and Aunt Shun may still be lurking nearby. School 3 and School 1 are situated in different districts. Given the vastness of Jingbei, the likelihood of Shun Jianan transferring to School 1 and subsequently being found by that man diminishes significantly. School 1 is a territory familiar to Lin Mo. Should that man dare to appear in the vicinity, she could assure that he would not return. At present, School 3 has already commenced its second lesson. Upon arriving at the principal's office, they discovered the principal was absent. Shen Yihan was waiting in the office. Lin Mo intended to visit the snack shop for some refreshments. Being new to the school, she found it challenging to locate the shop. However, fortuitously, she spotted the green-haired lad she had encountered previously.
Hee.
Lin Mo called out his name. The green-haired youth turned, his eyes sparkling. Beauty, why have you returned to our school? I have a matter to attend to. By the way, where's your school snack shop? The green-haired lad pointed in a direction. Over there, let me guide you. Just treat me to a pack of spicy strips. Lin Mo regarded him. Sure. But why aren't you in class right now? The green-haired lad scratched his head. I was late for one class. The teacher suggested I come back later, so I went to prepare for the afternoon. Lin Mo purchased several packs of konjac snacks and a bottle of water for herself, and for the green-haired lad, 2 bags of spicy chicken tendons, and a bottle of cola. Upon exiting, he remarked, Did you not inquire about our leader last time? Would you like me to take you to class 1 to see him? With nothing pressing on her agenda, Lin Mo thought it a perfect opportunity to observe her fourth brother's class. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, Is there a red-haired student in class 1 who has a quarrel with your leader? The green-haired lad nodded. You know about that? The red-haired one is named Wang Xing. He is the principal's nephew. We are not particularly fond of him, as he exploits this connection to extort protection fees from us, demanding our pocket money. Some who fear trouble comply, while others align with our leader and oppose him. Lin Mo furrowed her brow slightly. Did Shun Jianan lose 2 teeth due to the principal shielding this red-haired boy? Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of Class 1. This time, peering through the window, Lin Mo still failed to spot Shun Jianan. This is odd. Shun Jianan should be attending class. Where is he? Lin Mo murmured softly. The green-haired lad chuckled. You won't see him here. Our leader sits at the back against the wall, by the back door, as he often arrives late or leaves early. The teacher has assigned him to guard the door. Lin Mo approached the back door of Class 1, which stood ajar. She poked her head inside to take a look. She found Xie Guanyan slumped over his desk. Soundly asleep, his desk made a blonde boy with their heads nestled together. While the teacher animatedly lectured at the front, the two were lost in dreamland. No wonder Xie Guanyan scored only 60 out of 750. The environment certainly played a role. As Lin Mo lifted her leg, intending to step inside, she was pulled back by the green-haired lad, who whispered, "Hey, what are you doing? You aren't thinking of waking him up, are you? Our leader loves being disturbed during his slumber." Even his closest companion, the blonde boy, wouldn't dare interrupt him. The last time the principal found him asleep, he pretended not to see. Lin Mo shook her head, refusing to wake him. The green-haired youth released Lin Mo, and in the next moment, she stealthily entered, swiftly and decisively seizing Xie Guanyan's ear. Chapter 69. Heartless. Goodness. The green-haired boy's eyes nearly bulged out, unable to suppress the traditional exclamation that escaped his lips. You want to wake him, but you'll yank him awake? In the classroom, only the teacher's voice had previously filled the air, interspersed with whispers and the occasional snore. The boy's startled cry drew everyone's attention to the back door. The teacher turned to look as well. They all beheld a beautiful girl gripping Guanyan's ear. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Who is she? What is she doing? The teacher's mouth parted slightly. After all, this was a figure even the principal feared. This was the nickname the teachers had privately bestowed upon Guanyan, clearly crafted by a teacher fond of fantasy novels. Initially inclined to ignore the scene, the teacher found it hard to turn a blind eye upon seeing it was a girl. Although he had never witnessed Guanyan hitting a girl, he knew it wasn't entirely impossible. This student before he could finish, the girl had yanked Guanyan's head up. As the notorious figure opened his eyes, a fierce glint surged forth from his gaze. The teacher's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Alas, I am powerless to help. The pain jolted Xie Guanyan awake, his eyes opening to reveal a deep-seated fury. Countless times he had been awakened from slumber by pain, often inflicted by that man after a drunken night. The oppressive atmosphere around him thickened as he fixed his gaze on the person pulling at his ear. A delicate and stunning face came into view, her enchanting peach blossom eyes ablaze with fury. In that instant, the wrath in Guanyan's gaze vanished, replaced by an instinctual fear. When his sister was angry, everyone at home trembled in fear. His second brother once remarked that when their parents were present, even their father feared her wrath. Each time, it resulted in mountains of snacks and toys being bought. Everyone held their breath, wanting to assist, but too afraid to move, their hearts racing with anxiety. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed the once ferocious school bully not only refraining from retaliating but also sporting a fawning smile. All present. The teacher. What a relief. There is hope. She is the nemesis of the killing god. Lin Mo noticed everyone's gaze upon her and, not wishing to disrupt the class further, quickly released Xie Guanyan's ear, glaring at him and whispering, "Pay attention in class." Guanyan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, his long bangs swaying. Noticing the blonde still asleep, he kicked the side of the blonde's chair. The blonde jolted awake. Is it time to eat? Is it time to eat? Guanyan. The blonde turned to see Lin Mo, his eyes widening in surprise. The next moment, he hastily wiped the corners of his eyes and mouth, trying to maintain his image. Guanyan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why was his sister here today? Oh, right, his second brother mentioned last night that he would come today to handle his transfer. His sister must have come along with him. Previously, she had been busy working late every night, usually catching up on sleep during the day, particularly in Chinese class, which was the best for napping. Though he hadn't worked last night, he had spent the entire night restless, even sitting up at midnight to slap himself a few times. All due to the matter concerning Mr. Xie. Thus, she could not endure the day, and surely her sister must be quite disappointed in him. Soon enough, someone recognized her as the enchanting lady who had previously visited the classroom to seek out Jian. Curiosity buzzed among the students. Who exactly was this captivating woman to Jian? The red-haired Wang Xing dozed off in class, only to be roused by his deskmate, who urged him to watch the unfolding scene, a mocking smile flickering in his eyes. A girlfriend? How amusing that even the son of a madman could have a girlfriend. The teacher, intrigued yet restrained by his position, cleared his throat. Let us resume our lesson. Where did we leave off? Silence enveloped the room. The teacher's lips twitched as he continued. Yes, we were discussing ancient poetry, the desolation of the Ba Mountain and Chu waters. Before he could finish, The red-haired student interjected, prompting a chorus of laughter from the entire class. The teacher, exasperated, took several deep breaths, lamenting the trials of his profession. It felt like a day destined for chaos. At that moment, he noticed Xie Guanyan sitting upright, actually flipping through his book, a rare occurrence indeed. However, it was unlikely to last long. The red-haired student caught the spectacle as well and scoffed. "Oh, so now you're putting on a show? Let us see how long you can keep it up." Surprisingly, Xie Guanyan managed to stay awake until class ended. In the teacher's office afterward, he recounted the day's events to his colleagues, who listened with wide eyes. "Is it true? Someone can actually manage that killing god? The killing god is going to study? That sounds terrifying. Could it be early romance? That wouldn't bode well." The teacher who had just lectured took a sip of tea, nearly spitting it out. "I doubt it." Killing god remained silent, merely nodding, suppressing himself. The class group chat buzzed with chatter about the incident. As a quick-fingered student had captured a photo, the very moment Lin Mo tugged at Xie Guanyan's ear. The girl's delicate visage contrasted sharply with the previously wrathful boy, who bore a smile of unprecedented charm. The image swiftly circulated through the school's vast group chat, leaving everyone astonished. "Rubber killer. Haven't seen the boss smile in ages. Don't pull my tissue. She's the first woman to pull the boss's ear. Shower without closing the door. You all should read fewer domineering CEO novels. Sleepy package. She must be the boss's girlfriend. Who knew his girlfriend would be so stunning? Snack Street's owner. Is this campus novel becoming reality? The school tyrant and the beauty. What a pairing. Shipping anything will only lead to your demise. She is our boss's sister. My celestial sister as well," replied the blonde in the group. Unfortunately, few believed him, as there had never been any mention of Xie and having a sister. "Sad old sow. I'm shipping the blonde and the celestial sister. Don't scold, I'm trying. Blonde, don't think we can't see that sad old sow is your alt account. Blonde, I swear it's not. Sad old sow, come forward and say something. Sad old sow, no, I'm not an alt." Upon exiting the classroom, Lin Mo received a WeChat message from Jing Quanfozi, informing her that the principal had returned. She needed to head to the principal's office. Green-haired, still shaken, asked her, "What is your relation to our boss? You really have some nerve." Lin Mo replied truthfully, "I am his sister." The green-haired youth wrinkled his nose in disbelief. "How could the leader possibly have a sister as stunning as yours? Not that I meant to imply the leader was unattractive." Lin Mo was in a hurry to reach the principal's office. It was difficult to explain in just a few sentences, but suffice it to say, she was indeed his sister, and I must take my leave now. The green-haired boy scratched his head and opened his phone, only to discover that the group chat from the third school had erupted with activity. With a crooked smile, he chimed in, "I don't know much, but she is truly beautiful. I accompanied her to class 1 to find a leader. We met just once before. She treated me to cola. And today she also treated me to spicy strips and more cola." Sad Mother Pig retorted, "Who asked you? Who the hell asked you?" Wang Zai Little Pants added, "Who would believe that? 0 people trust what you say." The green-haired youth pouted, wishing to take a photo with Lin Mo, only to find she had vanished. In the principal's office, a portly middle-aged man regarded Xie Guanyan. "Are you suggesting that Xie Guanyan should be transferred to the first school?" Xie Guanyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, principal." The principal chuckled. "Does the first school even want him? Please don't jest. What relation do you have to him? Transferring from the third school to the first is no simple matter. There was once a student with excellent grades who wanted to transfer, yet the first school rejected him. It took connections for him to succeed in the end. Looking back, I regret agreeing to that transfer. The student was named Xie Guanyan, and his contributions to the first school have me envious. Isn't this place considered a half alma mater for you as well? Heartless." Xie Guanyan was not fond of the principal's demeanor, his voice flat. "We are Xie Guanyan's relatives. You need only handle the paperwork here. We will communicate with the first school." The principal scrutinized the man in the sleek black suit and then glanced at the beautiful girl who had entered the office not long ago. Were these 2 wealthy relatives of Xie Guanyan? From the side of the mentally ill mother or elsewhere? The paperwork could certainly be arranged. But Xie Guanyan and Lin Mo frowned in unison. But what? Weren't they supposed to expel Xie Guanyan? Now that he was to be transferred, what did it mean that they were not allowing it? "Principal, if you have something to say, just say it." Xie Guanyan's tone was not amicable, as he rotated the Buddhist beads on his wrist, emanating an imposing aura. The plump principal sensed a degree of pressure, but blinked. "It's just that Xie Guanyan." Previously, before he could finish, there was a knock at the door, and someone anxiously announced, "Principal, it's bad." Jian and Wang Xing are fighting again. Chapter 070. Are you two performing a comic dialogue? In reality, student altercations could typically be handled by the homeroom teacher or the disciplinary director. However, one was a notorious bully whom even the principal did not regard highly, and the other was the principal's own nephew. This was indeed a troublesome situation, thus the teachers had no choice but to seek the principal's intervention. Upon hearing this, the principal's head began to throb. In truth, he would be more than glad to see Ji and transferred. Such a troublesome student was bound to lead to a future of mediocrity, a parasite of society. Yet, the presence of wealthy relatives made him somewhat reluctant. It is worth noting that he had personally paid to have 2 of his teeth repaired after being knocked out during a past incident. Jian had no money for such expenses, and his mentally unstable mother had caused a scene in the principal's office. Where did they fight? The principal stepped outside, turning to Shen Yihan and remarked, "Look at Jian. Is this acceptable? It is a blessing for our school to have such a student." Shen Yihan furrowed his brow, but remained silent. However, Lin Mo responded with a cold demeanor, "You haven't even ascertained the specifics of the fight. Yet you hastily proclaim it to be Jian's fault?" Upon reaching the office, Shen Yihan was already engaged in conversation with the principal, leaving Lin Mo no opportunity to interject. From He, she had learned that the red-haired Wang Xing was the principal's nephew who extorted protection fees from others. This revelation significantly tarnished her impression of the principal. It was implausible that he was entirely unaware of his nephew's misconduct. The portly principal frowned, taken aback by the audacity of this girl, who, despite her youth and status as a high school student, dared to speak to him in such a manner. "If Jian can strike me, what else can he do?" The principal scoffed. A teacher nearby chimed in, "Indeed, that child is hopeless. It is the magnanimity of our esteemed principal that he does not hold it against him. You may not know, but Jian has knocked out several of our principal's teeth." The principal raised his chin, thinking to himself that they should apologize at once. Yet, both remained indifferent. The principal remarked, "Lin Mo, your demeanor is quite composed. I have yet to inquire about the specifics from Jian. Once I do, we can discuss it further." The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the principal, and alongside him were teachers. Could they possibly lie? The respect for educators among parents seems to be dwindling. Having thought of something, a flicker of realization crossed the principal's eyes. Jian has been with us for 2 years, consistently ranking at the bottom, frequently arriving late, leaving early, and engaging in fights. Lying has become second nature for him. The teacher beside him agreed. Indeed, he lies often. His character is deeply flawed. Shen Yihan, who had remained silent until now, grew impatient upon hearing this and interjected coldly, "Are you two performing a comedic skit?" At that moment, the bustling corridor was filled with students as it was the break between classes. Xin Jian and the red-haired Wang Xing had already clashed, both bearing the marks of their altercation. Their respective followers were engaged in a heated exchange of insults. "Following that little lunatic, you're all brainless," shouted Wang Xing's lackey. "You're a pack of dogs, merely barking," retorted Xin Jian's follower, with the yellow-haired one spitting towards the opposition. "Ah, disgusting." The principal, teachers, and Lin Mo, along with Shen Yihan, found it impossible to squeeze through the crowd. The teacher shouted, "Everyone make way. The principal is here." Yet, no one paid heed. The principal, infuriated, bellowed, "Return to your classrooms, do you hear me?" A few complied, but the majority remained oblivious, chattering away. Lin Mo frowned, declaring, "I'll push through to mediate." Using her slender frame to her advantage, she expertly navigated through the throng and quickly reached the front row. There, she spotted the green-haired student. Upon seeing Lin Mo, his eyes brightened. No one believed Lin Mo had ever treated him to spicy strips, and they insisted on taking a group photo later. As Lin Mo attempted to approach, the green-haired student grasped her arm. "Miss, I assure you, this is no jest. When our leader fights, he shows no mercy." Previously, a girl who fancied him stood nearby, pleading for them to stop. Our leader had his lackeys carry her away. Lin Mo remained resolute. Wang Xing, the red-haired student, was the first to notice Lin Mo, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Why is Shen Jianan favored by such an attractive girl? Yet this presents an opportunity. Provoking Shen Jianan once more could lead to a situation where he would retaliate, but it is certain that this girl would intervene. This would allow him to exhibit extraordinary prowess. After all, he was paid to ensure Shen Jianan suffered a grievous injury, preferably breaking a leg. He is still a minor and thus not liable for criminal repercussions. Indeed, Xie Guanyan is utterly loathsome, to the extent that even students from other schools wish to strike him. Wiping the blood from his nose, the red-haired Wang Xing mocked Xie Guanyan. Do you even know who your father is, given that your mother is such a lunatic? Or do you have many fathers? His cronies erupted into laughter. The blonde-haired boy longed to spit directly into their faces. Xie Guanyan's eyes, hidden beneath his bangs, darkened with increasing malice as he stepped forward, ready to deliver a punch to Wang Xing's face. At that moment, someone grasped his arm. The grip was gentle, yet Xie Guanyan curbed his fist, the fury in his gaze dissipating slightly. It was evident who it was. Turning his head, he was met with his sister's lovely visage, causing his heart to sink. This was troubling. His sister would surely be angry again. Sleeping in class and fighting after school, he was indeed a disappointment. Would his sister abandon him? Wang Xing smirked triumphantly, swinging his fist toward Xie Guanyan's face. Xie Guanyan could not evade in time and braced for the blow. Suddenly, his sister lifted a leg and kicked Wang Xing back half a meter, her long hair creating a beautiful arc in the air. With a few powerful slaps to Wang Xing's face, she declared, "Dare to hit my brother? Have you consulted with my brother, the frequent slapper Zhao Zilong?" Chapter 071. Is it possible to be unremarkable, yet deserving of love? Xie Guanyan, Wang Xing, the principal and teachers, who had finally squeezed to the front. What dragon? This nickname was given to Xie Guanyan's third brother, Xie Guanyan, for wielding a mop as if it were a silver spear, often striking him, thus earning him the moniker frequent slapper Zhao Zilong. Wang Xing was caught off guard by the sudden attack, his head spinning, his face burning with pain, momentarily stunned. The surrounding students were astonished. How could someone so beautiful possess such remarkable skills? Simply breathtaking. Xie Guanyan was not surprised by his sister's prowess, yet he was taken aback by her willingness to defend him. His eyes suddenly felt warm. His sister remained the same, refusing to allow anyone to bully him. Time seemed to rewind to the days when their uncle would cause a ruckus at home, and he, being the youngest, was always shielded by his sister, who would not permit anyone to approach him. Anyone who dared to strike would face her wrath. Small and diminutive, he clutched at his sister's clothing, feeling that she was his entire world. The principal, momentarily blinded by the situation, glared coldly at Lin Mo. Weren't you here to mediate?
Lin Mo schroget.
Am I not intervening for Jinan? The principal, with so many students watching, Wang Xing, recovering from a shock, could no longer maintain his composure, cursing vehemently. Clenching his teeth, he swung his fist at Lin Mo.
She deftly dodged.
However, Wang Xing's vulgarities and actions ignited a surge of rage within Xie Guanyan. He retaliated with a punch that struck Wang Xing's head, sending him crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. The principal was utterly terrified. Xiao Xing! Xiao Xing! A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. No one had ever witnessed Jian display such ferocity. The blonde-haired youth winced, concerned. "Boss, is your hand all right?" The surrounding crowd murmured, "No wonder you're Jian's most cherished subordinate." The portly principal shouted frantically, "Call an ambulance.
Quickly."
Standing at the forefront, Xie Guanyan felt a surge of coldness rising within him upon hearing the red-haired boy hurling profanities at his sister. At that moment, as he observed the red-haired youth writhing on the ground, he was tempted to deliver another kick. However, he restrained himself, twirling the Buddhist beads on his left wrist, and took out his phone to call Jiang Tang, instructing him to retrieve surveillance footage from the 3rd middle school and to contact the legal team to investigate the principal and a student named Wang Xing. It was all right. He would handle the aftermath for his sister and brother. They soon arrived at Konghua Hospital, the closest medical facility to the 3rd middle school. Outside Wang Xing's hospital room, Xie Guanyan kept his head bowed while Xie Guanyan spoke on the phone with Jiang Tang. Lin Mo had gone to consult with the doctor and returned with an update. Wang Xing had suffered a minor concussion but was otherwise unharmed. She overheard the nurses discussing the painful area of the injury, noting it would not lead to significant complications. Observing Xie Guanyan's demeanor, Lin Mo gently ruffled his hair, acknowledging that he had grown up and learned to protect his sister. That punch, she realized, was thrown in her defense. Xie Guanyan bit his lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. "Sister, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I shouldn't have fought. If I hadn't come back, you and second brother wouldn't have to worry about me. And you wouldn't have been scolded because of me." Lin Mo reassured him, "It's fine. Your second brother is a formidable presence in the capital. He can handle this." Xie Guanyan lifted his head, his dark eyes peering through his bangs at Lin Mo, his voice barely a whisper. "Sister, I promise to study hard and not to fight anymore. Please don't abandon me, okay?" He had returned and did not wish to leave again. He longed to remain by his sister and brother's sides. He vowed to be well-behaved and sensible. Lin Mo paused for a moment, gazing intently at Xie Guanyan. Her expression earnest. Xie Guanyan, you are my brother. I could never forsake you. Whether you excel or not, you will always be my brother. I will never abandon you. Xie Guanyan blinked in surprise. Is that truly so? The blonde youth, suffering from attention deficit issues and poor academic performance, had been rejected by his mother. Was it possible to be worthy of love even without excellence? Lin Mo continued. Enduring humiliation and allowing others to bully us has never been the ethos of the Shun family. We do not instigate trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. However, we must also recognize that brute force is not the only solution to our problems. Wang Xing's brazen demeanor was truly infuriating. His insults were utterly vile. If Xie Guanyan were to frequently hear such remarks without retaliating, it would indicate an unacceptable weakness. Weakness is incompatible with survival in the impoverished districts. Therefore, Lin Mo held no animosity towards Xie Guanyan. Having been sheltered by her parents since childhood, Lin Mo was unyielding towards anyone who dared to provoke her. Her parents had taught her that while they do not seek conflict, they absolutely do not shy away from it. Grudges should be settled promptly to avoid harboring ill will. They would manage the aftermath, so there was no need for concern. Now that her second brother had the capability to handle the situation, Lin Mo felt reassured. Xie Guanyan hung up the phone with Jiang Tang and approached, saying, Sister, that Wang Xing bullies others all over the school. Your few slaps were a righteous act. A beacon of virtue. Lin Mo looked up at Xie Guanyan, her chin slightly raised. Isn't that right? I think so, too. Xie Guanyan's eyes flickered. Sister did it for him. Not for the others at school. Xie Guanyan reached out her beaded hand to ruffle Xie Guanyan's hair, assuring him, Don't worry. With your second brother around, neither you nor sister will come to harm. Xie Guanyan nodded solemnly. Second brother is so formidable, he can protect sister. When will I be able to protect her? I'm so anxious. A middle-aged woman emerged from the hospital room. Upon seeing Xie Guanyan and the others, she immediately erupted in a furious tirade. You wretches, born of a mother but not taught by one. You have beaten my son like this. I will not let you off easily. Xie Guanyan coldly retorted. Your words constitute slander. We will not let you off either. The middle-aged woman was somewhat intimidated by Xie Guanyan's aura, yet she stood tall. What do you mean? Are we afraid of you? My brother is the principal of Sanzhong. This child even assaulted my brother. He should have been sent to the police station back then. Lin Mo was about to inquire about the matter from Xie Guanyan. She turned to him. Is this true? What exactly happened? Xie Guanyan's eyes, hidden beneath his bangs, were filled with malice as he looked at the principal. It's true. He deserved it. The plump principal felt a weight in his heart from that gaze. Initially, he had planned to extort compensation from Xie Guanyan and the others, but now he had no desire to mention the matter at all. As these two had great trust in Xie Guanyan, let us not dwell on that. It's in the past. Let us talk about what happened today. Lin Mo wanted to understand the situation and continued to question Xie Guanyan. What was the reason? Xie Guanyan was reluctant to recall that day and had never disclosed the reason even when asked by Huang Mao. Yet, when his sister inquired, he felt compelled to share. I saw the principal torturing a cat to death. That day, he had forgotten his phone in the classroom, but he was in a rush to get to his part-time job. By the time he finished the first shift, it was already 9 in the evening, and he hurried back to school to retrieve his phone. As he was about to leave the school with his phone, he heard several cries of a cat in distress from a dim corner. He approached and saw a figure viciously kicking a cat. He quickly turned on his phone's flashlight and saw the cat lying in a pool of blood, lifeless, its tongue hanging out. He was filled with rage. Not even taking a good look at the person before he shoved his phone into his pocket and delivered a couple of punches to that person. Later, he discovered it was the principal, but he had no regrets. At Sanzhong, there were many stray cats, and Xie Guanyan sometimes bought food to leave in areas they frequented, but he never approached them. He had a severe allergy to cat fur. Contact would leave him breathless, and he nearly died from it once as a child. However, he loved cats because his sister adored them. Before he was born, she had raised a Devon Rex, and she cherished that cat dearly. It was through that cat's presence that the family realized his allergy to cat fur. With him in the house, there could be no cats. My sister purchased a house to care for a cat, diligently feeding it daily and promptly bathing and changing her clothes upon returning home. However, not long after our parents passed away, that beloved cat succumbed to heart disease. Following this loss, my sister refrained from adopting any more cats. Yet, Whenever she encountered the stray cats near the villa, she would feed them. The sight of these cats would evoke memories of her beloved pet, and if she witnessed anyone mistreating them, her only thought would be to exact vengeance upon that individual. The principal furrowed his brow and immediately retorted, "You are spouting nonsense. You, child, cannot even lie convincingly. As a respected principal with a fulfilling life and career, why would I ever harm a cat? It was merely on that day when I encountered you and urged you to focus on your studies instead of skipping evening classes. You responded with defiance, and I merely reprimanded you. Without evidence, I cannot possibly admit to any wrongdoing." Outside, he maintained this narrative, and everyone believed him. After all, Xie Guanyan was known as a delinquent who thrived on fighting. The principal's sister chimed in, "My brother has always been compassionate. This is slander. Moreover, what harm is there in taking the life of a mere cat?" Lin Mo's beautiful face grew icy as she fixed her gaze on the principal's sister. Her lips sealing shut in barely contained frustration. She was on the verge of uttering profanity. The principal's sister felt an inexplicable chill under Lin Mo's stare. Xie Guanyan recognized the incredibility of his situation. As a troubled student, it was indeed hard to believe he would strike someone over a cat. Yet, he was indifferent to others' beliefs. "Sister, do you believe me?" he asked. Lin Mo nodded, affirming, "I believe you." Their younger brother, allergic to cat fur, had once hesitated to approach when she fed the strays. Instead, he would bring out more food from home, calling out from a distance, "Sister, give this to the cats." "I'm full." He said he was full, watching the cats eat with watering eyes. Xie Guanyan twirled the prayer beads on his wrist, adding, "Even the second brother believes you. Children like you are spoiled. You should indulge Jianan, or when he commits grave offenses, you will be the ones crying in prison." After all, a delinquent like him serves no purpose in society. Zhao Zilong, often the one to scold Lin Mo, felt a surge of indignation. Who says that poor academic performance renders someone useless to society? The criteria for judgment cannot be so narrow. Noticing his sister's growing anger, Xie Guanyan remarked, "Sister, ignore him. The police are here." Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes widened in alarm. What do the police want? Is it a crime to kill a cat? Xie Guanyan looked down at the principal with an icy demeanor, stating, "Your misdeeds extend beyond this. You have engaged in corruption and embezzlement for personal gain." The principal's face drained of color. At that moment, Jiang Tang, dressed sharply in a tailored suit, entered, accompanied by police and several lawyers carrying briefcases. She gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder, saying, "Xiao Mo, you two go back for now. Leave the rest to me." Lin Mo, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Tang's charisma, stood at attention and saluted. "Understood, Jiang." Jiang Tang's cold demeanor momentarily softened into a smile, enhancing her beauty. The lawyers exchanged glances in surprise, as Jiang Tang communicated with them with an air of stern professionalism, exuding a palpable sense of authority. Leaving the professional matters to those equipped to handle them, Lin Mo took Xie Guanyan back to Aunt Zhen's hospital room. Having arrived at Konghua Hospital, it was only natural for him to visit Aunt Zhen in her ward. Gu Jingchuan had endured a restless night, plagued by a sore tongue, and upon discovering that Lin Mo had not come to the hospital that morning, his agitation only intensified. Li Huanyu, despite her own injury, continued to care for Gu Jingchuan. She inquired about his condition, to which he typed on his phone that he had argued with the director over taking leave to care for her and had accidentally bitten his tongue. Li Huanyu was deeply moved by this revelation. When Gu Jingchuan stepped outside for some fresh air, he was pleasantly surprised to find Lin Mo had reappeared in the ward. His spirits lifted considerably, his tongue had improved significantly, though a twinge of pain remained. He blamed Xie Guanyan for his earlier troubles. However, the previous night had allowed him to ponder deeply. Lin Mo's character was far stronger than he had anticipated, and her desire for retribution was formidable. It would be nearly impossible to bring her to her knees. After all, she was once the brightest flower in the prestigious No. 1 high school and the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The elite circles of Jingbei held a certain reverence for academic achievements. Initially, his mother had opposed his affection for Lin Mo, but upon learning of her accolades, her attitude had shifted markedly. Thus, if he wished to rekindle their romance, he needed to pursue her with the same unwavering dedication he had shown during their initial courtship. After all, he was still the one she favored. And it should be easier now than it was back then. The presence of his younger brothers could not become adversarial either. The second and third brothers were not easily swayed. They held both status and wealth. However, the fourth brother was different, a brute who had once lived in a lowly neighborhood. A mere gesture of goodwill would likely earn his allegiance, and with his assistance, Gu Jingchuan's chances of success would significantly increase. The first step was to distance Li Huanyu. He could no longer allow Lin Mo to see him in close proximity to her. Upon returning to the ward, Gu Jingchuan spoke haltingly. This afternoon, I will arrange for your transfer to the Central Konghua Hospital, where the medical care is superior and will facilitate your recovery. Li Huanyu planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother Jingchuan. I love you. In the afternoon, Lin Mo decided against allowing Xie Guanyan to return to school, believing it more beneficial to tutor him herself. She planned to arrange his transfer once the new principal took office. While in the ward, she reviewed questions and purchased a test paper for Xie Guanyan to work on as well. Time flew by, and before long, evening had arrived. Lin Mo's phone chimed, revealing a message from a contact named Konghua Hospital. She accepted the request, and soon a message arrived. Lin Mo, my interactions with Li Huanyu were merely for show. I wanted to make you jealous yesterday. I love you. Let's reconcile. Lin Mo furrowed her brow, perplexed by Gu Jingchuan's intentions. Wasn't the female lead supposed to be his true love? She casually replied, what is this nonsensical message? Why isn't it working when I try to copy it to the platform? After sending it, she blocked him. At that moment, another WeChat notification arrived. This time from Xie Guanyan. Do you need me to pick you up later? Chapter 073. True Happiness. Lin Mo's WeChat account was newly registered, with few contacts. The ones she communicated with regularly were the Buddhist disciple from the Jing Circle, Jiang Tang, and her fourth brother. Her third brother's WeChat request had not yet come through, as he was still abroad on a concert tour, which would take some time to conclude. Indeed, Lin Mo could already envision how this weepy individual would react upon discovering that she had returned and yet failed to contact him for such an extended period. However, once she divulged this information, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly rush back without hesitation, as stubborn as a bull. The concert was not solely his affair. Numerous staff members and fans held high expectations. Being a controversial yet popular figure, Lin Mo deliberated extensively and ultimately decided to wait until after his concert to speak with him. In truth, she could fly over to seek him out, but she was rather apprehensive about boarding an aircraft. Her parents had tragically perished in a plane crash. Sometimes, Lin Mo reflected on her own timidity. She was reluctant to fly, and now even hesitant to drive herself. She often came across Sandion Douyin, a rebellious youth with striking silver hair, radiating brilliance on stage. Fans would comment below, expressing their admiration, exclaiming how cool he looked and how they were overwhelmed with excitement. Little did they know that this young man was once prone to tears, shedding them with ease. Returning to the present, Lin Mo realized that there were only 3 individuals she frequently communicated with on WeChat. If one were to be precise, there was another, that being Xie Guanyan. Yet, Lin Mo had never received a message initiated by him. Each time, it was she who would text him upon arriving at the villa, requesting him to open the door. At this moment, as Lin Mo glanced at the chat interface, she noticed Xie Guanyan's name leap to the forefront, causing her peach blossom eyes to glimmer. Her first reaction was to wonder if the Buddha of the capital had enlisted Xie Guanyan's assistance again. Upon further contemplation, she dismissed that notion. The Buddha would not dare to be duplicitous with her. Moreover, he had not mentioned today that he was too busy to escort her home. So, was Xie Guanyan genuinely willing to assist her once more? One could not help but admire his willingness to help others. Such benevolence was truly commendable. Pondering this, she delicately typed on her phone, "No need to trouble yourself. My second brother will take me home." Xie Guanyan was feeling dizzy and overwhelmed from his studies. He had learned so little over the past 3 years that there were questions he struggled to comprehend. Casting a sideways glance at his sister, he noticed her cradling her phone, a subtle smile gracing her lips, radiating beauty. Xie Guanyan furrowed his brows. Who could she be chatting with that brought her such joy? "Sis, can you take a look at this question? Am I doing it right?" Hearing Xie Guanyan's inquiry, Lin Mo shifted her gaze from her phone to the problem he pointed out, realizing it was incorrect. The answer should have been 4-3. Xie Guanyan wrote down Mount Fuji. Lin Mo. Her vision darkened momentarily. "Xie Guanyan, this is a math problem. Is that correct? I can't even bear to look. I hope this is just a figment of my imagination." Xie Guanyan rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I'm sorry, sis. I forgot this was a math test." Lin Mo felt her vision darken again. It was evident that she should have enrolled him in school. Tutoring him was enough to drive her to despair. Xie Guanyan hastily corrected himself, although his eyes were secretly glancing at Lin Mo's phone. The screen had yet to dim. He caught sight of who she was chatting with, Xie Guanyan. Shun Jian let out a silent sigh of relief. He had feared it was that scoundrel, Gu Jingchuan, and had unnecessarily frightened himself. Was Xie Guanyan on his way to pick up his sister? Perhaps he could take this opportunity to apologize to him. Sis, is Mr. Xie coming to pick you up? Shun Jian inquired. Lin Mo shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You little rascal, no wonder you could make such a mistake. Are you sneaking a peek at my phone chats?" Shun Jian lowered his gaze, refraining from explaining that he genuinely believed it was Mount Fuji. He feared that his sister might deliver a punch that would send him flying. Yesterday, I was in the wrong, sis. I shouldn't have remarked that Mr. Xie appeared quite aged. He established a foundation in the slums, and he has generously covered my tuition fees. The living expenses I receive from him have been immensely helpful. He is my benefactor, and I believe I owe him an apology. A benefactor who provided him with living expenses. Yet, he wouldn't even part with a box of scar cream for his benefactor. How terribly ungrateful. Speaking of which, Lin Mo recalled how she had deceived Xie Guanyan. That meal was not prepared by her own hands. Even now, Xie Guanyan still believed it was her culinary creation. At that time, when you left the rental with Aunt Jen, it was Xie Guanyan who helped me find you, Lin Mo casually mentioned. Shun Jian's eyes widened in regret. Ah. How could I have been so foolish? I so wished to bow down to Mr. Xie. Lin Mo glanced at her phone again. The message she had typed remained unsent. She had initially planned to extend a formal apology, but the busyness of recent days had caused her to forget. Coincidentally, Shun Jian also intended to apologize today. Why not invite him over, and the two of them could treat him to a meal, acknowledging their mistakes. It was better to address the matter now than risk detection later, which could harm their relationship as landlord and tenant. Shall we invite him to dinner? Lin Mo inquired of Shun Jian. Absolutely. Shun Jian replied eagerly. I also want to give him that box of scar cream. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the traffic flowed like a river, illuminated by the flickering neon lights. A man clad in a white suit, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, stood by the window. His hand, holding the phone, hung down, the veins on the back of his pale hand slightly bulging, exuding an inexplicable allure. Behind the silver-rimmed glasses, his glassy eyes reflected a deep-seated unease. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to message Shanshan. It wasn't that he had refrained from messaging her before. He had simply lacked the courage. He feared that reaching out would disturb her and dreaded the possibility of her not responding. Now, after sending the message, his mind was in turmoil, entirely unable to focus on anything else. He felt an acute tension. He was uncertain whether Shanshan still required his assistance. He longed to be of use to her. Beneath the pristine appearance of the man in the white suit, shadows of darkness began to surface behind the lenses of his glasses. When Shanshan utilized him, they could hold hands like a couple. Yet, 3 minutes had passed since he sent the message, and she had not replied. What could she be contemplating? Was Gu Jingchuan pursuing her again? Had she wavered? Buzz. His phone vibrated, sending a tingling sensation through his palm. He raised his hand, eager to glimpse her response. But as the phone neared his eyes, he shut them tightly. His heart raced to its utmost limit, as if it might leap from his chest. Would she decline or accept? He felt hesitant to look. With his bony fingers, he loosened his tie and exhaled deeply, then opened his long lashes. Sure, my fourth brother, and I were just thinking of inviting you to dinner. I wonder if you've already eaten? A beautiful arc graced the man's thin lips, and the depths of his gaze behind the glasses brimmed with excitement and infatuation. They could go and pick up Shanshan. Shanshan still intends to treat him to a meal. How blissful. Not eaten. Xie Guanyan, with his slender, pale fingers, typed a response before returning to his desk and setting his phone aside. His translucent fingers opened a white velvet box, delicately lifting a golden dog pendant within. As if it were a cherished treasure, resting gently in his palm, his eyes glistening with a damp sheen. Chapter 074. This building has weathered the storm. Jiang Tang accompanied the lawyer to address the matters concerning the principal of the third middle school. The evidence gathered was irrefutable. The principal would not escape imprisonment. The student named Wang Xing had bullied others at school and had even resorted to extorting protection fees like a member of organized crime, with ample evidence to support these claims. The blow delivered by Shun Jianan had resulted in a mild concussion, classified as a minor injury, not constituting a criminal offense. Furthermore, he had struck Shun Jianan first, thus qualifying as mutual combat. The classroom surveillance clearly indicated that Wang Xing had initiated the provocation. Both individuals were minors and, at most, The compensation would cover medical expenses. However, the lawyer mentioned that Xie Guanyan had also been assaulted and would require an injury appraisal. Thus, it remained uncertain who would ultimately bear the cost of compensation. In light of the principal's significant troubles, officials from the Education Bureau arrived, indicating their intent to expel Wang Xing. The principal's sister wept, pleading with the officials not to expel her child, offering to forego any compensation. Wang Xing was taken aback by the formidable influence behind Jianan. Even his uncle had been implicated, leaving him utterly astonished. Witnessing his mother in tears, overwhelmed with distress, he hastily assured the officials that he would not behave in such a manner again. Jiang Tang's expression remained frigid. The matter of compensation was not for them to dictate, and they were obliged to apologize to Lin Mo and Xie Guanyan. They understood that the officials would also assess their contrition. They conceded to the apology. However, when Jiang Tang contacted Lin Mo, she stated that she was too busy to hear their apology and suggested they record a video apology to be sent to the entire group of the 3rd middle school, addressing all the students. Wang Xing and his mother reacted with dismay. As the situation neared resolution, Jiang Tang returned to the office to report to Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan nodded, looking at Jiang Tang, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Jiang Tang was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard the president acknowledge his hard work. Previously, Shen Yihan had been indifferent, both outwardly and inwardly cold. It was not arduous. That principal is truly detestable. We have also uncovered evidence of cat abuse. The school surveillance captured it. He claimed that managing the 3rd middle school was exhausting and he faced significant mental pressure. Speaking of cats, Shen Yihan suddenly recalled that Jiang Tang had purchased a Devon Rex stuffed toy for his sister that day in Jingnan. In the afternoon, he remembered that his sister had once owned a Devon Rex named Xiao Qiao long ago. Time had passed so swiftly that he had nearly forgotten this detail. How did you know my sister adored Devon Rex cats? Shen Yihan inquired, twisting the prayer beads around his wrist with his left hand. Jiang Tang replied honestly, I happened to notice that Xiaomo's phone lock screen wallpaper featured a beautiful Devon Rex. A wallpaper? Shen Yihan had not previously paid attention to his sister's phone wallpaper. His own phone wallpaper had always been the default setting, never customized. Jiang Tang understood that Shen Yihan's phone wallpaper was indeed a system default and remarked, most people's phone wallpapers reflect their personal preferences. Shen Yihan etched the words into his heart and casually inquired, what is your wallpaper? Jiang Tang produced her phone and illuminated the screen. Displayed was an office desk adorned with a nameplate that read CEO. Shen Yihan's expression shifted. Jiang Tang still harbored ambitions of usurpation. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and he resolved to promote her to a branch office once his busy schedule allowed. Rising from his seat, he announced, I am going to pick up my sister. Just then, his phone chimed with a message from Lin Mo. You needn't come to pick me up tonight, mister. Xie will take me home. Shen Yihan's handsome brow furrowed, and he returned to his chair, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Was Mr. Xie preparing to take the first step? He doubted that his sister had requested Mr. Xie's assistance, as she generally disliked inconveniencing outsiders. Thus, it was undoubtedly Mr. Xie's initiative,
which was somewhat gratifying.
Gu Jingchuan would certainly trust her more. Yet, a pang of discomfort resided in his heart. He could no longer even play the role of a servant. Shen, what's wrong?
Xiang Tan inquired.
Shen Yihan felt no need to conceal anything from her. My sister said she no longer requires me to pick her up. Mr. Xie will be passing by to take her home. Jiang Tang's cool gaze flickered with surprise. And after a moment's hesitation, she asked, Mr. Xie must have feelings for Lin Mo, right? Shen Yihan replied, you noticed that too? Jiang Tang nodded, Mr. Xie personally comes to pick her up from the villa. It was apparent to me. Does Lin Mo know? She was aware of Lin Mo's disinterest in Gu Jingchuan. The CEO's self-reflection was something she had instructed. She had meticulously analyzed Lin Mo's state of mind at that moment, concluding that having finally graduated high school, she was merely indulging herself in frivolities. Little did she know, onlookers might misconstrue her actions as deep affection. Shen Yihan gently caressed the Buddhist beads, shaking his head. My sister is quite oblivious when it comes to love, confident yet not narcissistic. Unless others explicitly express it, she seldom contemplates such matters. Jiang Tang traced the gold bracelet on her wrist, remarking, Lin Mo is not driven by romantic desires, especially since she lacks for love. Those who are not starved for affection possess a richness within, seldom seeking love externally. Only those who feel unloved incessantly search for validation in even the slightest kindness from others. Many people are fond of Lin Mo, and numerous individuals treat her well. In contrast, those who are unkind to her are perhaps more easily observed. Yet it is also possible that she might not even notice those who disregard her. Contemplating this, Jiang Tang suddenly formed a hypothesis. Could it be that Mr. Xie has long harbored feelings for Lin Mo? Might his rivalry merely serve as a means to capture her attention? The campus belle and academic prodigy, she could only remember a select few. Recently, Lin Mo mentioned that before Mr. Xie transferred to the first high school, she had been the undisputed top student. After his arrival, his grades closely trailed hers, compelling her to acknowledge him. However, Mr. Xie was a transfer student. He likely did not know Lin Mo prior to his shift to the first high school. Shen Yihan reiterated, "Let nature take its course. Mr. Xie has his own rhythm." Jiang Tang found herself perplexed and chose not to ponder further, of course refraining from voicing her thoughts. Understood, Shen. The fact that Mr. Xie had not dined was undoubtedly the best outcome. Lin Mo reclined on the sofa, perusing her phone to select a suitable restaurant. He seemed to have a penchant for spicy food and could handle it quite well. Sichuan cuisine should suffice. Shen Jianan, feeling exhausted, decided to purchase some fruit outside the hospital. To his surprise, he encountered Gu Jingchuan, who was fully equipped with a mask and hat. What a coincidence! Xiao, and he greeted suddenly. Shen Jianan regarded him with a frosty demeanor, choosing to ignore him. After selecting the fruit, he approached the counter for weighing. A total of 67, the cashier announced. As Shen Jianan reached for his phone to scan the code, Gu Jingchuan preemptively scanned it, declaring, "I'll treat you, Xiaoan." Shen Jianan frowned tightly, asserting no need. Gu Jingchuan replied, "Xiaoan, don't be so distant. Just treat me like an older brother." With that, he turned and left, leaving Shen Jianan with a self-satisfied posture, hands in pockets. Shen Jianan thought, "This building is a refuge." He quickly approached Gu Jingchuan and thrust the fruit into his hands, his expression cold, stating, "You bought it, take it back and eat it yourself." He would not be swayed. Turning to exit and purchase more fruit, he spotted a figure in white descending from a nearby car. His demeanor instantly brightened. "Mr. Xie." Chapter 075, A Red Nose. Gu Jingchuan, burdened with the heavy fruit, furrowed his brow. Wasn't 60-odd yuan for fruit sufficient? Shen Jianan maintained such a poor attitude. He didn't owe him anything. Here he was, a prominent film star, rebuffed by Lin Mo and now by her brother. Gu Jingchuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He mused that this fourth brother must possess such a gloomy disposition. Not directed at him personally. As he was about to return with the fruit, he heard Shen Jianan call out, "Mr. Xie." He squinted, turning back. The tall, slender youth approached him as if he had spotted an idol, jogging eagerly. His long bangs fluttered, and his narrow eyes sparkled with delight. Gone was the previously sullen demeanor. He resembled a bright, cheerful young man. Gu Jingchuan felt a flush rise to his nose. Why was this persistent Xie Guanyan back again? Did he truly believe Lin Mo had genuine feelings for him? She was merely utilizing him. As Xie Guanyan beheld Shen Jianan racing toward him, his brows slightly twitched. Was this boy planning to confront him? It was evident he was displeased with him yesterday. However, he wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a child. He was merely overly concerned about his sister, which was understandable. Shan was a wonderful sister. With his slender fingers, he retrieved the fruit from the passenger seat, only to find Shen Jianan extending his hand to take it. "Mr. Xie, let me help you with that." Shen Jianan beamed. Witnessing this, Gu Jingchuan's expression darkened. Shen Jianan ignored the fruit he had purchased, rushing to seize what Xie Guanyan had offered. Had Shen Jianan fallen under Xie Guanyan's spell? Realizing something, Gu Jingchuan dashed back. With Shen Jianan absent, only Lin Mo remained in the ward. He delivered the fruit, and whatever Xie Guanyan brought next would merely be a repetition. Lin Mo would certainly not be impressed. After careful consideration, confronting Xie Guanyan face-to-face was not a wise choice. He needed to approach this from Lin Mo's perspective. As long as Lin Mo keeps Xie Guanyan at a distance, no matter how deeply Xie Guanyan may be enamored, he will retreat, reverting to the shadowy figure who can only lurk in the darkness. Observing Shen Jianan's unexpected warmth today, Xie Guanyan expressed mild surprise, his voice gentle as he inquired, "What brings you down here?" Shen Jianan, carrying fruit, felt a touch of shyness upon hearing Xie Guanyan address him. The fruit in the ward ran out, so I came down to buy some. Fortunately, I don't need to purchase it now. Thank you. Xie Guanyan offered a warm smile. No need for thanks. It's for your sister. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken. It was unnecessary. Then let us go, Mr. Xie. My sister is waiting in the ward. Shun Jianan said, a hint of excitement bubbling within him. He never anticipated being able to engage so closely with his benefactor one day. He often mused that if he ever became wealthy, he would emulate Mr. Xie and contribute to charity. Yet, the reality was that he was working part-time washing dishes at a restaurant for a meager sum. But with his sister's return, everything changed. He would establish that lofty goal, aspiring to become a philanthropist like Mr. Xie. By the way, here is something for you. Xie Guanyan bent down to retrieve a box from the passenger seat and handed it to Shun Jianan. Shun Jianan's eyes widened. What is this? Xie Guanyan, with fingers elegantly defined, closed the car door. This is a special scar removal cream, just developed by the research institute I invested in. They say it works wonders. Though it hasn't been officially released yet. You might want to give it a try. Shun Jianan stared at the item in his hand, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Oh my, how could I be so fortunate? Mr. Xie had even brought him the latest scar cream, while he wouldn't even spare a box that cost merely dozens at the hospital. Mr. Xie bore no grudges and repaid kindness with kindness. How could there exist such a benevolent soul in this world? Thank you, Shun Jianan said, looking up, visibly moved. It's nothing. Let us go, Xie Guanyan replied, his long legs striding towards the inpatient building. He was unaware of where Shun Jianan might need to apply the cream. He simply knew that he cared for his younger brother. Knock, knock. The ward door was rapped upon. Lin Mo rose from the sofa, her eyes bright as she hurried to open the door. Xie Guanyan is here. Upon opening the door, she was met with Gu Jingchuan, her expression immediately falling. Just as she prepared to close the door again, Gu Jingchuan extended the fruit he was holding. I bought this for you. Lin Mo declined. No. Thank you. Gu Jingchuan stubbornly pressed the fruit into her hands. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. You wouldn't want to waste food, would you? Lin Mo remained silent. He had always enjoyed saying such things. Initially, when he pursued her, she refused all his gifts, be it perfumes or jewelry. Seeing her dedication to her studies, he even gifted her secret review materials. Eventually, he switched to food: chicken soup, wonton seafood porridge, Gillan rice noodles. When she refused to eat, he would discard it. She truly detested wasting food, and after a few reluctant tastings, she realized it was indeed delicious. The gluttonous girl found it increasingly difficult to resist. It's all your favorite fruits, just keep them. Gu Jingchuan removed his mask, allowing Lin Mo to behold his handsome face, and added, for all these years, I have missed you dearly. I have always loved you. Lin Mo frowned slightly. His incessant expressions of affection had become his habit. During the 3 years of high school spent pursuing her, he professed his affection for her at least 10 times a day. Being in the same class, the blackboard was frequently adorned with his declarations of love. The entire school, faculty and students alike, was aware of his feelings for her. Teachers urged Gu Jingchuan to temper his enthusiasm, to which he resolutely replied, "It is impossible. My affection for Lin Mo cannot be contained." Even after involving Gu Jingchuan as parents, who expressed their inability to control him, the teachers felt helpless. The school was not inclined to expel him over this matter. In the end, the confession was grand. At the largest beach in Jingbei, hundreds of fireworks were arranged. As they soared into the heavens and burst open, they revealed the message, Lin Mo, I love you, Gu Jingchuan. That day, nearly half of Jingbei witnessed the spectacular display, making it evident to all that Gu Jingchuan harbored feelings for Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo was certain of Gu Jingchuan's affection for her. But now she was uncertain and indifferent, for her interest in him had entirely waned. I love myself too, Lin Mo said with a playful smile. Seeing Lin Mo finally willing to smile at him made Gu Jingchuan's heart race. Then we are rivals in love, Lin Mo declared. Gu Jingchuan responded. Yet Lin Mo turned to fetch something from the hospital room. With a smirk, Gu Jingchuan thought that if she could accept this initial gesture of goodwill, she might embrace further advances. Just as he contemplated stepping closer, Lin Mo reemerged, placing 100 yuan in his hand. This is what I found by Jiang Tang's feet last time. We decided to split it, but Jiang Tang said 100 yuan couldn't be divided evenly. She then produced an additional 200, giving 100 each to Zhang Nan and Shun Jianan. The three of them danced with joy. Here's money for the fruit. If you throw away this 100, let me know where you tossed it, and I will retrieve it. Lin Mo smiled. While some might discard cakes, flowers, or diamond rings, few would carelessly toss cash into the trash. Gu Jingchuan certainly was not such a fool. Frowning while holding the 100 yuan, he said, Lin Mo, I know you're upset about the rumors I stirred up over the years, but those were demands from the company. My heart has remained untouched. Please express your thoughts without denying me the chance to communicate. Lin Mo gazed at him, earnest and serious. I no longer like you. I don't believe it. Gu Jingchuan insisted. Lin Mo felt a sudden wave of despair, akin to an elderly villager toiling under the sun, only to discover they had watered someone else's crops.
Ding!
The elevator in the corridor chimed. Lin Mo's heart sank. It could be Xie Guanyan arriving. She dreaded the thought of her past being exposed to him once again. Then I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. Gu Jingchuan lifted the brim of his cap, declaring, Lin Mo, I will make you see my heart once more. Lin Mo interrupted his heartfelt confession. Be quiet and leave. Gu Jingchuan shook his head, persistently chattering, I will not go. My heart will always remain with you. Just then, a toilet plunger unexpectedly emerged from within, silencing Gu Jingchuan's words. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise. And upon turning, she saw Aunt Shun. With a grin, Aunt Shun said, Little Mo, look, he is finally quieted down. Chapter 076. How ridiculous, Gu Jingchuan.
Ha ha ha.
The nurse in the ward was laughing so hard she could hardly stand. When the toilet got clogged, she took out a new plunger to clear it, only for Xiaozhen to snatch it away. She thought the nurse intended to unclog the toilet, but little did she know, the nurse had something else up her sleeve. Lin Mo also struggled to suppress her laughter, but first pulled the plunger from Gu Jingchuan's mouth. With a thud, a ring of red marks was left on his lips. Unable to contain herself, Lin Mo burst into laughter. Ha ha. Gu Jingchuan was furious, his fists clenched in frustration. He had inquired about the situation in Lin Mo's ward. This old lady was utterly foolish. Lin Mo, it hurts. Gu Jingchuan thought he should feign a pitiful demeanor. Lin Mo found it hard to look at him, feeling his words were somewhat unpleasant. You should go get some ointment, it looks terrible. Upon hearing terrible, Gu Jingchuan could no longer hold back, hastily putting on a mask with a resentful gaze. You owe me, Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved him off. Just go. Fortunately, the elevator opened to reveal relatives of another patient instead of Xie Guanyan. Despite his disheveled appearance, Gu Jingchuan still professed his feelings. I'll come back to find you. I love you, Lin Mo. Xie Guanyan and Shen Jianan exited the elevator just in time to hear those words. Xie Guanyan's brow furrowed slightly. When he lifted his gaze, he noticed the radiant girl at the ward door, her eyes sparkling with suppressed mirth. However, upon meeting his gaze, her smile faltered. The tall, handsome man felt his heart plunge into a freezing abyss, aching painfully. Shen Jianan was also puzzled as to why his sister seemed so amused by Gu Jingchuan today. Unlike before, Gu Jingchuan, with his mask on, strutted past them like a proud rooster. He understood Lin Mo well. It was merely a matter of time before he won her back. Xie Guanyan and Shen Jianan approached the ward door together. Lin Mo blinked and asked, How come you both came up together? Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses, his voice smooth. We ran into each other by chance. Once inside the ward, Xie Guanyan immediately sensed the pleasant atmosphere. Aunt Shen and the nurse both wore smiles. His fingers tightened, and his gaze grew dark as a deep pond. Gu Jingchuan, as charming as ever, seemed to brighten the room, unlike him. Shen Jianan set the fruits on the coffee table and noticed the fruit he had just bought. Had Gu Jingchuan brought it? This was the one Lin Mo had spent 100 yuan on. She pulled out an orange from the bag, which was large and fresh, exuding a rich, sweet-sour fragrance as she peeled it. Lin Mo first tasted a segment herself, then offered one to her fourth brother, and another to Xie Guanyan. Shen Jianan beamed as he popped it into his mouth. Xie Guanyan watched the girl's delicate, pale hand as her clear, peach blossom-like eyes looked at him. He wanted to refuse but found the words stuck in his throat. Ultimately, he took the segment with his slender fingers and placed it in his mouth.
Ha ha ha.
Watching Shen Jianan's face contort in sourness made Lin Mo erupt in laughter. How can one eat all the sour oranges alone? Sister, it's so sour. Shen Jianan found himself in a dilemma, neither able to spit out nor swallow the overly sour orange he had unwittingly chosen. Fortunately, his sister remained oblivious to his selection. He could only blame Gu Jingchuan for this predicament. Lin Mo turned her gaze, eager to witness Xie Guanyan's discomfort, only to discover that his strikingly handsome face bore no trace of reaction, as if he were savoring a perfectly ordinary orange. Lin Mo, astonished, inquired, Isn't that piece sour? Xie Guanyan shook his head, expressing, not particularly. He had failed to detect any notable flavor. Lin Mo, perplexed, mused, Is it possible for an orange to possess both sour and sweet segments? She took another segment for herself, only to be nearly propelled from her seat by the overwhelming acidity. Subsequently, she gave Xie Guanyan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are a master of sourness. Would you like to eat more? It's all yours." She offered him the remaining half of the orange, reluctant to waste it. Xie Guanyan, unable to decline, accepted with a polite thank you. As he held it in the palm of his left hand, the juice began to seep, painfully infiltrating a wound on his palm. A sting that brought him back to lucidity. "This orange should be quite sweet, sister. Try this one. It's the one Mr. Xie purchased." Xie Guanyan retrieved another orange from a different bag. After peeling it, he sampled a segment, which was delightfully sweet with just a hint of acidity, infinitely superior to the earlier one. After preparing it, he handed it to his sister.
Is it?
Lin Mo accepted it, and upon tasting, she confirmed its exquisite flavor. She then provided one each for Aunt Shin and the caregiver. After tasting, Aunt Shin nodded in approval, praising Xie Guanyan, delicious. "You have a knack for selecting good fruit." Lin Mo enjoyed 2 more oranges and finished a box of blueberries. The refined young woman, with her crescent-shaped brows and captivating features, radiated stunning beauty. Xie Guanyan felt his spirits lift somewhat. At least, Shanshan was pleased with the fruits he had procured. Her happiness was what mattered most. "I've sent you the location. Shall we indulge in Sichuan cuisine?" Lin Mo inquired as she settled into the passenger seat. The parking lot's lights illuminated the man's handsome visage, the small brown mole on his nose adding character to his appearance. His voice was cultured and pleasant as he replied,
"Certainly."
Although Aunt Shen had already dined, she appreciated the outing for a change of scenery. She and Xie Guanyan occupied the back seat, their gazes fixed on the passing scenery. The understated silver Alpha gracefully exited the hospital, unnoticed by the group. Behind them, a scarred man wearing a baseball cap flagged down a taxi. Once inside, he instructed the driver, "Follow the car ahead."
Chapter 077, No Worries.
This establishment boasted an exquisite ambience, ideal for hosting gatherings. Upon entering, one could sense its suitability for banquets. The decor was a blend of understated elegance and luxury. Lin Mo had made a last-minute reservation. There were no private rooms available, so they had to settle for a table in the main hall. The 4 of them took their seats, Lin Mo and Aunt Shen on one side, while Xie Guanyan and Xie Guanyan occupied the opposite side. The waiter approached with the menu, glancing at the 4 individuals, momentarily perplexed by their connections. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, a strikingly handsome man exuding charm, a delicate and beautiful high school girl, and a slender youth with bangs obscuring his eyes, appearing to be a high school student as well. The waiter silently speculated that they must be related. The menu was handed to the strikingly handsome man, who inquired, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Xie Guanyan, with his translucent knuckles, took the menu and passed it to the young lady across from him. "You decide what you'd like to have." Lin Mo did not take it, replying, "Today, it's my treat along with my 4th brother, so you should order." Xie Guanyan did not insist further and raised his head to ask, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. A smile flickered in Xie Guanyan's eyes upon witnessing this. His slender fingers flipped through the menu, selecting several dishes. He then handed it back to Lin Mo, asking if she wished to add anything. Lin Mo shook her head, her peach blossom eyes curving slightly. "No, the dishes you chose are precisely what I love to eat, and you selected non-spicy options, which is perfect since Aunt Jin cannot eat anything too spicy yet." "How considerate." Xie Guanyan pushed his glasses with a single finger and turned his gaze to Xie Guanyan. Xie Guanyan also shook his head, saying, "The number of dishes you have chosen is sufficient." As the dishes gradually arrived, the waiter poured tea for the group. Xie Guanyan stood up, slightly anxious, and nervously said, "Mr. Xie, let us toast with tea instead of wine. I would like to propose a toast to you." Xie Guanyan. Lin Mo. Xie Guanyan tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Realizing his blunder, Xie Guanyan slapped himself lightly, exclaiming, "Oh no, I misspoke. What I meant was, I would like to toast to you, Mr. Xie." A gentle smile graced Xie Guanyan's lips as he lifted his teacup.
"All right."
Xie Guanyan was utterly astonished that such a philanthropic giant bore no heirs. He bit his lip and finally expressed his thoughts. "Mr. Xie, I owe you an apology. Your foundation has offered immense assistance to me in the impoverished district. You are my benefactor. I should not have referred to you as old last time." Xie Guanyan had already contemplated Xie Guanyan's change in attitude on his way to the ward. His voice was warm and melodious. "It's quite all right." Xie Guanyan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "You're not old at all. Although you are somewhat older than my sister, compared to others of your age, you are truly youthful. I will never refer to you as old again. Xie Guanyan's temples twitched slightly as he clinked his teacup against Shen Jianan's. All right, I understand. Let us drink tea. He had never before heard the word old uttered so many times in one sitting. Lin Mo stifled a laugh at Shen Jianan's childish apology. But given the solemn atmosphere, she restrained herself. Finally expressing his thoughts, Shen Jianan sighed in relief. He drank his tea in one go and sat down. Rubbing the back of his head, he continued, Mr. Xie, many children in the impoverished district are grateful to you. I consider myself fortunate to meet you. Xie Guanyan set down his teacup, his dark eyes fixed on the girl opposite him. I was also quite fortunate back then. Your parents' charitable deeds in the impoverished district helped me immensely. If it weren't for the little princess speaking a few more words to him and donating a significant amount for meals, I might have faced starvation in the welfare institution one day. At that time, starvation was a frequent occurrence in the impoverished district, and the welfare institutions were no exception. The director, who had never paid attention to him before, started ensuring that the other children did not take his food. Shen Jianan had very faint memories of his parents, as they had passed away when he was just 2 years old. He was utterly astonished, realizing this aspect of his past. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes sparkled slightly. Did you come from the welfare home? Last time, we chatted casually in the dead of night, merely gossiping without delving deeper. Xie Guanyan took another sip of water, his Adam's apple rolling gently as he nodded. Yes, I am very grateful to your parents.
And to you as well.
The bond between them brought Lin Mo immense joy. Yet, a flicker of sorrow passed through her eyes. Such wonderful parents, gone without a trace, an aircraft crashed into the sea, leaving no remains to be found. There was no grave to visit. Had it been otherwise, she would have certainly returned to pay her respects after such a long time. Xie Guanyan noticed the sadness in Lin Mo's eyes and instantly regretted mentioning her parents. He had restrained himself from doing so last time, but this time he could not hold back. Deep down, he hoped that Shanshan could recall some ties from her childhood with them. However, the next moment, the young girl beamed brightly. Hearing you say this makes me very happy. I am grateful that someone remembers them. It was no wonder Xie Guanyan assisted so readily. He was filled with gratitude. The strikingly handsome man chuckled softly, a hint of melancholy lurking behind his glasses. It was unlikely she would remember. The kind-hearted princess must have helped many people. Each person can only retain memories of those who left a profound impression on them. Shen Jianan sincerely remarked. Good deeds are rewarded. The seeds sown by her parents had borne fruit in him. Lin Mo nodded. I am but an ordinary person, and I should receive an ordinary reward. Auntie Zhen, upon hearing this, reached out to embrace Lin Mo, a hug. Lin Mo, touched, returned the embrace. Auntie Zhen, without you, who else would treat me like a cherished child? Xie Guanyan observed the two, and began to feel a twinge of envy towards Auntie Zhen. Not everyone was deserving of caring for Shanshan. Despite Xie Guanyan's assistance to her fourth brother being somewhat justified, Lin Mo felt it necessary to apologize. She imitated her brother's mannerisms and stood up. Xie Guanyan, I also owe you an apology. It's all right, he replied almost instinctively.
Lin Montag frownet.
I haven't even said why yet. Xie Guanyan pushed up his glasses with a finger, concealing his emotions, and smiled warmly. Why is that? Was it because she had taken advantage of him? Lin Mo, with her delicate white fingers, touched her nose. About last time, I asked you to help me find my fourth brother. The meal was not actually cooked by me. I deceived you. I'm sorry, my cooking is atrocious, and I lack the talent for it, yet I still wanted your help. Xie Guanyan's gaze remained fixed on the young girl's face. She dressed casually, a golden dog pendant hanging around her neck, revealing only a slender chain. There is no need for an apology. I heard from the butler that you studied for an entire afternoon, just didn't he manage to learn it? Your intentions were clear. Shanshan was still too innocent, holding on to a small lie until now. Lin Mo's eyes curved into a smile. That's true. Shen Jianan, with his bangs brushing over his eyes, had been observing the two, suddenly saying, by the way, sister, Mr. Xie brought me a specially developed scar removal cream from his company. He is truly wonderful. Mr. Xie's omission of this matter upon seeing his sister surprised Shen Jianan. He certainly understood that Mr. Xie had brought the scar cream because he was friends with his sister. Unexpectedly, he did not seek any recognition for his actions. Mr. Xie, who could have comfortably embraced the title of benefactor, instead expressed gratitude towards his parents. As if to neutralize any sense of personal gain, he exhibited no desire to showcase his contributions. Indeed, Mr. Xie is the most benevolent soul in the world. Her admiration for him only deepened. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes gazed at the handsome man across from her, declaring, "Then you truly deserve the title of the best in the world. Don't forget to apply the scar cream yourself." Such a strikingly beautiful figure, reminiscent of a carefully crafted model, should not be marred by flaws. Shun Jian's eyes flickered, pondering that Mr. Xie was impeccable, while Gu Jingchuan was utterly inconsequential. Even the oranges he gifted were sour. Lin Mo bit into a piece of tripe from the hot pot, asserting that was not from Gu Jingchuan. "I gave him 100 yuan for it. It's my purchase." Xie Guanyan's gaze subtly brightened, revealing a hint of excitement. She had indeed paid. And yet she had not fully forgiven Gu Jingchuan. As he savored a spicy slice of lotus root, Xie Guanyan detected a hint of sweetness. 100? Shun Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Those only total 67. Gu Jingchuan, the middleman, even profited from the difference. "I must reclaim the excess next time we meet." In his youth, Shun Jian had little concept of money. However, having experienced the days when a dime felt like two, he learned to appreciate its value. Lin Mo, of course, could discern that those fruits were not worth 100. Yet, in her desire to distance herself from Gu Jingchuan, she reluctantly parted with that sum. The next moment, she queried Shun Jian, "How did you know the price of those fruits?" Shun Jian's lips twitched slightly. "I encountered him at the fruit shop downstairs and saw him pay." Their meal had been quite enjoyable, but upon settling the bill at the front desk, they were informed that Xie Guanyan had already taken care of it. Lin Mo pouted. "I said I would treat you, and Xinjian ended up paying." Xie Guanyan, clad in a white suit jacket, looked at her with his warm, glassy eyes. "Next time, I won to intervene." Chapter 078. Let us all live. The business at Yusheng's private Sichuan restaurant flourished. Even past 9 in the evening, patrons continued to pour in. A Lamborghini came to a halt in the parking space, and the passenger door swung open. A woman with cascading waves of hair stepped out, her high heels striking the ground with a resounding thud as she slammed the door shut. The car's dashcam mistook the sound for a collision, capturing a snapshot. The man in the driver's seat emerged with a grim expression. "Zhao Xiling, do not overstep your bounds." Zhao Xiling flicked her hair dismissively, not sparing him a glance as she strode toward the restaurant's entrance. Unexpectedly, she collided with a man wearing a baseball cap. The impact sent a jolt of pain through her arm, prompting her to scold. "Are you blind? Your eyes are better off donated to a hospital." The man in the cap regarded her coolly, a flash of coldness in his gaze, yet he said nothing and walked away. Zhao Xiling stomped her foot in frustration, realizing it was not worth quarreling with someone dressed so shabby and exuding an unpleasant odor. The man accompanying her stepped forward, delivering a stern warning. "Your presence reflects the reputation of the Hu family. Do not act so uncouth." Zhao Xiling felt utterly wronged. "He ran into me. You don't need to gouge out your eyes for me." The man exhibited not a trace of patience. He coldly declared, "Go eat by yourself. I have a meeting to attend." Zhao Xiling, incensed by his words, retorted inwardly, "Eat if you wish. I am more than capable of dining alone. I am not a child." With her cascading waves of hair and arms crossed, she marched forward in her high heels, her anger palpable. As she entered, she brushed past a strikingly beautiful girl with delicate features. Unperturbed, she continued onward, but halted a few moments later. A thought striking her, this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her long-lost friend, Lin Mo, who had passed away 11 years ago. Turning back for another glance, she noticed the man had followed her. With a huff, she pivoted and continued deeper into the establishment. Encounters with individuals reminiscent of Lin Mo were rare, but none compared to her beauty. A waiter approached her with deference. "Madam, I shall escort you to your private room." Following the waiter, Zhao Xiling inquired, "Have there been any new dishes introduced recently?" She had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine, seeking solace in its spiciness during her troubled times. She often shared such meals with Lin Mo in the past. "Yes, Madam Hu, please take a look at the menu," the waiter replied respectfully. Once seated in the private room, as she perused the menu, she pondered what life would have been like for Lin Mo had she lived. At 29, she would undoubtedly not be ensnared in the chaos of an unhappy marriage as Zhao Xiling was. Their last quarrel had resulted in a prolonged silence, and the next news she received was of Lin Mo's untimely demise. Countless times in the stillness of the night, she had wept, whispering apologies to Lin Mo. Though those words would never reach her now, With a pang of sorrow, she ordered, "Spicy hot pot, extra spicy." Upon reaching the car, Xie Guanyan, ever the gentleman, opened the passenger door. Just as Lin Mo was about to step in, her peripheral vision caught a glint of cold white light. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a knife aimed at Aunt Shen, who was waiting for Xinjian to open the door. Aunt Shen, upon seeing the blade, shrieked in terror. Reacting swiftly, Lin Mo kicked the knife from the assailant's hand, causing it to clatter to the ground. Xinjian turned, a tempest of fury igniting within his eyes. "How dare you show your face?" His fists rained down upon the man with relentless force. As the man's cap fell away, a ghastly scar, stretching from his brow across his face, was revealed, a visage of pure malice. With hatred radiating from his eyes, he appeared utterly fearsome. The scarred man collapsed, his gaze fixated on Xinjian, consumed by rage. He had provided for him, clothed and fed him, yet Xinjian had stolen his woman. For years, he had sought revenge. He yearned to extinguish both their lives. Let none of us live. After being beaten previously, he had surmised they would head to the hospital. Now, finally, he had located them outside the hospital. He was resolute in his quest for vengeance. While Lin Mo refrained from joining the fray against the scarred man, she instead embraced Aunt Shen, who trembled uncontrollably at the sight of that face. Yet, as she watched Xinjian engage in a fierce struggle, her attention was drawn to the shadows, where two bodyguards deliberated whether to intervene. The young man and Miss Lin both possessed commendable combat abilities. However, at that moment, they witnessed a man on the ground suddenly springing to his feet, charging towards Miss Lin. From an unknown source, he brandished a knife and lunged forward with ferocity. Lin Mo had been keeping a watchful eye on the scarred man. Just as she was about to pull Aunt Shen away, a white figure abruptly positioned itself in front of her. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply as the blade pierced through. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. Xie Guanyan. Chapter 079. This is indeed becoming somewhat ambiguous. The two bodyguards concealed in the shadows felt a simultaneous surge of alarm, exchanging glances before delivering a punch to each other. "See what your hesitation has caused? Now look, the boss is injured." Yet it was undeniable that both men understood Miss Lin was not in any peril. Her keen instincts were evident. While she soothed others, her body remained taut, poised to evade at a moment's notice. If they could discern this, surely the boss could as well? But then again, he was not a professional. Or perhaps he was attempting to play the hero in a classic tale of gallantry. Without further contemplation, both men leapt from the vehicle, rushing towards the scene. The acrid scent of blood filled the air. Lin Mo pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the scarred man, sending him staggering backward, the knife slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Its tip stained crimson. Xinjian was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Xie." He reached out, intending to seize the scarred man's collar, only to discover that the man had suddenly taken flight into the air. Xinjian. Upon closer inspection, he realized two burly men had seized one of the scarred man's arms, swinging him like a pendulum before crashing him violently to the ground. The impact wreaked havoc on the man's internal organs, causing him to spew blood. Were they acting heroically? Xinjian did not dwell on it. "Thank you." Lin Mo also spotted the scarred man being subdued by the well-meaning strangers and rushed to Xie Guanyan. "Where are you hurt?" She lifted his hand, scanning for injuries. His abdomen appeared unscathed, as did his chest. "You've grasped my wound." Xie Guanyan's voice carried a hint of pain. "Lin Mo." She released her grip, her gaze fixating on him. A deep gash marred the area of his right forearm, the white shirt now stained a vivid red, a shocking sight. She had inadvertently grasped his injury, her palm now slick with his warm, sticky blood. The knife thrust from the scarred man had not been aimed at Lin Mo, but rather at Aunt Shen, hence the misalignment of the blade. An inexplicable ache pierced Lin Mo's heart as she blurted out, "I could have dodged that." He could have remained unscathed. "I'm sorry," Xie Guanyan replied in a low voice, aware of Lin Mo's impressive agility. Yet, he could not restrain himself. When the knife was directed at her, his reflexes kicked in before his mind could process the situation, propelling him forward. The handsome man, pale from blood loss, spoke with a low, gentle tone that carried an unspoken fragility. Lin Mo immediately regretted uttering those words. "I'll take you to the hospital." "Xinjian, you stay back and call the police." "Aunt Shen, I'll take you with me." Leaving Aunt Shen behind would only serve to heighten the distress. Subsequently, she escorted her to the police station to file a report. "Allow me to take you to the hospital. I drive swiftly," a robust man asserted. having confirmed that the individual on the ground was barely clinging to life. I will stay here with the young man to report to the police, another sturdy figure declared. The two men bore an uncanny resemblance, almost like twins. Lin Mo did not refuse the kind-hearted assistance, replying, "All right, thank you." Aunt Shun was reluctant to enter the vehicle. Calling out, "Xiaoan." Lin Mo gently reassured, "It's fine. Xiaoan is not in danger. He is waiting for the police to arrive." In a large black vehicle, the sturdy man occupied the driver's seat, unable to muster the courage to meet the gaze of his employer in the passenger seat. This job was likely at risk. They had noticed someone tailing their employer's car, yet this individual did not disembark at the restaurant entrance. After a prolonged absence, they had let their guard down. In hindsight, it seemed he had gone to procure a knife. Previously, someone had also tracked Miss Lin, a private investigator. The report had been relayed to the employer, who advised to remain unperturbed and not to reveal their presence. Xie Guanyan sat in the passenger seat, adeptly pressing his coat against the wound to staunch the bleeding. Lin Mo, seated in the back, softly patted Aunt Shin's back, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the man in the passenger seat. His white trousers were speckled with droplets of blood, reminiscent of a pure, lofty flower fallen to earth. Battered and bruised, Lin Mo lowered her eyelashes, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Did Xie Guanyan not fear when the knife glinted menacingly? Outside the Sichuan restaurant, Xin Jian had called the police and subsequently phoned his elder brother. Xin Yihan had already returned home and was working on the sofa. Previously, he would retreat to his study, but upon discovering that Xie Guanyan worked from the sofa, he too decided to emulate him. He soon realized that the sofa was indeed quite comfortable. "What's the matter, Xin Jian?" Xin Yihan inquired. He preferred using full names. "Elder brother, Mr. Xie was injured while protecting my sister. He is currently at the hospital. You should go check on him," Xin Jian succinctly explained. Xin Yihan's cold gaze widened in concern. "What happened?" Xin Jian briefly recounted how they had encountered an armed assailant after inviting Xie Guanyan out for a meal. He chose not to elaborate on the assailant's identity. Xin Yihan's immediate reaction was, "Is my sister unharmed?" "She is fine," Xin Jian reassured. His next reaction was, "Why did my sister invite you to dinner, but not me? The nearest hospital is merely a kilometer away. This time, it's not Konghua Hospital but a private facility invested in by Xie Guanyan." The wound was somewhat deep, with bone faintly visible. Not once did Xie Guanyan furrow his brow during the cleaning of the wound, though beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. The robust man, however, was visibly distressed, his face contorted with concern. "Doctor, please be gentle, just a little gentler. With so much blood lost, how much pig's blood will it take to replenish?" After the cleaning, stitches were necessary, requiring anesthesia. Yet the sturdy man remained anxious. "Oh dear, don't be afraid. It will be over soon, just a moment longer." Lin Mo observed the robust man, pondering whether he had developed an infatuation with Xie Guanyan. Yet, Xie Guanyan had no inclination toward men. It was understandable that her thoughts meandered. A truly benevolent person would have simply delivered them to the hospital. However, the burly man busied himself with registering and queuing, attending to every matter, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Coincidentally, she also needed to keep an eye on Aunt Shin. Aunt Shin's emotions had stabilized significantly, though her body still trembled slightly. The burly man even fetched warm water for the two of them, holding a cup in his hand that was evidently intended for Xie Guanyan. The hospital provided only boiled water, and he blew on the liquid, attempting to cool it down more swiftly. This was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Lin Mo was oblivious to the fact that his actions stemmed from a desire to secure his employment. Of course, there was also a genuine concern for his employer, albeit minimal. Xie Guanyan, weary of the bodyguard's incessant chatter, glanced at him and adjusted his glasses with his left hand, instructing, "You may leave now." The burly man lowered his head, placing the now-cooled water aside, reminding, "This water is just right. Remember to drink if you are thirsty." With that, he obediently exited. Initially, the burly man's chatter had provided some distraction for Lin Mo. But now the treatment room had fallen completely silent, compelling her attention to fixate on the doctor's suturing motions. The man's forearm bore cold, pale skin, now marred by a 5 to 6 centimeter wound that evoked an unbearable ache in her heart. A minor injury had yet to heal, and now a significant one had been added. "Will this leave a scar?" Lin Mo inquired of the doctor. The once model-like handsome man was rendered imperfect in her eyes, and she felt a pang of distress. The doctor continued his work, responding, "It is difficult to say. With proper care and the application of scar ointment later, It should not leave a mark. Concerned, Lin Mo asked, "How should I protect it?" The doctor explained, "In the initial stages, avoid exertion to prevent infection. And keep it dry. Once scabbing occurs, do not pick at it. Gentle massage can aid in promoting local blood circulation." Lin Mo took note, affirming, "All right, I understand." Xie Guanyan, with his glassy eyes, gazed intently at the young woman, his breath slightly quickening. This moment of concern from her felt rewarding, even for such a minor injury. Chapter 080. Clearly the legitimate wife. Shen Yihan's residence was rather distant from the hospital. By the time he arrived, Xie Guanyan had already been bandaged. Due to the depth of the wound, the doctor recommended a few days of hospitalization for observation, should any infection arise for easier management. Xie Guanyan declined, asserting that he did not require hospitalization and that any issues would be addressed by his private doctor. Shen Yihan, rotating the prayer beads on his left wrist, urged, "Mr. Xie, work is never-ending. It would be best for you to rest in the hospital for a few days." Xie Guanyan met his gaze, replying, "I will rest at home." Shen Yihan dared not press further, expressing, "Thank you for protecting my sister." Xie Guanyan shook his head, offering a gentle smile. "Your sister could have avoided it in the first place." Shen Yihan's expression faltered momentarily, having expected Mr. Xie to play the role of a hero who saves the damsel in distress, only to find that he had taken on the role of a hero who exceeds the need for rescue. He glanced at his sister, uncertain whether she would appreciate this gesture. In truth, Lin Mo did feel gratitude. She had been closely observing Xie Guanyan's face and realized he was genuinely sincere in his words. He seemed adept at considering matters from another's perspective. She smiled and remarked, "Even if I could have avoided it, your willingness to help is still worthy of gratitude. Let us go. We need to visit the police station to give our statements." Fourth brother has already called. The police have retrieved the surveillance footage from outside the restaurant, requesting their cooperation in the investigation. After exiting, Lin Mo searched for the robust figure but found no trace of him. Little did she know, he was a genuinely warm-hearted man who preferred to remain anonymous. Lin Mo felt a pang of guilt for previously imagining he had affections for Xie Guanyan. In the car, Xie Guanyan occupied the front passenger seat while Lin Mo and Anshan sat in the back. This was Shen Yihan's first time driving a prominent individual, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. With both hands on the wheel, he displayed commendable diligence. As Lin Mo glanced at Anshan, a thought struck her. Perhaps this trip to the police station might lead Anshan to reunite with her family. After so many years, surely they longed for her presence as well. Her health had improved significantly, and she was ready for discharge. Lin Mo inquired, "Anshan, do you wish to find her family?" Anshan's gaze was resolute. "Yes. I wish to find Xiao," and Lin Mo fell silent for a few seconds, then gently draped her arm around Anshan's shoulders. In Anshan's current perception, Xiao was her only family. At the police station, another benevolent strongman had also departed. The scarred man had sustained serious injuries and was receiving treatment at the hospital adjacent to the police station. He remained in a coma, and certain matters would have to wait until he regained consciousness. Xie Guanyan's assistant, Jin Yang, had already arrived after receiving a call from him. Accompanied by the best lawyer from Jingbei, the group recounted the events that transpired. Shen Jian also mentioned the man's identity and the trafficking issues. The officers regarded Shen Jian with a hint of admiration, commending him as the only individual they had encountered who escaped abduction while bringing along another victim. "Well done, young man." Shen Yihan listened from the side, his expression growing increasingly somber as he incessantly twirled the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. His sister and fourth brother had not disclosed these matters to him. It turned out that the fourth brother had endured more suffering than he had imagined. The police assured that they would investigate the trafficking incident, focusing on the man in question. By the time they finished the paperwork, it was already quite late. Shen Yihan felt a dryness in his throat, his gaze fixed on his fourth brother. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, reassuring him that it was all in the past. "If you're truly distressed, transfer 2 million to your fourth brother's account. He'll surely be delighted. And don't forget to send me some as well." The radiant smile in his sister's eyes somewhat alleviated Shen Yihan's discomfort. In the future, the family would be well. Lin Mo rode in Shen Yihan's car, with Aunt Jun and Shen Jian in the back seat. Xie Guanyan traveled in his assistant's vehicle, a discreet silver Alpha.
Jin Yang,
having learned the details of the situation at the police station, glanced at his boss's arm wound and asked, "Xie, will you be going to the office in the coming days?" Xie Guanyan, peering into the rear-view mirror, focused on the front passenger seat.
"No.
"I will be working from home."
Jin Yang nodded.
Alright, I'll come by the villa tomorrow morning. By the way, is that girl truly Shen Yihan's sister? He cursed inwardly, having assumed his boss was pursuing an affair. However, the girl's age did not seem to align with being Shen Yihan's sister. Indeed, Xie Guanyan replied coolly. The car halted at the villa entrance. The girl exited the back seat and walked into the villa alongside his boss. Jin Yong stood there, dumbfounded. Good heavens. The boss is secretly dating and has moved in together. What a misunderstanding. She is, in fact, the rightful mistress. Shen Jinan had always believed that his sister resided at his second brother's home, and Mr. Xie merely gave her a ride back to that residence. To his astonishment, Mr. Xie had taken up residence in the villa that originally belonged to him, and his sister was living there as well. Second brother, this. Shen Yihan twirled the Buddhist beads on his right wrist, revealing that the villa had been purchased by Mr. Xie. His sister suffered from sleep disturbances and could only find solace in familiar surroundings. Mr. Xie had rented a room for her. There was no need for concern, he assured. For Mr. Xie would not harm her. Shen Jinan nodded in agreement. He had faith in Mr. Xie's character. No one possessed a more noble disposition than he. Shen Yihan glanced back at their fourth brother, whose long bangs obscured his expression, likely reflecting his unease. He had been tirelessly searching for a competent physician to treat their sister's sleep issues. Unfortunately, the highly regarded doctor had recently traveled abroad for a scholarly engagement, causing delays in her treatment. Once the doctor returned, he would ensure his sister received an appointment at the earliest opportunity. He yearned for her to be free, able to go wherever she wished and sleep wherever she desired. By midnight, it was the first time the two had returned home so late together. The villa was illuminated, and the butler remained on duty, as he would not leave until the master returned. Such was his work ethic. Goodness! Sir, what happened to your hand? The butler exclaimed. It's nothing serious. You may head home now, Xie Guanyan replied. The butler's gaze shifted. Miss Lin, I entrust you to take care of our certain knight. Lin Mo nodded, affirming her commitment. She would not stand idly by, especially since he had been injured for her sake. It was late, and it was time to bathe and retire for the night. However, Lin Mo furrowed her brow, recalling the doctor's warning that he should avoid water with his injury. How will you bathe? She inquired. Chapter 081. Please don't come near. The moment those words escaped, a thick silence enveloped them for several seconds. The expansive villa was eerily quiet, save for the whisper of wind outside. It's fine. I can manage on my own, Xie Guanyan broke the silence, concealing the tumultuous emotions dancing in his eyes. He could not allow Shanshan to assist him. He would surely frighten her. His voice, soft and melodious, carried a hint of frailty. The small mole on his nose appeared particularly enchanting under the light, exuding an unexplainable, delicate beauty. Lin Mo blinked, hesitant to dwell on thoughts of what Xie Guanyan might look like without his clothes. The shirts he typically wore fit him perfectly, subtly revealing the contours of his well-defined chest. Previously, the villa's third floor housed a gym where their parents often exercised. After their passing, Lin Mo occasionally ascended to run on the treadmill. She wondered if the gym still existed. Although she had resided there for some time, she had not thoroughly explored the villa, as it did not truly feel like her home. Nevertheless, it likely remained intact. With a physique like Xie Guanyan's, he must have engaged in regular workouts. The young lady reined in her wandering thoughts and lifted her clear, bright eyes to gaze at him. Are you certain? She truly did not wish for scars to mar Xie Guanyan's arm, devoid of any ulterior motives. Absolutely none. Meeting the girl's sparkling, peach blossom-like eyes and hearing her melodious inquiries, Xie Guanyan's internal defenses crumbled in an instant, his breath becoming slightly hurried. She wants to help him, perhaps merely because he shielded her from harm? Taking a discreet, deep breath, he regained a semblance of composure. Maintaining his usual gentle and refined tone, he replied, I volunteered to take this blow for you. You owe me nothing, Lin Mo volunteered. Lin Mo was well aware of his willingness. No one had pushed him into that position at the time. However, she was taken aback that he would articulate such a sentiment, alleviating her psychological burden entirely. Lin Mo began to wonder what circumstances had shaped his current demeanor. Had he grown up in an orphanage? Or was he later adopted? It was quite late, and Xie Guanyan's injury was severe. He appeared frail and clearly unfit for such discussions. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo stated, We are friends. I cannot possibly ignore your condition. You have lost so much blood. What if you faint while bathing? What if your wound gets wet and becomes infected? The word friends caused Xie Guanyan's heart to flutter.
So they were indeed friends now. Lin Mo continued, here are two options. First, you can skip your bath tonight. Change into fresh clothes and rest until you feel better. Or second, I can assist you with your bath, but I assure you, I will not peek. I am not that kind of person, Xie Guanyan thought to himself. He would not mind if she did sneak a glance. He would willingly reveal everything to her, albeit fearing it might frighten her. The second statement left Lin Mo herself incredulous, her ears warming slightly. She would strive to avert her gaze. Blinking, she urged, make a choice quickly. It's late, and if we procrastinate, dawn will arrive. After indulging in Sichuan cuisine, one inevitably carries a certain scent, and with blood adhering to him, he felt sticky and unpleasant. The option of not bathing was clearly out of the question. After a few moments of thought, Xie Guanyan adjusted his glasses with his left hand and proposed, very well, I shall take a brief soak in the bathtub tonight. If it concerns you, you may watch over me from the side. The third floor boasted a large bathroom equipped with a spacious bathtub. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the nighttime scenery. Lin Mo had previously been perplexed as to why her parents had installed such a grand bathroom on the third floor. The decor deviated somewhat from the original style of the villa, and the large windows seemed odd. Who bathes while admiring a view? However, as she matured and read more, she came to understand that the births of the four siblings were no mere coincidence. That works, you go ahead, and I will join you shortly. Lin Mo herself bore a hint of the Sichuan aroma. She dashed back to her room for a quick shower, changed into her pajamas, and hurried up to the third floor. The third floor primarily served as a recreational area, complete with a media room. The door to the large bathroom was closed, but Lin Mo could hear the sound of water splashing within. She gently rapped her delicate fingers against the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was as if a gentle knock resonated against Lin Mo's heart. Come in. The man's melodious voice, tinged with a hint of frailty, floated from within. Lin Mo's long, curled eyelashes fluttered, and she pressed the door lock, opening the door. A waft of steam rushed out, carrying the faint scent of lemon-scented shower gel. Standing at the threshold, she beheld a striking man seated in the bathtub. One uninjured, slender arm rested casually on the edge of the tub, with long fingers. A pale hand adorned with subtly visible veins, a sight undeniably sensual. Merely glancing at him, Lin Mo felt her cheeks flush to the roots of her ears. Goodness! Why was she feeling so hot? What had she consumed? She shut the door behind her but hesitated to step forward. It was she who had offered to assist him with his bath, yet here she stood, paralyzed by timidity. Please be careful with that hand. Don't let it touch the water, she advised from a distance. The girl donned a yellow cartoon-patterned pajama set, her long hair casually styled in a bun, exuding a leisurely elegance. Her bare legs, revealed beneath her shorts, appeared youthful and tender. Xie Guanyan stole a glance, and a rosy hue enveloped him. He was grateful for his years of dedication to fitness. Although the gym on the third floor of the villa was seldom used, he had access to a private gym and trainer at his workplace, dedicating at least an hour and a half each day to exercise. He was also thankful for the newly developed scar cream from the Research Institute, rendering the scar on his chest nearly invisible. At this moment, under the girl's gaze, clear and devoid of any flirtation, Xie Guanyan found himself momentarily lost, forgetting the very act of bathing. His blood surged, and his left hand awkwardly grasped a towel, attempting to dry off. The water in the tub rippled gently, splashing against his chest in delicate waves. Who could resist the allure of such a handsome, naked man? Certainly Lin Mo could not. Soon, she noticed that Xie Guanyan's bathing motions appeared quite rigid, as if his left hand was uncooperative, water splashing onto his right arm. She blinked several times, taking 2 steps closer. Do you need me to help? Approaching brought a different perspective. Without his silver-rimmed glasses, the man's deep, captivating eyes shimmered like glass. Perhaps the water was a touch too warm, as his entire body had taken on a rosy hue, his long, thick eyelashes glistening with moisture, giving him an almost vulnerable appearance. His exquisitely sculpted collarbones were fully exposed, cradling droplets of water, and below them lay his firm, well-defined chest, impressive in size. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. How splendid! He was a male deity, a savior. Her gaze couldn't help but wander downward, tracing the defined contours of his 8-pack abs, only to be obstructed by a generous layer of foam. No need. Xie Guanyan's voice was firm, laced with an imperceptible tremor. Being looked at by her felt as if he had consumed an aphrodisiac. If she were to touch him, he feared he might lose control and cross boundaries. Lin Mo's gaze, unrestrained, continued until Xie Guanyan's resolute rejection brought her back to reality. She mentally chided herself. What was she doing? Xie Guanyan was utterly startled. Who was it outside just now that assured they would never sneak a glance? Surely, he couldn't think of her as a pervert? Lin Mo's mind raced into emergency mode, exclaiming, Xie Guanyan, don't be afraid, I am the pervert. Chapter 082, a play only suitable for strong women. The bathroom was enveloped in mist, and the girl's words echoed in Xie Guanyan's ears. A flicker of excitement crossed his gaze. Lin Mo quickly realized the implications of her statement. Her bent posture completely collapsed. How could she have blurted out such a candid thought? The steam obscured her view of the man's expression, prompting Lin Mo to hastily amend her words. No. What I meant was that I'm not a pervert. Please don't be scared. I was just concerned about your right hand getting wet, so I glanced a few extra times. As if dreaming of him was one thing, but behaving like this in reality was entirely another. Through the haze, Xie Guanyan observed the beautiful girl, tilting his head slightly. She seemed rather intrigued by his physique. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixated on him, as if she were beholding something remarkably novel. At 18, one is indeed curious about everything. Though being scrutinized by her was a torment, it was equally exhilarating. At least he had qualities that captivated her. Struggling to control his quickening breath, he replied calmly, all right. Bathing with one hand was indeed inconvenient, but Xie Guanyan's focus shifted. He moved leisurely, his peripheral vision discreetly watching the radiant girl. Her gaze seemed uncontrollable, constantly darting toward him. Her ears were flushed a delightful shade of red, utterly enchanting. As he neared the end of his washing, he announced, I am done. The radiant girl, hearing this, inquired with concern, can you put on your clothes? Take your time. It's no trouble, Xie Guanyan responded. Lin Montag blinked, conceding, all recht. The temperature in the bathroom was elevated, the atmosphere intoxicating. Their eyes met amidst the mist-laden air. The man's deep, beautiful glass-like eyes glistened slightly, invoking an inexplicable allure. Lin Mo felt as if she had been jolted, her already racing heart nearly leaping from her chest. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, smacking her forehead. Oh, I need to leave. She turned and fled in haste. She truly had no time to indulge in her own mischievous thoughts. Once outside the bathroom, she closed the door behind her. Initially intending to return to her bedroom for a nap, Lin Mo felt a twinge of concern. What if Xie Guanyan needed her assistance? She quickly dashed to her bedroom on the second floor to retrieve her phone. Standing outside the bathroom, she fiddled with her phone while waiting for him. Her delicate fingers tapped open WeChat, revealing a message from the Jingshi Circle's Buddha child. Sister, it seems Mr. Xie is quite inconvenient like that. Should we hire a male caregiver for him? Now, that was a viable solution. A caregiver would be professional. With a caregiver, she wouldn't have to play the role of the little yellow person anymore. I'll ask him later if he needs one. The Buddha child replied promptly. You're still awake so late, sister? What are you up to? Lin Mo's lips twitched. If she mentioned she was watching Xie Guanyan bathe, the Buddha child would surely not believe her. To maintain her flawless image in her younger brother's eyes, she certainly couldn't say that. She typed, watching a drama, about to sleep soon. Shen Yihan wished to express more concern for his sister. Even Jiang Tang knew that his sister fancied Devon Rex cats. Yet he had failed to notice this, which filled him with guilt. Previously, they could not keep a cat due to the presence of the fourth brother in the house. But now she had the opportunity. He pondered whether Mr. Xie liked cats. He would inquire at an opportune moment. His left hand brushed against the cool black Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Shen Yihan typed, what drama? I would like to watch it too. Lin Mo replied, a drama suitable only for strong women, not for you. Good night. Jing Guan Buddhi. He also received a WeChat message from the fourth brother. How is Mr. Xie doing? The pain will be quite intense once the anesthesia wears off. Lin Mo frowned upon reading this message. It seemed plausible. Would Xie Guanyan be unable to sleep due to pain in the middle of the night? She typed a reply to the fourth brother. He is doing quite well, don't worry. Shin Jianan, still awake, replied instantly. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my need to apologize, Mr. Xie would not have to endure such suffering. This young man was engaging in self-reproach at such a late hour. Lin Mo typed, don't overthink it. Life is a tapestry of love and hate. Filled with the pain of dumplings and the joy of fried eggs, a heart in chaos like mapo tofu, tears like rain over noodles.
A heart as tranquil as boiled meat slices, and lost opportunities like shredded pork and garlic sauce, leading to utter defeat like a three-flavored dish. Upon reading Lin Mo's reply, Xie Guanyan immediately ceased his self-reproach and was merely inclined to order takeout. After a considerable while, a click. The sound of the bathroom door opening echoed. Lin Mo held her phone and turned to look. The handsome man was clad in short-sleeved pajamas today, revealing the muscular definition of his arms, exuding an aura of strength. The bandage on his right forearm did nothing to diminish this impression. The top button of his pajama was left undone, revealing a hint of his delicate collarbone. His hair appeared to have been simply rinsed. Damp strands fell gently across his forehead, soft and harmless, contrasting starkly with his usual aloof, refined demeanor. It was quite late. He gently suggested, "Let us go to bed. Your hair isn't dry yet. Do you need my assistance?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. Mother always said that going to bed with wet hair can lead to headaches. And she mentioned that caring for him ultimately meant taking care of her own eyes. She anticipated that the man would decline, but to her surprise, he did not. Instead, he answered with a polite and pleasant tone, "That would be much appreciated." Lin Mo was more than willing to assist the handsome gentleman. "Please take a seat on the sofa while I fetch the hairdryer." The striking man settled onto the sofa, his upper body straightened, accentuating his exquisite waistline. Lin Mo held the hairdryer in one hand, standing behind him to dry his hair, her eyes uncontrollably drawn to the neckline of his attire. Regardless, her curious gaze had its own intentions. The warm air flowed from above, while her delicate hands wove through his hair. Xie Guanyan's body stiffened. The heat that had just subsided surged back. He wished to refuse, yet found himself unable to do so. Subtly adjusting his posture, he tilted his head slightly. Through the balcony glass door, he caught sight of the girl's eyes fixated on his collar. An exhilarating thrill surged within Xie Guanyan, confirming that Shanshan was indeed intrigued by his physique. The adrenaline spiked with his elation, prompting him to blurt out, "Lin Mo, would you like to touch it?" Perhaps the atmosphere was particularly enchanting today, or perhaps he had finally realized that he was not entirely devoid of charm. His habitual restraint began to crumble, revealing his true nature. The night breeze wafted in from the third-floor balcony, chilling the still damp strands of his hair, causing a sudden heaviness in his heart. Xie Guanyan jolted back to reality, his arms stiffening against the sofa. What had he just said? Shanshan must have been startled. Daring not to glance at the girl's expression, his heart raced. The sound of the hairdryer roared around him. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through the noise. Though it was indistinct, Lin Mo furrowed her brows and pressed the hairdryer as switch off, plunging the world into silence. She looked down and asked, "What did you just say?" It turned out she hadn't heard him clearly. Xie Guanyan's heart settled, his taut arm relaxing significantly. It was a relief she hadn't understood. His cold, fair throat bobbed as he replied, "I said it's fine. No need to continue drying." Back in her bedroom, Lin Mo collapsed onto her bed, burying her head in the blankets in a desperate attempt to smother herself. How had she become so flustered? She had misheard him, thinking he had asked if she wanted to feel his abs. How could someone as refined and restrained as Xie Guanyan utter such words? Oh no! Had she begun to hallucinate? Struggling to catch her breath, Lin Mo flipped over, her lips slightly parted as she inhaled. This was not her fault. While scrolling through Douyin at the bathroom door, she had come across a doctor stating that women who frequently admired abs could enhance their longevity. Was it a crime to wish for a long life? All right, she admitted she was indeed a bit lustful. The golden hue of Chow Tai Fook, the silver of Cartier, the red of renminbi, and the beauty of men were all among her favorite colors. It was already quite late. Remembering her brother's words, Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Xie Guanyan. "Once the anesthetic wears off, it will hurt. If you can't sleep in the middle of the night, wake me up and I'll keep you company." Xie Guanyan replied promptly, "Okay, good night." Fatigue suddenly washed over her. Lin Mo yawned and wriggled around on the bed until she found her pillow. With her eyes closed and head tilted, she drifted into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, the anesthetic indeed wore off. Pain surged through her arm like 1,000 needles pricking at once. Yet, Xie Guanyan did not awaken Lin Mo. In the darkness, illuminated by the faint moonlight, he gazed adoringly at the adorably disheveled girl sleeping on the bed. The blanket had been kicked aside, and she clutched a Devon Rex plush toy to her chest. How could he bear to disturb her? With his well-defined hand, he gently lifted the blanket and draped it over her. His gaze fell upon her delicate, pearly feet, bathed in the translucent glow of the moonlight as if kissed by a gentle radiance. An uncontrollable yearning surged within him, igniting a desire to draw closer. The pain radiating from his arm exceeded his expectations, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The sensation threatened to overwhelm his rationality, causing his legs to buckle until he found himself kneeling on the floor. The intoxicating fragrance of the young woman lingered at the tip of his nose, captivating him entirely. With one hand pressed against the mattress, he leaned in gently. Yet at the last moment, he stood up, turned, and exited the room. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains. The drowsy girl turned over in bed and drifted back to sleep. Buzz. The sound of a vibrating phone broke the silence. She reached for her phone with her pale hand and glanced at the screen. It was a message from the prodigy of the Jing Circle. Sister, I'll be at the villa shortly. The vice principal of the 3rd middle school has been promoted to principal. We can transfer the 4th brother today. If all goes smoothly, we can head to the 1st middle school for enrollment this afternoon. She checked the time. It was already 10 in the morning. How could it be so late? Lin Mo sprang up from her bed with a start, hastening to the bathroom to freshen up. After dressing, she hurried downstairs. To her surprise, she found Xie Guanyan in the kitchen once again. Her eyes widened slightly, and she rushed over. Xie Guanyan, your hand. The handsome man appeared somewhat better today, though not by much. The dark circles under his eyes were quite pronounced. It's fine. I'm just making some scallop congee. I don't need to use my hand. Would you like some? His voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Today, he wore a short-sleeved white shirt, still exuding an air of elegance. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on his right arm, where fresh blood seeped through the bandage. Frowning, she replied, yes. But I suggest you find a caregiver for now. Until Chef Li returns from maternity leave, have someone else prepare your meals. No need. The housekeeper can assist me with anything I require. Xie Guanyan scooped a bowl of congee with his left hand and offered it to Lin Mo. The housekeeper nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, I will help the gentleman. Today, even the pure-hearted housekeeper had succumbed to exhaustion. Despite his condition, he had still insisted on cooking congee himself. It was truly commendable. The steaming scallop congee wafted an enticing aroma. Lin Mo's fingers twitched with anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xie Guanyan. All right then. Remember to get some rest during the day. Those dark circles under your eyes are rivaling those of a panda. After finishing their meal, Shen Yihan arrived. The two of them went to Kanhua Hospital to pick up Shen Jianan. The procedure for transferring schools went smoothly. Exiting the principal's office, they found it was lunchtime, and many students recognized them, flocking over to converse. The previous day, Lin Mo had slapped Wang Xing several times, and someone had recorded it, posting it in the large group chat of the 3rd middle school. The entire school was once again astonished. No one had anticipated that this was indeed Jianan's sister, let alone that she was so formidable. In the afternoon, Wang Xing posted an apology video in the group, eliciting cheers from the entire school. This sister is amazing. A girl gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes shining brightly. Love must be restrained, but forget it, sister, I love you. Lin Mo chuckled at her exuberance. The girl seized the moment to hand Lin Mo a bottle of milk. Here, drink this. Lin Mo opened the drink and took a sip, her peach blossom eyes curving with delight. Thank you, I was just feeling thirsty. The girls were ecstatic, exclaiming, ah, everyone, remember to attend my sister's wedding tomorrow. A boy playfully flicked his rainbow bangs and said, I went to buy a meat sandwich today and asked the vendor to add extra chili. But after one bite, it fell to the ground, covered in dirt. I cried. This is what it means when a spicy bun likes you. Lin Mo nearly spewed her milk out, laughing at the pun. You used to hug me when we were kids. Shun Jian, typically reticent, was preparing to leave. Looking at his former classmates, he felt a pang of emotion. I will be transferring schools. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. The room fell silent, everyone exchanging glances. No one anticipated that Jian would actually be leaving. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If his sister could make the principal step down, it was reasonable for Jian to be transferred as well. He, with his green hair, was present too, his expression falling. Boss, how will I survive without you? Shen Jian cast a sidelong glance at him from beneath his long bangs, then began searching for the figure of Huang Mao. Huang Mao should have come to school upon hearing Jian's arrival. They had discussed the transfer the night before, and Huang Mao wished him luck in getting into a good university. After searching for quite some time without spotting him, Shen Yihan, uncomfortable with the vibrant mix of hairstyles surrounding him, urged, let us go. We still need to head to the first high. With his gaze lowered, Shen Jian followed Shen Yihan into the car. Inside,
He continued to look outside, still unable to see Huang Mao. Taking out his phone, he found Huang Mao's WeChat and typed, "Did you not come to school today?" At that moment, Huang Mao was hiding in a corner, watching as Shen Yihan's Bentley slowly drove out of the school. He chose not to reply to Shen Jian's message. He felt he was no longer in the same realm as his boss. Those who are not exceptional are destined to be cast aside time and again. His yellow hair drooped as he cast another glance at the Bentley before shoving his hands into his pockets and walking away. Chapter 084. Retreat. Retreat. About an hour later, the black Bentley came to a halt at the entrance of the first high school. External vehicles were not permitted within the premises, and all visitors were required to register. Security guard Uncle Fong approached. "Hello, do you have business at the first high?" Shen Yihan, also an alumnus of the first high, recognized Uncle Fong. "Uncle Fong, we are here to process a transfer." "Transfer?" Uncle Fong scrutinized him closely and soon recognized Shen Yihan, the well-known figure in the Beijing circle. "Is this your relative?" he casually inquired, handing Shen Yihan the registration book. At that moment, he noticed a beautiful and refined girl sitting in the front passenger seat, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at him. Uncle Fong was momentarily stunned. In the next second, he closed his eyes. Upon opening them again, he still saw the same girl in the passenger seat. He quickly reached into his pocket and threw a handful of glutinous rice at the passenger side, shouting, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" He was certain it was Lin Mo, the once-renowned college entrance examination champion who had passed away 11 years ago. She was still as beautiful as ever. But ultimately, the living and the dead are on different paths. He could not allow her to sit beside the well-known figure in the Beijing circle. The last time she had been in the passenger seat with Xie Guanyan, he had failed to react. His handful of glutinous rice flew into the car, leaving the three inside momentarily stunned. Lin Mo suddenly came to her senses and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Fong, I am a human, not a ghost." Uncle Fong, unconvinced, insisted, "Quick, Bodhisattva, pick up your prayer beads. There's a female ghost in the passenger seat." Shen Yihan calmly picked up the glutinous rice from his lap and placed it in the center of the car, raising his head. "I assure you, she is not a ghost. My sister is alive." The three of them had already concocted a story in the car, with talk of time travel. It was all too easy to get caught. Shen Yihan spoke steadily. "The truth is, my sister was rescued and remained in a coma for years. She has recently awakened." Uncle Fong was half convinced until Lin Mo stepped out and grasped his hand. "See, I have warmth. I, Lin Mo, have returned to life." Now, Uncle Fong believed wholeheartedly, tears streaming down his face. "Truly, truly. How wonderful. When I heard you had died, I was so distraught that I lost weight from 160 pounds to 79. And look at you, still so young and beautiful. I've aged. Not old at all, Uncle Fong. You are still quite dashing. You charm a whole crowd of cleaning ladies." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was well known that many cleaning ladies at the school had admired Uncle Fong back in the day. Though bald, he was an upright man, instilling a sense of security. Uncle Fong's face flushed. "Ah, that was all long ago. I'm married now, and very much in love with my wife. By the way, I apologize for tossing your glutinous rice. I was planning to cook it for my wife tonight." The young monk from the capital hadn't expected Uncle Fong to flaunt his affection, kicking over a dog bowl in frustration. Returning the registration book, he said, "This is all dirty. I'll take my sister inside first." Uncle Fong didn't insist, as another car needed to enter. He pressed the switch to lift the barrier. Smiling, "When you leave, I'll bring you some fruit, Lin Mo. This girl loves fruit." He remembered how she often ate fruit while walking. He found her so adorable that he would frequently bring fruit from home to share with her, sometimes oranges, sometimes apples. People often claimed that being a security guard was a waste of life, devoid of meaning. Yet, seeing the delightful smiles of the students made him feel it was all worthwhile. In the principal's office at the first high school, the principal's lips twitched as he reviewed Shen Jianan's file. This was the very same student who had knocked out two of the third high school principal's teeth. Although the incident was now common knowledge throughout the educational circles of Jingbei, Shen Jianan's academic record was indeed formidable. When he had heard that Shen Yihan intended to donate a building, he had immediately agreed. Now, however, he felt somewhat hesitant. With these grades, the first high school was a challenge. Shen Jianan stepped forward, his eyes shadowed beneath his bangs. "Principal, I can keep up. I will work hard." Lin Mo felt delighted that Shen Jianan was advocating for himself. She smiled and added, "Principal, I will supervise my brother's studies." The principal glanced at Lin Mo again. his lips twitching even more. Shen Han had just informed him of Lin Mo's situation. She had indeed been the top student in the college entrance examination. The question remained, however, after lying in a coma for 11 years, would she still remember the knowledge from high school? Yet he had already promised Shen Han, and the funds had been transferred. In a state of utter conflict, he said, Lin Mo, you have attended our school and should know that we place great importance on our graduation rates. Both of your situations are too unique. Shen Jianan was determined not to let her sister's plans falter, clenching her fist as she declared, Principal, if I come in last in next month's exam, I will withdraw from school myself. The principal then turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo blinked and said, After all, I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If I come in second to last, I shall also withdraw. The principal mused to himself, once a top scorer, now aiming for third to last. He realized his earlier thoughts were indeed correct. Their knowledge had likely faded considerably. With no other option, he replied, Very well. You both shall come to school next Monday. Exiting the high school, Lin Mo bit into the apple that Uncle Fong had provided, saying to Shen Jianan, I just checked. The last place in the previous exam scored over 400 points. She was surprised by the boy's ambition. Shen Jianan lowered her gaze, stating, Sister, the path I have chosen, I will tread upon it even on my knees. Lin Mo smiled. Stop consuming so much motivational nonsense. Just have someone from the capital circle hire a few good tutors for you. Shen Han, one hand on the steering wheel, turned his head to ask, What do you want to eat tonight, sister? Shen Jianan leaned forward. Let us buy some ingredients and go to Mr. Xie's house to cook. I'll make him a fish soup to heal his wounds. Lin Mo exclaimed in delight. You can cook now? Shen Jianan proudly raised her head. Yes. And I cook quite well. Shen Han furrowed his brow. I can cook too, although it has been quite a while. Lin Mo found the suggestion appealing and sent a WeChat message to Xie Guanyan. My younger brother is coming over tonight to make soup for you to help with your recovery. Is that all right? There was no prompt reply, and Lin Mo assumed he was busy with work. She had seen Jin Yong earlier that day. After a brief trip to the supermarket, she returned to the villa. Upon reaching the door, Lin Mo noticed that Xie Guanyan had not responded to her message. It was not yet 8, so she knocked. The butler came to open the door, his face filled with anxiety and distress. Miss Lin, you have finally returned. Mr. Xie has developed a high fever and is nearing unconsciousness.
What?
Mr. Xie is fading? Shen Jianan exclaimed, dropping the fish she was holding. Lin Mo had exited the car first, while Shen Han and Shen Jianan were retrieving items from the trunk. Both now widened their eyes in shock. The butler's mouth twitched. Not yet, he is still well. He had deliberately said this to evoke sympathy from Miss Lin. Their master was far too honest. Did he not know how to employ a ruse? He had thought Miss Lin would stay at home to care for him, but to his surprise, she had been out the entire day. One was carefree while the other was inept at scheming. This had him in a state of panic. Lin Mo furrowed her brows. Where is he now? The butler replied, The private doctor is here administering in 4, but the fever persists, and he remains unconscious. Before the butler could finish his sentence, a figure dashed into the villa. The butler smiled knowingly. The private doctor had stated that Mr. Xie simply lacked rest. He had been working all day, with video conferences one after another. The wound had become slightly infected, resulting in the fever. Due to insufficient rest, he had fainted upon falling ill. There was no significant danger. The private doctor had assured that once the 4 was completed, he would likely awaken. It is unimaginable how elated Mr. will be upon awakening to find Miss Lin by his bedside. However, at that moment, a figure darted in. The butler, Kong, barely had time to extend his hand, exclaiming, Ah! Do not disturb their intimate world. In the next instant, a tall silhouette entered, moving with a steadiness that belied the urgency of the previous intruder. The long legs seemed to leave behind an ephemeral shadow. The butler muttered, The son of a wretch is also a wretch. Why bring back someone from the slums? They reek of filth. Do you wish to eat? Go fight a dog for your meal. If you cannot fight it, then it is yours. Was it you who stole my belongings? I knew it was you. You are the only one from the slums in this household. The slender youth, adorned with a small mole on his delicate nose, spoke in a low, resolute tone. It wasn't me. A boy slightly taller than him sneered, delivering a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Not willing to confess. Then I shall beat you until you do. The whip struck against his chest, igniting a searing sensation that made the slender boy realize his opponent was prepared for this confrontation. The whip was no ordinary instrument, barbed with vicious hooks.
Each lash tore at his flesh, drawing forth a torrent of blood, the pain nearly overwhelming him. With a flicker of defiance in his eyes, he seized the whip. Unprepared, the wielder stumbled as he was pulled down. The slender boy flipped onto him, raining blows upon his face. The one on the ground, now bloodied, howled in agony. With a smile dancing in his eyes, the slender boy, his palms stained with blood, declared fiercely, "Do not provoke me." Suddenly, someone rushed in to pull him away, exclaiming, "How dare you strike our young master? Do you seek death?" The bloodied boy glared at him, cursing, "You dare to hit me? You, a wretched commoner." He picked up the barbed whip from the ground, intending to retaliate. Yet, the slender boy articulated each word with chilling clarity, "Strike me again, and I will kill you." His gaze bore into the other, the mole on his nose now smeared with unknown blood, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This threat may have been mere bravado, but the taller boy dared not take the risk. He was the privileged heir of a wealthy family, while the other was merely an illegitimate child brought back from the slums by his father. The disparity between them was stark. He had everything, a promising future ahead. "You wait," the bloodied boy spat, casting aside the whip as he departed. The slender youth broke free from the servant's grasp and made his way to his room, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Stumbling along, he encountered a small boy who spat at him in disdain. "Get lost. Get out of my house. You filthy thing." He glanced at the small boy and retaliated with a fierce kick. The child rolled on the ground, wailing inconsolably. Without a backward glance, he continued on his path. The boy's mother emerged, witnessing the scene, her fury boiling over as she demanded, "Are you rebelling against us?" Just then, the older man returned home from work. The woman, in tears, recounted, "This is the wretch you brought back. He has assaulted both my sons. How dare you keep a slum dweller in our home?" The man frowned upon hearing her words. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of his chest, bloodied and mangled, he nonetheless struck his face with a resounding slap, intoning gravely, "This is not a place for your recklessness." In response, he retaliated with a swift blow, a smile playing upon his lips as he retorted, "I never asked you to bring me back." Surely, if the little princess were to encounter such a situation, she would have fought back. The older man, taken aback, clutched his face in shock and bellowed, "Then get out of my sight." Yet, this proclamation did not sway the slender youth from his path. He continued towards his modest chamber, a space so small that even a servant would not reside there. Pain surged through him, truly excruciating, as if his entire being were in the throes of decay. Tears of anguish streamed down his face. At times, he pondered whether it would be better to succumb to death, for in this world, no one loved him, and no one cared. Yet, he had things to which he clung. He could not perish. He returned to his small room to gather his belongings, for remaining here was not imperative. The life here proved even more arduous than that in the slums. His possessions were scant, but one item was essential. A white shirt he had once encountered the little princess wearing, now long too small for him. He had cut the fabric, purchased cloth of the same hue, and meticulously resewn it into a new garment. With this method, he had worn it until now. With his suitcase in hand, he ventured out. He could not discern how long he walked until he found himself upon a beach. The shoreline was shrouded in darkness, the evening breeze laden with moisture. Exhausted, he could walk no further and longed to rest. He lay down and closed his eyes. His head swam, and his body burned with fever. Darkness, dizziness, and pain assailed him as if his very soul were being dragged downward. The discomfort was overwhelming, unbearable. Yet, at that moment, a voice, ethereal and melodious, pierced through the haze, beckoning him, "Awaken, quickly."